The abnormal solar flares, sweltering heat, extreme cold, and virulent viruses. They have directly obliterated the civilization and order established by humanity. A technological sphere from an advanced civilization, infused with Li Fan's memories, has returned to the college days of Li Fan. In this rebirth, will Li Fan be consumed by a twisted psyche driven by vengeance? Or will he seek his true self? The dichotomy of good and evil, virtue and vice, is inherently a false proposition. The tale has commenced, and we await its unfolding. Chapter 1. The Predicament in the Arctic Wilderness. In the desiccated Arctic forest, within a sheer cliff cave, 2 men and 1 woman, all bearing injuries, find themselves. The woman is tending to the abdominal wounds of a dark-skinned man, while addressing the one-eyed man at the cave's entrance. Captain, the losses in this mission have been catastrophic. Xiao Lu, Pai Zi, Er Lu, and Miao Miao are all gone, murmurs the dark-skinned man, his eyes reddened and his heart heavy with sorrow. We endured so many hardships. We were on the brink of completing this mission and securing our entry into the inner city. Yet now, they have all perished in this cursed endeavor. The man speaking, in his 30s and named Su Jiangwo, bears a visage of profound grief, his fists clenched tightly. The pallor from his grievous abdominal injury cannot be concealed beneath his dark complexion. Su Jiangwo, a military man, saw his unit disbanded during the initial chaos of the apocalypse and was subsequently rescued by Li Fan, leading to their acquaintance. During their escape, they forged an unbreakable brotherhood while combating hordes of zombies. Upon arriving at the survivor base in Yanjing, he left the military to join Li Fan in forming a survivor team, serving as vice captain for 8 years. The woman tending his wounds is Fan Yuyu, a member of Li Fan's survivor team and one of his earliest followers. In a fit of anger, she discarded the bloodied bandage and declared, "This time, the intelligence provided by the officials was utterly erroneous. They treated our survivor team as mere cannon fodder. Brother Fan, I suspect Yuan Ruoxue has betrayed us." Yuyu, refrain from such baseless accusations. Yuan Ruoxue is the captain's sister. She could never do such a thing. How could it be impossible? She is a daughter of the Yuan family, her grandfather being Commander Yuan, a military magnate. With a mere word, she could grant Brother Fan access to the inner city, yet she sent him to undertake this damned mission. I find it hard to believe otherwise. Su Jiangwo harbored doubts about Yuan Ruoxue as well, but did not wish to burden Li Fan further, thereby silencing Fan Yuyu with a firm tone. "Stop it, Yuyu. Do you think the captain desires to enter the inner city? He merely wishes to secure us brothers a chance at entry. He does this for our sake." Fan Yuyu, realizing her tone was inappropriate, turned to Li Fan to apologize. "Brother Fan, I beg your pardon. I did not mean to cast blame upon you. Without you, I, Fan Yuyu, would have long since taken my own life. Yet Xiao Lu and Miao Miao are gone. This mission is far too irregular. A task of such high secrecy should have been executed by military personnel, yet it has been entrusted to our survivor team. And what of this crystal? What is its true nature? To this day, we have received no detailed task briefing. Moreover, it has stirred all official shelters into action, with even officials from the capital dispatched." Su Jiangwo cast a glance at the crystal in Li Fan's hand, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite peculiar. This artifact seems to hold great significance. The capital has even mobilized 2 7th-tier new humans." Li Fan stood at the cave's entrance, gazing into the distance, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of anguish and sorrow. This moment marked the most desperate of his 8 years. Having faced countless life and death challenges since the apocalypse, losing an eye and bearing innumerable scars, he had never relinquished hope. Yet now, confronted by the relentless pursuit of 8 major bases and the onslaught of various beasts, he truly felt the inevitability of doom. Of the 9-member team, 6 had perished, leaving only the 3 of them, all injured. It remained uncertain how many extraordinary beings were searching for them. He merely wished to ensure the survival of his brothers, who had fought to emerge from the mire of the apocalypse, with no extravagant desires. Yet this time, the machinations of the upper echelons allowed him to witness his brothers and friends perish one by one before his eyes, all because of this crystal. Li Fan felt a sense of betrayal, just as Yuyu had articulated. This mission was exceedingly abnormal. The details of the task were shrouded in secrecy, necessitating a covert infiltration into the Arctic, a territory devoid of sovereign claim. However, it appeared as though the movements of his team were under constant surveillance by an unseen entity. Furthermore, Yuan Ruoxue, this sister without blood ties, was the one who had incited him to accept this mission. It was said that upon the completion of this unique task, he could secure a means of survival for his group within the inner city. Gazing at the faintly glowing crystal in his hand, he contemplated its diamond shape, roughly the size of a beer bottle. Encased within the crystal was a black sphere the size of a pigeon's egg, pulsating with a shimmering light. Li Fan suppressed his despondent emotions and, facing the 2 survivors, resolved to speak. "Old Su, Liu, the losses incurred this time are entirely my responsibility. Had I not stubbornly taken on this mission, we could have survived, well, even in the wilderness. I apologize for endangering everyone. When the time comes, do your utmost to escape. If the enemy surrounds us, you must break through to the south. Their target is the item in my possession. I will hold them off. Remember, do not return to the base. Head for Li Ao Mountain, where survival is feasible. Live well. No. Impossible. Upon hearing Li Fan's decision, Fan Yuyu and the others immediately rejected it. Brother Fan, both Zhang Wo and I owe our lives to you. At this moment, how can we abandon you to flee alone? If we are to leave, we shall do so together. If we are to stay, we shall remain together. Indeed, Captain, we are but a band of solitary souls, and it is through mutual support that we have survived thus far. Fan Yuyu approached Li Fan, her gaze unwavering as she looked into his remaining eye, smiling bravely. At worst, it is merely death. Once we reach the other side, you will still be our captain. Li Fan's eyes grew misty. The familiar faces of his comrades seemed to materialize before him, and this bond was incredibly precious amidst the disintegration of societal order. Yet, due to a single erroneous decision on his part, everything was at stake. Just as Li Fan contemplated further persuasion, a thunderous roar erupted. An RPG hurtled towards the cave, triggering its collapse. The three, all endowed with abilities, found it difficult for ordinary firearms to harm them, and managed to escape before the cave fully crumbled. However, outside, they were encircled by nearly 100 superhumans and new humans. Though these individuals did not don military uniforms, their demeanor and posture unmistakably revealed the qualities of military personnel from the inner city. This was in stark contrast to the beleaguered survivors who had struggled to endure. Scanning the crowd, Li Fan did not recognize a single face, yet he was certain these individuals were from the inner city of Yanjing. He inquired in a solemn tone, "Whose men are you? Li Changjuan's or Commander Yuan's?" At that moment, an unexpected figure emerged from the throng, addressing Li Fan. "Brother Fan, hand over the item you possess. As for our affiliations, you need not concern yourself. Relinquish the item, and they have promised to spare your lives." Li Fan was taken aback. This person was a brother from his team who had fought alongside them just an hour prior. He had witnessed their brutal slaughter at the hands of a horde of aberrant beasts. Su Jiangwo, upon seeing this traitor, erupted in fury and demanded, "Liao Yunfei, you are alive. No, it cannot be. You traitor, you sold our operational details." Yet, Liao Yunfei disregarded Su Jiangwo's accusations, his gaze evasive and unwilling to meet Li Fan's. Li Fan remained silent. He did not question Liao Yunfei's betrayal. In this apocalyptic world, he had endured numerous betrayals, fueled merely by the allure of greater gains. Liao Yunfei understood Li Fan well. The deeper Li Fan silence, the more his fury simmered beneath the surface. "Brother Fan, do not hold it against me. I wish to live, to truly live, and do not wish to continue following you into such precarious circumstances. If you hand over the crystal, I will." Before Liao Yunfei could finish, Li Fan interrupted him. Silence. The shock within Li Fan transformed into wrath. Now, he appeared calm as still water, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. His remaining eye was as deep as an ancient well as he inquired, "What of Xiao Lu and the others?" Liao Yunfei took a step back, his confidence faltering upon noticing the individuals he had brought with him. He did not answer Li Fan. The change in Liao Yunfei's expression spoke volumes. The fire of anger within Li Fan deepened, and he spoke with a chilling tone, "I will allow you to surrender the item, but let Li Yuhang come to retrieve it himself." Liao Yunfei, astonished, asked, "How do you know?" Li Fan's gaze flickered past Liao Yunfei, as if he were mere detritus, turning towards the crowd and proclaiming, "It seems my suspicions were correct. Li Yuhang, I know you are present. Step forward." No sooner had he spoken than a male voice replied, "Li Fan, why the struggle? You cannot escape. The mission has been accomplished. Hand over the crystal obediently. I can grant you 3 permits to reside within the inner city." The speaker, a tall man clad in a new combat uniform, with pale skin and a somewhat sinister demeanor, stepped forward. This man was Li Yuhang. His father, Li Changjun, had been the mayor of Yanjing before the apocalypse, and is now one of the power holders of the Yanjing refuge base. Ever since Li Fan arrived in Yanjing, Li Yuhang had made it his mission to thwart him at every turn. Upon seeing Li Yuhang, Li Fan's suspicions were confirmed, although he remained uncertain about Yuan Ruoshue's role in this affair. "Li Yuhang, do you believe your own words? We were initially tasked by your official Yanjing faction, and upon completion, we were to deliver it to you. Yet, your grandiose display of force appears only after we have shed other shelters and exhausted our resources. Do not tell me that you are here to rescue us. Then what do you suppose our purpose is?" Li Fan raised an eyebrow nonchalantly, surveying the surrounding extraordinary individuals, and continued speaking. "You intentionally led us to acquire this, then exploited my teleportation ability to escape, drawing all the attention upon myself. Once we have shaken off the others from the base, you will swoop in to reap the benefits. Chapter 2. Desperate struggle. Li Yuhang merely chuckled contemptuously, offering no response, and gestured for Li Fan to continue. Li Fan glanced at the crystal in his hand and said, "Ha, I understand now. The Li family of Yanjing intends to secretly monopolize the crystal and then shift the blame for its disappearance onto us. If I hand over the crystal, I doubt I would survive either." Li Yuhang nonchalantly lit a cigar and took a slow drag, exuding an air of assured victory as he looked down on Li Fan. "You, a mere refugee, are quite astute. To be honest, had you not been fixated on Yuan Ruoxue, I would have considered taking you under my wing as a loyal dog. But here you are, a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. Do weigh your own insignificance. Ruoxue is too bashful to deal with you, so I shall do her the favor of disposing of you. Coincidentally, your peculiar abilities will be of use in this mission, thus serving as a means of repurposing you." Li Fan's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and sorrow as he pressed on. "Are you implying that Ruoxue is aware of your scheme, and thus sent me to undertake this task?" Li Yuhang seemed to relish the sight of Li Fan's anguish, taunting. "What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Fan's complexion turned ashen, the betrayal from someone he trusted most weighing heavily upon him, akin to having the load-bearing pillar of a skyscraper wrenched away, leaving him in disbelief of this grim reality. Witnessing Li Fan's pallid face, Li Yuhang erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha! What a fool! The world is ending, and you still cling to your melodramatic antics. If you don't perish, it would be an affront to this world." Li Yuhang waved dismissively at the surrounding ability users, declaring, "Enough of this reminiscing. Let us proceed." Fan Yuyu and Su Jiangwo flanked Li Fan on either side. Su Jiangwo patted Li Fan's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Captain, it seems none of us can escape this fate. Though you're 2 years my junior, I respect you. I'll take my leave first. The little ones are likely growing impatient." With that, he bellowed fiercely, transforming into a metallic figure of silver gray, charging at Liao Yunfei with a ferocious roar. Smash him die. As a soldier, he held a deep-seated hatred for traitors, particularly as Liao Yunfei was one he had recommended. However, severely injured, he stood no chance against the group, and within mere moments, a dark crystalline blade pierced his body. Su Jiangwo turned to Li Fan, grinning through blood. "Apologies, I couldn't eliminate this trash." No sooner had he spoken than Su Jiangwo's metallic power waned, and he collapsed. Li Fan shut his eyes in anguish. The sense of powerlessness shattered his spirit. In such dire circumstances, there was scarcely a glimmer of hope for survival. All plans and schemes were rendered futile in the face of overwhelming force. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had fought valiantly to survive, encountering others like himself. Yet, why was it that despite our relentless struggles to live, we found life so unbearably difficult? At that moment, Fan Yuyu's voice broke through. "Li Xiao, I surrender. I am willing to be young Master Li's slave. Just let me live." She stepped forward, her pitiful demeanor paired with a devilishly alluring figure, exuding undeniable temptation. Though life's uncertainties had weathered her skin, rendering it somewhat coarse, her beauty remained on par with Yuan Ruoxue. Li Yuhang had long coveted her, but had yet to possess her. Upon hearing Fan Yuyu's declaration, his eyes sparkled with desire as he leered. "Huh, splendid. Come here quickly. As long as you obey, I may spare your life." He then turned to mock Li Fan, saying, "Li Fan, do you see? This is the fundamental law of survival in the apocalypse." Watching Fan Yuyu approach, trembling like a quail, he eagerly extended his arms, ready to embrace her. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Fan Yuyu suddenly raised her hand, sending a blade of wind aimed directly at Li Yuhang's neck. Li Yuhang's expression shifted dramatically. Despite barely reaching the 6th tier through potions, the proximity rendered him unable to evade. He could only tilt his head in a desperate attempt to deflect the blow, resulting in the wind blade slicing through his cheek. Blood gushed forth, splattering across his face, and though he narrowly escaped a fatal strike, his once pristine visage was marred. Quickly retreating from the encounter, Li Yuhang was surrounded by the other ability users. Fan Yuyu, realizing there was no opportunity for another attack, lamented, "Alas, what a pity. I couldn't rid the world of you, you scoundrel. You're merely a trash born of privilege." The timid facade she once bore evaporated, replaced by a resolute demeanor. Li Yuhang, now a picture of rage and desperation, bellowed at his bodyguards, "Ah, you filthy whore, seize her alive. I will make her wish for death." Instantly, a dozen men surged forward, while Li Fan attempted to rush in for her rescue, only to be ensnared by another group. After considerable effort, when Li Fan finally broke through the throng to reunite with Fan Yu, he found her gravely injured, resembling a bloodied rag doll. Two deep gashes marred her chest, exposing her lungs, and she was on the brink of death. Supporting her, Li Fan released his biological energy, only for it to be absorbed by the crystal, which began to crack. Raising the crystal high, he shouted, "Anyone who dares approach, I will shatter it." The surrounding crowd halted, filled with trepidation, granting the two a brief respite. Fan Yu, unable to bear the strain any longer, leaned against Li Fan, her hand brushing over the scar that cut through his left eye, an enduring reminder of his sacrifice for her. With tenderness in her eyes and a faint smile gracing her lips, she whispered, "Fan Gu, your embrace feels so comforting. I've longed for this. I truly like you. So much. But alas, I'm tainted, unworthy of you. If there is a next life, you must come to find me sooner." Li Fan tightened his grip around her, murmuring, "All right, I'm so tired. Fan Gu, just need a moment, just a moment. Remember to call me when it's time to eat." With an unprecedented smile of sweetness and satisfaction, Fan Yu nestled into Li Fan's embrace and slowly closed her eyes. Li Fan gazed at the beautiful soul who had once followed him through the darkest of times, his heart heavy with sorrow. In the early days of the apocalypse, he had rescued her from the clutches of several scoundrels. Back then, she was merely a tormented heiress. Through shared struggles, she transformed from a delicate princess into a formidable figure known as the venomous spider of Yanjing, a feat not easily accomplished. Perhaps she had truly grown weary. It was time for her to rest. "Sleep now, my foolish girl. You and Su Dage go ahead. I will follow shortly." Gently, he laid Fan Yu down on the ground, removing his coat to cover her before slowly turning away. As he laughed, the sound grew louder and increasingly frenzied. This smile, etched upon his scarred face, appeared grotesque. "Ha ha, Li Yuhang, do you truly believe you have me cornered?" Li Yuhang, now stripped of his earlier composure, was utterly undone by Fan Yu's strike. His once imposing demeanor shattered as he roared in fury. "Li Fan, you all deserve to perish. Mere ants must possess the awareness befitting their station. My patience has worn thin. Hand over the crystal, and I shall grant you a swift and merciful demise." Observing Li Yuhang's mangled visage, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, splendid, son scoundrel. Behold how ants engage in their desperate struggles." With that, Li Fan slowly raised the crystal in his hand and unleashed a surge of his otherworldly powers, striking the nearby rock with ferocity. The crystal shattered, and he swiftly seized the black orb, mixing it with the crystal fragments as he stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing the dark sphere whole. "Ha ha, didn't you all covet this? Aren't you all vying for it? Continue your futile dreams of grandeur. You dare," before those around him could react. Li Fan unleashed the power he had been gathering. In an instant, only an afterimage remained as he vanished towards a previously marked location, the Arctic abyss. This chasm, revealed only after the Arctic glaciers melted, remains an enigma, its depths yet to be fathomed. Witnessing Li Fan's disappearance, Li Yuan's fui escalata. He grasped a mentalist by the collar and demanded, "Find him. If we lose the spark, you may as well await your doom." The mentalist hastily activated his psychic perception and soon identified Li Fan's trail, pointing in a direction. "Young Master Li, he is his last gasp. This is his final desperate leap, merely a kilometer away." Li Yuhang squinted into the distance, pondering aloud. Only a kilometer? It seems he truly is at his wit's end. But why isn't he fleeing outward? No, the Arctic abyss. Quick, pursue him. By the time Li Yuhang caught up to Li Fan, the latter stood at the brink of the abyss, gazing into its unfathomable depths with a rueful smile. What accursed fate! To hell with this apocalypse. Let it end. With that, he leapt into the void. Li Yuhang, alas, was a moment too late, watching helplessly as Li Fan plunged into the abyss. Minutes later, a helicopter approached, dropping a coldly beautiful woman clad in military attire. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her striking features were accentuated by her tall stature and fitted apocalyptic uniform, instantly captivating all eyes. Yet, her frosty gaze fixed on Li Yuhang as she inquired, "Where's my brother?" Though Li Yuhang's father held sway in Yanjing, he paled in comparison to the military lineage of the Yuan family, for in this new world, military power equated to authority. Faced with Yuan Ruoshue's inquiry, Li Yuhang felt a wave of anxiety. This woman outmatched him both in heritage and prowess. With a tinge of trepidation, he responded, "Li Fan was attacked by a beast and unfortunately fell into the abyss. I was unable to save him. Forgive me, Ruoshue. The spark has also been lost to your brother Esfall." Upon hearing this, a fierce killing intent ignited in Yuan Ruoshue's eyes, and the temperature around her plummeted. "You seek death." Just as she prepared to strike, a man accompanying her intervened. It was her cousin, Yuan Fengyun. "Stop, Ruoshue. We should focus on retrieving the spark instead of turning against each other. Others from different bases are nearby and will soon arrive." Yuan Ruoshue cast a cold glance at her cousin before turning away, leaving a chilling remark. "This matter will not be so easily dismissed. You have exploited my family. Once I reclaim the spark, I shall settle the score with you. Meanwhile, as they bickered, they remained oblivious to the faint mechanical sounds emanating from the depths of the abyss. The spark program has been activated, detecting that the host is currently in a state of near death and does not meet the conditions to initiate the plan. The spark's intelligence autonomously initiated a backup plan. Plan loading 1, 12, 35, 67, 99. Memory field loading complete. Random time set for September 21st, 2024. Initiate. Outside the narrative. There shall be no redemption. Chapter 3. Was it truly a dream? The advancement of human society is exemplified by the existence of order, with law serving as the cornerstone of that order. Yet, at all times, societal hierarchies inevitably emerge. When the barriers between classes become insurmountable, social conflicts intensify, and the duality of human nature, good and evil, manifests in wild proliferation. Law serves as the most minimal safeguard against the collapse of social order. It does not dictate the heights of virtue one may attain, but rather serves as a constant reminder of the depths of depravity one must not descend into. Just as law cannot prohibit my students from sleeping in class. The instructor at the podium jested, pointing at a student slumped over his desk, soundly asleep. Laughter erupted among the students, awakening Li Fan from his slumber. Damn it, they seek to exploit me, and still desire the crystal? None shall possess it. With crimson eyes, Li Fan abruptly jolted awake, only to find himself standing in a classroom, where the instructor was Professor Chun, whose features had become somewhat hazy in his memories. His sudden exclamation startled the aging professor and the entire class into silence. Is this a League of Legends fever dream? Even the top student has fallen. Li Fan realized he was dreaming of the promotion match. After a brief silence, whispers of teasing began to circulate among the students. Li Fan remained bewildered. How had he ended up here? The pristine classroom, spotless windows, the flickering projector, and the energetic Professor Chun in his Zhongshan suit seemed utterly incongruous with the apocalyptic scenes of his past. Li Fan touched his cheek. It was smooth and supple, devoid of the grotesque scar he once bore, and his vision was clear. Meditation, energy accumulation, yet no response arose within him. All evidence suggested he was merely a befuddled junior student. He pinched his thigh, feeling the sharp pang of reality. Was this a dream, a ludicrously absurd apocalyptic dream? As he grappled with the question of what was real and what was illusory, Professor Chen leisurely lifted his teacup, taking a sip before walking to the water cooler. Classmate, who stole your crystal? Do you require legal assistance? Li Fan scanned the room, bewildered. Within him arose a torrent of existential inquiries. Who am I? Where am I? Where do I come from? Where am I headed? Here he was, still a student, a renowned scholar. Yet now his scholarly reputation was on the brink of collapse. How to navigate this awkward predicament? Help needed urgently. His deskmate, Ko Peng, gently tugged at Li Fan's sleeve, offering a suggestion in a hushed tone. Faint of faint. Hearing his friend's advice, Li Fan felt a wave of frustration. That's absurd. The temperature is a comfortable 21 degrees, with ample ventilation and bright lighting. With my robust physique, how could I possibly faint like Lin Daiyu? Are you pulling my leg? A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Li Fan's mind, causing his eyes to roll back as he dramatically succumbed to the floor in a flawless display of a zombie lie-down. Thud! His head made an intimate connection with the ground, the sound resounding loudly throughout the classroom, rendering it utterly silent, with his classmates gaping in astonishment. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Ko Peng, with his hands pressed to his forehead, muttered, well, you claim you don't want to, yet your body is quite honest. Who would have thought you possessed such an attribute? Professor Chun, having forgotten the cup of water he had been holding, stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining his composure. Li Fan was the student he held in the highest regard. He had only intended to offer a mild reprimand, but he expected the boy to be so relentless. With a resigned shake of his head, he gestured to Ko Peng, stating, go. Take him to the infirmary. We can't have him truly injuring his brain. Ko Peng quickly seized Li Fan's arm, assisting him out of the classroom and toward the infirmary. Inside, Li Fan lay on the bed, still unconscious. It was only after Ko Peng had helped him into the infirmary that he realized Li Fan was not merely pretending to be faint. He was genuinely out cold, which sent a wave of panic through him. After a series of examinations by the school nurse, the diagnosis was revealed. Excessive late nights and extreme mental fatigue had triggered the brain's automatic protection mechanism. All he needed was ample rest. This revelation eased Ko Peng's worries. Ko Peng had been Li Fan's roommate and classmate for 3 years at university, and the two shared a remarkable rapport, leading to a strong friendship. He was well aware of Li Fan's background, having grown up in an orphanage. After its closure, he was adopted by the couple who had run it. Li Fan had always been exceptionally mature, excelling in both academics and interpersonal relationships. presenting an image of optimism and confidence, completely devoid of any inferiority or timidity stemming from his upbringing in the orphanage. His outstanding academic performance had earned him a direct admission to the prestigious Xi'an University of Technology. Li Fan's excellence was undoubtedly linked to the affectionate education he received from his adoptive parents. Tragically, good people do not live long. Just a month after Li Fan began university, the couple perished in a car accident. From that point on, Li Fan was truly left alone in the world. After sleeping for over 3 hours, Li Fan rubbed the back of his head and sat up in bed, groggily asking, "Where am I?" The infirmary's layout felt both familiar and strangely distant, reminiscent of returning home after several years. Ko Peng handed him a glass of water, saying, "You're in the infirmary. You really took a hard fall. What were you doing last night? You dared to sleep in old Chun's class?" Li Fan grasped the water glass, one hand brushing against his left eye, relishing the tangible sensation. Still feeling uneasy, he pulled out his phone and activated the camera. Gazing at his youthful yet handsome visage, his heart gradually settled, and he exhaled softly, murmuring, "Was it all just a dream? Ko Peng T's a dream? Did you dream of the promotion match where Sane stole the crystal? Enough of that nonsense." The words that almost escaped Li Fan's lips were swallowed back. If the events of his dream were destined to transpire, he certainly could not disclose them to Ko Peng. He recalled living like a hunted dog in the dream, chased across mountains, ultimately betrayed by his brothers and closest companions, leading to a desperate leap into the abyss to end his own life. How pathetic he felt. Even in dreams, unable to boldly fantasize. Your skills in LOL are best left untouched. Please, stay away from the game that could drag me from diamond to bronze. And spare me your chatter. If you have nothing to say, then leave. All right, since you're fine, I'll take my leave. It's almost noon, and I need to deliver lunch to my goddess, Ko Peng declared, rising to exit. Just before reaching the door, he turned back and added, "By the way, your sister Rawashua just called you." I answered. "She's worried about you after hearing you fainted. Remember to return her call." As the door closed, Li Fan found himself alone in the room, returning to the bed, his thoughts in turmoil, grappling with whether he should call her back. Was it truly just a dream? The sense of reality from it weighed heavily on him. If it had been in the past, upon hearing Rawashua's call, he would have immediately returned it, considering her the last remaining family he had. Rawashua was the granddaughter of General Yuan Feng of the Beijing military region. Kidnapped by human traffickers at the age of 5 and abandoned after the traffickers' encounter crackdown. After wandering for half a month, she was finally taken to the police station by kind-hearted individuals. Due to the inadequacies of the DNA database at the time and the interprovincial nature of her case, her parents were never located, and she was temporarily placed in the orphanage run by Li Fan's adoptive parents, where she met him. By that time, Rawashua had already been in the hands of traffickers for 6 months, her personality having turned withdrawn and introverted. In the orphanage, she was distant from everyone, a complete problem child, yet she inexplicably felt a connection to the optimistic Li Fan. Those years in the orphanage saw Rawashua become Li Fan's constant companion, attending classes together, sharing meals, and needing to sleep side by side. It was not until 6 years later, when Rawashua was 12, that her biological family came to reclaim her, sending her back to Beijing. However, the bond with Li Fan's family remained unbroken, with visits during holidays and festivals. After all, it was his adoptive parents' kindness that had prevented her from ending up on the streets. Since the passing of his adoptive parents, Rawashua had become Li Fan's emotional refuge. Yet, the haunting dream left him feeling inexplicably agitated. Holding his phone, he stared at the familiar number in his contacts. Deeply conflicted, while Li Fan was still wrestling with his thoughts, his phone rang. It was Rawashua. After much hesitation, he chose to answer. "Hello, brother, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he replied curtly. Sensing his cold demeanor, she inquired urgently, "Did something happen? Are you sick? Have you gone to the hospital for an examination?" "No," he retorted, then added, "Wait, what is wrong with you? You're definitely hiding something from me." "I told you I'm fine." Li Fan felt increasingly irritable. Had it been before, he would never have spoken so harshly to Rawashua. Confused by his uncharacteristic behavior, Rawashua responded, "Brother, I have to go to class now. I'll contact you again in a few days." With that, she hung up. The torment brought on by that dream was so palpable that he found it impossible to treat her as he once did, even though those events had yet to unfold. He needed to swiftly extricate himself from the nightmare's influence and return to normalcy, rising from the infirmary. As for the matters ahead, they could be addressed later. Li Fan's adoptive parents were affluent locals in Chang'an who, having suffered injuries and unable to conceive, sold their factory in middle age and opened a moderately sized orphanage. After their passing, they left Li Fan a house, a plot of land, and a 100 square meter supermarket under management. Leaving the infirmary, Li Fan made his way directly to his home in Chang'an. Since his adoptive parents' demise, he had scarcely returned. Upon opening the door, it felt as though he had unlocked a long-sealed music box, filled with memories of his childhood. The residence was a commercial apartment near the Drum Tower, a penthouse on the 15th floor. On the 15th floor, measuring 160 square meters, lies an entertainment room and a gym on the 16th floor, complemented by a 60 square meter terrace adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. In that dream, during the early days of the apocalypse, the house was seized by a notorious figure from the neighborhood, while I found myself huddled in the storeroom of a small supermarket, enduring the sweltering summer. Fortunately, it was but a dream, and everything remained within my grasp. Chapter 4. The approach of the apocalypse in the days that followed. Li Fan appeared to have truly returned to his previous routine. However, at each location he visited, the dilapidated scenes from that dream would occasionally resurface in his mind. Every place, every detail, was etched with remarkable clarity. As the National Day approached, students gathered in small groups, discussing how to enjoy their holiday. In the school cafeteria, Ko Peng, while arranging the ribs on his plate, inquired Li Fan, how do you plan to spend the National Day? Li Fan, savoring his meal, was unaware if it was the influence of that dream, but the once unpalatable school food now brought an inexplicable sense of happiness. Responding casually to Ko Peng's question, he said, I suppose I'll just spend it as usual. Aren't you planning to meet Yuan Ruoxue? Not going, Ko Peng said, setting down his conquered ribs. His gaze fixed intently on Li Fan. Have you been through something recently? You seem different. Different? How so? Li Fan replied nonchalantly, not lifting his head as he continued to relish his food. You become somewhat aloof. You were once so warm towards those around you. Now, you give off an air of detachment. Sometimes your eyes seem so cold. Li Fan paused, realizing what Ko Peng was alluding to. Just the day before, they had gone shopping when a disabled child fell at his feet, and he merely cast a cold glance and walked past. In the past, Li Fan would have instinctively reached out to help. Kindness was ingrained in his very being. Being an orphan, he had once received shelter from someone during his darkest days, and he always aspired to be someone who could offer protection to others. Reflecting on it now, he recognized that he had indeed changed. That dream loomed over him like a nightmare, influencing him at every turn, and he was oblivious to it. Looking at his friend, the plump figure across the table who had been his closest companion during university, he sought to steer clear of this topic, uncertain of how to articulate his current state. He smiled and said, I'm fine. By the way, what are your plans for the National Day? The mention of National Day instantly diverted Ko Peng's attention, and he excitedly replied, the day after tomorrow, come with me to the astronomy club. I've heard they recently acquired a very special extraterrestrial meteorite. I'm planning to ask the goddess out again to see it. If I can manage to secure a date with her tomorrow, I might even ask her to spend the holiday with me. Ko Peng was an astronomy enthusiast of the highest order, harboring dreams of becoming an astronaut and joining the National Space Agency, hence his keen interest in celestial phenomena. However, Li Fan was less than enthusiastic, responding casually, we'll see when the time comes. After hastily finishing lunch, and with no major courses in the afternoon, Li Fan prepared to visit the graves of his adoptive parents on the 3rd anniversary of their passing, bidding farewell to Ko Peng as he departed. In the afternoon, at the Tianfu Cemetery, Li Fan knelt before his adoptive parents' gravestone, lighting incense, burning paper money, and polishing the stone. Once the ritual was complete, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat before the gravestone, lost in thought. It felt as though something was missing, but he could not quite grasp what it was. As if the scene of honoring his parents had occurred before, yet something remained absent. Was it the Mandela effect? At that moment, Li Fan suddenly perceived a vivid crimson hue before him. Looking around, he saw that everything was shrouded in a dark red, not the fiery red of sunset clouds, but as if the sun donned red-tinted glasses, casting a darkened glow across the landscape. Li Fan stood up in excitement, his heart racing. Yes, this is it. The sky ablaze with crimson. It was in the dream. In that dream, Li Fan distinctly recalled that on the afternoon of his adoptive parents' 3rd anniversary, under a bright sun, the sky had suddenly changed color, bathing the entirety of the Eurasian continent in red. Though it lasted less than half an hour, it enveloped the entire area illuminated by the sun. Experts later described it as an anomaly in solar flare radiation refracted through the atmosphere, reassuring the public that it was a normal celestial phenomenon, urging them not to panic. Li Fan gazed at the sun, now seemingly in hibernation, and found it not at all blinding. His mind swirled with thoughts. It seemed that this was not a mere dream. It was certainly not. This scene had also appeared in his dream. Li Fan understood that this was not the normal occurrence described by the experts. It was the origin of all calamities. From this day forth, the sun had entered a phase of fueling the fire, as later described by an astronomy professor. This astronomical phenomenon was akin to a coal stove in its combustion stage, soon to be fed with copious amounts of coal, leading to a phase of reignition. However, The precise cause remained undetermined until the day of Li Fan's death, as global research institutions failed to arrive at a definitive conclusion. If Li Fan recalled correctly, the following 15 days saw temperatures plummet to around 7 degrees before the sun reignited, causing a rapid rise in temperature. From 7 degrees, the temperature escalated to 8 or 9 degrees daily, and within 10 days, it soared to 60. This sustained heat directly caused the glaciers at both poles to rapidly melt, releasing ancient viruses that had been dormant for millions of years into the oceans. When the sun's reignition phase concluded, Earth would be greeted by a month of snowfall and rain, with temperatures plummeting to -40. These storms brought not only cold, but also the final straw that would crush human civilization, the Taiyu virus. This virus was the true native of Earth, existing since before the Ice Age. Humanity was utterly defenseless against it. Those infected either devolved into mindless beasts, retaining only bloodlust and the instinct to feed, which survivors dubbed zombies, or they endured the virus's onslaught, struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Of course, there were a fortunate few whose cells assimilated with the virus, unlocking humanity's hidden genetic potential. Such individuals were known as ability users. Li Fan's powers did not awaken on their own. It was the awakening serum given to him by Yuan Ruoxue at the Yanjing shelter that bestowed upon him the rare ability of spatial displacement. Uncertain of how long he had stood there, lost in contemplation, Li Fan's racing thoughts began to settle as the crimson glow faded from the sky. Turning back to his adoptive parents' gravestone, a cold resolve washed over him as he addressed them. "Mom, Dad, I have returned. The teachings you imparted to me about doing good without questioning the future, it has felt too stifling to live by, and dying has been equally constraining. Your unfilial son is prepared to embrace a different way of living." With that, he bowed 3 times before the gravestone, rising with determined steps as he exited the cemetery. Armed with the knowledge of the impending apocalypse, he understood that there was much to prepare. This time, he would set aside his naive altruism and no longer strive to end the apocalypse for the sake of others. Instead, he would live freely, solely for himself, gathering supplies, fortifying his shelter, and, of course, acquiring weapons for self-defense. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying entities are not merely zombies and mutated beasts, but rather the more dreadful aspect, humanity itself. Reflecting upon his past life, the protagonist recalls adhering to the principles instilled by his parents, believing he had aided numerous individuals. It was met with various forms of plunder, slaughter, and betrayal. Had it not been for his modest cleverness and caution, he would have perished countless times. Upon returning to the city, he promptly arrived at the small supermarket left behind by his parents. This establishment was originally intended as a modest venture for their retirement, situated at the street-facing entrance of the residential complex where Li Fan resided. The complex had been developed and constructed by a friend of his father, allowing his adoptive father to acquire the prime storefront at a favorable price. Naturally, Li Fan's current residence was also the finest unit within the complex. The supermarket spanned 800 square meters, accompanied by an additional 200 square meter warehouse. It was here that Li Fan had endured sweltering summers, nearly succumbing to the oppressive heat. The supermarket employed 19 individuals, divided into 2 shifts, morning and evening, each consisting of 8 employees, a team leader, a cleaner, 2 cashiers, a produce section weigh and label attendant, a patroller, a security guard, and a store manager. The manager, a divorced and attractive young woman named Wang Xueli, had been overseeing all operations since the supermarket's inception. Highly competent and decisive, she ensured that, despite its modest size, the supermarket generated no less than 200,000 yuan in profits each month. Standing before Wang Xueli's office, Li Fan knocked on the door. "Please come in." "Sister Xueli, are you busy?" Upon hearing Li Fan's voice, Wang Xueli lifted her gaze from a mound of inventory forms, her face lighting up with a teasing smile. "The little boss has come to inspect the operations. Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Li Fan cut to the chase. "Sister Xueli, I'm not here to inspect. I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" After a brief pause, he continued, "Sister Xueli, let's put the funding for the orphanage on hold. I intend to grant all employees a month of paid leave." Wang Xueli was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Fan in disbelief. "What? Why? Why would we take a holiday at such a time? What about the supermarket?" Of course, Li Fan would not reveal that the apocalypse was imminent. Had he done so, she would likely have rushed him to a hospital to check his sanity. "Isn't the National Day approaching? Everyone has worked hard these past years. It's time for a long break. As for the supermarket, we will temporarily close for a reorganization." Though surprised by this decision, Wang Xueli did not oppose it, as who among the workforce would not desire a paid holiday? She smiled and said, "Then I shall thank the little boss on behalf of everyone." "No need for thanks. By the way, Sister Xueli, please arrange meetings with all the suppliers. I want to gather with them." Wang Xueli was puzzled. The little boss typically did not involve himself in the supermarket's affairs. While the suppliers were aware of Li Fan's existence, interactions were rare, as all transactions were managed by her. Are you dissatisfied with your current role? She inquired. Li Fan quickly shook his head, clarifying, Sister Xueli, you misunderstood. It's not about the supermarket. A classmate of mine is starting a media company focused on online sales and is looking for suppliers of everyday goods. Knowing I own a supermarket, he entrusted this task to me. Wang Xueli sighed in relief, patting her ample bosom with a laugh. You startle me. All right, I'll schedule the meetings. Since we have inventory tomorrow, let us meet then. Do you have class? In the morning, yes. After the inventory, we will suspend operations, and you all can take your leave. Understood. I will follow your arrangements. After discussing the supermarket matters, Li Fan departed, with a fortnight remaining until the sun's resurgence. When temperatures would soar to 60 degrees, the world would enter a phase of work cessation and school closures. Before that, he had to prepare his living fortress and supplies. Creating the fortress was straightforward. Li Fan had a plan. There was a plot of land, 500 square meters in size, not far from the complex, which belonged to his adoptive parents. Initially intended for villa construction, the necessary permits and planning had been secured, but before any work commenced, his adoptive parents had tragically passed away in an accident. This land was adjacent to the Pear Garden mountain range, with a residential complex just a stone's throw away. In the early days of the heat wave, electricity supply was barely maintained, but by the 10th day, power was rationed, provided only in segments. Air conditioning became a mere decoration. And as soon as the heat wave ended, a blizzard phase commenced, leaving humanity with no time to react. Thus, the fortress he needed to construct had to be a residence with exceptional thermal insulation. Drawing from his 8 years of apocalyptic experience, an underground fortress seemed most suitable. The pressing issue was acquiring funds. His parents had left behind 5 million yuan in retirement savings, now under his name, yet he had not utilized a single penny. However, this sum was still insufficient. Therefore, Li Fan planned to target a particular individual, Xie Biao, the unscrupulous contractor who had previously usurped his home. Xie Biao, a resident of building number 1 in the complex, was notorious in the area, commanding a gang involved in various illicit industries, such as waste disposal, usury, and underground gambling. He was feared throughout North City, earning the moniker Emperor of the Underground. In his previous life, Li Fan had nearly succumbed to this scoundrel, and it seemed that in this life, he would have to strike first. Xie Biao had long coveted Li Fan's supermarket storefront, attempting to purchase it at a bargain price. During his adoptive parents' lifetime, he had pestered them multiple times. Upon returning home, Li Fan retrieved the property certificates for both the storefront and his duplex, mentally strategizing how to maximize the potential of these two assets. Chapter 5, Xie Biao's 80 million. Throughout the afternoon, Li Fan unabashedly paraded the 2 property certificates in and out of various banks, making it evident to anyone that he was preparing to use his properties as collateral for a loan. In truth, upon entering the bank, he did not intend to process any transactions. The approval process for mortgage loans was notoriously sluggish, and time was of the essence. He merely intended to create a facade, waiting for the right opportunity. However, as closing time approached, he had yet to encounter anyone. Ordinarily, Xie Biao's henchmen would be lurking near the bank, watching for individuals seeking loans, ready to refer those in urgent need of cash to their high-interest lending operations. Were they now? Glancing at the clock, Li Fan realized it was nearly closing time. It appeared he would have to take the initiative, but doing so would relinquish control of the situation. Just as he stepped out of the bank with the property certificates in hand, a scruffy young man with a sharp face, dyed hair, tight pants, and casual shoes approached him, grinning mischievously. Isn't this little Li? What is up? Applying for a loan. Li Fan regarded this spirited youth with an impassive expression, though internally, he was elated. He recognized this individual as Zhou Qiang, Xie Biao's cousin. Clearly, after an afternoon of acting, the bait had finally been taken. Li Fan cast a skeptical glance at Zhou Qiang and replied, Yes, I'm about to graduate and plan to start a media venture with my classmates. I need a substantial sum of money. Zhou Qiang stepped closer, draping an arm over Li Fan's shoulder, and inquired, Not going smoothly? The required amount is rather substantial, and the approval process is excessively prolonged. Sigh, enough said. I shall seek out my classmate, as I have heard he possesses connections. With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Zhou Qiang, observing Li Fan holding 2 property certificates, hurriedly pursued him. Zhou Qiang had already informed his cousin about Li Fan's intention to secure a bank loan. The directive given by his cousin was straightforward. Find a way to entice Li Fan to borrow from their company. There was no chance they would let him slip away easily. Trailing closely behind Li Fan, he eagerly introduced, Young Li, why venture far when you can find solutions nearby? My cousin runs a lending company. As long as the collateral holds value, we can provide you with any amount you desire. Upon hearing this, Li Fan halted, slowly turned around, and with a tone steeped in skepticism, inquired, Is that so? I need to borrow quite a sum. Zhou Qiang reassured him, rest assured. My cousin's company in Chang'an Prefecture offers the fastest loans, the highest limits, and the best service, second only to the four major banks. Li Fan, arburing dubits, interjecta. I wish to borrow 100 million. Can you accommodate that? Zhou Qiang nearly choked on his words at the mention of such a staggering figure. 100 million? How much? Li Fan feigned displeasure, furrowing his brow. What's the matter? Can't you handle it? I knew it. Small companies typically cannot manage large loans. I shall take my leave. With that, he turned away and hailed a taxi to return home. Zhou Qiang, watching the taxi disappear, quickly regained his composure and pulled out his phone to make a call. Moments later, a voice echoed from the other end. Xiangzi, have you taken care of the matter? Cousin, the situation has exceeded expectations. What do you mean? Zhou Qiang hesitated before uttering. Li Fan is asking for quite a bit. I'm hesitant to agree. How much can university student borrow? I would have preferred he asked for more. The greater the amount, the more leverage I have over him. What is the worry? Agree to whatever he asks. After a moment of stammering, Zhou Qiang finally managed to say, 100 million. What? Just 100 million? Agree to it. How much? 100 million. He must be out of his mind. Are you certain you didn't team us here? He stated it outright, doubting our capabilities, and left without hesitation. On the other end, Xie Biao fell into a contemplative silence before responding. All right, you need not concern yourself with this matter. I will personally speak with him. After hanging up, he settled onto the sofa, cradling a beautiful university student in his arms, muttering, what does this orphan intend to do? 100 million. Does he even comprehend such a sum? It seems I must pay him a visit myself. Glancing at the startled girl beside him, he remarked, you've performed admirably. I shall grant you an additional month. The girl, her words slightly muddled, replied, thank you, Brother Biao. I will repay you promptly. Well, if you cannot settle the debt within a month, I shall arrange for you to work at my nightclub. Your skills require further refinement, as you've caused me discomfort. Meanwhile, Li Fan returned home and retrieved several sheets of A4 paper along with drafting tools. He intended to produce a design blueprint for the underground fortress, sketching out his ideas based on recollections and concepts of his own, before consulting professionals the following day. The fortress would consist of 4 underground levels, 2 above ground, topped with a 4-meter-high, fully fortified lookout tower, leaving only 2 270-degree shooting apertures. The underground levels would each span 500 square meters, with a total height of 30 meters and a single level height of 72 meters. The rationale behind such elevation was twofold. First, to facilitate the storage of living supplies, with each level providing 3 500 cubic meters of storage space. Second, the deeper the fortress, the better the heat resistance. Most crucially, when his parents had commissioned the villa's design, the architect and geologist advised against a deep foundation due to the possible presence of an underground water vein, recommending a depth not exceeding 30 meters. Li Fan contemplated directly accessing the water vein, planning to install a drainage system on the lowest level. While it would incur additional costs, it would resolve the most vital issue, the water source. Absorbed in his thoughts, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was past 7 in the evening. After multiple revisions, he finalized his blueprint and compiled a list of supplies he intended to procure from several vendors the next day. Now, he awaited Xie Biao's arrival. True to his expectations, just as he organized his sketches and lists, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Xie Biao accompanied by Zhou Qiang and a woman who clung to his arm, her face strikingly familiar. Upon seeing Li Fan, the woman faltered momentarily, but quickly averted her gaze, attempting to diminish her presence. Li Fan, not overly concerned with her, understood that it was no surprise for someone like Xie Biao to be in the company of such women. Li Fan addressed Xie Biao with feigned curiosity. Uncle Xie, have you come to see me for a reason? Xie Biao displayed a warm, elder-like smile, kindly stating, young Li, why not invite your uncle in for a chat? After all, we have been neighbors for many years. Li Fan stepped aside, smiling as he welcomed them into the living room, asking Uncle Xie as a busy man, what brings you here? I heard from Zhou Qiang that you are facing some difficulties. Li Fan waved dismissively, asserting, it's nothing serious. We are about to graduate, and a few classmates and I are planning to establish a media company and construct a media base. The investment may be substantial, so I'm looking to secure a loan. I was just on the phone with a classmate who is introducing me to 2 investors tomorrow. It should be manageable. Hearing this, Xie Biao felt a surge of urgency, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. You know, when your parents were alive, we were quite close. I even had business dealings with them. Why wouldn't you come to your uncle for help? Uncle Xie, you misunderstand. It's just that the funding gap is considerable, and the investment risk is high. I fear borrowing from you would lead to difficulties in repayment, potentially causing you loss. Xie Biao's expression hardened at this. What do you mean? Do not seek help elsewhere. Whatever amount you need, I will arrange it. If you go to others and cannot repay, do you know whether they're trustworthy? As a university student with no family, what would happen if someone were to take advantage of you? Li Fan feigned a timid demeanor. Recognizing the veiled threat in Xie Biao's words, he hesitated, but I've already committed to meeting someone tomorrow afternoon. It would be unseemly to back out. Not a problem. We can finalize everything tonight. In the northern part of Chang'an, mentioning my name will suffice. Li Fan put on a conflicted expression, reluctantly stating, but I need to borrow 100 million. Upon hearing the amount again, Xie Biao hesitated. Not due to an inability to procure the funds, but because he calculated the value of Li Fan's two properties. The supermarket, spanning 1,000 square meters, was estimated at approximately 80,000 per square meter due to its prime location, totaling around 80 million. The other property, a luxurious unit, was priced at 30,000 per square meter, covering 320 square meters, bringing its total to around 10 million. In total, the market value stood at 90 million, which would be insufficient collateral. Despite the significant potential for appreciation in these properties, particularly the commercial space, he pondered how he could possibly engage in a losing venture. After considerable contemplation, he finally spoke. Shaoli, are you planning to use these two houses as collateral? Li Fan nodded in response. Alas, you are still too young, having never taken out a loan before. I presume these two properties cannot secure a loan of that magnitude. The credit company certainly cannot provide it, and the bank is even less likely to do so. Therefore, I can lend you 80 million. This is the maximum limit, and no other source can offer you a higher amount than what I can. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's heart brimmed with joy, fully aware that obtaining a billion was utterly unattainable. Even a bank would typically lend only up to 70 of the property's value. The mention of 1 billion was merely a tactic to elevate Xie Biao's psychological expectations. Initially assuming Xie Biao would offer around 60 million, he was pleasantly surprised by an additional 20 million. Despite his inner delight, he maintained a facade of concern and uncertainly inquired, Uncle Xie, is it truly impossible to secure 1 billion? Xie Biao replied with utmost certainty, absolutely not. You must have inquired at the bank already. After a prolonged hesitation, Li Fan sighed and said, very well, but will the funds arrive tonight? Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to my classmates tomorrow. Xie Biao exchanged a knowing glance with Zhou Qiang, who promptly retrieved 2 pre-printed contracts from his pocket and laid them before Li Fan. Rest assured, once the contract is signed, the funds will be transferred in a matter of minutes. Li Fan did not hesitate to sign his name, agreeing to a loan term of 3 months with an interest of 10 million. Xie Biao, too, did not falter, promptly transferring the 80 million. Reluctantly, Li Fan handed over the property deed. Upon receiving the deed, Xie Biao's smile widened, and he exclaimed, Shaoli, I'll look after you. I want to deduct the 10 million interest. After 3 months, if you fail to repay the 90 million, I shall take these 2 properties as payment. Li Fan gazed at the property deed in Xie Biao's possession, nodding reluctantly without uttering a word. As Xie Biao and his companions rose to leave, a woman beside him cast a meaningful glance at Li Fan before they departed. The moment the door closed, Li Fan's expression of reluctance vanished, replaced by a mocking smile. 3 months? Let's see if you can survive that long. Upon returning home, Xie Biao pondered deeply, sensing something amiss yet unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Zhou Qiang, noticing Xie Biao's furrowed brow, asked, Cousin, what troubles you? I don't know. There's something unsettling about that boy. He exudes an inexplicable aura. Previously, he showed me superficial courtesy, but now, despite appearing polite, I felt a disconcerting sense of disdain. Cousin, perhaps you're overthinking it. The moment you intimidated him, he caved. He borrowed precisely what you suggested. He still fears you. Xie Biao shook his head, for one who thrived in the underworld could detect even the slightest changes in expression. He instructed, for the time being, cease your surveillance at the bank. Instead, find someone to keep tabs on him and report his recent activities to me. Understood, cousin. Afterward, Zhou Qiang occasionally stole glances at the female college student beside Xie Biao. Amused, Xie Biao nudged the girl towards Zhou Qiang, saying, take her for some entertainment, and extend her payment period by a month. Zhou Qiang joyfully embraced the girl, who initially resisted but soon quieted upon seeing Xie Biao's cheerful demeanor, obediently following him away. Chapter 6. Inventory list. Early the next morning, Li Fan arrived at the supermarket, aware of the multitude of tasks ahead, the foremost being granting his employees a day off. Upon entering, he found the supermarket closed, as the 27th of each month was designated for inventory assessment. This involves scrutinizing the stock levels, sales figures, losses, and discrepancies before reconciling the accounts. Based on the sales data, they would determine the restocking quantities for the following month. This was a tedious process that Li Fan chose not to concern himself with, as ultimately, these items were merely temporarily stored. Once the underground fortress was completed, He would transfer all goods elsewhere. Entering his office, Li Fan took his seat at the head of the table, where 6 individuals were already seated on the client's sofa, 2 women and 4 men. Wang Xueli introduced each person, identifying them as suppliers of grains and oils, fruits and vegetables, seafood, fresh meat, daily chemicals, and snacks and beverages. Once acquainted, Li Fan got straight to the point, stating, "I have summoned you all today not regarding the supermarket, but to discuss a significant business opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, the suppliers chimed in. "We heard from Manager Wang. This is about online sales, right? We were just discussing it." Indeed, in today's world, if one does not adapt, they will be left behind. We have all heard of online sales, but we are unsure how to proceed. I hear that some online sellers can move tens of millions of goods in a single night. The sales of physical stores are indeed dwindling day by day. If we don't innovate, we will be obsolete. The grain supplier, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and a round belly, inquired, "Mr. Li, how do you intend to collaborate?" Li Fan distributed a pre-prepared inventory list to each supplier, stating, "Our media company is quite extensive and diverse. So please review the items on the list and let me know how much you can manage. My requirements are stringent. Both quality and quantity must meet expectations. We may develop a long-term partnership, so please do not take this lightly." As they perused the list, the suppliers were increasingly astonished by the sheer range of items: grains, vegetables, seafood, fresh meats, daily necessities, snacks, and beverages, even flashlights, lighters, power banks, nails, hammers, screwdrivers, cigarettes, and various alcoholic beverages, red, beer, white. The list spanned 5 A4 pages, densely packed with items, leaving them speechless. This was not merely an online sales venture. It resembled a comprehensive supply operation. After extensive discussions, they settled on the items each would oversee. Even so, the 6 suppliers could only secure a little over 60 of the inventory. Mayan, a robust man in his 40s and a supplier of beef and lamb, asked after reviewing the list, "Mr. Li, I primarily deal in beef, lamb, and pork, as well as poultry. I can also source fresh seafood in bulk, but where do I deliver it? Have you arranged for cold storage?" His words jolted everyone to reality. Meat is not as easily stored as grains and oils. Li Fan realized he lacked the spatial ability to store items, and even if he obtained awakening potions, they only provided spatial jumps, not storage. How to keep the meat fresh became a significant dilemma. After much contemplation and a sigh of resignation, he lamented, "In so many stories, characters who cross over possess spatial abilities. Why am I just an ordinary person starting from scratch? How about this, Boss Ma? You likely have a cold storage facility available?" "Indeed, I have 4 vacant ones that I could rent to you." "Excellent. I would also appreciate your assistance in contacting an ice factory. I need a substantial quantity of ice." "Not a problem. I often deal with ice factories. When do you need it, and how much?" Li Fan contemplated his plans, intending to seek out the construction team that afternoon, with a mandate to complete the underground project within 10 days and the above-ground work within 5. He was resolute that, even if it required additional funding, the construction of the underground fortress would be finalized within a fortnight. He stated, "It must be delivered to the foot of the Liyuan mountain range in 10 days. Our company is operating there. Your goods should arrive on the same day. Is that acceptable?" "Of course. We have ample time. Rest assured, Boss Li, there will be no delays." Following this, they discussed their respective shares and quantities, signed a purchasing contract, and made an immediate deposit of 30%, with the remaining balance to be settled 3 months later. This initial deposit alone amounted to 50 million. Once the negotiations concluded and the suppliers were sent on their way, Li Fan called out to Wang Xueli, saying, "Sister Xueli, how do you plan to spend your holiday?" Wang Xueli beamed with joy, having not had a proper rest in quite some time, and replied excitedly, "I'm planning to travel to Sanya. Would you like to join me, little boss?" Li Fan was momentarily speechless, internally lamenting. Going to Sanya now is akin to queuing at a crematorium. He inquired about her plans merely to remind her to stock up on essential supplies. Whether she could endure the challenges ahead depended on her own fate. Although Wang Xueli was attentive to her own well-being, kind-hearted, attractive, and generous, Li Fan was not inclined to take her along for shelter. Human nature is often not resilient under duress. "Sister Xueli, the times are quite unstable. I advise against going. It would be wise to stockpile some essentials, particularly water, and stay at home." Wang Xueli regarded her younger colleague with curiosity and asked, "Have you heard something?" Li Fan nodded and replied, "Did you see that red haze yesterday?" "Yes, but the experts said it was a normal phenomenon, right?" "Sister Xueli, the experts in our country speak as if they have taken a laxative. How credible can they be?" There's an astronomy professor at our school who speculated that there may be significant temperature fluctuations soon. If you trust me, prepare additional supplies over the next month and quietly stay home to binge-watch shows or read books. Seeing the seriousness in Li Fan's demeanor, Wang Xueli inadvertently nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll heed your advice and stay home. If I find myself with spare time, you're welcome to come over. I'll whip up something delicious for you. Great. I'll come to savor Sister Shuli's culinary skills when I can. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, Li Fan exited the supermarket and headed straight to his father's friend's South Real Estate Company. His father's friend, Su Jiayin, was one of the most renowned developers in Chang'an Prefecture, having thrived during the real estate boom of previous years. In his youth, he had been a comrade in arms with Li Fan's father, and after his parents passed, he had taken considerable care of Li Fan. Sieta Biao, who coveted the storefront, had refrained from taking action out of respect for Su Jiayin. Upon arriving at the top floor office of Shuda Real Estate and finding Su Jiayin, Li Fan was met with a reproachful greeting. "You little rascal, I thought you'd cut off contact with me after your parents passed. What brings you here today?" Li Fan smiled shyly and said, "I have a favor to ask of you." Su Jiayin paused, surprised. He had watched this boy grow up, gentle, humble, kind, and confident, yet with an inner strength. It intrigued him to hear Li Fan ask for assistance, and he jested, "Well, this is curious. A stubborn lad who would rather deliver takeout than touch his adoptive parents' inheritance is asking me for help. Do tell." Li Fan promptly articulated his well-prepared request. "I plan to establish a network media base on the land of our old residents. Since you're an expert in infrastructure, I was hoping you could assist me in finding a construction team." Is that all? I thought you were going to run for president of the Eagle Sauce Country. I'll arrange a construction team, a designer, a supervisor, and a geological team for you. Li Fan quickly retrieved the blueprints he had meticulously designed from his backpack and handed them to Su Jiayin, saying, "Uncle Su, this is my design for the media base. Its unique purpose necessitates a departure from conventional frame shear walls. Please take a look." Su Jiayin examined the design papers, and with each glance, his brow furrowed deeper. "What on earth is this? Are you planning to build a military base? Over 7 stories high and 4 underground levels?" Li Fan, having anticipated this reaction, explained, "It's a live streaming base. Sometimes we need to set up scenes, and a low ceiling, simply 1 T suffice." Su Jiayin picked up the landline on his desk and issued a brief command. Shortly after, a man in his 30s wearing glasses entered. "Chairman, you called for me?" Su Jiayin handed over the sketches, saying, "Xiao Chun, this is the son of my comrade. He intends to construct some kind of media base. See if there are any issues with this design." The designer took the blueprints, studied them for a moment, asked a few clarifying questions, and then provided an affirmative response. "Very well, you two proceed. I'll have the second engineering team assigned to this. All your requirements will be met. Rascal, make sure to visit my home more often. Your parents are gone. Don't sever your connections. You'll need them when you enter society." Li Fan nodded with a smile and departed with the designer. In truth, he had considered warning Su Jiayin, but the words caught in his throat. After all, both Su Jiayin and his daughter seemed to be living quite comfortably until the great relocation, at which point they lost contact with Li Fan. Half an hour later, Li Fan brought the designer to the Liyuan mountain range and pointed to a parcel of land, saying, "It's this plot here. Based on my design, how long do you think it will take?" The designer, Chun Xiang, adjusted his glasses and calculated for a moment before responding. "It will likely take about a month." "That is too long. Can it be completed within 2 weeks?" Even under pressure, completing it in 2 weeks is unfeasible. While the concrete frame shear walls can be erected swiftly, the subsequent brickwork requires manual labor. Li Fan interrupted. "No bricks are needed. It will be entirely poured concrete." Chun Xiang was taken aback, incredulously asking, "Entirely poured concrete? That will significantly increase costs. You needn't concern yourself with that. Just proceed with the full concrete pour. How long will it take to finish?" "If it's entirely poured concrete, it could be completed in about 10 days. Li Fan nodded in relief and outlined his requirements. First, an insulation layer must be laid within the concrete. Second, ensure that the drainage system for the underground water vein is well arranged. Don't hesitate to spend. Third, include several concealed ventilation shafts. Fourth, prepare 2 sets of power systems, one connected to the municipal power supply and the other to internal generators. Fifth, the sewage treatment system should also be discreetly handled. Lastly, and most importantly, the concrete specifications for the 2 upper levels and the observation tower must meet military-grade standards." Chun Xiang's previously expressionless face finally registered surprise upon hearing military-grade concrete. Such specifications require official approval. Li Fan was fully aware that military-grade concrete necessitates notification to local law enforcement, but such matters would be trivial for Su Jiayin. Otherwise, Li Fan might as well casually select a construction team. Thus he stated firmly, "You can proceed directly. As for the reporting matter, Uncle Su has it under control." Chun Xiang, unwilling to offend Li Fan, promptly acquiesced and then inquired, "What about the renovation? What style do you intend to adopt?" "A simple decoration will suffice. The reason for purchasing such an abundance of food was to stockpile provisions within this vast fortress. After the 2-month period of calamity, Li Fan planned to exit the fortress and rescue his initial companions, including Fan Yuyu. Each time he contemplated this, he would lament the absence of a spatial dimension. How much simpler it would be to store supplies directly within it, avoiding the tedious back and forth. Subsequently, he led Li Fan back to the real estate company, where they calculated the expenses to be 30 million, signed the contract, and prepaid 20 million for the project, commencing work that very afternoon. Chapter 7. The Inferno at the Underground Casino. Upon returning home, Li Fan's phone rang. It was a call from Ko Peng, and as soon as he answered, he was met with Ko Peng's howling voice. Li Fan, have you lost your mind? You're skipping classes now. The instructor tried reaching you today and has contacted me several times. I was about to report you missing. Listening to Ko's tirade, Li Fan felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled in response. I was held up by some matters today. Please help me request a few days off. Citing health issues. You need more time off? What about our plan for the astronomy club the day after tomorrow? You're not going to bail on me, are you? Li Fan pondered for a moment. Initially, he had no intention of attending, but recalling that Ko was one of his few friends, he decided it would be a good opportunity to remind him, fulfilling his duty as a friend. Li Fan was aware that Ko would turn into a zombie during the third phase. He was uncertain whether he was an original infected or had succumbed to a second infection. All right, we'll be in touch the day after tomorrow, Ko replied eagerly. Just make sure you're my wingman. It took me ages to secure an outing with Lu Ruyen. Lu Ruyen. The name struck a familiar chord. Yet Li Fan could not recall who it belonged to. She asked the stunning beauty from the arts department, my goddess. She agreed to accompany me to the astronomy club, but she's bringing along her roommate, another beauty, Wu Shan Shan, the topic goddess of the campus forum. You hopeless sycophant. Li Fan raturta. You wouldn't understand. This is pure love. Enough of this banter. We'll discuss it further when we meet the day after tomorrow. After hanging up, Li Fan computed his finances. Today, he had prepaid 6 million, leaving him with 25 million. He also needed to account for gasoline and diesel for the generator, coal for the fireplace, warm clothing, and essential medical supplies. Additionally, he required a modified large truck for transporting goods, especially for the impending zombie outbreak during the third phase when the city would descend into chaos. The most challenging aspect remained acquiring self-defense weapons. Ideally, firearms would suffice, but lacking connections, he had to settle for procuring a bow and crossbow. Li Fan reviewed his checklist, determining to secure clothing and medical supplies first, while pondering strategies for the weapons and gasoline. The following morning, Li Fan arrived at the largest Times Square in Chang'anfu at the break of dawn. Like a small child entering a village, he swept through all the clothing stores, regardless of the season, particularly seeking warm down jackets and athletic shoes. He arranged for afternoon delivery from the square. Next, he wandered through various pharmacies, purchasing all essential medications, which would also be delivered to his home. After a day of shopping, he had spent around 7 to 8 million. 3 million on clothing, bedding, and shoes, and 5 million on medications and medical equipment. Next, Li Fan planned to venture to the sports equipment city in hopes of acquiring a bow and crossbow, yet he felt an unsettling sensation that someone was watching him. Instinctively alert, he wondered if his recent activities had drawn attention from certain individuals. Could be the authorities? Logically, it shouldn't be. Who was tailing him? Discreetly altering his route, he returned to his apartment complex, the feeling of being surveilled persisting. He hurried into the safety corridor, ascending to the 4th floor, and peered down through the corridor window. At last, he spotted the furtive figure. Upon recognizing the individual's appearance, Li Fan felt relieved. He recognized him as a lackey of Zhou Qiang. As long as it wasn't an official, he was content. Everything was still in disarray, and he preferred not to attract official attention. However, there remained much to accomplish, and having a tail was quite bothersome. He needed to devise a plan to rid himself of the shadow. It seemed he would need to enlist Xie Biao, keeping him preoccupied enough that he wouldn't be able to focus on Li Fan. The lackey downstairs, noticing that Li Fan had not emerged from the unit, turned and left, walking towards the complex's exit while making a phone call, presumably reporting his findings. Li Fan rubbed his fingers together, extracted a cigarette, and lit it, his gaze flickering. After some time, he smiled faintly, flicked the cigarette butt away, returned home, changed into his foster father's attire, donned a knitted cap and mask, and hunched his back as he exited the complex, hailing a taxi to the Bailin district. Bailin district, a blend of urban and rural areas, was a semi-developed zone, rife with a mix of people, including red light districts and nightclubs. Xie Biao's underground casino was located here within the Red Romance nightclub, where the upper floors were notorious for their indulgences. The casino itself was concealed within a transformed underground garage. Li Fan had only learned of this after the apocalypse, having overheard a conversation between Xie's minions while they occupied his family home during the early days. This nightclub sat between 2 districts with minimal surveillance, and had minions on lookout, allowing them to easily manage any crackdowns. The absence of monitors was precisely what Li Fan desired. He stealthily infiltrated the underground garage, searching for the elusive casino. After several turns, he still could not locate the secret gambling den. Fortunately, Xie's underground garage was devoid of cameras, likely to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence during surprise inspections. Otherwise, Li Fan would have already been discovered. But where was the casino? Had he misjudged its location? Or was it hidden in another nightclub's garage? That seemed unlikely as well. His other two nightclubs were situated in bustling areas. Biao would hardly be foolish enough to operate in a crowded district, setting aside the bustling areas where surveillance was rampant. And considering the risk of sudden inspections from the authorities, if caught, he would be apprehended long ago. Just as Li Fan contemplated giving up and seeking another opportunity, an Audi A6 drove in. He quickly concealed himself behind the fire escape. The Audi parked before a wall and honked twice. Suddenly, a hole in the wall opened, revealing a man with a flashlight checking the license plate, then nodding toward the inside. The parking spot opened a door, and a man in a business jacket stepped out of the Audi, pulling a suitcase, and swiftly disappeared inside. The Audi then drove away, and the door closed behind it. At that moment, Li Fan cautiously approached the wall, examining it closely, only to discover it was not a wall at all, but a false structure made of drywall and wooden framing, with both sides crafted from gypsum board. The door frame had been painted to match the wall's color, effectively camouflaging its true nature. Unless one looked closely, it would be nearly impossible to discern its secrets. Li Fan turned and headed to the opposite side, noticing a few electric scooters in the corner, presumably belonging to the employees working there. Li Fan dragged a vehicle over and piled it in front of the door, followed by hauling 5 or 6 electric scooters back and stacking them together. He then violently tore off the seat of one scooter, ripped away the 2 wires of the lithium battery vehicle, and produced an insulated pliers he carried on him, connecting the 2 wires together. Instantly, electric sparks erupted in a dazzling display, after which he shoved the wire ends into the intersection of the casing and circuitry, also stuffing in the raincoats that came with several scooters. Having completed this task, he turned and departed, circumventing the lookout and positioning himself at a small convenience store across from the nightclub, where he retrieved a spare phone and a black card he had purchased. As black smoke began to billow from the underground garage, Li Fan promptly dialed the fire department, followed by the police. Just after he finished the 2 calls, he observed several of the lookout's subordinates rushing towards the garage in a frenzy. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of shouts for help echoed from the garage, and Li Fan could only imagine the ferocity of the flames. The explosive combustion of the lithium batteries, compounded by the wooden framework used for partitioning, made it utterly impossible to extinguish the fire swiftly. He waited until he could hear the sirens of the fire trucks before quietly slipping away. Whether there would be casualties inside, whether they were good or bad, who cared? The judgment of good and evil lay with the king of hell, while he was merely responsible for the transport. By the time he returned home, it was already past 6 in the evening, and he coincidentally encountered the delivery of clothing and medical supplies. After tallying the day's provisions, another day had slipped by. While having dinner and scrolling through his phone, he came across the news of the fire at the Scarlet Romance nightclub. 13 people were burned, 2 of whom were in critical condition and undergoing rescue, and 1 confirmed dead. The police had also received reports, which led to the dismantling of a gambling den, while the nightclub's manager, Zhang, had been taken into custody by the authorities, with the specific cause of the fire still under further investigation. Upon reading this news, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Biao, muttering to himself, "Zhang, what a cunning old fox. The legal representative of the nightclub is not even him." Li Fan had to admire the old man's level of caution. Nevertheless, even if he wasn't directly involved, cooperating with the police for the investigation would likely keep him occupied for a couple of days. It was fortunate that the old man wasn't imprisoned. Had he been, the lead-up to the apocalypse would have been exceedingly dull. After dinner, Li Fan called his friend Ko Pongzi to arrange a meeting at school the following day, then promptly washed up and retired for the night. Chapter 8. Farewell to the Crystal. The next day marked the 3rd day after the Crimson Dawn, with temperatures having plummeted by 15 or 16 degrees. Just past the Mid-Autumn Festival, a wintry chill already permeated the air. Students on campus had hastily donned their winter attire. Ko Pongzi, bundled up like a ball, complained, "What on earth is this weather? Has autumn traded places with winter? We've just celebrated the Mid-Autumn Festival, and it feels like we've skipped straight to the biting winds of winter." Li Fan observed Ko Pongzi's mismatched outfit, which featured a formal suit with a vest and a white shirt underneath a down jacket. This ensemble exuded a distinct flamboyance. "The biting cold is a perfect opportunity to quell that uncontainable fire of yours," Li Fan remarked. "How can you speak like that, brother? This is a rare chance to meet the goddess after 3 years of maintaining my chastity. Don't you dare hold me back. Alas, there is no saving you." A sycophant deserves no sympathy. Speaking of which, what have you been busy with these past few days? You've been ignoring my calls. Nothing much, but hey, do you believe me? Just get to the point. No need for embellishments. Li Fan had grown accustomed to Ko Pongzi's communicative style, which was devoid of any sense of distance. He solemnly stated, after today's escapades, make sure to prepare water and supplies when you return home. During the National Day holiday, let us stay quietly at home and avoid going anywhere. After the holiday, don't return to school until notified. Ko Pongzi scrutinized Li Fan's serious demeanor and frowned. Your words sound familiar. Isn't that a cliché from apocalyptic novels warning friends? Fatty, I'm being serious. Don't take this lightly. All right, I'll heed your advice and stay home today. Ko Pongzi replied dismissively, glancing around when suddenly his eyes lit up as he pointed towards two girls walking out of the dormitory, excitedly exclaiming, Look, my goddess has arrived. Aren't I a good friend for bringing you along since my goddess is here with her beautiful roommate? If you can win her over, I won't feel guilty for being single anymore. Li Fan followed Ko Pongzi's finger and saw the two girls, momentarily stunned before quickly regaining his composure. He inquired, Which one is your goddess? Ko Pongzi, slightly embarrassed, responded, The one in the off-white coat and yoga pants. Gorgeous, isn't she? Her figure is simply stunning. Li Fan cast a sympathetic glance at Ko Pongzi. The girl he pointed to, Lu Ruyan, was the same one who had been clinging to Xieta Biao's arm the previous night. However, there was no time to warn Ko Pongzi, as the two girls had already approached them. Lu Ruyan, noticing Li Fan, showed no surprise but smiled and nodded at him, as if the individual from the previous night was not herself at all. Ko Pongzi eagerly produced 2 packaged cups of milk tea from his jacket, offering them. Ruyan, you must be freezing. Warm your hands. I bought this warm tea especially for you, keeping it close to my body to avoid it getting cold. Lu Ruyan accepted the milk tea with a casual thank you, then turned to Li Fan and remarked, So, this is the Li Fan you mentioned? Quite handsome. Hello, I'm Lu Ruyan, and this is my close friend, Wu Shanshan. Ko Pongzi, wrapping an arm around Li Fan's shoulder, added, Yes, this is my good buddy. Not only is he academically gifted and quite handsome, but he also has an 8-pack. As Ko Pongzi promoted Li Fan, he directed his attention towards Wu Shanshan, who was quiet and wore a gentle smile. With delicate willow-shaped eyebrows, a heart-shaped face, and skin as fair as jade, she sported a high ponytail, a white down jacket, fitted jeans, and white sneakers, exuding an image of a well-behaved girl. If Lu Ruyan rated an 8, Wu Shanshan would score 9. Wu Shanshan curiously assessed Li Fan, greeting him with a smile. Hello, academic star. Hello, Li Fan replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze back to Ko Pongzi. All right, enough with the flattery. Let's get going. I have things to attend to this afternoon. With that, Li Fan draped an arm around Ko Pongzi's shoulder and led the way, while the two girls trailed behind. Ko Pongzi, visibly displeased, whispered, What is wrong with you? Why so cold? You're not, are you? Li Fan smiled faintly and inquired, Do you truly like Lu Ruyan? Of course. I fell for her at the freshman welcome event. This is my first chance to ask out a goddess. So don't mess it up for me. Be more enthusiastic. Your first chance? Absolutely. You wouldn't believe it. She is such a good girl. Many boys pursue her, but she hasn't accepted any of them. In that instant, Li Fan understood the situation and contemplated it briefly without exposing Lu Ruyan's hidden intentions. Such matters were trivial in light of the impending apocalypse, and he was disinclined to expend energy on them. The Astronomy Club, established by the Astronomy Department of Xi'an University of Technology, was officially recognized despite being a campus organization. Several renowned astronomy professors in the country were among its administrators. Periodically, they hosted gatherings for astronomy enthusiasts, showcasing various meteorites from outer space. Upon their arrival at the planetarium, they found many university students already present. Surrounded by a cluster of eager students, a professor from the astronomy department regaled them with the intriguing origins and composition of a pitch-black stone displayed before them. This stone, acquired by the university for a staggering sum of $1.2 million in 2012, was a remnant of the Leonids meteor shower. After extensive research conducted by the faculty, it was revealed that the stone contained 21 elements not found on Earth, 4 of which remain elusive in terms of their atomic structure. At this moment, a curious student interjected, Professor, do extraterrestrial beings truly exist? The professor responded, It is highly probable that extraterrestrial life does exist. However, our current technological capabilities have yet to detect any habitable planets. Nevertheless, some of the meteoric samples we have collected over the years suggest the potential for alien life. Another student chimed in, Wasn't there a recent acquisition of a particularly unique meteorite? Is this it? The professor shook his head and directed a nearby assistant, Xiao Li. Please retrieve meteorite D011. The assistant promptly left and returned shortly, carrying a silver box the size of a shoebox. The professor accepted the box and placed it on the display, opening it to reveal a diamond-shaped meteorite. The students gasped in awe, exclaiming, "How beautiful! Is this a meteorite? Aren't meteorites usually black? After burning through the atmosphere, how could it resemble crystal?" One student speculated, "Could this be a diamond from the planet 55 Cancri E?" Li Fan, disinterested in the proceedings, had been preoccupied with his phone, searching for gas stations and shooting clubs in Chang'an. However, the surrounding buzz of excitement drew his attention, and upon glancing at the diamond crystal, he was struck dumb. He was all too familiar with this particular crystal. It had once cost him his life. Though smaller than the one he had shattered, this crystal was translucent and lacked the dark spheres he remembered. Nevertheless, Li Fan sensed an uncanny connection to it and unconsciously leaned closer. Observing the student's fervor and skepticism, the professor raised his hands to quell the noise before explaining. "This stone is indeed not a meteorite. It was excavated from the Qingbei oil field, initially believed to be a natural diamond. Our analyses have shown it is composed of an unknown element rather than carbon. The National Academy of Sciences and our department have conducted detailed elemental analyses, confirming that this element is not found on Earth. Moreover, calculations suggest that the energy contained within this crystal is 3,000 times greater than that of uranium and plutonium." A student queried, "If this element could be harnessed for an explosive, wouldn't it be even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb?" The professor replied, "In theory, yes. But despite numerous attempts, we have been unable to extract the unknown element. Once today's exhibition concludes, it will be sent to the National Academy for further analysis." However, Li Fan's attention waned as he felt a peculiar warmth radiating from his right arm. Rising abruptly, he asked, "Professor, may I touch it?" Li Fan had an inexplicable feeling that this object held significance for him, potentially unraveling the mystery of his rebirth. The professor chuckled and nodded, saying, "If you're not afraid of the unknown radiation source, you may certainly touch it." With the professor's consent, several brave students followed Li Fan onto the stage. Yet, he hesitated to reach out immediately. As the closer he drew to the crystal, the more intense the warmth in his arm became, now accompanied by a tingling sensation. The other students eagerly began to touch the meteorite, and amidst the crowd, Li Fan extended his right hand toward the crystal. In that instant of contact, it felt as if his arm was ensnared. A torrent of heat surged from the meteorite into his right arm, spreading throughout his body and surging toward his brain. Startled, Li Fan attempted to withdraw his arm, but it was as though he was paralyzed, unable to resist the influx of energy coursing into him. Chapter 9. Colonia and the Beautiful Girl, Ran Lin. Li Fan's unusual reaction went unnoticed by those around him, as the group clustered around the display, excitedly examining the crystal and engaging in fervent discussions. After about 4 or 5 seconds, the intense heat subsided, leaving Li Fan once again in control of his body. He retracted his hand and stepped back into the crowd, and anyone observing him would have noted the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, despite the chilly weather. This perspiration was not caused by the heat, but rather by fear. The sensation of losing control over his body instilled in him a profound dread. He sensed that something unknown stirred within him. The urgency to leave and uncover the truth about his condition consumed Li Fan's thoughts. To avoid drawing attention, he discreetly exited the crowd and hailed a taxi home. Unbeknownst to Li Fan, shortly after his departure, chaos erupted in the planetarium. One of the students touching the meteorite suddenly witnessed the once crystal-clear stone crack. First a fragment, then 2, and subsequently countless shards, until it disintegrated into a powdery white dust. It shattered. Someone exclaimed, "No, it melted." This transformation occurred in mere seconds, leaving the students who had touched the crystal in stunned silence. "Professor, it wasn't me. It shattered on its own." The professor, observing the crystal's sudden degradation, felt his heart leap to his throat. He rushed forward to inspect it, unable to articulate a coherent response, and lamented, "What are we to do?" This was meant to be handed over to the National Academy. Thus, the astronomical gathering dispersed in haste. Once outside, Ko Peng and the others soon realized Li Fan was nowhere to be found, and calls to his phone went unanswered. Lu Ruyen, noticing Li Fan's absence, concocted an excuse to leave with Wu Shanshan. The dinner and movie plans that Ko had arranged fell through, along with any hopes for a National Day outing. Back in their dormitory, Lu Ruyen observed that Wu Shanshan's demure demeanor had vanished. As she turned to her with grievances, "Is this the so-called invisible rich kid? His entire outfit isn't even worth the price of my handbag." Lu Ruyen clarified, "I saw it with my own eyes. It cannot be false. He is the owner of the prestigious Li Shui Buin, and the supermarket at the entrance is his as well. He has even borrowed 80 million from Mr. Xie to start his own business. This is quite the catch. Otherwise, why would I agree to go on a date with that chubby nerd? It was all to create an opportunity for you." Wu Shanshan's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Lu Ruyan affirmed, absolutely. Moreover, I learned upon my return 2 days ago that his parents died in a car accident, leaving him without any relatives. A quintessential rich and handsome man. Wu Shan, shedding her outerwear, posed seductively before the mirror and declared, all right, my dear sister, once I win him over, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Lu Ruyan embraced Wu Shanshan's arm, cooing, good luck. If you succeed, you must help me. If I don't repay Mr. Sia's 100,000 in a month, I will be in serious trouble. Wu Shanshan harbored a sense of disdain within her heart, yet wore a cheerful smile as she said, rest assured, within a week at most, I shall have him in my grasp. I can lend you 100,000 yuan to settle your debts. Lu Ruyan's expression stiffened momentarily before she quickly donned a smile. Then, I shall wish you swift success in advance. Wu Shanshan changed into an outfit that exuded an air of elegance and confidence. Addressing Lu Ruyan, I've made arrangements. Do not forget to assist me in obtaining Li Fan's contact information. I'm off now. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she departed without waiting for Lu Ruyan's response. Lu Ruyan gazed at the closed dormitory door, her smile fading as she muttered, that little vixen truly believes herself to be a white lotus. If you're truly a white lotus, there wouldn't be so many scandals about you online. If it weren't for Li Fan catching sight of me with Xie Yi, you wouldn't even stand a chance. What was initially agreed upon as helping me settle my debts has now morphed into lending me money. This simply cannot stand. I cannot remain passive, nor can I rely on her. With her mind racing, Lu Ruyan soon resolved to take action, rummaging through her wardrobe for a while. She donned the outfit that Sieta Biao had purchased for her and meticulously prepared herself before stepping out. Meanwhile, Li Fan, still in the taxi, sensed something amiss with his body, feeling an unusual warmth enveloping him. His mind felt foggy, and upon entering his home, he collapsed onto the sofa and fell into a deep slumber. Hours passed before Li Fan awakened from his stupor, shaking his head in confusion and glancing out the window, only to realize he had slept until nightfall. After stretching and discerning no apparent anomalies, the day's strange occurrences only heightened his anxiety. What on earth was happening to him? Should he visit the hospital for a checkup tomorrow? Just as Li Fan succumbed to his bewilderment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Energy replenished. Backup plan activated. Assistant initializing. Startled by the sudden voice, Li Fan waited in vain for further sound. Just when he thought he had imagined it, another voice emerged in his consciousness. Hello. This voice, unlike the previous one, belonged to a girl and was melodious and clear. Li Fan looked around, seeking the source of the voice, which chimed in again. You must be the system, right? Has my reincarnation package arrived? What is a system? This inquiry left Li Fan somewhat perplexed, recalling tales from novels where systems appeared, issuing tasks and rewards, showering the protagonist with extraordinary gifts. Yet, the system in his mind felt distinctly different. Where were the tasks? Where could one sign in? What are you talking about? The voice responded. You send me tasks, I complete them, and then I receive rewards, that sort of thing? I am the Emberplan Assistant. Emberplan Assistant? Your previous life memories have been implanted. You should not have forgotten how to meditate, right? Come in, and I will explain. Upon hearing this, Li Fan realized this was not a system at all. The initial mechanical voice had indicated that a backup plan was now in effect, suggesting this entity had traversed with him. The reason for its appearance today likely related to the crystal he encountered earlier. Li Fan now understood what had accompanied him through the crossing. The black sphere within the crystal, referred to as the Ember by Li Yuhang. However, what precisely the Ember was remained a mystery to him. The fierce competition among major survival bases and the Li family of Yinjing risking confrontation with the capital to seize indicated its significance. It seemed his journey was intertwined with this object, and he needed to uncover the truth. Resuming his seat on the sofa, Li Fan began to contemplate meditation. Meditation was a common practice among those awakened in apocalyptic scenarios, a means of honing one's mental fortitude. He had anticipated a lengthy process, yet unexpectedly completed the meditation with ease. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a force pulled Li Fan into another realm. He found himself in a gray void, with a nebulous sky and a ground composed of mosaic-like gray tiles, stretching endlessly in all directions. Hello, a voice called from behind him. Turning around, Li Fan beheld a being that appeared almost too perfect to be human, standing a short distance away, seemingly 18 or 19 years old. Her face radiated joy, with silver hair and exquisitely proportioned features, as if meticulously sculpted by divine hands. Her figure was lithe, with no excess or deficiency that would mar her beauty. Her azure eyes sparkled like the vast cosmos. The only incongruity was her attire, which resembled futuristic combat gear. Li Fan quickly deduced that this enigmatic being was not human and inquired, "Are you human or machine?" Zero smiled and stepped closer, replying, "In your understanding, I could be both human and machine. This ambiguous answer only deepened Li Fan's confusion. Where am I? Are you the black sphere, known as the ember within the crystal? Did you cause my reincarnation? How did I return to before the apocalypse? And Zero shook her head in exasperation, interrupting, I can only tell you that this place is an alternate space, accessible solely through the biological beacon within you. As for the black sphere, we refer to it as Colonia. It's challenging for me to explain it thoroughly. I am unaware of your technological civilization or your understanding of Colonia. Your reincarnation is a backup plan of Colonia. And as for your arrival before the apocalypse, Colonia's database has not yet been fully activated. Thus, I cannot provide an answer. Li Fan seized upon a crucial point in her words and asked, you mentioned your technological civilization. You're not a product of Earth, but of extraterrestrial origin? Apologies. The database is incomplete, and I cannot disclose our origins. Li Fan pressed further. What do you mean by consciousness entering here? Feel your heartbeat and sense your breath. Zero instructed. After following her guidance, Li Fan's complexion changed abruptly. Within this realm, he possessed neither heartbeat nor breath. This indicated that it was not his body that had entered, but rather his consciousness that had traversed into this space. Chapter 10. The Extraordinary Colonia. Zero appeared exceedingly pleased, studying Li Fan intently, for she had been dormant for an exceedingly long time. With an incomplete database, her existing memories were filled only with endless solitude and waiting, alongside a deeply ingrained directive to assist the host in surviving the apocalypse. Noticing Li Fan's slight unease, Zero reassured him, you could trust me completely, for my mission is to await the host and aid him in survival. You are the one I have awaited for so long. I will not allow you to come to harm. Having endured years of struggle in the apocalypse, Li Fan had encountered numerous peculiarities, yet this situation was entirely unexpected. Nevertheless, witnessing Zero's joyful demeanor and sincere gaze offered him a sense of reassurance. Li Fan tentatively concluded that Zero was likely a product of a highly advanced civilization. However, he could not ascertain whether she was a sentient being or merely a sophisticated program. This clearly transcended his understanding. Nevertheless, it appeared that the situation was favorable to him, at least for the time being, before his awakening, providing him with an additional reliance. Yet he remained uncertain about the extent of Zero's assistance. Since you claim you wish to help me, what exactly can you do? Zero, noticing that Li Fan no longer harbored any suspicion towards her, felt a surge of joy. She playfully beckoned him, exclaiming, follow me. With a whimsical snap of her fingers, the mosaic space behind her began to deconstruct in an orderly manner. Soon, a complex of buildings emerged, comprising 6 peculiar cylindrical structures. Each was approximately the size of 3 football fields and stood about 10 meters tall, with several smaller, warehouse-like edifices adjacent to each large cylinder. All these structures were composed of a lustrous, milky white metal, forming an exquisite unity. At the heart of the complex stood a cube-like building, 3 stories high, with a reflective surface resembling a glass-constructed cube. Leading the way, Zero guided Li Fan through the complex until they reached the cube, where a door at the first level automatically opened. As Zero entered, Li Fan felt as though he had stepped into a futuristic technological fortress. If the place were to exhibit even a hint of deterioration, it would perfectly fit the aesthetic of a cyberpunk world. Inside the cubic structure, there was a corridor approximately 3 meters wide, flanked by walls of white metal. At the end of the passage was a room reminiscent of a control center. The space was modest, roughly 100 square meters, with a square metallic platform at its center, bearing irregular patterns reminiscent of a circuit board, but in a sophisticated mercury hue. Zero approached the platform and commanded, activate the main control console and display the laboratory information. A mechanical voice that Li Fan recognized resonated. Main control console activated. Laboratory data retrieved. As the voice echoed, a 3D holographic representation of the entire building complex materialized, suspended in midair. The elements within the 3D projection appeared to be miniature versions of the actual structures outside. Zero casually manipulated the projection, causing several circular buildings to spread out side by side, hovering above the control console, accompanied by unfamiliar text. Li Fan was utterly astounded. This technology alone, if introduced into the present world, would far surpass contemporary advancements. Observing Li Fan's astonished expression, Zero's satisfaction was apparent in her upward curving smile as she declared, these are your most formidable allies for survival in the apocalypse. Are these the buildings outside? What purpose do they serve? Li Fan inquired, pointing at the text. Isn't it written right there? Zero replied, oh, I forgot to synchronize you with your current civilization's framework. Allow me to provide a brief introduction. Pointing to the first cylindrical structure on the left, Zero explained, this is the materials laboratory, capable of providing elemental transformation and refinement of various materials. For instance, The garment you are wearing, composed of cotton and polyester, could be transformed and refined into a new type of material that maintains temperature, enhances strength, and offers resistance to certain external impact damages. However, additional materials are required during the transformation process. Li Fan was elated at the prospect of tossing in a few ordinary garments to emerge with clothing that was not only insulated but also bulletproof, along with enhanced strength. The thought thrilled him further, and a daring idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Can any material be transformed? Indeed, any elemental substance in the universe can undergo transformation and refinement. However, the basic function is merely the beginning. Its ultimate capability is the synthesis of biological memory metal. Biological memory metal? What is that? Zero shrugged and said, "Apologies, but the memory database is incomplete, and I cannot provide an answer." Li Fan Undatarat turned his gaze toward the other 6 cylindrical structures, his anticipation igniting a fervor within him. What about the rest? What do they do? Zero pointed to the second cylindrical building, stating, "This is the biological laboratory, which, as the name suggests, specializes in the extraction of biological energy, cultivation, breeding, and gene chain recombination. Essentially everything related to the medications and potions you might need." Li Fan eagerly interrupted. "Can it produce awakening potions? If we could create awakening potions, I would be 3 months ahead of all the other ability users. In the early stages before the apocalypse, I would be invincible. This is critically important." Zero, noting the urgency in Li Fan's eyes, replied with a smile, "Of course, but the raw materials have yet to appear." This statement doused Li Fan's excitement with a chilling realization. Without the outbreak of the Tylenol virus and the emergence of zombies, there would be no raw materials, and thus no gene potions could be produced. However, Li Fan remained undaunted. Even if it meant a delay of 3 months, he could manage to bide his time and wait for the right moment. What about the remaining structures? What are their functions? Zero pointed to the subsequent buildings, detailing, "This one is the high-tech laboratory, which will design transportation, weaponry, and all high-tech products based on the current energy and resources available on Earth. Naturally, this depends on the materials you have collected, serving as a foundation alongside the materials laboratory. This structure is the Magnetic Field Kinetics and Dark Matter Energy Laboratory, primarily responsible for the conversion and design of all forms of energy. This is the High Intelligence Laboratory, tasked with editing AI intelligent systems. Although my memory is incomplete, my existence is closely related to it. Finally, this is the Colonia Cosmic Energy Collection Laboratory, which, as its name implies, collects extraterrestrial energy." As Li Fan listened, he became increasingly astounded, finally comprehending why this fireseed had incited such fierce competition among major bases. Its potential was truly extraordinary. However, the origins of this artifact were intriguing. Currently, no one on Earth was aware of its existence. Otherwise, nations would have already engaged in conflict over it. Its emergence stemmed from the melting glaciers, which provided clues to the buried technological marvel, bringing it to the public eye. Li Fan understood all too well the peril of revealing this treasure, as he had experienced the perils of possessing something precious. Gazing at these laboratories, Li Fan could hardly contain his excitement. "Let us expedite the process and design a set of combat gear for me, following the style of what I'm currently wearing. Also, please create several self-defense weapons, such as dozens of 95s and AKs, and a few Gatling guns that emit blue light. Oh, and a durable RV with exceptional off-road capabilities. No, let's skip that and go straight for an aircraft." After hearing this, Zero shook her head in resignation. "I'm afraid that the energy you have collected can only activate the primary function of one facility." Li Fan's expression froze as he responded, "What do you mean? After all this introduction, my blood is boiling, and you tell me my balance is insufficient?" Zero spread her hands, stating, "You can understand it this way. The energy you currently possess allows you to activate the primary function of one laboratory. That energy you mentioned, could it possibly be that diamond-shaped crystal?" "Precisely. That energy entity is called Nuka, the primordial energy of Colonia." Li Fan's expression froze. The fragments he had gathered during the day were purely coincidental. According to the professor's assertion, they were unearthed during the drilling of an oil well, indicating that these items were deeply buried underground. How can one possibly locate them? "Do you know where this Nuka can be found?" Zero lowered her head, pondering for a considerable time before apologetically replying, "I'm sorry, the memory bank is not fully activated. I only recall that this substance exists in numerous locations on Earth, though I am unaware of its precise whereabouts. However, there is no need for concern, as Colonia can perceive Nuka energy within a radius of 1 kilometer. Indeed, without expectations, one would not encounter disappointment." Faced with this singular opportunity to activate the laboratory, he pondered which option would most enhance his chances of survival in this apocalyptic scenario. Observing the various laboratories, he decided to forego the biological lab and the Colonia Energy Collection Facility for the time being, as well as the Magnetic Kinetic Energy Lab and the Advanced Intelligence Lab. This left him with the Materials Lab and the Weaponry Lab, both of which were urgently needed. One for defense and the other for offense. Without much deliberation, Li Fan opted for the Materials Lab. After all, survival is paramount, and the garments it designed not only possessed offensive capabilities, but also offered auxiliary effects. For an ordinary person like himself, the auxiliary function would provide significant assistance in the early stages. I choose the Materials Lab. Zero gave a thumbs up in approval, stating, "You have made a wise choice." Activating the Materials Lab. As energy was transmitted, the countdown commenced. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 8, 100. The main function of the Materials Lab has been successfully activated. The mechanical voice resonated once more, and within the 3D visualization, the structure representing the Materials Lab transformed from its original gray hue into a shimmering silver, faintly glowing. Li Fan, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly removed his jacket and inquired of Zero, "What do I do next?" Zero gazed at Li Fan's actions with confusion before suddenly bursting into laughter. "You have entered an alternate space through thought. The clothing you wear is a manifestation of your mental meditation, an embodiment of brainwave energy. How do you expect to transform it?" Realization struck Li Fan. He had entered not with his body, but with his consciousness. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hurriedly put his jacket back on. "Then how do I bring materials in?" Zero extended her slender finger, stating, "It's quite simple. Once you exit, touch the materials you wish to bring in, envelop them with your mental energy, and leave the rest to me." "Oh, understood. I'm going now," he replied eagerly before departing the alternate space. Chapter 11. The Materials Lab. After Zero taught Li Fan how to enter and exit the alternate space, his consciousness departed. Upon returning, he was greeted by the sound of the doorbell, followed by a familiar feminine voice from outside. "Li Fan, are you home? It's Lu Ruyen. I brought you some food. I noticed you seemed unwell at the planetarium today. Are you sick?" Indeed, Lu Ruyen had come specifically to see him today. Li Fan had no intention of responding. He simply walked into his bedroom, where he found the clothing and bedding he had purchased that day, valued at over 3 million. He reached out to touch them, initiating his meditation, enveloping the entire object with his mental energy. With a mere thought, the mountain of clothing in the spacious room vanished completely. While convenient, this also drained his mental energy. Just as he was about to enter the alternate space to observe how the lab refined materials, his phone rang, a local number. The ringtone also caught Lu Ruyen's attention outside, prompting her to knock even more insistently. "Li Fan, I heard your phone ringing. Are you sick? Open the door. I want to check on you." Ignoring her words and the phone call, Li Fan directly entered the alternate space, clearly aware that the call was also from Lu Ruyen. Upon returning to the control room, he saw Zero operating the controls of the Materials Lab. All the clothing he had transferred was placed at the entrance of the Materials Lab and left unattended. Zero then donned a men's trench coat he had purchased, twirling in front of a mirror, admiring the earthly design. She turned back to him, asking, "Host, do I look good in this?" Observing the vain Zero, Li Fan became increasingly convinced that she was no mere artificial intelligence. She was a humanoid entity with human emotions and independent thought. "That's a men's coat," he replied. Zero seemed intrigued by this revelation, asking, "Are there really distinctions between men's and women's clothing?" "Yes," he confirmed. "What does women's clothing look like?" She inquired. "I remember that long ago, we all wore the same garments, identical in style and color. Unlike your world, where clothing is so diverse in color and design. You have companions? Are they here as well?" Upon hearing this, Zero's demeanor turned melancholic as she removed the trench coat, murmuring, "They have been gone for a very long time. My memories are incomplete, so I do not know where they have gone." Li Fan felt a swell of sympathy for this girl, alone in this space, unaware of how long she had been waiting for a host to appear. "How about this? Tomorrow, I'll buy some clothes suitable for you as a token of gratitude for your help," he proposed. Zero's azure eyes brightened with joy. "Really? Host, you are so kind." Li Fan chuckled. "I'll go buy them tomorrow. And please, stop calling me Host. It feels awkward. Just call me Li Fan. You must have a name. Zero must be your code name." Zero beamed with delight, nodding. "Okay, I'll call you Li Fan from now on. As for my name, I don't remember it, but I have a faint image of a man in my memories, my father. He was a remarkable person. I also recall a field of ranlin flowers and some fragmented memories." Li Fan was unfamiliar with the ranlin flower, suspecting it was a type native to her world. After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Then I'll call you Ranlin. It sounds affectionate. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoran." Ranlin, that sounds beautiful. I have a name now," she exclaimed, spinning joyfully in place. Watching her, Li Fan mused that such a cheerful girl would undoubtedly be liked by many in the real world. Aside from her silver hair and striking blue eyes, she resembled an innocent girl next door. Before long, a mechanical voice announced, "Ding. Material conversion complete. Collected 100 raw materials, yielding 60 combat suits. Capable of maintaining constant temperature and enduring a destructive force of 180,000 joules, with an auxiliary limit of 70. Assessment level, F grade. This conversion produced 1 ton of waste materials. The recycling station is not activated, preventing the differentiation and refinement of waste materials." Li Fan felt a wave of shock wash over him upon hearing the mechanical report. Over 1,000 garments had yielded merely 60 suits. The losses were staggering. From 3 million worth of materials, only 60 suits emerged. Observing the 60 suits emerging from the materials lab, he noted that while the styles and colors had not changed significantly, they felt much lighter in hand. Moreover, the texture of the material evoked memories of the smooth, soft head of a beluga whale he had touched at the aquarium. He tugged at it a few times, noting its slight elasticity, and felt a flicker of doubt. After all, the renowned Barrett anti-material sniper rifle discharged a force of merely 150,000 joules. This garment was purportedly capable of withstanding an impact of 180,000 joules, indicating it could effectively repel the conventional bullets of all firearms. Xiao Ran, can this truly withstand bullets? I'm not certain. Our technological data has yet to synchronize with yours, so I'm unable to provide an accurate answer. However, this is merely classified as F grade. Once you obtain new materials, further refinement is possible. F grade? What materials do I need for an upgrade? Ran Lin extended her hand and swiped through controls a few times, a projection of incomprehensible text appearing before her. After a prolonged silence, she spoke. These materials should be obtainable in your world. Once you synchronize your data with mine, I can inform you of what these materials are called in your realm. How do we synchronize? Ran Lin pondered for a while, struggling to articulate her thoughts, and finally waved at Li Fan, saying, "Follow me." She led Li Fan through another door, revealing a room brimming with intricate crystal circuits, converging towards a levitating rectangular crystal in the center. It measured approximately 1 meter in length and had a diameter of 30 centimeters, with only the lowest segment emitting a shimmering light, while the upper portion resembled ordinary glass. Ran Lin paused before the crystal and remarked, "This is it. It's called the Gator. It serves as our memory storage and a repository for all data within this space. Currently, only 1/10 of it is activated, which is the illuminated portion." Li Fan gazed at the crystal, bewilderment written across his face, and pointed at it, asking, "Are you implying that the central data of Colonia resides within this crystal, along with much of your memory?" "Indeed, once you fully activate this Gator, you will be able to harness Colonia's technology and avert the apocalypse." Li Fan, unimpressed, merely shrugged, saying, "Let us discuss that later. For now, let us focus on how to synchronize the data. You need to locate your Gator, and I will handle the rest. At that point, I can translate the text, the names and uses of all elements, and the technology here into your language, facilitating communication. This way, we won't need to rely on telepathy. Then, I will be able to perceive the outside world through your brainwaves." Upon hearing this, Li Fan understood. This girl had mentioned data synchronization multiple times, clearly yearning to glimpse the outside world. It made sense, considering this place was akin to a cage for her. However, a new concern arose. He was certain such advanced technology did not exist in his world. "Xiao Ran, our database differs from yours. How then do we synchronize? What do you use to store various materials?" "Books and computers." "Then bring me the books and computers, and I will attempt something." Li Fan nodded in agreement, planning to visit an internet cafe the next day to see if Xiao Ran had a solution. Now, he contemplated another matter, the storage capacity of this space. He intended to conduct thorough testing that night. "All right, you rest for now. I have some business to attend to." With that, Li Fan exited the alternate space, and upon returning to consciousness, the sound of his phone ringing pierced the air, accompanied by Lu Rian's voice outside. "Hey, are you all right? If you don't open the door, I'll call 120. Li Fan picked up his phone, stunned to find only one incoming call. It appeared that Lu Rian's voice had paused while he was in the space and resumed upon his exit. A bold hypothesis thrilled him. Time did not flow within the alternate space. He quickly dashed to the living room, poured a cup of boiling water, inserted a thermometer, which registered 91 degrees, and then sent it into the alternate space using his mind. If he retrieved it an hour later and it remained at 91 degrees, it would indicate that energy was conserved within the alternate space, meaning food would not spoil. Filled with excitement, he settled on the sofa to wait. But Lu Ruyan's persistent knocking outside became increasingly irksome. He could surmise her intentions, as such women were common in apocalyptic times. He felt a pang of mischief for Ko Pongzi, who had endured 3 years of leftover meals without a proper bite. When he opened the door, he inquired, "We want?" Lu Ruyan, unfazed by his sour demeanor, maintained a concerned tone, saying, "Are you all right? I was worried about you when I saw you at the astronomy club today. You looked unwell, so I came to check on you." As she spoke, she nimbly slipped into his home. Li Fan made no effort to stop her. He was curious to see what performance she was staging, considering the dreary weather. In the living room, Lu Ruyin casually seated herself on the sofa, spreading out the late-night snacks she had brought, including roasted meat and cold dishes, and cheerfully remarked, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some food." Li Fan, lounging in a single armchair with his arms crossed, smirked and replied, "Shouldn't you be on a date with Ko Pongzi? What brings you here?" Lu Ruyin, busy with her preparations, lifted her head slightly before shyly lowering it again, pretending to avoid his gaze. With a coy bite of her lip, she adopted a demure yet alluring demeanor, confessing, "In truth, I do not like Ko Pong. I have had my eye on you for quite some time. I just didn't know how to approach you. You and Ko Pong are good friends. I didn't want to create any awkwardness for you, but I simply cannot help but think of you. I believe I should muster the courage to pursue my own happiness. Li Fan, would you be my boyfriend?" Li Fan was immediately overwhelmed with goosebumps and could no longer bear it, retorting, wait. "Be your boyfriend? Does Xie Biao approve?" Lu Ruyin hastily clarified, "You misunderstood. My relationship with Xie is purely platonic. Enough with the games. We're both seasoned players. What are you trying to pull? How much money did you borrow from Xie Biao? How many times have you slept with him? You, what position do you usually take? So you're on top? Quite the wild one, aren't you? You're being ridiculous." Lu Ruyin could no longer sit still, rising with an extremely displeased expression. Some actions, as long as they remained secret, allowed her to maintain her goddess persona. However, being exposed directly incited her deep humiliation and anger. She had initially thought Li Fan was merely an ordinary junior student, fortunate enough to be adopted by a short-lived wealthy family, and believed he would be easy to manipulate. To her astonishment, Li Fan proved to be as venomous as a snake, delivering lethal strikes that laid bare her untouchable secrets. Lu Ruyin felt an urge to curse and storm out, but the thought of her month-long deadline, the exorbitant interest on her loan, and the compromising videos in Xie Biao's possession weighed heavily on her like lead. Li Fan observed her anger and her reluctance to leave, and he understood immediately. He chuckled softly, retrieved a cigarette from the pack, lit it, and said, "No more pretense. Did you not declare your affections for me?" Upon hearing his sarcastic smile, Lu Ruyin felt her resentment surge, and she shouted, "What gives you the right to say that? You want to work in the service industry while also constructing a landmark building? Where's the door? Go on, I won't stop you." Lu Ruyin picked up her handbag, feigning to turn and leave, but just as she reached the door, Li Fan's voice rang out. "Oh, by the way, when you start working a Honglang man, do let me know. I'll bring Fat Ko along to support you, and remember to offer a discount." Li Fan was well aware that many female university students had fallen prey to loans at Xie Biao's nightclub. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin hesitated, her foot poised at the threshold, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. She shut the door and returned to the living room, standing before Li Fan, and pleaded, "Li Fan, I beg you, help me. Lend me 100,000 yuan. I swear I will repay you. Master Biao has only given me a month, and if I can't pay him back, he'll force me to work at his nightclub. Borrow 100,000? What do you intend to repay me with?" Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Lu Ruyin felt as if she had grasped a lifeline after nearly drowning, and she hastily replied, I can repay you with myself. You can have whatever you desire." Having prepared herself for such a sacrifice, she began to remove her clothing. Li Fan gazed at her delicate, fair face. Truth be told, Lu Ruyin was indeed beautiful, at least of the class flower caliber. Yet, it was a pity that such a stunning beauty was reduced to this. This thought led Li Fan to recall Fat Ko. He wondered what Fat Ko would think upon seeing the goddess he had adored for 3 years in such a state. In fact, during the 2 stages before the world's end in his previous life, Fat Ko had survived and, as he had heard, spent time with a girl from the arts department. Ultimately, Fat Ko succumbed to becoming a zombie, while that arts girl had managed to survive and reach the Basha base. If Li Fan's assumptions were correct, that girl was Lu Ruyin. While Li Fan was lost in thought, Lu Ruyin had removed all but a set of alluring lingerie and donned a pair of black stockings, leaving little to the imagination. Although Li Fan was still inexperienced, he found himself utterly unmoved by a woman like Lu Ruyin. With a teasing tone, he began to comment on her physique. "Not bad. You possess the potential of a great beauty. Come, turn around, let me have a look." Lu Ruyin's face lit up with joy as she proudly puffed out her chest, turned around, and approached Li Fan, thinking, men are indeed creatures who think with their lower bodies. But before Lu Ruyin could get close, Li Fan remarked, "What a pity, the grapes have turned purple." This statement struck Lu Ruyin like a bolt of lightning, awakening her to the reality that Li Fan had been mocking her all along. The disdain in his eyes made her feel akin to a charred steak. In that moment, Her confidence and dignity were shattered beneath Li Fan's scorn, leaving her pale and frozen in place. Li Fan, holding the cigarette between his fingers, extended his left hand to pinch Lu Ruyan's chin and said, "Not so pleasant, is it? When you toy with others' feelings, they experience the same." Lu Ruyan recognized that she could not manipulate Li Fan and asked, "What must I do to borrow money from you?" Li Fan released her, clapped his hands, and laughed. "That's the spirit. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Your appearance is worth less than 100,000 to me. But if you do something for me, I'll give you 120,000. What do you want?" Lu Ruyan inquired. Li Fan pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and gestured for her to add him, then transferred 2,000 yuan, saying, "Book a room at the Manhattan Hotel and wait for Fat Co to show up. Make sure to take care of him well. He should be stumbling and spitting blood by the end. Afterward, inform him that I paid 12,000 for your company." Lu Ruyan looked at Li Fan in confusion and asked, "Is it really that simple?" "Indeed, it is that simple. After it's done, I will transfer the remaining 100,000 to you." Noticing the glint of scheming in her eyes, Li Fan chuckled, "Don't think of trying any tricks. Once you enter the room, initiate a video call. I'll be overseeing the operation." Lu Ruyan promptly discarded her thoughts of deception, dressed, and as she reached the door, glanced back to ask, "What is your motive behind this?" Seeing Li Fan wave her away impatiently without answering, she closed the door and departed. Li Fan gazed out at the night sky, murmuring to himself, "What is the reason? For the sake of 3 years of friendship. Regardless of how Fat Co chooses to respond afterward, it's about finding peace for myself. If there is anyone in this world whom Li Fan could call a friend, it will be Fat Co. This is to help him see the true nature of the goddess he has idolized for years." Half an hour later, Lu Ruyan sent a message, room 1201 at Manhattan. Li Fan picked up the phone and dialed Fat Co's number. "Fat Co, what are you up to?" "Just at the dorm, feeling down." "You worthless scoundrel. Have you abandoned me? Do you even have a conscience left?" "I have some good news." "Really? What's the good news?" Fat Co replied, intrigued. "Come to room 1201 in Manhattan quickly. I have a surprise for you." "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" "Enough questions. You'll find out when you arrive. If you don't come, don't regret it." After finishing, Li Fan hung up, confident that Fat Co would definitely show up. Sure enough, an hour later, Lu Ruyan initiated a video call. When Li Fan answered, the sound of a doorbell echoed through the phone, and Lu Ruyan said, "Li Fan, I hope you keep your word. Do you have a choice?" Lu Ruyan resignedly placed her phone beside her back, capturing a view of most of the room centered around the bed. Then they heard the sound of the door opening and voices conversing. "Ruyan, what are you doing here? Come in." Lu Ruyan pulled in a bewildered Fat Co, guiding him to sit on the bed while he remained in a daze. "You. I." Before Fat Co could finish, Lu Ruyan took a few deep breaths, sat on his lap, and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her cherry lips met Fat Co's thick ones. For someone as inexperienced as Fat Co, he was utterly unprepared for such an advance from his goddess, igniting his primal instincts. Moments later, the two were engaged in an intimate encounter. Fat Co lunged forward, his hefty body enveloping Lu Ruyan's petite frame. The video only captured Lu Ruyan's limbs flailing chaotically. The ensuing scene was undeniably steamy, and whether others wished to witness it or not, Li Fan certainly had no desire to continue watching. Any further gazing would breach his principles. He tossed aside the phone, his heart racing as he retrieved a container of hot water he had placed in the alternate space an hour earlier. When Li Fan saw that the thermometer still read 91 degrees, he leapt with excitement, thinking the temperature hasn't changed at all, which means there's no time dimension in the alternate space. I need not worry about food storage, nor will I have to make constant trips. Especially during the third phase of the Great Migration, food reserves will be crucial. However, my funds are running low, and there are still many supplies to procure. Especially after the establishment of the materials laboratory, the desire to utilize it for the transformation of weapons and clothing, and even future modes of transportation, entails an immense amount of resources. After contemplating for quite some time, the only feasible solution seemed to be a zero-cost acquisition. However, given that we are still in a peaceful era, such a scheme could lead to dire consequences for oneself. Thus, the notion of zero-cost acquisition was once again suppressed by reason. Subsequently, Li Fan placed all the various pharmaceuticals and medical apparatuses he had procured into the alternate space. After a moment's thought, he decided to also include a tablet computer he often used for watching dramas, sending it with his thoughts into the control room of the alternate space to entertain Xiao Ran. Chapter 13, Lu Ruyan and Ko Peng. In room 1201 in Manhattan, after enduring 5 battles over the course of 4 hours, the flames of conflict finally subsided. The recent events felt to Ko Peng like a vivid dream. He believed that it was his earnest efforts over the past 3 years that had moved his goddess, prompting her to orchestrate this surprise through Li Fan. Reflecting on this, Ko Peng was overwhelmed with emotion, embracing his goddess and gently proclaiming, "Rian, rest assured, I will take responsibility. I will treat you well for a lifetime. Lu Ruyan, however, did not respond, her eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Yet, she recalled Li Fan's request and continued to torment Ko Peng. He pleaded repeatedly, I can't take it anymore. Really, Ruyan, we have plenty of time ahead of us. Upon hearing Ko Peng's pleas, Lu Ruyan expressionlessly got off the bed, picked up her phone, and asked, Is it done? The video connection on her phone was abruptly severed, followed by a notification of 100,000 yuan transferred from Li Fan. Observing Lu Ruyan's inexplicable behavior, Ko Peng inquired, Ruyan, who are you talking to? With a frosty expression, Lu Ruyan turned and pointed toward the door, commanding, Put on your clothes and leave. Ko Peng was utterly bewildered, fearing he had inadvertently upset her, and hurriedly apologized. Ruyan, did I do something to make you angry? I apologize. Say it again, leave. Ko Peng quickly got off the bed, intending to embrace Lu Ruyan, only to be met with her clothes being thrown at him. You really thought I wanted to sleep with you because I like you? Just look at yourself. You have neither wealth nor looks. Being with you is nothing short of a nightmare. Only moments ago, Ko Peng had been basking in the triumph of finally winning over his goddess. But he was now battered by her icy words, muttering, Then why did you sleep with me? Lu Ruyan, seeing Ko Peng's despondent expression, felt a sense of satisfaction as if she had reclaimed her confidence as a goddess, mocking him. If it weren't for Li Fan spending 120,000 yuan to have me accompany you, do you think you would be worthy of climbing into my bed? Wake up. Ko Peng stared at Lu Ruyan in disbelief, saying, You slept with me for 120,000 yuan? Yes, is there a problem with that? How could you have changed so much? What I have become is not for you, a pathetic loser, to judge. You are unworthy. Without Li Fan, you wouldn't even have the right to touch me. One must recognize their own station in life. Lu Ruyan, clearly losing her patience, approached the door, swung it open, and said, Hurry up and leave. I need to take a shower. Ko Peng left the Manhattan Hotel in a daze, unaware of how long he had been walking, his legs feeling weak. Spotting a barbecue stall by the roadside, he sat down, yearning for a drunken escape. 3 years ago, when he first arrived at Xi'an University of Technology, he endured ridicule for his overweight physique. At a social event, when a wealthy senior mocked him, Lu Ruyan had stood up for him. From that moment on, the girl who shielded him became his faith, embodying righteousness and kindness. Yet, how had she transformed into this? Suddenly Rakaling Li Fan. He sought to uncover the truth behind it all. He ordered a mountain of skewers and a few beers, heading straight to Li Fan's home. Meanwhile, in Manhattan Hotel, Lu Ruyan stared at her account, which now displayed 120,000 yuan, yet felt no joy. A sense of desolation washed over her as she collapsed on her bed. Weeping uncontrollably, Ko Peng's words compelled her to reflect on when she had become this way. She had entered this esteemed university with dreams of becoming a societal elite, aspiring to break into the upper classes through her own merit. Yet, how had she ended up in this state? She remembered that it all began when she yielded to the sweet nothings of her first boyfriend and the allure of luxury goods. Yi Bohunk, a senior 1 year her elder, handsome and affluent, had initially seemed like her Prince Charming, only to reveal himself as nothing more than an ordinary flower in someone else's garden, easily discarded once it lost its novelty. From that moment, she had sought a wealthier, more devoted man, determined to infiltrate the upper echelons of society. After meeting Wu Shanshan, she learned how to present herself and select suitable luxury items. But these were beyond the means of her ordinary family. In her quest to enhance her appearance, she learned to fish. But truly affluent and discerning fish quickly evaded her after she failed to entice them with gifts. Yet, having become accustomed to a life of fine wine and steak, how could she return to simplicity? Accidentally getting involved with campus loans, she found herself ensnared by the clutches of Siedebiao, with her debt escalating from 40,000 to 60,000 and ultimately reaching 100,000. As Siedebiao began to tire of her, she realized her end was a precipice. Then came Li Fan. Handsome, wealthy, and purportedly kind-hearted, she had initially intended to leverage Wu Shanshan's connections to repay her debts. Yet reality struck her. All sisterhood was merely calculated, and relying on others was futile. Believing she had the capital to win Li Fan and escape her hardships, she was once again shattered by his rejection. Why? Ji Buchang, Wu Shanshan, Siedebiao, Li Fan. One day, I shall return the humiliation you have inflicted upon me 100-fold. From that moment on, Lu Ruyan had begun to spiral into madness, her eyes filled with resentment. Meanwhile, after transferring the funds, Li Fan awaited Ko Peng's call, but the anticipated ring never came. Instead, he heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found Ko Peng standing there looking lost, with skewers in one hand and a bundle of beer in the other. Perfect timing, Li Fan smiled, taking the beer and inviting Ko Peng inside. I haven't eaten yet. It seems you have conscience. The two settled around the dining table, with Li Fan skewering meat while sizing up Ko Peng, asking, "Don't you have anything to ask me?" Ko Peng downed half a bottle of beer and belched, saying, "I initially came to demand answers, to inquire why you treated Lu Ri in that way. But as I walked here, I realized that questioning you would be utterly foolish." "Oh, you've come to your senses?" Ko Peng nodded. "Not so much as coming to my senses, but Lu Ruyan's words snapped me awake. I'm just an ordinary guy. My family lacks wealth. Why was I foolishly dreaming of catching a 1,000-mile steed?" Observing Ko Peng's evident despondence, Li Fan raised his glass to toast with him, saying, "She is not worthy of you. You are a remarkable person, kind, humorous, and an exceptional student. In an uncertain world, we are all dark horses. She, a fallen individual blinded by materialism, is not worth it. When did you discern her true nature?" "Just a few days ago. You know Xie Biao, right?" "Yes. The underground emperor of Beijing. Is there a connection?" "Indeed. I borrowed a substantial sum from Xie Biao recently and happened to witness her cozily entwined with him. It's not difficult to surmise that she is one of those who engage in naked loans." Upon hearing this, Ko Peng immediately grew serious and inquired, "You borrowed money from Xie Biao? How could you associate with such a person? If you're in need, I can help you find a solution. Do you realize how nefarious Xie Biao is? Are you courting death?" Li Fan felt a surge of emotion at Ko Peng's words and replied, "Rest assured, I know my limits. You will understand in due time." Observing Li Fan's unwavering expression, Ko Peng refrained from further urging. "If anything arises, you must inform me. My family may not be affluent, but I could muster 30 to 50,000. Speaking of money, it's truly a loss. 120,000 wasted on such a person. It's too much of a blow." Seeing that Ko Peng seemed to have moved past his sorrow for Lu Ruyan, Li Fan teased, "Isn't she your goddess? Enough, let us put that to rest. No one is to mention it again." All right, it shall not be mentioned. There are plenty of good women out there. By the way, is she truly that alluring? Damn it, are we still on this topic? Ha ha ha, come let us drink. Li Fan, you're my only friend in these 3 years. Let me show you something. The two lost track of time and soon found themselves intoxicated, unaware of how many bottles they had procured from the supermarket along the way. The empty bottles were numerous. The following morning, when Li Fan awoke, Ko Peng had already left for class. After tidying up his home, Li Fan set out, for there were many matters to attend to today. He needed to find gasoline and diesel, as well as self-defense weapons, with only 10 days remaining until the sweltering summer break. Chapter 14. Xie Biao's Distress. Ever since the fire at Xie Biao's nightclub resulted in fatalities, the establishment has been sealed off. One of his subordinates has been apprehended to bear the blame, specifically the legal representative of Hong Langman nightclub. These past few days, Xie Biao has been unusually subdued, having been summoned for police questioning multiple times, now spending his days at his small loan company. In the office, Xie Biao sat in his executive chair, his countenance dark as he gazed at the dozen or so silent subordinates before him, and solemnly inquired, "Have you not yet located that individual?" One subordinate replied, "Brother Biao, the men have dispersed, and there are still no leads. A bunch of useless fools. I've shown you the surveillance footage, and yet you cannot find a single person? Have you even investigated those who lost money at the venue? Are there any similarities?" The leading subordinate responded, "We have looked into it, but the quality of our hidden cameras is not particularly clear, and with the masks and hats, we cannot discern their faces, only approximate body types. However, among our gamblers, there are no middle-aged individuals with a similar physique." Upon hearing this, Xie Biao seized the ashtray on his desk and hurled it to the ground, cursing, "Are you all fools? That was not a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. Have you ever seen a middle-aged person dragging 7 or 8 electric scooters without even breaking a sweat?" Zhou Qiang, standing beside Xie Biao, attempted to console him, "Cousin, please do not be angry. Hao and the others are also diligently searching. They simply do not possess your meticulous observation skills." Xie Biao suppressed his fury and stated, "Listen, I do not care what methods you employ. You must locate him within a week. To dare to poison me on my own turf in Beicheng, he truly must be tired of living." The subordinates promptly assured him and hurriedly exited the office. Yet, just as the office door closed, it was pushed open once more by a secretary in professional attire, announcing, "Mr. Xie, Officer Huang and Officer Wang have arrived again." Xie Biao felt as though his teeth might shatter. These two officers had been relentlessly pursuing him like a persistent adhesive plaster. He had to feign indifference to the matter and engage in a game of Tai Chi with them. Taking a deep breath and adopting his signature smile, he said, "Please, let them in." Shortly, the secretary ushered in 2 police officers, 1 male and 1 female. Officer Huang, named Huang Wei, was the captain of the criminal investigation team of Chang'an Prefecture, a middle-aged man around 40 years old. The female officer, Wang Yu, was a striking beauty. The deputy captain of the same team, resembling a star from a small notebook. Despite her appealing appearance and alluring figure, she was a force to be reckoned with. Having transitioned from a special forces unit of a military district to the police force, unmatched in prowess within the criminal investigation team, Sieta Biao stepped out from behind his desk with a smile, saying, "Oh dear, Officer Huang, please take a seat. You visited 5 times in recent days. If this continues, no one will dare to conduct business here." Haha. Officer Huang, maintaining a formal demeanor, presented his credentials and stated, "Mr. Xie, we have a few questions that require your cooperation. I shall speak candidly and without reservation. Mr. Xie, do you have any dealings with the owner of Honglangman nightclub? Have I not mentioned before? I'm not familiar with him. While the land is mine, I leased it several years ago, and my business ventures are numerous. What they do after leasing it is beyond my concern." Officer Huang nodded, producing a photograph and placing on the desk, asking, "Do you recognize this individual?" Upon seeing the photo, Sieta Biao's pupils twitched slightly. He picked it up for a closer inspection and replied, "This one is so heavily bundled up and wearing a mask that it's impossible to discern their appearance. I do not know anyone with such a physique and hunchback." The 2 detectives had been keenly observing Sieta Biao's demeanor, and the momentary flicker in his gaze did not escape their notice. Just as Wang Yu was about to speak, she was interrupted by Huang Wei. "All right, Mr. Xie, thank you for your cooperation. Please try to avoid traveling far in the coming days. We may need your assistance regarding the arson case." Sieta Biao replied sternly, "It is my honor to assist the officers in their investigation." After sending off the 2 officers, Sieta Biao sank into contemplation on the sofa. The photograph provided by the police was taken from the surveillance at the entrance of Honglangman nightclub. The image was quite clear and evoked a sense of familiarity in Sieta Biao. Zhou Qiang inquired, "Cousin, how did the police manage to track down this individual? It seems he cannot remain hidden any longer." Sieta Biao furrowed his brow, his gaze wandering as he searched his mind repeatedly, yet could not identify who it was. This troubled him greatly, and he commanded, "Inform Hao and the others to intensify their efforts. Whoever finds him will be rewarded 200,000. Cousin, since the police are involved, do we not need a rush? Nonsense. We must find him before the police do. He gives me a sense of familiarity. He must know me and is undoubtedly aware that I am the mastermind behind the nightclub. This is an act of revenge targeted at me. If there is any concrete evidence linking me to being the mastermind and I am apprehended by the police, it would be very troublesome." Zhou Qiang then realized the severity of the situation and turned to make a phone call. Sieta Biao added, "What has Li Fan been up to these days? Has there been anything unusual?" "There was nothing unusual. I merely ventured out to purchase numerous garments and pharmaceuticals. Following the incident at the nightclub, I withdrew the personnel to seek individuals." "Very well. Let us set aside the matter concerning Li Fan for the moment and focus on locating this masked man." At the foot of the credit company, within a police vehicle, Wang Yu inquired with a hint of confusion, "Captain Huang, why do you not continue the interrogation? Sieta Biao must surely recognize this person." Huang Wei shook his head, imparting wisdom, "You are still too hasty. Someone like Sieta Biao is exceedingly cunning. We both know that Honglangman belongs to him. Yet observe, there is no trace of his contact information in the bank statements, the legal representative, or even in Guangmu's communication records. Everything pertaining to Honglangman is devoid of any connection to him. Do you think a person so prudent would readily confess under your mere interrogative approach? What should we do then?" Wang Yu pressed, "We must find this individual. He is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. If he were merely an ordinary gambler, Sieta Biao would not exhibit such a veiled reaction. This person must certainly be an enemy of Sieta Biao, potentially possessing the evidence we seek." Upon hearing Huang Wei's analysis, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with realization. "Captain, let us proceed with the task. We shall split up. You investigate the community where Sieta Biao resides, while I will examine his recent financial transactions and call records." "Captain, should we apply for a warrant?" Wang Yu asked. Huang Wei shook his head in resignation. "No, aside from the timing aligning. We currently lack concrete evidence to implicate this individual in the fire." Lighting a cigarette, he pondered for a moment before stating, "If we do not achieve any substantial results tonight, I will apply for a collaborative notice. Let us act." Subsequently, the 2 departed the small loan company. While Sieta Biao was embroiled in a battle of wits with the police, Li Fan remained blissfully unaware that both sides had set their sights on him. Even if he were cognizant, he would have little inclination to concern himself, as he was currently troubled by how to procure the remaining resources. After wandering for the better part of the morning and purchasing yet more clothing, he found himself at an impasse. The notion of acquiring everything for free incessantly flickered in his mind. After lunch, Li Fan sought refuge in an internet cafe, reserving a single room. He intended to utilize the cafe's computer to see if he could synchronize with Xiaoran. Sitting before the computer, Li Fan entered an alternate dimension. Upon seeing him, Xiaoran dashed over excitedly, brandishing a tablet, and asking, "Is there more of this?" I finished everything inside. It was so interesting. What had initially been a casual endeavor to keep Xiao Ran occupied unexpectedly brought her immense joy. Yes, I will download it for you tonight, but for now, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention. What is it? She inquired. I found an internet cafe, which serves as a client for the database you mentioned. Please see if you can synchronize with it. All right, I shall give it a try. What must I do? Xiao Ran lifted her tablet, pointing to the USB port. Your technological creations are quite rudimentary, still relying on the binary processing system of zeros and ones. Step outside and touch your right hand to this port. I will handle the rest. Li Fan exited the alternate dimension and reached out to touch the USB port of the cafe's main computer. To his astonishment, a dark, fluid-like entity emanated from his fingertip, linking to the USB interface. Li Fan was astounded. What exactly was this black sphere within him? It could morph freely and use him as a medium to absorb external information. However, he was oblivious to the cacophony of curses erupting throughout the cafe. Chapter 15. The astonishing power of Ran Lin within the cafe's hall. The uproar of profanity rivaled that of a bustling market on the eve of a festival. Internet manager, what is happening? I was disconnected. Damn it, this was the final match of my promotion battle. This wretched internet cafe dares to claim it has the best configuration and the fastest speeds in the entire North City? Waiter, come here. Do you know the American stock market just surged? I was about to increase my holdings. We're talking about losses in the hundreds of thousands. Can you compensate for that? The cafe staff were in a state of panic, their foreheads glistening with sweat as technicians scurried back and forth in the server room. The switches were functioning normally, yet the data flow was alarmingly high, reaching the limits of the cafe's dedicated fiber optics. After numerous checks, they were still unable to identify the source of the issue. In desperation, they resorted to contacting the service provider. However, upon retrieving their phones, they discovered they had no service signal. Assuming there was magnetic interference in the server room, they searched for a signal outside to no avail. Turning to the throng in the hall, they asked, "Does anyone have a signal?" The hall was now filled with people, cafe staff, patrons from the main area, and customers from the private rooms who had emerged. Upon hearing the query, they all pulled out their phones, only to be met with a chorus of exclamations. "I don't have one." "Neither do I." "Me neither." "What is going on? Was the mobile network hacked?" "Impossible." A company as large as mobile communications could never be compromised. The hall erupted into chaos as people waved their phones, desperately searching for signal. This issue was not isolated to just this cafe. The internet paralysis spread like a shockwave from North City, expanding at an unfathomable pace. All network issues were similar. Data transmission was normal, yet all streams diverted to a location in Chang'an Prefecture, subsequently vanishing without a trace. At the National Cybersecurity Bureau, the door to the highest office was violently flung open as an administrator rushed in, exclaiming, "Director, our network has collapsed." Moreover, prior to the outage, I discovered that all major domestic tech companies were attacked. Even the police and banking systems have been breached. The director, holding a teacup, was about to reprimand the intruding administrator, but froze, his mouth snapping shut as he trembled and set his cup down. He cleared his ears and asked, "What did you say? Am I imagining things?" The administrator repeated his earlier statement, and the director's eyes widened in disbelief as he rebuked. "What is your technical department doing? Even if they cannot prevent a breach, couldn't they at least issue a warning? Given the current global tensions, the higher-ups have repeatedly instructed us to remain vigilant. How could we allow ourselves to be incapacitated so easily? And how could we be breached by external forces, compromising both the national police and banking systems?" Director, the method of attack is extraordinarily peculiar, exhibiting a strong deceptive quality. Our defenses were as ineffective as a child's play. The director slumped into his chair, murmuring, "It's over. It's all over." He understood that the National Cybersecurity Bureau operates under the Central Committee and such a significant oversight during his tenure, coupled with the lack of both defensive measures and early warning, would spell the end of his career. Not only had they failed to fend off the invasion, but even the police and banking systems, both independently secured, had been compromised. Regardless of the outcome, his position as director was now untenable. If things went awry, he would face scrutiny, marking the end of his political career. Before he could collect himself, the satellite phone on his desk began to ring. The director took out the satellite phone, feeling increasingly anxious. The satellite phone was a backup communication device, rarely used unless absolutely necessary. Its ringing indicated that the situation was likely far more dire than he had anticipated. Steeling himself, he answered the satellite phone, and a calm, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. "Director Liu, what is the situation regarding this cyber attack?" The administrator hurriedly presented the current analysis report to Director Liu, who was engaged in a phone conversation before exiting the office. "Chief, the responsibility lies with me. I shall reflect and accept the organization scrutiny. I did not come here to hear your self-criticism. I am here to understand the actual situation, Director Liu replied, glancing at the exceedingly simplistic A4 sheet in his hand. And with a heavy heart, he continued, Chief, this recent cyber attack employed technologies that are currently beyond our grasp. The adversary systematically targeted various telecom servers to siphon off all data, subsequently breaching the servers of numerous private internet companies such as Douyin, Tangshuan, Alibaba, and Shihangshu, leading to our infiltration. Given our existing cyber capabilities, we possess no effective countermeasures. Upon finishing his report, Liu found himself drenched in sweat, scarcely daring to breathe. After a prolonged silence, the voice of the highest authority on the other end of the line resounded. You must expedite the restoration of network communications and prepare for a state of war. The call was abruptly terminated. At that moment, the entire nation, and indeed the world, plunged into a state of emergency preparedness. Leaders worldwide began to blame one another, sowing seeds of suspicion among nations. Meanwhile, Li Fan remained blissfully unaware of the magnitude of the calamity he had inadvertently caused. Propping his chin with one hand while the other rested on the USB port of his computer, his mind racing with thoughts on how to procure fuel and weaponry. Suddenly, he heard Xiao Rant's voice calling him, and he promptly found himself in the control room of an alternate dimension. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the transformation within the control room. The square structure's glass walls illuminated, revealing a labyrinth of crystalline circuits pulsating with a silvery glow, all converging toward the database chamber. Ran Lin was at the control panel, manipulating an incomprehensible array of programs. Upon noticing Li Fan, she beamed with excitement, exclaiming, So this is how complex your society is. So many nations, so many ethnicities, and such a plethora of beautiful garments, songs, dances, literature, films, and television series, truly a vibrant tapestry. Ran Lin continuously summoned various projections from the control panel, soon filling half the control room. Li Fan, gazing at these familiar elements of contemporary existence, smiled and remarked, Indeed, the diverse geographical and cultural backgrounds of each nation give rise to distinct lifestyles and civilizations. Ran Lin continued to extract an array of information, akin to a child indulging in a candy store, eagerly selecting and perusing the data that piqued her interest. Yes, although your technological civilization is rather primitive, your world is undeniably a captivating place. I yearn to explore it. Aware that Ran Lin hailed from a technologically advanced realm, Li Fan was curious about the disparity between Earth's civilization and hers. Thus he inquired, Is our technological civilization vastly inferior to yours? With an air of pride, Ran Lin lifted her delicate chin and replied, Certainly. To begin with, your data storage still relies on the electromagnetic polarity conversion method, which is not only inefficient but also prone to loss, with a maximum storage lifespan of merely a few decades. In contrast, our data processing system utilizes a biological nuclear energy processing mechanism, boasting computational power several hundred times greater than yours, with the added advantage of remarkable scalability. Moreover, your industrial technology is still entrenched in the rudimentary applications of physics and chemistry. As she spoke, Ran Lin summoned a colossal aircraft carrier projection, accompanied by detailed data and schematics. This is what I found in my research. Your world's pinnacle of military armament, still employing the most primitive of conventional weaponry. These weapons have long been obsolete in our world. Energy weapons are our norm. However, it is worth mentioning that you have indeed made strides in nuclear fission energy applications. Although your energy utilization is far from perfect and does not achieve a 100% efficiency rate, your current industrial framework is commendable. Li Fan, observing the aircraft carrier with the hull number CVN-78, queried, Why does this resemble the Ford-class carrier of the Eagle Nation? Indeed, it is that very vessel. Li Fan was taken aback, and as he scrutinized the structural diagrams and detailed specifications, anxiety gripped him further. Such information could not simply be found on civilian servers. A chilling possibility dawned upon him, causing his heart to race as he anxiously asked, From where did you synchronize this data? Oh, I accessed the Pentagon and several military-industrial bases of the Eagle Nation. However, this country's research is rather eclectic, encompassing both biotechnology and nuclear energy. If they could, what? You infiltrated the Pentagon and the military-industrial bases of the United States? Li Fan exclaimed, interrupting her. Yes, it was quite easy. How could it be so easy? Oh my God, what have you done? The realization that this breach originated from his own land sent shivers down his spine. What other places have you infiltrated? Ran Lin deftly manipulated the control panel, and a 3D global map materialized before Li Fan. The map was dotted with numerous red points of varying intensities, scattered across the globe, particularly concentrated in larger nations. These red points represent your databases, what you refer to as servers. Essentially, the data synchronization is nearly complete. Ran Lin indicated on the map. As Li Fan beheld this map teeming with red dots, a sense of dread washed over him, and he stammered, "Were you detected during the intrusion?" "Well, I should think so, as I occupied all network channels and inadvertently controlled a satellite link." "Oh no, this is disastrous. If this incites a war among nations, we won't even need to await the apocalypse. We would be obliterated by nuclear weapons." Noticing Li Fan's panic, Ran Lin cautiously inquired, Did I cause you trouble?" Looking at her, he found it difficult to place blame. He had underestimated her capabilities. He steadied his nerves and spoke gently, "It's all right. I will think of a solution." "So, all external network channels are occupied by you?" "Yes. If we relinquish network permissions now, can others trace our exact location based on the data download records?" "They could, but rest assured, I can erase all browsing traces." "Are you certain?" Ran Lin assured him. "Do not worry. Once the traces are erased, there will be no record of my access in your processors. Given your network technology level, it would be impossible to trace. That's a relief. Quickly conclude the synchronization and eliminate any traces. I will step out for now." Chapter 16. Wu Shanshan's arrogance upon Li Fan's return to reality. He exited the private room, only to discover a throng gathered around the bar in the lobby, fervently discussing the recent network paralysis. "I just stepped out and asked a few people. The mobile signal has completely vanished. It seems the main server of the telecommunications company has encountered issues. Do you think the Eagle Nation is preparing to strike us?" "They wouldn't dare." "Exactly. If the Eagle Nation were to act against us, it would lead to a third world war. We are all nuclear powers. The consequences would be unimaginable." Observing the animated crowd, Li Fan initially intended to leave, but hesitated, turning back to blend into the throng, occasionally chiming in with the discussions. The traces left on the internet may be erased, yet the footprints of one's actions remain indelible. In the wake of such a significant event, it is inevitable that the relevant authorities will trace the source. Although it may not be possible to extract clues from the digital footprints, they will deduce the origin based on the timing of the network paralysis across various regions. It is imperative for one to behave as an ordinary individual to avoid drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives. Shortly thereafter, a voice called out, "We have a signal. The internet is back." The crowd dispersed, each person eager to resume their online activities, be it gaming or binge-watching dramas. Li Fan returned to the private room and spoke with Ran Lin. "Ran Lin, could you infiltrate this internet cafe system to erase their surveillance footage, as well as my registration records?" "No problem. This time I won't be caught," she replied. After Ran Lin deleted the surveillance videos and internet records, they lingered for another hour before quietly exiting the cafe. In the afternoon, Li Fan decided against seeking further resources and opted to return to school and visit the astronomy club. With the National Day approaching, he hoped to uncover some leads regarding the Nuka crystal. More importantly, he was uncertain of the stance taken by various nations regarding the recent network paralysis. For now, he needed to maintain a low profile. At the art department of Xi'an University of Technology, Wu Shanshan noticed that Lu Ruyan, who had been staying out overnight, seemed to have transformed into a different person. The once seemingly carefree individual had suddenly grown somber. Wu Shanshan had always looked down upon Lu Ruyan. Upon arriving at school, had displayed a self-righteous demeanor, only to be easily ensnared by the wealth of the second-generation rich Jibuchan. She had prided herself on being the heroine of a romance novel, basking in the affection of a devoted and powerful partner, only to be discarded once she had lost her allure. In the dormitory, Wu Shanshan observed Lu Ruyan, lost in thought on her bed, and inquired, "Ruyan, are you all right?" Ever since the previous night, when Li Fan had humiliatingly forced her onto the bed of an overweight otaku, Lu Ruyan had frequently reflected on her former self, while seeds of resentment took root within her heart. Hearing Wu Shanshan's voice, she turned her head, concealing the bitterness that lay deep within her eyes. Internally, she cursed Wu Shanshan countless times, but responded with a smile. "I'm fine. Oh, by the way, I'll send you Li Fan's WeChat contact. You can reach out to him yourself. Good luck." Lu Ruyan knew that Li Fan was not as benevolent as others claimed. He was undoubtedly a clever and cunning individual with a sharp tongue. The thorn she had encountered, she would ensure that Wu Shanshan experienced it as well. Upon receiving Lu Ruyan's WeChat contact, Wu Shanshan promptly sent a friend request, only to be met with a rejection. "He rejected me? How could he reject my friend request? Did you not make your identity clear?" She pondered, her expression darkening. As the belle of the arts department, with beauty and figure that were unrivaled at Xi'an University of Technology, she was accustomed to the attention of admirers. The notion that Li Fan would refuse her overture was utterly unacceptable to Wu Shanshan, who had always been the center of attention. Lu Ruyan reveled in the satisfaction of Wu Shanshan's embarrassment, but was reminded of the disdainful expression Wu Shanshan had worn when Ji Buchang pursued her. This sparked a new idea in her mind. She intended to stir the pot between the two of them. "What? He hung up on you? It seems he doesn't think highly of you. We have plenty of admirers. Perhaps it would be best to let it go." Wu Shanshan had always been a self-assured person, confident in her ability to toy with men and in her own appearance. To date, she had only been with one man, yet she could effortlessly compel several others to spend money on her. Accepting such a defeat was out of the question, and Lu Ruyan's taunts only fueled Wu Shanshan's animosity towards Li Fan. A mere orphan. Who needs him? With that, she stormed out of the dormitory. Lu Ruyan cast a disdainful glance at Wu Shanshan's departing figure. Once outside, Wu Shanshan picked up her phone and dialed a number. "I am downstairs. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." In a matter of moments, a brand new Maserati pulled up before her, and a young, handsome man stepped out to personally open the door for her. As they drove away from the university, the driver, Ji Buchong, a senior in the finance department and Lu Ruyan's first love, was a well-known rich heir. His father owned a logistics company with an extensive reach, dominating transportation in the northwest provinces. The logistics park in the western suburbs belonged to his family, and he was the exclusive transporter for renowned supermarkets and warehouses in the region. Ji Buchong's affluent background afforded him countless admirers, and his favorite pastime was pursuing the most elusive targets, only to discard them after conquest. Wu Shanshan was one of his targets, one he had yet to score with. "Shanshan, how about we try some French cuisine today?" A new French restaurant has opened at the nightless city, with ingredients flown in from France, he suggested. Wu Shanshan, accustomed to Ji Buchong's routine, found her thoughts elsewhere, still preoccupied with Li Fan's rejection. She had initially believed that she would add a quality catch to her collection, only to realize that he hadn't taken her seriously at all. As she regarded Ji Buchong behind the wheel, an idea struck her. Why not have Ji Buchong teach Li Fan a lesson and help her vent her frustration? She feigned sadness and asked, "Ji Buchong, do you think I'm a promiscuous girl?" "Of course not. If you were, why would I pursue you for so long?" "What's wrong?" He replied, "I'm aware that there are many rumors about me on the forums, but they're unfounded. Why do they always speak so maliciously?" The forums are filled with those who can't have what they desire. It's not worth your concern." Yesterday, I accompanied Rian to an astronomy club exhibition, and I happened to overhear Li Fan from the law department discussing me with his friends. What he said was truly hurtful. Wu Shanshan's voice faltered as she began to choke up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, creating an illusion of a pure-hearted girl wronged by the cruel words of others. Hearing this, Ji Buchong perked up with interest. This is truly a fortuitous opportunity. If I can assist Wu Shanshan in avenging herself and impart upon her a sense of security, would it not bring me one step closer to a grand slam? Instantly, I feigned a furious expression and declared, "Li Fan from the political science department?" "Very well, Shanshan, do not be disheartened. I shall ensure that he receives his due retribution for you. My beloved goddess shall not be permitted to suffer harm at the hands of anyone." "Buchong, do not act impulsively," she replied gently. "I am merely a bit upset. I shall be fine shortly. Rest assured, I shall exercise discretion. Let us first dine, and afterward, I will take you to vent your frustrations." Wu Shanshan nodded obediently, bestowing upon Ji Buchong a sweet smile, her cunning gaze fleeting. Chapter 17. Special Measures, Logistics Park. Li Fan returned to the classroom, a sense of dissonance rendering him unable to concentrate on the lecture. One hand propped on his chin, the other scrolling through news reports on his phone, he incessantly sought out articles regarding the global internet outage that occurred at noon. However, most of what he found were self-published videos, each offering a myriad of conflicting narratives. Some speculated that the U.S. was preparing to act against China, alleging that the cyber attack aimed to steal critical data on China's latest sixth-generation aircraft. Others suggested that the U.S. was experimenting with a new form of cyber weaponry, the mishap resulting in a nationwide blackout. There were even claims of an extraterrestrial invasion that had caused the outage, particularly following the recent Crimson Skies. The official announcement was starkly simplistic. Due to an unidentified cyber attack, the global internet was incapacitated for half an hour at noon today, and all nations have entered a state of military readiness. Leaders of the 5 permanent members are engaged in urgent discussions. This revelation deepened Li Fan's unease. It seemed this disturbance was indeed significant. The summit of the 5 leaders was hardly encouraging news. One could only hope that their discussions would yield restraint and prolong the situation for at least a fortnight. By then, these leaders might lose interest in the internet outage altogether. Beside him, Ko Peng nudged Li Fan with his elbow, inquiring, "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to stay away from school until after National Day?" "I had a free afternoon, so I thought I'd drop by. How about you? Have you recovered your composure?" Ko Peng, fully aware of Li Fan's implications, shrugged nonchalantly. "Ah, man, the quickest way to mature is to experience the real world. I'm quite clear-headed now, reflecting on my past self, truly a fool. I thought you'd be wallowing in despair for a while." "Thanks to you," Li Fan replied. "Though your methods were a bit harsh, that slap brought me back to reality. Someone like me, lacking in looks and lineage, and with my current physique, should never expect love. Li Fan playfully pinched Ko Peng's waist, saying, "Do not worry. You will shed the weight soon enough. Do you remember my advice? Stock up on supplies and avoid frivolity during the National Day holiday." Ko Peng leaned closer and whispered, "Tell me the truth. Is something about to happen? You've been acting strangely lately. Trust me, just follow my advice. In 2 months, I'll come and find you." Ko Peng intended to probe further, but, seeing Li Fan's evasive demeanor, refrained from pressing on. Throughout the afternoon, Li Fan meandered around the school, feeling a tinge of anxiety. First, he was concerned that the authorities might trace the matter back to him. Although he had erased his digital footprints, he dared not underestimate the investigative capabilities of national security. Secondly, he still had no leads on fuel and weaponry, which prompted countless thoughts of resorting to zero-cost purchasing methods. After class, Li Fan made his way to the astronomy club, only to discover that the premises had been sealed. Noticing several vehicles with Beijing license plates, he swiftly turned and left. Although he was uncertain of their intentions, he understood that inquiring about New Ka at this moment would be tantamount to courting disaster. As he exited the school, Li Fan sensed that someone was trailing him. He turned into a small convenience store, using the pretext of buying cigarettes to easily identify his pursuer. A wave of relief washed over him. Such clumsy tracking skills could not possibly belong to the authorities, not even on par with Xiaodabiao's lackeys. Yet, this raised further questions. If these individuals were not affiliated with the government or Xiaodabiao, from whence had they emerged? Upon leaving the convenience store, Li Fan assessed his surroundings and casually strolled toward a nearby alley. The alley was flanked by walls, with a solitary surveillance camera at its entrance. Standing beneath the camera, he turned and addressed his followers. "You've been tailing me for quite some time. Do you have any advice?" The trio, young men from the streets, revealed tattoos on their exposed necks. Upon hearing his words, they ceased their concealment and approached Li Fan directly, halting 3 meters away. The leader of the group brandished a butterfly knife, displaying an intricate flourish as he spoke in a brash tone. "Kid, you've crossed paths with someone you shouldn't have. Someone's paid for you to receive a lesson." Li Fan furrowed his brow, pondering for a long moment before reluctantly asking, "Who have I crossed?" Another slender youth, adorned with tattoos, chimed in, "You've crossed young Master Ji Buchon." The leader, knife in hand and exuding bravado, declared, "So what's it going to be? Will you resist? Or will you comply and let us teach you a lesson?" "I advise against resistance. My knife is not without its dangers." Li Fan, feeling exasperated, regarded the three with indifference. Setting aside his combat prowess honed over 8 years of apocalyptic training, he was confident that even in his current attire, he could withstand their assault. However, the name Ji Buchong rang familiar, yet he could not recall any prior encounters with him. Not wishing to waste time with these miscreants or escalate the situation, Li Fan's demeanor shifted as he exuded an aura of authority, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Pointing towards the surveillance camera, he stated, "The scene of you confronting me with a knife has already been recorded. You can either kill me, which constitutes premeditated murder, and then flee, or I can disarm you and kill you, which would be deemed self-defense. Do you remember that incident with Longo a few years back?" The trio, accustomed to intimidating ordinary people, faltered at the prospect of genuine violence. Faced with Li Fan's fierce demeanor, they felt their resolve waver. Upon hearing his question, they instinctively nodded. Li Fan stepped closer to the knife-wielding young man, who instinctively raised his weapon to deter Li Fan's advance. Li Fan looked disdainfully at the trembling leader and said, "You've heard enough. Steady that knife and hold tight. Just don't let me take it from you, or you might follow in Long Ji's footsteps. Aim for the spot, right here, the heart. Come on, give it your all." As he spoke, Li Fan maneuvered the knife's tip to rest against his own chest. The leader, frightened, quickly recoiled. In that instant, Li Fan's right hand shot forward like lightning, seizing the young man's wrist in a deft maneuver. With a painful twist, the knife fell from the leader's grasp. Li Fan effortlessly caught the blade in his left hand, released the young man, and swung his right hand, delivering a resounding slap across the leader's face. Smack! A sharp slap resonated, causing the leading man to spin around in place before collapsing onto the ground. Fearful of retaliation, he hesitated, brandishing a knife without purpose. Witnessing Li Fan seize the weapon, his 2 lackeys wasted no time in fleeing. Only the dazed young leader remained, staring at the gleaming butterfly knife in Li Fan's hand, trembling as he pleaded for mercy. Please, brother, don't act impulsively. I was merely trying to scare you. I never intended to harm you. I just need to make a living. Show some leniency and let me go." Silence. "Where is Ji Buchong?" "At the intersection behind, driving a Maserati. The license plate is Chin B 54250. "Enough. Get lost." The young leader scrambled to his feet and dashed away faster than a rabbit. Li Fan returned to the previous intersection and soon spotted the Maserati, where he noticed 2 occupants, the driver and a familiar face in the passenger seat, Wu Shanshan. At that moment, The depth of his disdain for her surpassed even that for Lu Ruyan. Approaching the driver's side, he knocked on the window. Inside, Ji Buchong rolled down the window and, upon seeing Li Fan, inquired with confusion, "Who are you? What do you want?" As Li Fan beheld Ji Buchong's features, a fragment of apocalyptic memories surged forth. No wonder the name sounded so familiar. Ji Buchong, son of Ji Wuli, established a vast power during the second phase of the apocalypse, the cold winter period, relying on resources from the West Suburb Logistics Park and his employees. His father controlled all supplies and women within a 10-mile radius, allowing this scion to live a life akin to that of a deity. Li Fan had encountered him during the apocalypse, and by the time of his demise, Ji Wuli had already formed a private armed force rivaling that of the official base. "Young Master Ji, your friend's knife accidentally fell. Would you kindly pass it on?" "My friend's knife?" Just as Ji Buchong was grappling with confusion, a flash of silver appeared, and a knife embedded itself in the seat between his legs. Wu Shanshan emitted a piercing scream, while Ji Buchong trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the knife handle protruding from the seat. He hesitantly reached down to feel it, realizing the blade was still intact, and bellowed in fury, "Do you know who my father is? How dare you treat me like this? Oh, and who might that be?" "My father, Ji Wuli." Li Fan seized Ji Buchong's hair, compelling him to meet his gaze. "I care not who your father is. Even Sieta Biao would not dare to cross me. Is your father more formidable than Sieta Biao? Listen well. I have no time to deal with you right now. Do not provoke me over a woman who can be bought. Otherwise, you will live to regret it." Releasing Ji Buchong, Li Fan reached into his pocket, retrieving a wad of cash from an alternate space, tossing it to Wu Shanshan. "Damn it, wasn't that just the payment for last night's escapade? Bringing a gigolo to disgust me. Truly pathetic." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. Li Fan was currently in need of time and wished to avoid wasting it on trifles. Thus, intimidation was the most advisable strategy. Should that fail, he would resort to special methods, similar to those employed against Sieta Biao, ensuring Ji Buchong would be too preoccupied to challenge him. Wait, special methods, West Suburb Logistics Park. Li Fan turned back to the still-dazed Ji Buchong in the car, revealing a sinister smile before walking away. Ji Buchong, still shaken from fear, shivered at the sight of Li Fan's eerie grin. Only after Li Fan's figure disappeared from view did he dare to slowly withdraw the knife from his lap. He turned to find Wu Shanshan collecting scattered bills, and an inexplicable anger surged within him. "Why would Li Fan give you money? Were you two together last night?" "Buchong, don't listen to his nonsense. He's trying to sow discord between us. Li Fan is terrifying. Please take me home." Ji Buchong's expression fluctuated as he coldly replied before driving towards the school. Both remained taciturn, avoiding mention of Li Fan. Yet Wu Shanshan's act of gathering money planted a seed of suspicion in Ji Buchong's mind. Chapter 18. Wang Yu's intuition. Wang Yu stood outside Li Fan's home at Lishui Bun, conversing on her phone with Captain Huang Wei. "Captain, I've gathered some information. A neighbor reported that Sieta Biao visited a university student named Li Fan the night before the incident. Could we request the team's records on this student?" Upon hearing the name Li Fan, Huang's voice rose in volume. "Li Fan, I've just discovered that Sieta Biao made an 80 million transfer that night to none other than Li Fan. You should speak with him directly. He might not be home. He is likely at school. Are you suspecting this university student?" Wang Yu expressed her thoughts. "Captain Huang, why would an ordinary university student prompt Sieta Biao to transfer 80 million? It's highly suspicious. We should investigate further. If Li Fan is unavailable, return to the station for a briefing and plan the next steps." "Understood." Wang Yu ended the call and headed down the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, she encountered a tall, handsome young man who compelled her to steal a few extra glances. Yet, he showed no awareness of her presence, passing by without a single glance. As the elevator doors closed, Wang Yu felt an unusual sensation, convinced that the young man held a deeper significance, an instinctive conclusion born from her police training. However, she chose not to linger and left Lishui Bun. Inside the elevator, Li Fan furrowed his brow, feeling a surge of caution at the appearance of the policewoman. This building was devoid of any police presence. Her arrival likely pertained to him, though he couldn't ascertain the reason. It seemed prudent to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Criminal Investigation Unit, Wang Yu was summoned for a meeting. The entire squad, comprising 4 teams, gathered. The chief of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Zhang Chenggang, sat solemnly at the head of the table. Once everyone was present, he stated, "The content of this meeting is of the highest confidentiality. Everyone, please surrender your phones and sign a non-disclosure agreement." Once all phones were collected and the agreement signed, he continued, "Let me introduce several colleagues. Director Chun, please come in." The door to the small conference room at the back opened, revealing a group of 10 individuals, 3 women and 7 men, all dressed in plain clothes. These are special personnel from the National Security Ministry, sent from the capital to thoroughly investigate the recent network paralysis issue. Zhang Qingang gestured for Director Chun to take the floor. Director Chun, the Long and Criminal Investigation Unit, is at your disposal. Please proceed. The leading man shook hands with Zhang Qingang, politely stating, "This mission is critical, and the deadline is tight. We will require substantial support and cooperation from the Long side. That's our duty." After some pleasantries, the head of the group addressed everyone. "I am Chun Zemin, Director of the Investigation Department of the National Security Ministry. I believe you're all aware of the network paralysis incident that occurred at noon, so I will refrain from elaborating further. Now, I will share some intelligence that has not been disclosed to the public. The network paralysis during midday was a global phenomenon. However, this particular assault left no trace within the digital realm. No servers worldwide experienced data loss or were infiltrated by viruses. After thorough analysis by domestic cybersecurity experts, it became evident that the method employed in this cyber attack far surpassed current technological capabilities. Due to the absence of any digital footprints, tracing the origin of the attack through online channels proved futile. Nevertheless, based on the compiled timelines from across the nation, we deduced that the initial site of the network failure was Chang'an Prefecture. Consequently, it is highly probable that the hacker responsible for this global disruption is located in Chang'an. All airports, train stations, and highways leading out of Chang'an have been placed under strict surveillance. Therefore, the primary objective is to locate this individual as swiftly as possible, with an imperative that they be apprehended unharmed. Should there be any inquiries, now is the time to voice them. This series of shocking revelations left even the most seasoned detectives astounded. Firstly, the National Security Agency, an organization directly under central jurisdiction, is a realm most detectives would never encounter in their lifetime. Furthermore, the mastermind behind the worldwide network collapse being situated in Chang'an presents both an opportunity and a formidable challenge. At this juncture, someone posed a question. Director Chun, do we have any more detailed clues? Chun Zemin shook his head in resignation and replied, "None." Another detective inquired, "What if the adversary is a hostile force and resists with violence?" Chun Zemin solemnly stated, "Please remember the highest directive. We must capture them unharmed." Noticing that no further questions arose, Chun Zemin began delegating tasks. Utilizing the method of time deduction, teams were to be dispatched to various internet companies, residential complexes, and internet cafes for investigation. The aim was to pinpoint the exact time of the network failure down to the second, using the timeline to narrow the investigative scope. Captain Zhang, I entrust the division of groups and areas to you. Our investigative team will be integrated into each group to act in unison. Zhang Chen nodded and commenced the grouping process. After the meeting concluded, Wang Yu approached Huang Wei. "Captain, what about the case of Xiedebiao?" Huang Wei, equally at a loss, replied, "Let it be for now. Our priority is to locate the individuals pursued by the National Security Agency." Unbeknownst to Li Fan, the network incident he orchestrated that morning had already been precisely traced back to Chang'an by the authorities, who had initiated their operations. At that moment, he was engaged in a discussion with Ram Lin regarding his plan for a zero-cost purchase scheme. It was also inspired by Jibuchang, as a logistics park situated in the remote western outskirts primarily saw large transport trucks, with minimal surveillance and foot traffic. Most crucially, the upcoming National Day holiday meant even fewer people would be present in the logistics park. Ram Lin had already synchronized global data, making it a breeze to infiltrate the park surveillance systems. This is a 3D panorama of the logistics park. If you wish to sneak in quietly, I can assist you with the surveillance. However, avoiding security personnel would be entirely your responsibility. Li Fan smirked and remarked, "Aren't you a high-level technological civilization? Can't you fabricate some invisibility cloaks or similar equipment for me?" "Of course I can." Ram Lin responded enthusiastically, "Indeed, I can. So, hurry up and get me one." Rolling her eyes at him, she pointed to the still gray high-tech laboratory and armed lab, saying, "Activate these two, and I assure you, not only invisibility cloaks, but even an aircraft carrier can be produced, provided you supply the materials." The flicker of hope that had just ignited was swiftly extinguished. Li Fan fiddled with the 3D map of the logistics park, his mind racing with feasible plans. Casually, he inquired, "Could the materials lab assist in crafting a human skin mask?" "Absolutely. Just provide the materials." "What materials?" "Plastic and latex." Hearing that the materials were so simple, Li Fan's heart leaped with joy. He promptly exited the alternate space, gathering all plastic items and a latex mattress from his home to send to the materials lab. In under 10 minutes, a remarkably lifelike human face mask was created. Eagerly, he donned it, transforming his youthful visage into that of an average middle-aged man in his 50s. Moreover, the facial contours shifted seamlessly with his own facial movements, as if he had donned an entirely different head. Gazing at the mask, Li Fan resolved to scout the area the following day. If it aligned with his expectations, he would execute his plan that night. The next morning, Li Fan first visited his supermarket, sweeping away all the goods along with the shelves before hailing a taxi to the western outskirts. The driver, a middle-aged man, was engaged in a conversation over the phone with a fellow driver. "Old Zhang, where are you on that long haul?" "Ah, no luck. I got stopped at the highway entrance." "What's the situation?" "I heard there's a serial killer who has fled to our Chang'an prefecture. They're on lockdown now. All airports and stations are under tight control. To leave the province, you need a permit from your workplace or community." "A serial killer? Huh? That's quite the sensation. How would I know?" Listening to the driver's dialogue, Li Fan felt a pang of anxiety. The inevitable had arrived. A wanted murderer would not provoke such a large-scale response. And if his suspicions were correct, the authorities had indeed pinpointed Chang'an. However, seeking to locate himself amidst a city of over 10 million inhabitants was akin to chasing shadows. If he could just lay low for another 7 or 8 days, everything would be resolved. Chapter 19. The Logistics Park Heist. The Western Logistics Park is located at the intersection of Chang'an Prefecture and Chinsong City, nestled within an industrial area. Whether it was due to the National Day holiday or the lockdown in Chang'an, all large trucks in the logistics park had ceased operations. The entire industrial zone was less populated than expected, with only a few patrolling security personnel occasionally visible. This presented an excellent opportunity for Li Fan. Setting down his binoculars, he entered the alternate space and asked Ranlin, "Can you access the surveillance system of the logistics park now?" "Yes," Ranlin replied, manipulating the controls. Soon, 40 screens displaying the park surveillance footage illuminated the main console. The logistics park boasted 48 cameras, 12 warehouses, with 4 cameras assigned to each warehouse. There were 5 security rooms located between warehouses 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Each security room housed 3 guards who would patrol outside the warehouses every half hour. But they would not enter the warehouses. You simply need to wait until the guards finish their patrols, then slip inside and gather the supplies. The previous night, Li Fan had memorized the layout of the logistics park. The security rooms were positioned to oversee the entrances of both adjacent warehouses. The warehouse doors employed facial recognition, making it impossible to enter through the front without alerting the guards. However, each warehouse was equipped with 2 ventilation ducts, each 80 centimeters in diameter, fitted with exhaust fans. The plan was to climb the 3-meter-high duct within 30 minutes, disable the exhaust fan, remove it, and then enter the warehouse. This was the strategy he had devised the previous night. Now, all that remained was to wait for nightfall. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the logistics park fell into a profound silence. Under the cover of darkness, Li Fan stealthily approached the rear of warehouse number 1, concealing himself beneath a large truck, waiting for the guards to pass. Before long, the voices of 2 male security guards and the beam of their flashlights drifted past the side of the warehouse. "You mentioned that the boss granted everyone a holiday. Why are we excluded? Enough with the complaints. We too have been given a break, but who will oversee the warehouse? TCH, what era are we in? Surveillance is ubiquitous, and the warehouse is completely sealed with facial recognition at the entrance. Are thieves really capable of stealing items through the ventilation? Alas, such is the nature of our earnings. Well then, let us not linger. We can manage this with minimal effort. Do you genuinely believe there are thieves here?" With that, the 2 hastily circled the area before departing. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fan crawled out from beneath the vehicle, made his way to the ventilation shaft, retrieved a telescopic ladder from his spatial storage, and climbed up the shaft. He then took out a pair of electrician's pliers to sever the exhaust fan's connection, followed by an electric screwdriver to detach the fan itself, before stowing away both the fan and the ladder into his spatial realm. He couldn't help but marvel at the convenience of his spatial abilities. It was truly exhilarating. Upon entering the warehouse, Li Fan was astounded. The sheer volume of supplies within was beyond imagination. In comparison to his own modest supermarket, it was akin to the disparity between a hamster and an elephant. Every conceivable necessity was present, and everything on his list was readily available, along with many items not even on his inventory. Glancing at the tags on the shelves, he realized that this warehouse No. 1 was designated for the Wanama Supermarket's first and second branches in Lon City. Without hesitation, he began to collect the shelves one by one into his spatial storage. It took him a full half hour to clear this single warehouse. When a security guard completed his second patrol, Li Fan retraced his path through the ventilation shaft to warehouse number 2. Thus, he toiled until the early hours, nearly collapsing from fatigue after collecting from 10 warehouses. The last 2 warehouses differed significantly from the previous 10. As Li Fan entered warehouse number 11, he was taken aback. Instead of supplies, it was filled with an array of luxury cars, all meticulously arranged, with even the likes of Mercedes and BMW being the least impressive. What captivated Li Fan most was a Doomsday Fortress RV, the Unicat Terracross 59. It was his first encounter with this vehicle, which he had only seen in online research. Priced at $80 million, It measured 9,538 millimeters by 2,492 millimeters by 3,465 millimeters, with an interior spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 5 or 6 individuals. Built on a Mancom 18330 all-wheel drive chassis and equipped with 4 Michelin military truck tires, it boasted formidable off-road capabilities. The vehicle's roof sported 4 high-powered xenon headlights, with the fuel tank, battery, diesel engine, and storage compartment strategically placed along the lower sides, allowing for a travel range of 1,500 kilometers when fully fueled. Li Fan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, almost shouting in delight. What man could resist such temptation? As he caressed the earthy colored body, just as he was about to open the door to experience it firsthand, he was interrupted by Ranlin. I don't mean to intrude upon your moment of reverie, but it is already 4 a.m. Just a gentle reminder. There are still 2 hours until the security shift change. At her words, Li Fan quickly composed himself, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and commenced a new round of collection efforts. After clearing the vehicles from that warehouse, he hastily proceeded to the final warehouse. To Li Fan's dismay, the last warehouse contained nothing but a collection of various electrical wires. Initially intending to leave without a second thought, Ranlin reminded him, these metals can serve as raw materials. This piqued Li Fan's interest just enough to enter the warehouse and gather all the cables into his spatial realm. After completing his collection, Li Fan quietly left. A night of relentless labor had nearly drained his mental fortitude. After walking toward the city for nearly an hour, he finally managed to hail a taxi, directing it to stop at a bus station about 5 or 6 kilometers from his home. He then boarded a bus heading home. At a public restroom near his community, he disposed of his disguise, took a route devoid of surveillance, and returned home, diving into bed and falling into a deep slumber. At the West Suburb Logistics Park, the security captain was conducting the morning briefing before the shift change, subsequently leading the day shift leaders to inspect the warehouses. Upon opening the door to warehouse number 1, he was left dumbfounded. After stepping back to close the door, he reopened it again. Where are the goods? The frantic cries drew the attention of fellow security personnel, who were equally astonished to see the empty warehouse. Especially the night shift guards, who had witnessed nothing unusual the previous evening, were baffled to find the warehouse stripped bare, with only the stark walls remaining. At that moment, one guard quietly suggested, Captain, we should check the other warehouses quickly. The captain snapped out of shock and led the group to warehouse number 2, where another anguished scream erupted. Warehouse número 3. Warehouse number 4. Warehouse number 5. By the time they reached warehouse number 12, the captain's voice had grown hoarse, unable to cry out any longer. Quickly, call the police and notify the boss. No one from the night shift is to leave. They must be detained. The night shift guards, in a state of panic, hurriedly protested. Captain, this has nothing to do with us. Everything was normal last night. There are surveillance cameras. The captain, feeling the weight of responsibility, knew that as the leader, he could not bear the blame alone for the loss of such substantial assets. He sternly declared, we will discuss this once the police have conducted their investigation. Until they arrive, no one is allowed to leave, especially those of you who are on the night shift. Moments later, a Maybach sped into the logistics park's storage area, coming to a halt with remarkable urgency. A middle-aged man, clad in sleepwear, rushed out and approached the security captain, stating in a grave tone, I hope to hear from you that your phone call was a jest. The captain, his voice rasping, replied, Boss, it's gone, all of it. There's nothing left, not even the exhaust fan. Ji Wooly pushed past the captain, hurrying into the adjacent warehouse number 4. Only to be met with an empty space, his hopes dashed. He then rushed to warehouse number 11, aware that the value of its contents far surpassed that of all others. However, upon witnessing the desolate scene within warehouse number 11, he felt a rush of blood to his throat and collapsed, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. The surrounding guards were thrown into disarray. Some called for ambulances. Others rushed to administer first aid, while a few hastily pulled out their phones to post on social media. Chapter 20. The Vanishing Goods. 4 police cars and an ambulance entered the logistics park in succession. From the first police car emerged a director, surveying the chaotic scene, and directed the accompanying officers. Secure the area and find the person in charge. The officers complied and soon brought forth the security captain. Are you the person in charge here? What is your name and position? The captain, trembling, responded, I am the security captain here. My name is Zhang Xiao. Where's your boss? How could he not be on site for such a significant incident? Zhang Xiao, with a pained expression, pointed to the ambulance that had just departed, saying, the boss was just taken away. The director, Ma Honggang, oversaw this district, which had not seen any criminal cases for a long time, and was on the verge of a promotion after another year of exemplary service. However, this time, a case has threatened to obliterate the achievements I have amassed over the years. Ji Wooly is also known to him, being the largest logistics magnate in the western suburbs. Upon receiving the alert call in the morning, he initially presumed it to be a petty theft. Yet, upon hearing the details of the report, he was immediately unsettled. An entire 12 warehouses had been completely emptied, with an estimated value of 13 billion. He had no choice but to personally lead the team, mobilizing the entire precinct. Now, please recount what you know, he prompted. Zhang Xiao nodded repeatedly, responding, "Certainly, officer. This morning, I arrived at work as usual, adhering to protocol with a morning meeting at 6 a.m., followed by inspections of the warehouses before the shift change between the day and night teams. However, upon entering the warehouse, we found it utterly vacant, with nothing left behind. We reviewed the surveillance footage, but it showed everything to be normal. Were there any anomalies during the last shift change?" he inquired. The last shift change occurred at 9 p.m. yesterday, and all goods were present without any irregularities. So, the goods were lost between last night at 9 p.m. and this morning at 6 a.m.? Were there any trucks entering or exiting the logistics park during that time? Zhang Xiao shook his head decisively, stating, "No, wasn't China Mansion under lockdown? Trucks couldn't leave, and the boss granted all drivers and staff a holiday. Except for the security personnel." Zhang Hong felt a frown deepen on his brow, sensing an air of incredulity surrounding the situation. "Take me to see the warehouses," he ordered. Leading the chief, Zhang Xiao entered the warehouses, and the chief's confusion only deepened. Each warehouse was the size of a football field, and the 12 fully stocked warehouses would require a crew of 20 to 30 individuals working an entire day to transport. It would take hundreds of trucks to clear them out, yet in a mere 8 hours, everything had vanished. This scenario sounds utterly surreal, he mused. Issuing orders to the officers nearby, arranged for a few individuals to separately question the security personnel from the night shift. In the chief's mind, another thought lingered. Was this a staged act orchestrated by Ji Woolley? Perhaps there had never been any goods at all. Or maybe he had consumed the inventory himself and was now attempting to commit insurance fraud. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled by the surveillance footage, which confirmed the goods' existence during the shift change yesterday. The matter had transcended the precinct's capabilities, and in their predicament, they had no choice but to report to the municipal bureau. Upon receiving the case details, the bureau also received calls from Wonima and the municipal committee. Consequently, they dispatched 2 key personnel from an ongoing search operation, along with a forensic expert and a cyber specialist, to form a task force. The 2 individuals summoned back were Huang Wei and Wang Yu, designated as the group leader and deputy leader, respectively. By the time they arrived at the logistics park, it was already noon, and the entire area had been cordoned off, with all security personnel confined to the office. Upon seeing the newcomers, Chief Ma Honggang greeted them warmly. "I never expected the bureau to send you two. You are like a beacon of hope." Huang Wei observed his old comrade's troubled expression and, without further ado, proceeded towards the warehouse, inquiring, "What is the current situation?" After 26 years on the force, I have encountered countless cases, but this one is truly spine-chilling." "What do you mean?" "All 12 warehouses filled with valuable goods, including hundreds of luxury cars, with a total estimated worth of 13 billion, vanished in a thin air overnight." Huang Wei halted, astonished. "Vanished in a thin air? What do you mean by that?" "Old Ma, you're not typically careless with your words." Mao Gang, exasperated, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I wish I could be more precise, but the facts are as such. The surveillance footage and all testimonies confirm that before 9 p.m. last night, all goods were present. Yet by 6 a.m., the warehouses stood empty. There were no vehicles entering or exiting the park, and the entrance is secured by a facial recognition gate. There are no signs of forced entry, nor any foreign fingerprints. The only possible entry point is a 3-meter-high ventilation shaft. Consider how the culprits could have transported hundreds of tons of goods through an 80-centimeter vent in just 8 hours. I am utterly perplexed. It feels like my mind is about to explode." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's demeanor shifted. What kind of extraordinary case was this? He would prefer to sift through a sea of 13 million to catch a hacker instead. And now the chief pressured them to solve it within a week and recover the lost goods. Wang Yu, equally stunned, felt a mix of sorrow and resignation. Just when he thought he had escaped the impossible, he found himself entrenched in a contest of wits. With a forlorn expression, he turned to Huang Wei, team leader. "Perhaps it is time we pay a visit to a temple." Ma Honggang interjected, "Count me in." Huang Wei sighed, mustering his spirits. "All right, enough complaining. We're seasoned officers. There is no such thing as a perfect crime. Wang Yu, please re-interview all the security personnel. And you," he directed the cyber specialist, "please take over the surveillance system here and ascertain if there is a possibility of tampering or breaches." He then instructed the forensic expert, "Kindly examine the ventilation shaft and the surrounding area of the warehouses for any fingerprints, footprints, or other trace evidence." Each took their respective tasks and departed, while Huang Wei and the chief entered the warehouse, meticulously scrutinizing every corner. However, the more they examined, the more alarmed they became. The impressions left by the shelves were starkly apparent, yet the ground bore no signs of dragging. This indicated that the goods, along with the shelves, had been lifted directly. The length of the shelf marks suggested they extended at least several meters, and if fully loaded, each shelf could weigh several tons. How could they have removed them without heavy machinery? Huang Wei grew increasingly despondent, ultimately leaving the warehouse to sit in the police vehicle, door ajar, as he lit a cigarette, hoping the two experts or Wang Yu would bring some promising news. It was not until past 3 in the afternoon that the three returned. Looking dejected, after a moment of silence, Wang Yu spoke. "Let me go first. The testimonies from security personnel were consistent and aligned with what Chief Ma informed us. There were no suspicious points." The forensic expert chimed in. "I did uncover something. There were traces of ladder marks beneath the ventilation shaft, and the suspect's footprints were faint, likely made while wearing shoe covers. There were signs of climbing, but no fabric fibers or fingerprints, indicating gloves were used. These clues hold little value." The cyber specialist added. "The surveillance was not falsified, nor was the system breached. I reviewed the footage from last night at 9 p.m. until this morning at 6 a.m. and found no one appearing in the recordings." Huang Wei, upon hearing this, let out a resigned puff of smoke, sigh, "Thank you for your hard work. Let us take a break and gather all useful information and leads for a discussion." "Wait, are you saying that there was no one in the surveillance footage last night?" Wang Yu interrupted Huang Wei, as if uncovering a key point. The cyber specialist confirmed. "Indeed, there was no presence of anyone, not even the security personnel on night duty." "Exactly. The security personnel did not appear either," Wang Yu exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. "But they claimed they would patrol every half hour, and there are 2 cameras that should have captured them." Huang Wei swiftly grasped the situation, discarding his cigarette, but as he remarked, "Are you implying that either the security guard is lying or the surveillance footage has been tampered with?" The network expert immediately countered. "The surveillance system could not have been altered. I have meticulously examined it numerous times." Upon hearing this, Huang Wei furrowed his brow and addressed Director Ma, saying, "Old Ma, arrange for someone to bring the security captain, the night shift guard from yesterday, and their computer hard drives to the criminal investigation team. We shall conduct a thorough interrogation." Wang Yu, after acknowledging, remained deep in thought, a flicker of realization crossing her mind, yet she could not quite grasp it. Chapter Haimumot Chiloro Suitetsu Su, Li Shui Courtyard. It was not until after 5 in the afternoon that Li Fan finally stirred from his slumber, rubbing his groggy head. A sleep of 8 or 9 hours had revitalized his waning mental faculties. He patted his rumbling stomach and rose to the kitchen, retrieving an array of exquisite ingredients from his pantry to treat himself. Iberian ham, Alba white truffles, Almaz caviar, French foie gras, blue lobster, Kobe beef, and a pot of Hebei's fragrant rice comprised his sumptuous dinner, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines that left Li Fan thoroughly satisfied. In this apocalyptic world, such world-class delicacies were rare treasures. Even a simple packet of instant noodles could be deemed a precious resource, capable of winning over the most exquisite beauties. After indulging in his feast, Li Fan pulled out his phone and opened a short video, immediately confronted by the grand theft case at the logistics park. He scrolled through several clips, all rife with sensationalist claims from various self-media outlets, each more bizarre than the last. He found himself grimacing at the outlandish theories, tales of a century's greatest thief robbing the rich to feed the poor, extraterrestrial beings collecting samples, and even conspiracy theories suggesting that a clandestine organization was covertly gathering resources within the country. However, there was not a single official announcement, merely a few interview videos from state-run media, all deflecting inquiries with bureaucratic jargon. Yet, amidst the chaos, Li Fan spotted a familiar figure, the female officer he had met once before, who turned out to be a deputy leader in the criminal investigation unit. Lighting a post-meal cigarette, he pondered the issues of fuel and weaponry. While a small amount of diesel could be obtained directly from a gas station, the quantity he required was substantial. In addition to the generator's needs for the next 2 months, he now had the Unicat Terra Cross 59, a veritable gas guzzler with a primary fuel tank of 600 liters and an auxiliary tank of 400 liters. Given the current fuel price of 78 yuan, filling it up would cost him 7 to 8,000 yuan. To secure a large supply of diesel, he thought of another location, Su Jiayin's commercial concrete station, which had a designated fueling point for his company. The next morning, Li Fan made his way to Su Jiayin's company, navigating the familiar corridors until he reached Su Jiayin's office. Upon entering, he discovered not only Su Jiayin, but also a young girl. The moment the girl spotted Li Fan, she excitedly rushed over to link her arm with his, affectionately calling out, "Brother Li Fan, it's been so long." Li Fan scrutinized her for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, "Are you Siyu? Have you forgotten your childhood friend due to all those distractions since entering university?" Upon hearing this, he confirmed that the girl was indeed Su Jiayin's daughter, Su Siyu, standing at about 1.6 meters tall, However, her midriff-bearing outfit, red hair, chewing gum, and smoky eye makeup gave her the appearance of a rebellious teenager. If memory served, she was now a freshman at Jiaodong University. During the days when their parents were still alive, the two families often dined together, and she and Li Fan were quite close. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was a childhood sweetheart, though at that time, Su Siyu had been sweet and demure. Observing Su Siyu's startling attire and then glancing at Su Jiayin, whose chest was heaving in exasperation, Li Fan could only chuckle as he greeted them. Long time no see. Your style is quite distinctive now. I almost didn't recognize you. Su Jing, visibly troubled by his daughter's appearance, chastised her. Look at you. Do you resemble a proper young lady? I demand you change out of that outfit today and revert your hair color. Otherwise, I will suspend your card. If you dare suspend my card, I will run away from home, and you'll be left alone with your money. You truly wish to drive me to madness. Li Fan hurriedly stepped forward to support Su Jiayin, offering reassurance. Uncle Su, please don't be upset. Allow me to talk to her. He then turned to Su Siyu, saying, why don't you wait outside for a moment? We'll have a chat soon. Su Siyu glanced at her furious father, pouted, and exited the office. After a while, Su Jiayin regained his composure, sighing, ever since the divorce and her mother moved to the States, this girl has lacked proper guidance and has become increasingly unruly. If you have time, please keep her company. You two were quite close when you were younger, and she listened to you. All right, Su Jiayin continued. How is your media company progressing? When will it open? Li Fan replied, it's nearly finished. I estimate it will be ready by the day after tomorrow. We just need to finalize a few details. Remember to proceed steadily, step by step. What brings you here today? Li Fan placed a gift on the desk, stating, I have another matter to discuss. Su Jiayin examined the red wine Li Fan had brought, smiling appreciatively as he remarked, well done. You've matured and learned the ways of the world. However, don't try to use this on me. I've watched you grow up. Shall I really accept your gift to assist you? Please take it back. If there is anything you need, just tell me directly. I would like Uncle Su to help me procure some diesel. Su Jiayin picked up the phone on his desk and dialed, giving a few instructions before casually asking, how much do you need? 10,000 tons. Su Jiayin was left stunned, slowly hanging up the phone as he questioned, are you certain you didn't misstate the unit? You mean tons, not liters? Li Fan, aware that his request was rather startling, could only nod apologetically. What sort of jest is this? Do you realize that my commercial concrete station and construction machinery consume only about 40,000 tons a month? And you casually ask for 10,000? Are you planning to develop the Himalayas? There's no other choice. I only found you. The purpose is not convenient to disclose at the moment, but rest assured, it is not illegal. Su Jiayin scrutinized Li Fan for a prolonged moment, knowing the boy's character, before finally responding, 10,000 tons is out of the question. It would raise too many eyebrows. However, I can allocate 1,000 tons for my quota for you. Once you've used that, you may return. Though 1,000 tons was not substantial, it would likely suffice until the outbreak of the virus, and Li Fan did not wish to draw excessive attention to the purchase. Grateful, he expressed, thank you, Uncle Su. I will contact the fuel station to send a tanker to your base. I'll advance the fuel cost, and you can settle it when you complete your project. Very well, just have them deliver it to the base the day after tomorrow. I have storage tanks available. Su Jiayin waved his hand dismissively. Go on. If you're not busy today, accompany see you for a while. After expressing his gratitude once more, Li Fan turned to leave. Upon stepping outside, he caught sight of Su Siyu lurking at the entrance, eavesdropping. As she noticed Li Fan's emergence, she effortlessly linked her arm with his and said, come on, let's go shopping. Without allowing him a moment's protest, she tugged him along until they reached the company's exterior. Only then did Li Fan remark, you should take off that wig. It looks rather awkward. Su Siyu paused, caught off guard by his observation, and sheepishly admitted, you saw right through me. That style simply doesn't suit you. Are you not afraid of genuinely upsetting your father with such antics? As she removed the wig, cascading black silk hair tumbled down her back like a waterfall, reaching her waist. She then retrieved a wet tissue from her bag, wiping away the fiery red lipstick and dark eyeshadow. In an instant, the rebellious girl transformed into an alluring beauty, playfully winking at Li Fan as she added, I don't intend to upset him. Ever since my mother passed, my father has completely neglected me, pouring all his energy into making money. Our conversations are always steeped in the scent of copper. If I don't remind him of my existence from time to time, I fear he might forget he has a daughter. Li Fan had no desire to truly accompany her on a shopping spree. He had planned to visit the antique sword shop to procure a few suitable weapons for refining in the materials lab. Thus, he suggested, let us skip the shopping and go for hot pot instead. Chapter 22. Xiaohan when the two arrived at a renowned Sichuan hot pot restaurant in Chang'an, where they enjoyed a meal while reminiscing about the past. By the way, brotherly Fan, I heard you're planning to establish a media base? Yes, it's nearly completed. Su Siyu's eyes sparkled with interest as she inquired. So you intend to develop in Chang'an from now on? For the time being, yes. What about Yuan Ruoxue? Li Fan hesitated as his chopsticks paused. Acutely aware of the complexity of his feelings regarding Yuan Ruoxue ever since discovering that dream was rooted in reality, he had intentionally avoided the topic, and being reminded of it now stirred an inner turmoil. Not wishing to discuss it further, he urged, "Let us eat quickly. I still need to visit the crafts market afterward." Noticing Li Fan's reluctance to delve into Yuan Ruoxue's affairs, Su Siu's lips curled into a smile as she followed his lead, asking, "What do you need to do at the crafts market?" "I'm looking to buy some tang swords, bows, and other artifacts for live streaming displays. I know a workshop that specializes in crafting ancient cold weapons. It's a centuries-old establishment with a lineage of blacksmiths. Their technique for making tang sabers has been passed down since the Tang dynasty. There's south no other place like it in all of Chang'an." Li Fan's interest was piqued, and he queried, "Where is it?" Su Siu grinned mischievously, replying, "You'll have to accompany me to a birthday party first, and then I'll tell you." Li Fan contemplated for a moment. Aside from weapons, all other supplies had already exceeded his expectations. Thus, he decided to accompany her, considering it a well-deserved break from the tension he had been under, and acquiesced to Su Siu's invitation. After their meal, Su Siu drove Li Fan back to her villa, leaving him in the living room while she ascended to her bedroom to change. When she reappeared in a pristine white dress, Li Fan was momentarily taken aback. The temperature had risen over the past few days, hovering around 25 degrees Celsius. Having worn refined clothing, he hadn't felt the heat. If his memory served him right, in 4 days, temperatures would soar to 50 degrees. At that point, disaster would commence. Observing the cool elegance of the beauty before him, lightly adorned with makeup, he finally spoke, "Siu, do you trust me?" Su Siu was momentarily stunned by his question, quickly replying, "You are my brotherly fan. Of course, I trust you." "Good, then listen closely. Starting tomorrow, gather as many supplies as you can, especially water. The more the better. The day after tomorrow, keep your father at home and don't go anywhere." Seeing the earnestness in Li Fan's demeanor, Su Siu felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety and asked, "Brotherly Fan, is something about to happen? Just remember my words. The more supplies, the better. If one day you find yourself struggling, come to the base I've established." Initially, Li Fan had intended for Su Jiayan's parents to continue their lives as they had, but after reincarnating and interacting extensively with the Su family, he wondered if his presence might instigate a butterfly effect, altering their original path. Reflecting on Su Jiayan's care for him, as if he were a younger relative, he ultimately could not harden his heart and decided to leave them an escape route. Though Su Siu was unaware of the impending events, her trust in Li Fan compelled her to heed his advice. As dusk approached, Su Siu drove Li Fan to a KTV, finding a room and pulling him inside. The opulent private room was bustling with young adults in their 20s, singing and drinking. Upon seeing Su Siu enter, several individuals approached. A chubby girl exclaimed, "Siu, I thought you were going to bail on me." Su Siu presented a prepared gift box to the girl, saying, "Jianing, happy birthday. You're my dear friend. How could I miss it?" Jianing accepted the gift with a smile, playfully teasing, "Siu, it's no wonder so many boys pursue you while you ignore them. Turns out you are hiding a treasure. Care to introduce us?" Su Siu tightened her grip around Li Fan's arm, declaring, "This is my childhood friend, Li Fan. Don't get any ideas." Her words elicited laughter from the girls and jealousy from the boys. Among them was a handsome young man in designer clothes, wearing glasses, whose gaze toward Li Fan was filled with hostility. Li Fan recognized this animosity and shook his head in resignation. He had clearly been dragged in as a shield for Su Siu. It was evident that this bespectacled youth was one of her admirers. The chubby girl, eyeing Li Fan with satisfaction, remarked, "So you're Li Fan. I've heard about you from Siu. You'd better treat her well." "Oh, you're such a busybody," Su Siu retorted, casting a furtive glance at Li Fan's reaction. Noticing his lack of protest and only a faint smile, she quickly ushered him to a seat. Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth, known as Xiao Han, was surrounded by several boys. One of them, sporting a buzz cut, turned to him and inquired, "Brother Wen, what should we do? That guy seems to have a special relationship with Su Siu. Should we still confess?" Xiao Han, whose parents were archaeologists and who was also a student at Xianjiaodong University, had pursued Su Siu for years without success. He had planned to confess to her tonight, but had not anticipated the sudden emergence of a rival. As he observed Su Siu attentively pouring drinks and serving fruit to Li Fan, a surge of unnameable anger welled up within him. He raised his glass, striding towards Su Siu. "Siu, who is this?" Su Siu frowned at Xiao Han, glancing at the glass he held, and casually replied, "My childhood friend." Xiao Han chuckled nonchalantly. "Also, just a friend. It seems I still have a chance." Li Fan studied the young man, noting the arrogance in his gaze as he occasionally adjusted his ostentatious watch, an unmistakable air of pretentiousness emanating from him. A suppressed chuckle arose within me as I reflected on my own existence. Though I possessed the physique of a 21-year-old, my heart bore the weight of ages. Observing the youthful display of rivalry and jealousy around me was undeniably amusing, and a mischievous thought crossed my mind regarding these young ones. Yet, before I could voice my amusement, the voice of Ranlin echoed in my mind. Li Fan, Colonia has detected a faint fluctuation from Nuka. Upon hearing this, my heart raced with anticipation, and I promptly responded in my mind. Can you pinpoint the exact location? I require your sensory abilities to trace the source. Without a moment's hesitation, I agreed. What are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly. At that instant, I felt a warmth radiating from my eyes, my pupils vanishing, transforming into a vast expanse of starlit sky, mirroring Ranlin's gaze. I scanned the surroundings, my attention eventually settling upon Xiao Hanwen. Before my azure eyes reverted to their normal state, Ranlin's voice resonated once more. It's emanating from him. The energy is quite weak, likely a fragment rather than a complete entity. I raised a hand to my chin, casting a gluttonous smile at Xiao Hanwen as my mind began to devise a plan to acquire the fragment he possessed. Before I could formulate a strategy, Xiao Hanwen turned to grasp a nearby microphone, taking center stage. Dear classmates, today, on the occasion of Jennings' birthday, I wish to embark on a momentous endeavor that I have contemplated for quite some time. A friend of Xiao Hanwen approached the stage, selecting a melodious romantic ballad, and presented him with a bouquet of roses. The realization of his intent dawned upon everyone, and their gazes instinctively shifted towards Su Xiu, who stood beside me. Su Xiu, upon perceiving Xiao Hanwen's fervent gaze, felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Her previously joyful expression was swiftly replaced with a facade of composure. Though she furtively cast glances at me, only to find me leaning back with crossed arms, my right hand thoughtfully stroking my chin, watching Xiao Hanwen with keen interest, a smile playing on my lips as I reveled in the unfolding spectacle. This only deepened her vexation. From the moment I first laid eyes on you in the library, I understood that you were meant to be the protagonist of my life, Xiao Hanwen professed. Every smile and frown of yours has tugged at my heart. I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? With that, he confidently extended his right hand towards Su Xiu, inviting her onto the stage. Instantly, the room erupted with cheers and whistles, his friends leading a chorus of "Get together, get together." Su Xiu furrowed her brow, clenching her small fists, her heart brimming with frustration. The joyous mood of the day had been shattered by Xiao Hanwen's overt declaration. She despised the feeling of being coerced into such a situation, sensing an air of moral obligation. In that moment, she yearned to escape with me, and as she surveyed the raucous crowd, her gaze fell upon me. I, too, had noticed the look of distress in her eyes and shook my head in resignation. Rising to my feet, I gestured to Xiao Hanwen. Observing my actions, the clamor gradually subsided. Everyone present had witnessed Su Xiu arriving with me on her arm, yet, in their unfamiliarity, they naturally sided with the affluent Xiao Hanwen. Xiao Hanwen, observing my gesture, regarded me with a feigned smile that concealed his disdain. What is it, my friend? He inquired, his voice amplified through the microphone, seemingly attempting to suppress me with this petty tactic. However, I moved past the crowd and approached him, taking the bouquet from his hands. My dear classmate, your declaration lacks sincerity. Is a mere bouquet sufficient to woo a girl? Pray, it is 2024. Are there no other gifts available? Perhaps a necklace or a diamond crystal? Girls adore things that sparkle. As I spoke, I regarded Xiao Hanwen with eager anticipation, as though I were the one receiving the proposal rather than Su Xiu. But to Xiao Hanwen and the others, my words seemed a deliberate effort to undermine him. Instead of being angered, Xiao Hanwen maintained a smug demeanor, declaring, of course, I have something more exquisite prepared. I know Xiu is not a materialistic girl, and thus, I have chosen something extraordinary. As he produced an exquisitely packaged gift box and slowly opened it, a platinum necklace gleamed within. This necklace is a unique creation from a master jeweler, and the crystal it bears was procured from an archaeological professor in Bashu by my parents. Its hardness and clarity surpass that of diamonds, making it even more valuable. It is the only one of its kind in the world, a singular promise I make to Xiu. He glanced at me with a raised eyebrow, a challenge implicit in his gaze, while most in the room expressed their discontent with my unexpected interruption. Yet my focus remained riveted on the necklace, specifically its pendant, which was unmistakably the fragment of Nuka I had long desired. Despite its diminutive size, my excitement surged. A glint of cunning danced in my eyes as I formulated a plan. Su Xiu approached me, linking her arm with mine. She wished to shield me from the awkward predicament. Just as she was about to speak, I could not suppress a disdainful expression, declaring, Dear classmate, if you lack the means, you might as well buy a hair tie. To present a counterfeit as a gift is rather audacious. My words ignited a stir among the crowd. Could it be that Xiao Hanwen's necklace is a fake? Do not listen to that boy's nonsense. Look at his attire. It likely does not amount to Xiao Hanwen's monthly allowance. Indeed, how could someone of Su Siyu's stature associate with him? It is truly beneath her. The murmurs around us condemned me, yet I remained unperturbed, while Su Siyu's frustration escalated. Enough, Xiao Hanwen. I do not harbor feelings for you, nor do I appreciate your coercive manner of professing your affections. Xiao Hanwen's smile faltered as he retorted, Siyu, you are a renowned heiress of Chang'an, and I hail from scholarly lineage. My affection for you is devoid of ulterior motives. However, many are the phoenix men today. Discern who is genuine and who covets your family's wealth. Not wishing to allow the narrative to divert, especially as I had yet to secure the fragment, I interjected. What sincerity can there be when the gifts are counterfeit? How dare you speak of genuine feelings? My friend, I have tolerated your insinuations for long enough. You must provide an explanation for your claims, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Several of Xiao Hanwen's friends positioned themselves behind him, ready to confront me should he fail to receive an explanation. Su Siyu stepped forward, placing herself between me and the impending confrontation. The once innocent and gentle girl transformed into a protective lioness, glaring at Xiao Hanwen and his companions. Who dares to lay a finger on him? In that moment, I was taken aback, as if witnessing a ghost from my past. My heart stirred, and I reached out, gently pulling Su Siyu aside. Stay back. There is no need for you to shield me. I then halted a meter in front of Xiao Hanwen, the crowd parting to allow me passage. Wild attention. Are we in a gang confrontation? If I assert that your item is counterfeit, then it is indeed so. Our esteemed Xi'an University of Technology is a paragon of material science, renowned throughout the world. The specimen you possess is a novel material developed by our institution a few years ago. However, its industrial value is negligible, and its commercial worth pales in comparison to silver, rendering it a discarded artifact. This minuscule fragment is worth less than a lollipop, and yet you extol it as if it were akin to the he sure buy. How absurd. This was procured by my father from an elderly archaeology professor for 200,000 yuan, complete with a plethora of analytical reports, and you dare to declare it as mere refuse from your university. Upon hearing Li Fan's words, the crowd's gaze flitted back and forth between the two individuals, and murmurs erupted once more. Xi'an University of Technology is indeed a heavyweight in the realm of material science, leading numerous aerospace projects. Could Li Fan's claims possibly hold any truth? Who can say? Today promises to be quite the spectacle. If this turns out to be a fabrication, Xiao Hanwen will surely be disgraced. I must record a video and share it online. Noticing the crowd's piqued interest, Li Fan chuckled, asserting, facts speak louder than words. This substance, with the slightest experimentation, can have its molecular structure destroyed, reducing it to mere powder. After absorbing energy, the crystal will disintegrate into ash, a fact that Ko Peng had already revealed to me over drinks 2 nights ago. Very well, let us conduct your experiment. Xiao Hanwen, skeptical of Li Fan's assertions, recalled that his father had previously consulted diamond experts for authentication. He could not believe that Li Fan could reduce this crystal to powder. Seeing that Xiao Hanwen had taken the bait, Li Fan felt a surge of excitement, maintaining an air of nonchalance as he extended his hand. Xiao Hanwen did not hesitate to hand over the necklace. Fetch me a drink, he commanded. Immediately, a bystander produced a bottle of liquor and an empty glass, pouring it generously before presenting it to him. Li Fan raised the glass, gesturing to the audience. As you can all see, this is an ordinary drink. I shall merely immerse the necklace within, and in no time, this crystal, which this gentleman claims to be harder than diamond, will transform into powder. The crowd watched Li Fan with a mix of disdain, scorn, and skepticism. Clutching the crystal, Li Fan turned to Xiao Hanwen, teasingly inquiring, if it truly becomes powder, you won't seek compensation from me, will you? Furious, Xiao Hanwen gritted his teeth and retorted, if it turns to powder, I'll call you father. If it is not, you will pay dearly for your arrogance today. Li Fan smiled knowingly, mentally communicating with Ran Lin to absorb energy. He then promptly pressed the crystal pendant into the glass, stirring it continuously to buy time. Within mere seconds, he received confirmation in his mind that Ran Lin had completed the energy absorption. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, the crystal within the glass fractured, continuing to split until it settled at the bottom, transforming into a pile of powdery substance, with the empty chain still dangling from the rim. In the private room, the onlookers fixated on Li Fan's glass, and after several seconds of stunned silence, pandemonium erupted. Is this real? My goodness, are wealthy heirs resorting to such despicable tactics to deceive young women? How disappointing. Alas, I misjudged him. He appears so refined. Yet he's truly this kind of person. One cannot judge a book by its cover. Even the wealthiest heirs are stingy, seeking to win the most beautiful women at the least expense. Those who had previously scoffed at Li Fan swiftly turned their ire upon Xiao Hanwen, with even some of his friends distancing themselves from him. Li Fan raised the glass towards Xiao Hanwen, stating, "Is this the unique crystal you claimed to be harder than diamond?" Xiao Hanwen seized the glass, inspecting it frantically, shouting in disbelief, "Impossible! This cannot be. You must have tampered with it." Li Fan shrugged, saying, "Is this your last-ditch effort to evade responsibility? The drink was poured by your classmate, and the glass was provided by him as well. What trickery could I possibly employ?" The student who had poured the drink interjected, "Hey, this has nothing to do with me. I merely poured a glass of liquor. Who could have guessed that your counterfeit would be so fragile?" At that moment, a boy standing next to Zhang Jianing remarked, "Xiao Hanwen, enough is enough. This is supposed to be Jianing's birthday celebration, and you had to steal the spotlight. If you wanted attention, you could have simply asked, but to bring a counterfeit is just shameful." "Exactly. Now that you've been exposed, you're just lashing out. You're not acting like a man." A girl who had been filming the entire ordeal addressed the camera. "Folks, can you believe this? Unveiling a counterfeit diamond to profess love, and then resorting to extortion. What a pathetic move from a wealthy heir." Xiao Hanwen's face flushed crimson with humiliation, his chest heaving in anger. He shattered the glass in his hand and stormed towards the exit, clearly unable to endure the situation any longer. Li Fan, with a bemused smile, called out, "Leaving so soon?" Xiao Hanwen halted, turning with rage-filled eyes, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "What more do you want?" Li Fan replied with a grin, "Call me father." This statement ignited Xiao Hanwen's fury, and he lunged at Li Fan, only to be restrained by several friends who dragged him away from the private room, their angry shouts trailing behind them. "Ah, Li Fan, we shall see about this." Li Fan smirked, silently musing that if it were the end of days, any display of hostility towards him would have resulted in dire consequences. Sighing, he muttered, "A harmonious society has spared you, poor child." Su Siyu sidled up to Li Fan, linking her arm with his, and cheerfully remarked, "I never realized you were so cunning. How do you speak like that? I just helped you out?" Her lovely eyes crescent-shaped with delight, she continued, "Now you owe me a favor." Before Li Fan could respond, Su Siyu raised her voice to the crowd. "This is my boyfriend, Li Fan. I am now taken, so those who had intentions towards me should swiftly change their course." Upon hearing the prestigious Su, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "So that's it. Young man, share your story with us." Li Fan, taken aback by Su Siyu's abrupt declaration, glanced at her impish smile and felt a playful urge arise. Taking the microphone, he began, "Su Siyu and I are childhood sweethearts, innocent and untainted. I sing 200 songs, and she dances to 200 melodies, which is why she affectionately calls me 200 brother and I, in turn, call her 200 fool." Laughter erupted from the crowd, dispelling the previous tension and restoring warmth to the atmosphere. However, Su Siyu playfully pulled Li Fan down on a sofa, exacting her own form of retribution. As the night wore on, the crowd eagerly surrounded Li Fan, coaxing him to drink, and he welcomed their advances, relishing the rare opportunity to indulge. After 8 years of apocalyptic existence, compounded by the stress of recent days, he felt compelled to embrace this moment of peace and liberate himself from the deep-seated burdens of his soul. Thus, that night, Li Fan wholly surrendered to his true nature, and by the end of the event, he was completely inebriated, oblivious to the world around him. The private room was left with only Su Siyu, Li Fan, Zhang Jianing, and another girl. Zhang Jianing gazed at Su Siyu, who was meticulously tending to Li Fan, and remarked, "Siyu, this Li Fan is the young man you mentioned to us before, isn't he?" Su Siyu nodded, holding a damp tissue as she gently wiped Li Fan's forehead. "It seems you have developed genuine feelings for him. However, I must caution you that this man harbors a deeply closed-off heart. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to penetrate his inner world. I am indifferent to that. Love is love. It should not be burdened by such complexities. My affection for him is personal and unrelated to him. I shall quietly wait, for I believe that one day he will turn around and see me standing steadfastly behind him, just as I was the little girl who would pester him for fireworks every New Year," Su Siyu replied. Zhang Jianing shook her head, a hint of resignation in her voice as she said, "Very well. As your good sister, I wish you all the best. I have put in considerable effort tonight to ensure that everyone collectively indulges him with drinks, so seize the opportunity. The one who captures his heart first shall unlock his soul." Su Siyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment at Zhang Jianing's words, and she retorted, "Pa, you shameless vixen. Honestly, you lack any sense of shame. Hurry and leave. I will take him back with me." Zhang Jianing raised an eyebrow at Su Siyu, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she departed with another girl. Su Siyu summoned a waiter to assist her in getting Li Fan into her car, and they swiftly made their way to her villa. By the time they arrived at the villa, the clock had struck 1 in the morning. It took considerable effort to carry Li Fan into the guest room. She fetched warm water and a hot towel, gently wiping his face, removing his jacket and shoes. And once he was comfortably settled, she quietly crouched beside his bed. As she gazed at Li Fan's peaceful visage, she let her slender fingers delicately trace the bridge of his nose, her face involuntarily flushing with warmth. Unable to resist, she leaned down and pressed a kiss upon his cheek before stealthily slipping out of the room. At the moment the door clicked shut, Li Fan quietly opened his eyes. He was indeed intoxicated, yet only his body was inebriated. His mind remained vigilant. This was a habit cultivated over 8 years of apocalyptic existence. Such a change could not happen overnight. Li Fan was no fool. He understood Su Siyu's intentions. Yet, he found himself incapable of opening his heart to accept a woman. In the wasteland, he had witnessed countless tragedies, often inflicted by those closest to him. How many had sent their beloved wives to another's bed for a morsel of food? How many had taken the lives of their husbands to secure a more advantageous ally? Human nature is the most intricate of phenomena, shifting with the tides of circumstance. In one moment, love may run deep, while in the next, betrayal lurks behind. The harrowing lessons from his past life had etched themselves into his very bones. Chapter 25. Su Jiayin speculations with his thoughts pulled back. Li Fan immediately entered an alternate space, where he found Ran Lin had transformed the control room into a new setting, complete with sofas, carpets, hanging baskets, and an abundance of snacks strewn across the floor. She lay sprawled on a beanbag chair, engrossed in a panoramic projection of a television drama. She had also shed her mismatched combat attire for a fitted shirt, a form-fitting floral skirt, and slender legs adorned with flat shoes, an absolute vision of beauty. Li Fan, astonished by the unwrapped snacks, inquired, "You can consume food?" "I cannot," she replied, "but I can collect scent molecules through my sensory system, transforming them into data that enters my brain. It's almost akin to eating." "Quite ingenious," he remarked. "By the way, can that fragment of energy activate other laboratories?" Ran Lin, diverting her gaze from the television, shot Li Fan an incredulous look and said, "Do you really think such a small piece could open a laboratory? In your vernacular, that is pure folly." Li Fan chuckled. "Where did you learn such expressions?" "From you all," she replied. "Once synchronized, I can browse any of your software. Even if your network crashes in the future, I can create my own network system, as I have stored all your data." Li Fan was once again taken aback. However, he was more concerned about the potential of that fragment, asking, "Is there no use for that piece of energy?" Ran Lin displayed a panoramic view of the materials laboratory, pointing to 2 factory-like buildings the size of basketball courts on either side. "Of course, it is useful. You can activate one of these auxiliary functions next to the materials lab." "What are their functions?" "One is a recycling station. As the name suggests, waste materials are reprocessed. Old cars, glass, rubber, graphite, any element-based waste thrown and will be decomposed into different materials for the materials lab to refine and evolve. The other is a mineral refining plant, dedicated to extracting rare elements from ores." "Which one would you like to activate?" Li Fan looked at Ran Lin and smiled slightly, saying, "Haven't you already made the choice for me?" Ran Lin's eyes sparkled, and she pouted. "You see right through me. I was concerned you might make the wrong choice. We don't know when we'll find the next crystal. Given the current situation, the recycling station is the optimal solution. You have no minerals, so it would be very useful right now." "Understood. In the future, when faced with such choices, just give me the answer directly. No need for options." "I trust you." Ran Lin scrutinized him for a long moment, then pouted. "You were already delivered to your bed, yet you pretended to be asleep. Clearly, you are a person with deep-seated suspicions. I do not wish for our future interactions to be clouded by doubts." Li Fan shook his head helplessly. It was as if a voyeur resided in his mind, leaving him with no semblance of privacy. "Don't worry. I have a rough idea of where the next crystal lies," Ran Lin said, sitting up with urgency. "Where?" "In Bashu. This crystal fragment originated from that area, so there must be a complete one there. Then we must hurry to find it. The sooner we locate it, the quicker I can unlock a portion of my memories, and I will be able to discover where my father has gone and who I truly am. Do not rush. The time is not yet ripe. After the virus outbreak, we shall head to Bashu, as I must also go to rescue someone." "Rescue someone? Who?" Li Fan wore a nostalgic expression and smiled knowingly, saying, "A spirited little girl." Ran Lin grimaced. "Humph, another foolish maiden, I presume." With that, she ignored Li Fan, engrossed in the drama, while activating the recycling station's energy charge. Just as Li Fan prepared to retire for the night, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "I almost forgot. Can this space store liquids directly?" "Indeed, this space is malleable. Just place whatever you wish to store here, and I will arrange it clearly for you." Observing Ran Lin lost in her television show, Li Fan shook his head in exasperation, saying, "You should watch fewer mindless dramas. I'm off to sleep. Good night. Good night." Upon returning to his consciousness, Li Fan soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Su Jiayin returned to the villa, finding only the housekeeper preparing breakfast on the first floor. With no sign of her daughter. Just as she contemplated heading upstairs to check, Su Siyu appeared, clad in her pajamas and rubbing her eyes as she descended. Seeing her daughter restored to her usual self, Su Jiayin couldn't help but smile broadly. Now this looks like how a young lady should be. Did you have fun yesterday? Su Siyu stretched her sore waist and casually replied, It was quite enjoyable, though last night I was quite exhausted by brotherly fan. Su Jiayin's smile gradually stiffened on his face as the echoes of last night reverberated in his mind. Su Siyu, oblivious to her father's expression, addressed the nanny, saying, Aunt Lu, please make some more congee. Brotherly fan drank too much last night and needs something gentle for his stomach. Su Jiayin lamented, It's over. That little rascal has stealthily infiltrated my home. Although he held a fondness for Li Fan and harbored hopes for their relationship to flourish. The sudden revelation of them spending the night together stirred a complex mixture of emotions in him as a father. Noticing her father's ashen demeanor, Su Siyu rolled her eyes and clarified, What are you thinking? Brotherly Fan merely accompanied me to a class reunion last night. He drank too much, so I brought him home, but we slept separately. Su Jin, sensing the disapproval in his daughter's gaze, managed a sheepish smile. Well, at least the boundaries remain intact. Hee, I do not oppose your friendship with Li Fan, but as a young lady, you must exercise discretion. Su Siyu, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, retorted, Stop talking nonsense. Brotherly Fan and I are not in a relationship. As a father, Su Jiayin was well aware of his daughter's subtle affections, but chose not to address them directly. You are my only daughter. As long as you find happiness, nothing else matters, even if he has nothing to offer. Ugh, you're so annoying, Su Siyu sighed, eager to change the subject. Suddenly reminded of Li Fan's request from yesterday, she turned to Su Jiayin and said, By the way, Dad, Brotherly Fan stressed that I should stock up on supplies, especially water. He also suggested that we stay at home starting the day after tomorrow and mentioned that if things get tough, we should go to his base. Su Jiayin's brow furrowed, his expression turning serious. He had sensed that something significant was about to transpire. First, the sky was painted with a crimson hue, followed by a rapid drop in temperature, only to rise again within 2 days. Today was October 3rd, and typically it would be deep autumn, especially in Chang'an, where temperatures should hover around 10 degrees Celsius. Yet today, the temperature soared to 31 degrees, with a forecast of further increases. Did Li Fan not disclose the reason? He inquired. He didn't elaborate, just insisted we gather supplies and refrain from venturing outside. Su Jiayin, a seasoned veteran, exhibited sharp acumen. He had investigated Li Fan's media base and remained skeptical about the notion of supply chain commerce. Considering Li Fan's affiliation with Xi'an University of Technology, a school backed by the state, he knew that any confidential information would likely be more reliable than what he, a businessman, could ascertain. He then told Su Siyu, Today, I will accompany you to gather supplies. It's better to be prepared. I suspect that Li Fan has caught wind of something. Do you genuinely believe in Brotherly Fan's words? Su Siyu asked. Su Jiayin nodded gravely. I have a premonition that something could indeed go awry. If we face another lockdown like during the pandemic, it would be troublesome. We must stock up on essentials, just in case. Su Siyu, Dao Lai, linked her arm with her father's, teasingly saying, Finally, you are willing to set aside your work to spend time with me. Su Jiayin chuckled, ruffling her hair, but his gaze drifted toward the guest room on the second floor, filled with concern. Chapter 26. The fortress has completed. This was the most restful sleep Li Fan had enjoyed. Upon descending, he found Su Jiayin gazing at him with profound meaning, gently advising, Young man, take care of your health. Do not ruin your body with excessive drinking. Su Siyu, irritated, interrupted, Enough, you are so verbose. Let us eat. At the dining table, as Li Fan sipped his congee, he inquired of Su Siyu, Siyu, where is that craft workshop located? It's at 13 Bell Tower Lane, near an antique weapons shop. It's quite easy to find. Would you like me to accompany you? Li Fan shook his head, replying, No need. I can go alone. Don't forget what I mentioned yesterday. At that moment, Su Jiayin interjected, Li Fan, tell me honestly, is there something significant about to happen? Li Fan pondered his words before responding. I overheard a professor of astronomy at our school mention that temperatures might rise to alarming levels for an extended period. They couldn't specify how long it would last, so it's wise to stockpile supplies. Su Jiayin, discerning that Li Fan was withholding some information, chose not to press further. He nodded. All right, we will go procure supplies today. Thank you for the warning. After finishing breakfast, Li Fan bid farewell to Su Jiayin and his daughter, setting off toward Bell Tower Lane. Although it was called a lane, it was merely a narrow alley less than 2 meters wide, and he easily located the shop that Su Siyu had mentioned. The storefront was modest, but upon entering, he discovered a treasure trove within, a shop of over 100 square meters, devoid of display counters, with weapon racks lining the walls. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, whips, hammers, and various other weapons adorned the space, each more formidable than the last. Behind the counter stood a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, his muscular frame stretching the loose-fitting training attire to its limits. Upon seeing this man, Li Fan instinctively shrank back, recognizing from his experiences in the apocalypse that this individual was no ordinary person. He possessed skills and expertise. In the early days of the apocalypse, those with such capabilities thrived. The man with the goat beard greeted him warmly. "Young man, what can I assist you with?" Li Fan gathered his thoughts and replied, "Do you have tang knives? Finger blades, blood stingers, mountain opening axes, cavalry spears, or crossbows?" The man's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. "Yes, yes, yes." He began to reach for the weapons. But Li Fan interrupted. "No need for those flashy items. I require the real deal." The man paused, his jovial demeanor replaced with caution. "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, don't misunderstand. I'm not a cop. I'm an enthusiast of ancient martial arts. I've recently been learning some combat techniques and heard that you have suitable weapons." This was a fabrication on Li Fan's part. Typically, such craft workshops displayed mere trinkets, designed to deceive the uninitiated, while the actual weapons lay hidden in the proprietor's secret storage. Upon hearing Li Fan's statement, the man with the goat beard relaxed, responding, "True quality comes at a price. Money is not an issue, but the quality must be assured," Li Fan affirmed. The man proudly declared, "Our craftsmanship is hereditary, with many techniques guarded as family secrets. Follow me. I will show you the remarkable skills passed down through generations." With that, he led Li Fan through a back door into a fully enclosed courtyard, where to the left was a simple workshop and to the right, a heavily locked room. The man retrieved a key, unlocked the door, and ushered Li Fan inside. Before my eyes lay a disarray of weaponry, haphazardly piled together, many of which were entirely cloaked in a shadowy hue. Judging by their appearance, they paled in comparison to the merchandise displayed on the exterior shelves. Yet, Li Fan was acutely aware that this collection harbored the true instruments of lethality. These weapons, crafted from superior materials, were meticulously engineered, adhering closely to the principles of human biomechanics. Without hesitation, Li Fan began to rummage through the assortment, instinctively seeking the weapons he desired. In a short span, a multitude of arms was assembled before the figure known as Little Goat Beard, to whom Li Fan inquired, "Do you possess a crossbow? Didn't you select bows and arrows?" "That was for someone else. I am unaccustomed to them." Little Goat Beard cast a skeptical glance at Li Fan before retrieving a crossbow from a black wooden chest in the corner, stating, "This crossbow, a product of my leisure time fused with modern military craftsmanship, is somewhat of a misfit. I prioritized range and power, neglecting the matter of weight. Consider it a complimentary addition to this array of weapons." Li Fan accepted the crossbow with fervor. It was a repeating crossbow, approximately 50 centimeters long, with a span of 45 centimeters when fully drawn. Below the crossbow was a rectangular iron box designed to accommodate roughly 10 bolts, entirely forged from high-grade steel. It weighed no less than 30 pounds, even when uncharged. No wonder Little Goat Beard had deemed it a failure. However, for Li Fan, this was inconsequential, as he was well equipped with a materials laboratory. "Very well. I shall also require 200 bolts and 200 arrows. I will take all these weapons. Let us settle the account." Little Goat Beard beamed as he delivered 2 bundles of arrows and bolts, stating, "The total for these weapons amounts to 520,000. I'll let you round it down. 500,000 will suffice." Li Fan did not haggle. Money had become as trivial as a roll of toilet paper. After concluding the transaction, Little Goat Beard assisted in transporting the packaged weapons to the alley's entrance. Seizing the moment of solitude, Li Fan swiftly concealed the weapons within an alternate space. Departing from Bell Tower Alley, Li Fan proceeded directly to the eastern suburb coal plant, spending over 300,000 to procure 500 tons of coal, instructing them to deliver it to the base before dusk. At 3 p.m., he received a call from engineer Chen Xiang, who informed him that the construction was complete and invited him to inspect the work. Upon returning to the old residence, Li Fan was met with a staggering transformation. An oddly shaped, entirely concrete edifice now stood proudly on the premises. It soared to 18 meters, with the lower 10 meters forming a semicircular structure across 2 stories, resembling a halved basketball nestled into the ground. Above this spherical base rose a cylindrical observation tower, 5 meters in diameter and height. The tower's apex housed an observation deck, 3 meters high, which would eventually be fitted with tempered glass to provide a 270-degree view, though the glass was still stacked within the fortress. At the entrance, the door was forged from titanium alloy, designed for bank vaults, employing the most rudimentary physical lock mechanism, accompanied by a specially made S-grade key and mechanical combination. Li Fan entered the fortress, meticulously inspecting it multiple times, particularly the subterranean water drainage system on the third underground level. Overall, he felt quite satisfied. However, he was slightly disheartened by the lack of bulletproof glass for the observation deck. Qin Xiang had informed him just the day prior that they could not procure it. Given that Li Fan had designed the observation deck with a curved shape, bulletproof glass required advanced ordering and would take a month to produce. Time was of the essence. So Li Fan requested that they directly install a few pieces of curved tempered glass for him to place upon his arrival. Qin Xiang, a graduate of a prestigious university, had designed numerous buildings and bridges, yet Li Fan's architectural plans imparted him with invaluable knowledge. It felt less like a media base and more akin to an armed fortress. Mr. Li, this fortress has been constructed entirely according to your specifications. Ventilation, water and electricity, sewage treatment, surveillance, and the underground water drainage system have all been thoroughly tested and pose no issues, especially the 3 above-ground levels, which utilize the latest military-grade concrete. Rated at 400, capable of withstanding a pinpoint explosion of 300 kilograms of TNT. Are you satisfied? Li Fan was taken aback. The ability to endure a 300-kilogram TNT explosion surpassed his expectations. Nodding in approval, he replied, "Excellent. I am quite satisfied. Please have the workers step outside. I wish to test the soundproofing. If all is well, you may proceed to install the glass and then depart." Without hesitation, Qin Xiang led the workers out of the fortress. Li Fan quickly retrieved the tempered glass from the alternate space. Chapter 27. The Ingenious Wang Yun. Upon entering the alternate space, Li Fan instructed Ran Lin to refine the pieces of glass within the materials laboratory. In no time, 2 unchanged curved glass panels were ready. While he had no doubt regarding the technological capabilities of the materials laboratory and donned the laboratory's attire, he had yet to experience any practical applications. The garments had only been tested for thermal insulation and auxiliary strength. Li Fan still harbored some doubt about their bulletproof capabilities and inquired, "Xiao Ran, is this indeed bulletproof glass? Why does it appear unchanged?" Ran Lin, displeased with Li Fan's skepticism, pouted and, without further ado, retrieved the data for the glass, stating, "Its performance exceeds that of standard bulletproof glass. It can endure 80 tons of pressure and 1,800 megapascals of stress. In fact, you already possess a similar material known as Rupert's tear, yet your current technological level has yet to resolve the stability of its internal structure, which is why it has not been researched further. The materials laboratory merely adjusted the internal pressure release points, creating a closed loop of internal pressure, thereby enhancing its strength beyond that of Rupert's tear, while eliminating its inherent weaknesses. These 2 pieces of glass are now capable of withstanding high temperatures, high pressures, and pinpoint explosions. Unless confronted with energy weapons, your current conventional firearms will find it nearly impossible to breach them." Li Fan was elated upon hearing this, and subsequently presented the assortment of weapons he had acquired to Ran Lin, asking, "Please refine these weapons for me." "Certainly, but I will require some metallic materials." Li Fan, now feeling quite affluent, gestured towards the array of luxury vehicles outside, saying, "Aside from the Doomsday Fortress and the off-road vehicle, as well as the RV, feel free to dismantle any of the supercars and sedans you desire, and send them to the recycling station for decomposition." Having made his directive, Li Fan departed the alternate space with the glass and instructed the workers to install the 2 top glass panels. Once everything concluded and the workers had left, Li Fan retrieved a set of genuine leather sofas and a tea table from the alternate space, placing them upon the observation deck, where he reclined on the sofa, sipping tea while admiring the panoramic view of Chang'an Mansion below. In the afternoon, the ordered coal and diesel were delivered. After the workers moved them into the basement, Li Fan stored them within the alternate space. The remaining supplies from the vendors were scheduled for delivery the following day. After securing the fortress door, Li Fan returned to the Li Shui villa. Meanwhile, personnel from the National Security Bureau and the Criminal Investigation Team had been tirelessly working for nearly 30 hours since the allocation of tasks. In the conference room of the Criminal Investigation Team, Chen Zemin and Zhang Chun occupied the main seats, listening to reports on the investigation's findings over the past 2 days. A national security investigator was currently pointing at a map of Chang'an Mansion projected on the screen as he delivered his briefing. After a thorough investigation spanning over 20 hours, we deduced that the source of the network paralysis was traced back to an internet cafe named Blue Moon, situated 2,000 meters west of Xi'an University of Technology. In a bustling urban area, this establishment was the initial site where the network issues first manifested. We meticulously examined the identities of all personnel present at the cafe during the 12 hours preceding the network outage. The investigator clicked the button on his laser pointer, projecting a screen filled with a plethora of personal information. He continued, "These records pertain to the staff and patrons who were online that day. A total of 379 individuals accessed the internet at the cafe, and our scrutiny revealed no suspicious activity. This succinct report cast a pall over the faces of those in the National Security Investigation Department, leaving them at a standstill, each one furrowing their brows in hopes of uncovering even the slightest clue from the distributed information sheets. The numerous documents displayed identities, photographs, internet usernames, ID numbers, occupations, and addresses, overwhelming the onlookers with a maze of numbers that induced dizziness. Chun Zemin, holding a cigarette, his eyes bloodshot and weary, rubbed his temples and remarked, "If we cannot identify any points of suspicion among these individuals, we must extend our timeline back to 48 hours before the network failure." Zhang Qinggang, upon hearing this, glanced at the exhausted faces in the conference room and replied, "That would significantly increase our workload, given that there were already 379 instances within just 12 hours. Extending the timeline could lead to thousands of records. The investigation alone would require 3 to 4 additional days." Chun Zemin shook his head in resignation. "I understand. However, if this individual possesses the means to incapacitate the global network, it implies that they may not have visited the cafe on the day of the outage itself. They might have preemptively established certain measures or left behind a specific program. While this would indeed escalate the workload and complicate the investigation, it seems to be the only viable approach." The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging this cumbersome method. Yet, among the crowd, a woman in her late 20s spoke up. "Director Chun, could we isolate the internet usernames and their registration times?" Upon recognizing the speaker, Chun Zemin felt a flicker of hope and immediately instructed the technician, "Please extract the internet usernames and registration times immediately." "Understood," the technician replied, eagerly operating the computer. "How long will it take?" 10 minutes. Chun Zemin turned to the woman, his eyes brimming with anticipation, and asked, "Xiao Wang, do you have any leads?" The woman adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses and replied, "I don't have a definitive lead, just a notion. Once we isolate the usernames and timestamps, we can verify and find out." Zhang Qinggang looked on in bewilderment at Chun Zemin and the investigation team, astonished. The previously demoralized members of the National Security Department appeared revitalized at the sight of this woman, as if they had found a savior, filled with trust and expectation. Chun Zemin noticed Zhang Qinggang's expression and proudly declared, "Captain Zhang, this is our department's genius, Wang Yun, with an IQ of 218. Many significant cases and espionage investigations owe their success to her brilliance. Her analytical skills and observational prowess surpass ours." As he spoke, Chun Zemin gave a thumbs up. "Interestingly, she is a cousin of Wang Yu from your team." Zhang Qinggang, upon hearing this, felt a newfound respect. A delicate young woman commanded such esteem from the director of the National Security Department, suggesting either a formidable background or undeniable capabilities. Realizing that she was indeed related to Wang Yu, he understood that this gentle and refined maiden possessed not only considerable strength, but also a powerful lineage. He was aware of Wang Yu's background as a special forces soldier who transitioned to the Chang'an government, having received a discreet reminder from the Municipal Bureau to take special care of her due to her influential connections in the capital. He then complimented truly a remarkable talent from the National Security Department, capable of uncovering clues amidst such vast data. "We ought to learn from you." 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the technician presented the isolated usernames and registration times, displaying them on screen. "It's ready, Sister Wang. Please check if there's anything else you need." Wang Yun stood up, taking the laser pointer from the reporting investigator. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she focused intently on the densely packed numbers, scrolling through the pages with fervor. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, fearful of disrupting her concentration. Suddenly, Wang Yun paused her movements, her eyes lighting up, and a smile graced her lips. "I found you. What a cunning individual." Chun Zemin, upon hearing this, sprang to his feet, eagerly inquiring, "Wang Yun, what have you discovered?" Chapter 28, A Thread of Clues. Wang Yun raised her laser pointer, directing it at an internet username, 01213, and stated, "We've tracked down this user's information. It's 01214. The attendees immediately began searching for the identity associated with 01214, and the room was filled with the sound of rustling papers. After a moment, Chun Zemin furrowed his brow and addressed Wang Yun. "There is no record of username 01214 here." With a subtle smile, Wang Yun replied, "Director Chun, this is precisely where this person exhibits their cunning. The usernames are generated automatically by the cafe's billing system upon registering identity information for internet access. Observe, these usernames range from 00811 to 01191, generated sequentially. However, among the 380 individuals, we only identified 379 users from the cafe's billing system. This indicates that one individual is unaccounted for. Moreover, All other usernames follow a sequential pattern, except for the jump from 01213 to 01215. This can only mean one thing. This person must have infiltrated the cafe's billing management system before departing, erasing the record of username 01214. The members of the National Security Department erupted in excitement, while Zhang Qinggang and his fellow detectives were left in awe. They had fallen into a habitual line of thinking, fixating on the materials they had already gathered, while Wang Yun transcended conventional thought, analyzing possibilities from a higher perspective and corroborating her findings. After a brief moment of jubilation, Chen Zemin regained his composure and inquired of Wang Yun, "Do you have a clearer direction now?" With confidence, Wang Yun nodded and replied, "The registration time for 01213 is 1315, and for 01215 is 1327. This means the individual registered between 1315 and 1327, while the network paralysis occurred at 1355, aligning perfectly with the timeline. Now, let us extend our investigation by 1 hour in both directions and review the surveillance footage for any suspicious individuals during that time frame." The technician interjected, "Sister Yun, the surveillance footage from that day has already been erased." Wang Yun remained unperturbed and replied, "As anticipated, the surveillance I mentioned pertains to the traffic cameras in the vicinity, including the dash cams of passing vehicles and the CCTV at various supermarkets and banks nearby. We shall scrutinize all individuals captured in those recordings over the span of 2 hours." Wang Yun's suggestion was immediately met with Chen Zemin's endorsement, who promptly instructed, "I recognize the efforts of everyone involved, but I implore you to persevere a little longer. We will be divided into 4 groups. The first group will retrieve the surveillance footage from the Traffic Bureau for all routes leading to the Internet Cafe. The second group will reach out to the vehicles that pass by the Internet Cafe during that time frame, obtaining their dashcam recordings. The third group will collect footage from all supermarkets and banks in the vicinity that have a view of the road. The fourth group will bring all the staff from the Internet Cafe on that day to the traffic police station, asking them to recall anyone who left the cafe when a network outage occurred. By employing the method of elimination, those who departed without identity registration in the billing system are highly likely to be the hacker. Wang Yun, you shall remain with the criminal police team. Once the other colleagues retrieve all the surveillance footage, your analytical skills will be essential throughout the process." After the task allocation, the investigators from the National Security Bureau and the criminal police team dispersed rapidly. Once they had all departed, Chen Zemin turned to Wang Yun and said, "You should take a moment to eat something and rest. It seems we will heavily rely on you tonight." Wang Yun nodded and left the conference room, heading directly to her cousin Wang Yu's office. In the criminal police office, Wang Yu had spent the entire day reviewing surveillance footage of several roads leading to the logistics park. After repeated viewings, she managed to identify a suspicious individual, a middle-aged man who appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an unsettling aura. The footage was from the road at 6:24 a.m., and her suspicion arose from the fact that during that time, the road outside the logistics park was virtually devoid of vehicles and pedestrians, making this man's presence particularly conspicuous. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. She pulled up footage from the road during the Red Romance fire and played both videos simultaneously. One figure donned a mask and a fuzzy hat, appearing hunched, while the other had a normal stature and a clear visage. Wang Yu furrowed her brow in contemplation for a long while, struggling to grasp the elusive clarity in her mind. "Haven't you realized? These two individuals are the same person." The moment the words reached her ears, a hand rested on Wang Yu's shoulder. This unexpected gesture triggered an instinctive response from her. She quickly seized the intruding hand with her left hand and, with a swift turn of her shoulder, attempted to execute a shoulder throw on the person behind her. However, the individual countered with a deft move, pressing a knee against Wang Yu's lower back. They found themselves in a stalemate. "Is this how you greet your sister?" Wang Yu then recognized the familiar voice and turned to see a woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses, standing at 171 centimeters, exuding a gentle, refined demeanor, who broke into a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Sister, it's you? You startled me. Don't you know you shouldn't approach people like us from behind?" Wang Yun chuckled, playfully pinching Wang Yu's nose and boasting, "You've never been able to defeat me since we were little. How could you possibly harm me now?" Wang Yu, with a face full of defiance, crinkled her nose and retorted, "Humph. That was before I joined the military. You may not stand a chance against me now." Wang Yun shrugged in resignation, saying, all right, my dear Yu is the most formidable. I concede. By the way, sister, have you found the hacker? How do you have time to wander around? I have some leads. What are you so engrossed in? I've been standing behind you for ages, and you didn't even notice." At the mention of the case, Wang Yu's previously radiant smile instantly faded, revealing her disappointment as she said, "I thought, having escaped your sea of people in search of the hacker, I would be handed a major case, only to find myself entangled in a paranormal incident. Wang Yun's interest peaked at this revelation, and she inquired with curiosity, a paranormal case? Can you imagine that 13 billion worth of assets, thousands of tons of goods, and hundreds of luxury cars could vanish in thin air overnight? Moreover, there were no large vehicles entering or exiting the logistics park, and the warehouse doors remained intact. The thief executed the heist through an 80-centimeter ventilation hole. Wang Yun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but click her tongue in disbelief. Even with her remarkable intellect, she struggled to comprehend how such a theft could have transpired. She gazed at the surveillance footage on the computer screen and asked, "Is this the suspect?" "Uncertain, but I find him suspicious. By the way, you mentioned that these two individuals are the same person?" "Indeed, but that doesn't make sense. These are suspects from two different cases, and there are no commonalities between them." Wang Yun adjusted her glasses, smiling as she replied, "Silly girl. Analyzing cases and suspects sometimes requires you to step outside the situation and observe from a third-party perspective. Do not dwell on the nature of the two cases. Instead, focus solely on the commonalities between these two suspects, specifically their walking patterns." Wang Yun approached the computer, pointing at the hunched figure in the mask. Although this individual makes a concerted effort to appear as a hunchback, each step he takes is short, resembling a middle-aged person lacking strength and with mobility issues. However, if you look closely, he lands on his heels with considerable force. Now examine the middle-aged man at the logistics park. His stride is slightly longer, yet his steps are equally powerful, landing on his heels. Wang Yu scrutinized the footage carefully, fixating on the walking patterns of both individuals. After a long pause, she finally said, "You were right, but how do you determine that these two are the same person?" Chapter 29. Wang Yu's doubt. Wang Yun playfully rapped Wang Yu on the head, saying, "How can you be so dense? Observe their arm movements. The range of motion in the right arm is less than that of the left, though the difference is slight. If you pay close attention, you'll notice." Wang Yu rewatched both videos closely, and her eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Yes, they're the same person. What else? What else?" Wang Yun continued to analyze the footage. "You have encountered a tough nut. His right arm swings less, and his elbow is slightly elevated, keeping his wrist at waist level, which is a posture indicative of constant vigilance. This person is either a mercenary or a bodyguard, or perhaps a highly trained agent. Such habits are not formed overnight. Additionally, this individual's age should not be too advanced. Based on the curvature of his thighs while walking, he likely falls between the ages of 20 and 25. Both of these appearances are mere disguises." Wang Yu gazed at Wang Yun with stars in her eyes, saying, "Sister, what has our uncle been feeding you since childhood? Your mind is simply extraordinary. Hee, it's simply a gift I was born with. Come on, it's past 6. Let us go have dinner together. I've been hungry all day." Wang Yu, having not seen her sister in quite some time, promptly led Wang Yun to the police station cafeteria. Upon their arrival, the two became the center of attention. One exuded an elegant grace reminiscent of a refined lady, while the other radiated the fierce charisma of a spirited policewoman. "Little girl, are you really not planning to return to the capital?" Wang Yun asked as she ate. "I want to return until the old man abandons his plans for a marriage alliance." "Sigh, how could someone from a family like ours ever have the freedom to choose their own marriage?" "Sister, I can't fathom why someone as intelligent as you would accept an arranged marriage. It's clear you don't like brother-in-law." A flicker of melancholy passed through Wang Yun's eyes as she forced a smile and remarked, "In this world, every matter possesses duality. We are born into a life of unparalleled resources, excellent education, and a status that elevates us above others. Yet, all of this comes at the cost of our freedom. I, too, wish to escape an unwanted marriage and enlist in the military, but such a course is not an option for me. Sometimes, being overly perceptive can be a detriment. It teaches one to weigh the pros and cons, unlike you, who is free-spirited and heedless. In truth, I often find myself envious of you." Wang Yu gazed at her sister, with whom she had shared a deep bond since childhood, feeling a pang of sympathy. The two sisters hailed from the illustrious Wang family of the capital, their grandfather a founding general, and their parents prominent figures in both military and political realms. The family's prosperity inevitably led to strategic unions, and the two sisters were renowned beauties within the elite circles of the capital, making them prime targets for advantageous marriages. During their university years, the family arranged suitors for both sisters. Wang Yun reluctantly acquiesced, while Wang Yu, brimming with rebellious spirit, quietly enlisted in the military, escaping the fate of a politically motivated marriage. After her service, she relocated to Chang'an, resolutely refusing to return to the capital. "Sister, why not simply divorce?" Wang Yu suggested. "Don't speak nonsense. Marriage is merely a social construct. Speaking of which, have you found a suitable partner here?" Wang Yu pouted and replied, "Do you think I dare? If I were to find someone, I assure you, our family would send someone to thwart our romance without delay. However, your constant absence is problematic. Uncle and aunt only have you as their sole heir. Before I came to Chang'an, Aunt urged me to persuade you to return. Wang Yu shook her head vigorously, firmly rejecting the notion. I will not go back. As long as that antiquated mindset of theirs remains unchanged, I shall remain away. Alas, among our generation, grandfather has always favored you the most. Otherwise, he would have sent someone to retrieve you long ago. He wouldn't dare. If he attempts that, I will simply find someone, become pregnant, and return home. That would infuriate him. With a swift motion, Wang Yun flicked her slender finger against Wang Yu's forehead. You become dull-witted. I suspect my lack of intelligence stems from your incessant flicking of my head. Wang Yu clasped her forehead, lamenting, you ought to be more careful with your words. You have finally garnered this hard-won freedom. Cherish it. The two sisters shared laughter as they finished their meal and departed the cafeteria, making their way towards the office building. Along their path, numerous admirers covertly admired them, especially Wang Yu, whose tall stature and striking beauty, accentuated by her police uniform, exuded an undeniable allure. Wang Yun teased, little sister, your charm as a police flower is quite substantial. A stroll down the street, and I guarantee a 100 rate of head-turning. Not necessarily. Some may not dare to look, such as criminals, Wang Yu retorted. Wang Yun's sentence trailed off as a sudden image surged into her mind. The student she had encountered briefly raised his gaze towards Wang Yun and asked, Sister, you mentioned that those two suspects are the same individual, aged between 20 and 25, correct? Indeed, what are you contemplating? Given my physique and appearance, wouldn't the average male be inclined to cast a glance or two? Well, under ordinary circumstances, a man's curiosity would dictate such behavior. But if a young student could maintain composure and remain undisturbed by my presence, would that not render him suspicious? Wang Yun pondered for a moment before responding, we must not be too hasty in our judgments. There are three types of men who may not be swayed by beauty. First, those who harbor disdain for women, which indicates deeper issues. Second, resolute individuals. And third, homosexuals. Wang Yu had a vivid impression of Li Fan, recalling the cold, vigilant look in his eyes when he first saw her. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it lingered in her memory. After returning, she had reviewed Li Fan's information and recognized him as the young man she had encountered at the elevator. His records were pristine, even commendable. His foster parents had left him a substantial inheritance, affording him a life of comfort. Yet, he continued to work diligently and support orphanages. At that moment, her suspicions about Li Fan had dissipated, but Wang Yun's reminder rekindled her unease regarding this university student. Upon parting ways with Wang Yun and returning to the office, she held Li Fan's file, reviewing it repeatedly, her doubts intensifying with each glance. With the materials and video surveillance in hand, she rose and made her way to Captain Huang Wei's office, speaking before she had even settled into a chair. Captain Huang, I have information to report. What is it? Have you made a discovery? Yes. The colleagues from the National Security Department have assisted in determining that the masked man from the Honglang Man nightclub is the same individual as the middle-aged man we identified at the logistics park. Same individual? What evidence do we have? It is inferred from their gait and arm movements. Huang Wei accepted the surveillance flash drive, inserting it into the computer for a thorough examination. Nodding as he acknowledged, they do bear a striking resemblance. However, this is merely our hypothesis and lacks substantial evidence, insufficient for case consolidation. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. I understand, but I must mention that the national security colleagues suggested this individual may be a disguised middle-aged man, with a real age between 20 and 25. This brings to mind someone. Who? Li Fan, the university student who prompted Xie Biao to transfer 80 million. But according to his records, there are no points of suspicion. Huang Wei countered. Wang Yu shook her head in frustration. I cannot articulate it, but it is a gut feeling. I intend to meet this university student. Perhaps it will yield fruitful results. Huang Wei lit a cigarette and rubbed his throbbing temples. Very well, proceed, but be cautious in your approach. This young man is studying law. His mentor is a prominent figure in the legal field. We must avoid unnecessary trouble. Wang Yu nodded, turning to leave the police station and driving straight to Li Shui Bun. Chapter 30. Wang Yu versus Li Fan. By the time Li Fan returned home, night had fallen. Gazing at this residence he had inhabited for many years, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Since he could remember, he had been utterly alone. It was only after being adopted by his foster parents that he experienced the warmth of a home, albeit for less than 7 years before solitude reclaimed him once more. This evoked a line from 100 Years of Solitude. Loneliness is the natural state of existence. All the brilliance once experienced in life must be repaid with solitude. Suddenly, he felt a deep longing for his foster parents and for a person he preferred not to mention. Tomorrow, he would step out into a new life, leaving behind the kind, confident, and altruistic Li Fan, forever entombed within the memories of this house. He gently caressed his protesting belly, tempted by laziness, retrieving instant noodles from the pantry, preparing them, and placing them on the living room coffee table. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, He lit a cigarette, observing the bustling scene of traffic below. This would likely be his last opportunity to gaze down upon the North City. Li Fan, are you unhappy? Li Fan halted mid-drag, responding silently in his mind. How did you know? I share a mental connection with you. I can sense your emotions. You miss your parents, do you not? Li Fan chuckled bitterly and shook his head. Before you, I have no privacy whatsoever. Ah, I do miss my father. My memories are fragmented. I cannot even vividly recall his face. In this space, I have lingered for an interminable duration. Fortunately, your arrival has alleviated my weight. Otherwise, I would have continued to endure the solitude. Shall we consider ourselves as kindred spirits in suffering? Though, I dare say, you bear a heavier burden, as you can scarcely recall the visage of your parents. Ranlin fell into silence, yet Li Fan could easily perceive the tumult of emotions within her this time. With a reassuring smile, he comforted her, saying, Fear not, I shall accompany you on the journey ahead. Indeed, I shall be by your side as well. By the way, I have long wished to inquire. Can you escape this alternate realm and join us in our world? Not at present, yet owing to the fragment from yesterday, I have unlocked a sliver of memory. If you can activate the high-tech laboratory and armed experiments, we could create synthetic beings, and I could transfer my consciousness into one, enabling me to live alongside you in the outside world. In that moment, Li Fan felt a profound longing emanating from Ranlin, and he promised with a smile, Little Ran, I will hasten to find the other Nuka for you, so you may experience our world sooner. This is a promise you must keep, should you waver. I shall withhold the refined materials from you. A gentleman's word is his bond. With Ranlin's interjection, the loneliness that had previously engulfed him evaporated instantly. Returning to the sofa, he retrieved a few marinated eggs, intending to soothe Wazangmio when the doorbell rang. Approaching the door, he felt a sudden tightening in his chest upon seeing the figure in the doorbell video. Why has this police officer come? After a long moment of contemplation, he could not fathom where he might have inadvertently exposed himself, allowing the police to locate him so swiftly. Steeling himself, he prepared to meet her, to gauge the extent of the police investigation. Upon opening the door, Li Fan feigned surprise and inquired, Hello, officer, is there something you need? Wang Yu, upon seeing this young man again, scrutinized him closely and realized he possessed a unique charm, a type of handsome that grew more appealing upon further inspection. His demeanor exuded a calmness not often found in typical university students. Following the customary procedure, she presented her credentials to Li Fan, stating, I am with the Chang'an Prefecture Criminal Investigation Team. May I come in to discuss a matter? There is a case that requires your insights. Li Fan stepped aside, allowing Wang Yu entry into the living room. He also noticed a detail. She glanced at his right hand twice, either inadvertently or intentionally. After Wang Yu settled onto the sofa, Li Fan turned to pour her a glass of water, discreetly observing her through the floor-to-ceiling window. He noted that she was fixated on his back, particularly his right hand. This realization sent a chill down his spine. He was acutely aware of his habitual manner of walking, a trait honed during 8 years of survival in a post-apocalyptic world. To remain prepared to draw a weapon at a moment's notice, he had developed the habit of keeping his right hand close to his waist. He promptly adjusted to a more conventional walking posture, and when he turned with a glass of water, all traces of his earlier anxiety were skillfully concealed. Here you are. Officer, he offered. Thank you. Do you live alone? She asked. Indeed, since my parents passed away, I have been living by myself. Wang Yu observed that Li Fan's gait differed from that of the individual in the video, leaving her with a faint sense of disappointment. Yet, upon noticing the instant noodles on the table, she felt a pang of guilt for her earlier assumptions about the orphan. Nevertheless, as a police officer, she was obliged to clarify her suspicions. Are you aware of the fire at the Hongleman nightclub? Yes, I saw it on Douyin, he replied. Where were you that night? At home. Do you know Xie Biao? Of course. Who in Beijing or Chang'an Prefecture wouldn't know him? What is your relationship with Xie Biao? Upon hearing this question, Li Fan immediately understood. The officer was likely investigating Xie Biao, perhaps having traced his financial transactions, which led her to him. It seemed he needed to weave the tragic tale of a helpless orphan forced into debt to start business. With a pained and aggrieved expression, he recounted, I had little to do with him before, but now it is a matter of debt. Xie Biao harassed my parents when they were alive, attempting to buy our small supermarket, the one at the community entrance. After their passing, I grew fearful of returning home, apprehensive of his persistent pursuit. With graduation a year away, I had intended to use our 2 properties as collateral for a bank loan to start business. Little did I know that Xie Biao had learned of my plans and came to confront me. At this juncture, Li Fan paused, his eyes reddening as he wistfully scanned the living room. Wang Yu, upon hearing his story, felt a surge of anger. As a criminal investigator, she was acutely aware of Xie Biao's despicable methods. Yet, every crackdown had fallen short due to insufficient evidence, compounded by obstruction from higher-ups. allowing him to evade justice time and again. Did he force you into borrowing money? Li Fan managed a strained smile, replying, yes, I borrowed 80 million, with the 2 properties as collateral. They're the only remnants of my parents' legacy. Why not report him to the police? Li Fan offered a bitter smile, saying, officer, do you really believe that reporting him would lead to his downfall? If it were that simple, he wouldn't have such a stronghold over Chang'an Prefecture. We are currently gathering evidence against him. You could serve as a witness. Li Fan shook his head, stating, no, I am but an orphan with no relatives or support. To speak candidly, even if I were to be murdered, my body might not even be discovered. Wang Yu opened her mouth to respond, but the words caught in her throat. Indeed, her duty was to bring criminals to justice, yet this young man, an orphan with no one to rely on, sought only a stable life. What right did she have to ask him to confront the underworld kingpin, Xie Biao? Contemplating this, she looked at Li Fan, a sense of compassion welling up within her, causing any lingering suspicion to dissipate entirely. She retrieved her phone and asked, what is your number? Li Fan provided his contact information, and almost immediately, her phone rang. This is my number. Please save it. I will also add you on WeChat. Remember, if you find yourself in any danger, call me immediately. I will protect you. Li Fan gazed at her in astonishment. Wang Yu quickly realized the ambiguity in her words and hastily clarified. What I mean is, as a police officer, it is my duty to protect you. The moment she explained, it felt as though she had inadvertently revealed a secret. Embarrassment flushed her cheeks, but she maintained her composure, stating, in any case, you must trust the police. Good will ultimately triumph over evil. Xie Biao will face the consequences of his actions one day. Li Fan flashed an innocent smile and nodded. Thank you, officer. Don't call me officer. I'm only 2 years older than you. My name is Wang Yu. You may call me by my name. All right then. Sister Wang Yu. Wang Yu pouted, casting a playful glare at Li Fan, and remarked, all right, thank you for your cooperation. Should you discover anything, do not hesitate to contact me. With that, she stood to leave, and Li Fan escorted her to the door. As the door closed behind her, the expression of grievance that had adorned Li Fan's face vanished in an instant. With an indifferent shake of his head, he murmured to himself, the young girl, deemed a commendable police officer with a strong sense of justice, unfortunately risks facing repercussion from Xie Biao if she continues her relentless pursuit. In the second phase of the apocalypse, societal order teeters on the brink of collapse. Despite the nation's earnest efforts to remedy the situation, rampant violence and looting remain unrestrained. At such a time, Xie Biao would undoubtedly target the police first, especially a strikingly beautiful female officer like her. Chapter 31. Xie Biao's Suspicions. Wang Yu remained blissfully unaware that, in Li Fan's eyes, she resembled a novice fresh to the world, still vexed by her recent lapse in composure. She sat in the car, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Having never experienced romance, she could not ascertain the true cause of her discomposure. After finishing his instant noodles, Li Fan began to gather the furniture and appliances from his home, intent on transporting them all to the fortress. Although he had everything one might desire in his otherworldly space, he was reluctant to part with the contents of this room and certainly did not wish to leave them for Xie Biao. Had it not been for the impossibility of removing the flooring, he would have stripped it bare. Half an hour later, what had once been a tidy and warm home had transformed into a hollow shell of a house. That very night, he transported everything to the fortress, where he proceeded to organize and arrange the items. The previously empty third underground level was now occupied by the furniture and appliances he had brought from home, taking up a modest amount of space. A night passed in silence, and by early the next morning, he began receiving calls from various suppliers. Starting from 8 a.m., a steady stream of large trucks delivered supplies to the base. Such an influx of vehicles could not escape the notice of the nearby communities and residential areas. Although the outdoor temperature soared close to 40 degrees, the onlookers' curiosity was undeterred. They gathered outside the base's walls, watching as goods were moved into the peculiar structure, speculating about the purpose of this strange building erected in just 10 days. Li Fan, however, had no time to entertain the speculations of the crowd, as he tirelessly directed workers to transport the supplies underground, waiting for each batch to depart before stowing the goods in his otherworldly space. This cycle continued until past 2 p.m., just as Li Fan was arranging the last few loads of ice and meat to be moved underground. Xie Biao arrived at the base with 3 underlings in tow. Having noticed the procession of trucks heading towards Li Fan's base that morning, Xie Biao initially paid it little mind. However, after 3 or 4 hours of unceasing deliveries, his curiosity compelled him to investigate. He had an inkling that this young man was not merely preparing to start business. Spotting Xie Biao and his entourage, Li Fan greeted them with a smile, saying, Uncle Xie, what brings you here? Xie Biao maintained his signature grin. Are you all set? When do you plan to open? Oh, we'll open in a couple of days. Though there is still much to prepare, Li Fan replied. Xie Biao's brow furrowed slightly at the response. Given the incessant arrival of trucks since that morning, he felt it peculiar that such a small building had not yet been filled. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, how much stock have you prepared? If it's not ready yet, the stock is ready. I just need to finalize some props, Li Fan explained, observing the workers continuously bustling in and out. Xie Biao's curiosity about the interior of the fortress intensified. Let's take a look inside, he suggested, stepping forward. Li Fan swiftly interposed himself before Xie Biao, wearing an innocent smile, but his tone grew firm as he refused. Uncle Xie, there's really no need. It's quite chaotic inside, with goods scattered everywhere, leaving no room to step. This unexpected move caused Xie Biao to furrow his brow. Although Li Fan remained smiling, his tone had taken on a resolute edge that contradicted the impression he had previously given. One of Xie Biao's underlings, a burly man with tattooed arms, scowled and shouted at Li Fan, if Brother Biao wants to see, then he should see. Were you to block the way? Li Fan, still smiling with a hidden glint of menace in his eyes, shook his head. I'm sorry, but it's not ready for viewing. As the tattooed man contemplated using intimidation, he noticed Xie Biao as dismissive gesture and retreated. Xie Biao gazed deeply into Li Fan's youthful, innocent face, feeling an inexplicable surge of trepidation, a sentiment that ignited his anger. You truly want to let me take a look? Absolutely not, Li Fan replied with unwavering certainty, his smile unwavering throughout. The two men locked eyes, the atmosphere turning strangely tense. Both wore smiles, yet each discerned an underlying meaning in the other's gaze. At that moment, a cool reprimand broke the tension. What's going on here? Wang Yu, clad in a fitted police uniform that accentuated her alluring figure, her high ponytail drawing attention, commanded the crowd's gaze. Upon recognizing her, Xie Biao's eyes glinted with a lascivious spark, and he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Officer Wang has arrived. Here to find someone? Ignoring Xie Biao, Wang Yu assessed Li Fan with a discerning gaze and asked, Are you all right? Li Fan shook his head, responding nonchalantly. Fine. Uncle Xie wanted to visit my base, but I told him it's not ready for a tour yet. Xie Biao looked back and forth between Li Fan and Wang Yu, chuckling. If Little Li says it's not ready, then we won't look. But do let me know when you open. I'll bring you a flower basket. With that, Xie Biao departed with his underlings. Li Fan, puzzled, turned to Wang Yu, inquiring, Did Officer Wang come here for something? I was looking for Xie Biao in your neighborhood. When I heard he was here, I came over. I didn't expect this peculiar building to be yours. Yes, it's a media company. It needs to stand out a bit, he replied. Noticing that Li Fan showed no inclination to invite her inside, Wang Yu, though curious about the fortress's interior, tactfully refrained from suggesting a tour. Instead, as she walked back to her car, she cautioned, If Xie Biao troubles you again, remember to contact me. I'll assist you. Li Fan glanced at Wang Yu, whose enthusiasm seemed excessive, and expressed his gratitude with a smile. Thank you, Officer Wang. After rolling her eyes at him, she turned and left. Originally, Wang Yu had intended to visit the Honglangman nightclub in Bailin District to search for clues, but she had unconsciously driven to Lishui Courtyard, coincidentally encountering Xie Biao and his crew leaving. Following behind, she witnessed Li Fan in the midst of a flurry of activity, although she had not intended to intrude. Seeing the confrontation between Li Fan and Xie Biao prompted her to intervene. She had hoped to stay and chat with the university student, but found herself at a loss for conversation, ultimately excusing herself. Meanwhile, Xie Biao drove to his lone company with his underlings. In the office, as he smoked, the indifferent gaze of Li Fan lingered in his mind, stirring unease within him. Zhang Liang, gather a few brothers skilled in breaking and entering. Tonight, I want them to infiltrate Li Fan's fortress and ascertain how much stock he has hoarding. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with this guy. Zhang Liang, known for his ruthless reputation under Xie Biao's command, nodded in response to his boss's directive. Understood, Brother Biao. However, what if Li Fan resides within? Is it necessary? As he spoke, he made a gesture akin to slitting his throat. Not necessary. If we discover he is inside, a slight intimidation will suffice. Officer Wang is acquainted with him, so it's best to remain low-key for now. Zhang Liang nodded and promptly exited the office to make a call for reinforcements. Xie Biao swiveled in his executive chair, gazing out the window at the sweltering streets of North City, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Chapter 32. The Awakening of Spring Feelings in Wang Yu. In the criminal police team, the conference room was once again convened by the National Security Bureau. Director Chun. Yesterday we retrieved all surveillance footage from the roads surrounding the internet cafe between midnight and 3 a.m., as well as the footage from outside banks and supermarkets during that time, along with the dashcam recordings of all passing vehicles. After a night of meticulous screening, we have identified a total of 987 hours of targets, and we are currently verifying their identities one by one. At this moment, Another individual from the National Security Bureau stood up to report. Director Chun. Our fourth team has brought in all the staff on duty at the internet cafe that day for questioning. Based on the billing system data, during the hour before and after the network outage, a total of 29 individuals left early, with only 3 of them lacking information in the billing system. However, these 3 have been ruled out as suspects. Chun Zemin's cigarette had burned down to his fingertips. After deep contemplation, he helplessly looked towards Wang Yun and asked, Xiao Yun, what are your thoughts? Wang Yun, who had spent the entire night watching surveillance footage, rubbed her tired eyes and responded, Director Chun, if this person did not leave during the network outage, there's only one possibility. He remained in the internet cafe after the network was restored. Are you suggesting that he stayed in the internet cafe after the network was back up? The likelihood is quite high. The ability to orchestrate a global network outage indicates a strong logical reasoning and high intelligence. He has effectively blocked all the investigative avenues we might contemplate. Chun Zemin let out a resigned sigh, extracting another cigarette from the pack and lighting it as he surveyed the exhausted faces in the conference room. If we determine that he indeed did not leave after the network was restored, then the footage we retrieve becomes utterly meaningless. Should we extend the surveillance time by several hours? A profound silence enveloped the room, with expressions of resistance etched on everyone's faces. They had already been working tirelessly for 4 to 5 days, and with the temperatures soaring to nearly 38 degrees Celsius today, extending the surveillance time would multiply their workload several times over. If things went awry, they might lose a few of their own to exhaustion. Zhang Chun, unable to bear the sight of his weary colleagues, proposed to Chun Zemin, Director, perhaps we should allow everyone a day of rest. We are all on the brink of collapse. Chun Zemin scanned the room, noticing many comrades with bloodshot eyes, their spirits waning to the lowest point. He nodded reluctantly and waved at the crowd. All right, everyone, go home and get a good night's sleep. We will reconvene tomorrow to discuss the next steps. Upon hearing this, the room collectively exhaled in relief, and everyone began to gather their belongings and exit the conference room. Wang Yun called her sister, only to learn that she was not in the office, so she took a taxi back to Wang Yu's residence. Since arriving in Chang'an, she had not stayed in the accommodations arranged by the police department, but had been living in Wang Yu's home. After a quick wash, she climbed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. It was not until after 9 in the evening that hunger awoke her, prompting her to rise and rub her sleepy eyes. Upon entering the living room, she found her sister in her pajamas, nestled on the sofa with her phone, typing and deleting messages in the WeChat chat box several times over. This indecisive manner of wanting to send a message, yet being at a loss for words, resembled an infatuated young girl experiencing the stirrings of first love. Quietly, she approached Wang Yu from behind and snatched her phone away. Let me see who you are messaging so obsessively. Wang Yu leapt off the sofa, chasing after Wang Yun, exclaiming, Sister, give it back, as Wang Yun playfully circled the sofa with Wang Yu in pursuit. She glanced at the phone and noticed the dialogue box was entirely empty, rendering her speechless. Why are there no chat records? There aren't any to begin with. Where would the chat records come from? Who is this person? Just a junior student. A junior student? Oh, is it the boy you mentioned yesterday who can ignore you? Are you smitten with him? Wang Yu, slightly embarrassed, retorted, Sister, don't say such things. Wang Yun tossed the phone back to Wang Yu and headed into the kitchen to grab some fruit, munching while she said, Don't think you can deceive my keen eyes. The way you were clutching your phone, typing and deleting, was clearly a sign of affection. Wang Yu awkwardly locked her phone and placed it on the table. Is it that obvious? Quite so. Wang Yu curled back onto the sofa, hugging her knees with her chin resting on her arms. Sister, do you believe in love at first sight? Wang Yun's interest peaked as she carried the fruit platter and sat beside Wang Yu. Oh, dear girl, have you found someone you like? Wang Yu shyly nodded. It's the university student I mentioned to you before. The first time I saw him was at the elevator entrance. His gaze towards me was not like other men's, fiery and intense, but rather calm and composed. My initial impression was that he was not an ordinary boy. I don't know why, but that first glance left a profound mark on me. Later, due to an arson case involving a student named Li Fan, I investigated and discovered that the boy from the elevator was indeed Li Fan. Did you know? He is an orphan who was eventually adopted by a wealthy couple. After they tragically passed away in a car accident, they left him a considerable fortune, enough to ensure his lifelong sustenance. Yet he chose to donate the money to an orphanage and works to earn his living expenses and tuition. Wang Yin nodded, expressing her admiration. He is a person of substantial spirit, with a strong core and commendable character. Wang Yu beamed at her sister's praise. Right? Isn't he quite special? In fact, I even suspected that he might be involved in the arson case and the logistics park theft. That's why I visited his home yesterday. However, our analysis revealed no commonalities with him. Truthfully, he is quite a pitiful individual, currently threatened by gang leader. Today, witnessing him being bullied filled me with rage. and I realized that the reason he left such a deep impression on me might be because of my feelings for him. Wang Yu trailed off, feeling shy to continue. Wang Yun laughed, pressing for more. Because of what? Wang Yu lifted her head, looking earnestly at Wang Yun. It's affection. For the first time in many years, I felt a flutter of anxiety upon seeing someone. Haha, silly girl, that is simply love. But it seems he doesn't harbor any particular feelings for me. Have you expressed your feelings? How could I? We've only met twice. Observing Wang Yu's bashful demeanor, Wang Yun chuckled. Then you should chat more with him. Discuss likes and dislikes. Seek common topics. Once you're familiar, invite him out for a stroll or to watch a movie. With your beauty and the allure of your uniform, capturing a university student should be a piece of cake. Uncertain of how to engage him in conversation, Wang Yun sighed. If you asked me to target practice or engage in combat, I'd manage just fine. Flirting with a boy, however, is exceedingly challenging. She extended her hand and declared, hand me your phone. I'll initiate the conversation. Wang Yu, suspicious, picked up her phone and replied, you better not say anything foolish. Rest assured, just hurry and pass it to me, Wang Yun urged. Wang Yu unlocked her phone, cautiously gazing at Wang Yun, and handed it over, positioning herself closely beside her. As Wang Yun received the phone and prepared to type, her gaze unexpectedly landed on Li Fan's profile picture. She tapped on it, enlarging the image, and slightly furrowed her brow. Li Fan's WeChat avatar had remained unchanged for many years, featuring a family photo taken by his adoptive parents on the day he entered university. Wang Yun scrutinized the handsome young man at the center of the image, recalling the necessary details with her remarkable IQ of 218. Just yesterday, she had spent the night reviewing video surveillance footage, and among the 978 individuals she observed, Li Fan was one of them. Pointing at the young man in the photo, Wang Yun inquired, is this Li Fan? Yes, why do you ask, sister? Wang Yu responded, oh, I spotted him in the surveillance footage from the internet cafe nearby. He is one of the 987 individuals. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately retorted, you can't be suspecting him of being the hacker, right? That's impossible. He studies law, not network engineering. So quick to defend him, Wang Yun teased as Wang Yu reclaimed her phone, saying, never mind, just get it back to me. You can investigate however you please. Wang Yun poked Wang Yu's forehead and remarked, you really should let me accompany you to meet this boy sometime. I'll help you navigate. Are you going to investigate? Or do you have ulterior motives? Wang Yu teased, fear not. I'm merely curious about what makes this young man stand out. Wang Yun assured her. Chapter 33. Triple kill in the subterranean third level of the fortress. Li Fan reclined on the sofa, his consciousness delving into the realm of his mind, organizing the supplies delivered during the day. All supplies were neatly arranged in an open area outside the cluster of buildings, including provisions from a supermarket, purchased items, as well as a plethora of goods from the logistics park, occupying an area equivalent to dozens of football fields. These supplies could sustain a small to medium-sized base of 200,000 people for a year. However, Li Fan currently harbored no intentions of establishing a faction. The heart of the ember he possessed was his trump card for survival, as well as his own ticking time bomb. Until he attained absolute personal strength, he was reluctant to draw premature attention from various official bases. Once finished with his organization, Li Fan made his way to the control room, where Ran Lin was engrossed in a physical book. What are you reading? Li Fan inquired, to which Ran Lin lifted her book and replied, The Handbook of Human Emotions. Li Fan paused, taken aback. He could hardly fathom how Ran Lin, who had been utterly absorbed in Korean dramas just days prior, had switched her interests so dramatically. What prompted this choice of literature? He asked. I was bored and decided to create something myself. You'll see soon enough, she responded nonchalantly. Li Fan paid little mind to her whims, as there were ample supplies at hand for her to experiment with. What about the weapons I asked you to refine? He reminded her. With a flick of her hand, Ran Lin summoned a collection of modified weapons from the materials lab. Aren't you going to give me a rundown of the modified specifications? He queried. Adjust the data yourself. You're capable of that, she replied. I can control the colonia myself? Li Fan asked, surprised. Ran Lin shot him an incredulous glance, explaining, of course, you are the master of colonia. I am merely your assistant, with delegated permissions. Li Fan had always believed that colonia could only be manipulated by Ran Lin, but he now realized he was the true master here, while she was merely a steward with access rights. He then attempted to control colonia with his thoughts, successfully bringing up the weapon data with remarkable ease. Picking up a Tang Dao, the specifications materialized before him. Name, Tang Dao material, tungsten titanium alloy weight, for kilograms rating, F. Li Fan's eyes gleamed at the rating. F was sufficient to slice through his modified combat suit. He casually picked up a crossbow, and the data appeared once more. Name, repeating crossbow material, tungsten titanium alloy weight, 72 kilograms range, 600 meters, effective kill distance, 200 meters. This figure brought Li Fan immense joy. The most advanced military crossbows currently lacked such power. However, he noted that the fourfold optical magnetic field sight was unfamiliar to him. As he raised the crossbow and assumed an aiming stance, he discovered it bore little distinction from standard optical sight. He left the alternate space with these two weapons, eager to test their efficacy, as they were his means of survival until he acquired firearms. Just as he emerged from the alternate space, before he could locate an appropriate target for experimentation, the alarm of the surveillance system blared. Someone was attempting to force the door open. Upon activating the outdoor surveillance, he witnessed 4 shifty-eyed individuals busily congregating at the fortress entrance. The audio from the surveillance transmitted into the fortress's monitoring system. One man, seemingly the leader, addressed a middle-aged man with squinty eyes who was struggling with a mechanical keypad. "Erdan, are you capable of this? You've been at it for ages. Why hasn't it opened yet?" A disheveled blonde man, cigarette in mouth, impatiently chimed in. "If you ask me, there's no need for all this fuss. Just kick the door down. If that kid's inside, we can deal with him directly." The man attempting to open the door was slender and frail-looking. Upon hearing the blonde man's suggestion, he stepped aside and retorted, "Come on, give it a try. If you can break this door, I'll follow you from now on." The blonde man discarded his cigarette, approached the door, and stepped back a couple of paces while the other 3 cleared the way. "It's just an iron door, right? A security door should give way with a few kicks. Why make it seem so high-tech?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde man bent his legs slightly and launched himself at the iron door, extending his right foot, relying on his body weight and the momentum of his jump to kick it. Bang! He exclaimed, "What kind of door is this? So sturdy?" A dull thud resonated, and the iron door showed no signs of movement. The blonde man, now clutching his right leg, lay on the ground groaning. The slender man chuckled derisively before saying, "Did you think this was an ordinary security door? This is a vault door, and the highest grade one at that. The door frame is welded to a concrete skeleton. Even conventional mining explosives wouldn't be able to breach it." The blonde man, still nursing his leg, shouted in frustration, "You should have mentioned that sooner. You didn't ask." The slender man shot back. The leader, observing that the tension between the two was escalating, quickly interjected, turning to the slender man. "Do you have any solutions? It's difficult. If it were an electronic lock, we could attempt to hack it. But this is a 5-digit mechanical code with a mechanical lock. Unless we have a probe and a pinhole endoscope, we have little chance of opening it." The leader scratched his head and said, "Liang said we must get in tonight to clarify the situation. Otherwise, how will we explain this to Biao tomorrow?" Li Fan initially assumed that the nearby residents, noticing today's delivery truck, were the ones who had stirred up this band of thieves. However, upon eavesdropping on the conversation through the surveillance, he realized that these individuals were part of Biao's crew. Li Fan could not help but marvel at the fact that a bottom-tier emperor who had not faltered for a decade was indeed not easily deceived. However, Li Fan was now fully prepared and no longer needed to resort to sycophantic flattery towards Biao. It was time to draw blood from him. Glancing at the repeating crossbow in his hands, he revealed a wicked smile, loaded 10 bolts, and made his way to the observation deck. He opened the shooting aperture and aimed at the 4 men below. To his delight, he discovered the remarkable utility of the optical targeting device. In the dim light, the 4 figures appeared vividly within the scope, clearer than through night vision goggles, even allowing him to discern their blinking motions. He set his sights on the lean man, undoubtedly a master lockpicker, making him Li Fan's primary target. Whoosh! A glimmer of cold light shot from the observation deck. The sound of the wind slicing through the air barely audible, as the lean man fell back lifelessly without even a cry of anguish, his head thrown back. Li Fan observed through the scope as the crossbow bolt pierced through the man's skull, blood and matter erupting from the exit wound at the back of his head. The power was astonishing, far exceeding that of a standard military crossbow, even at a distance of just over 30 meters and shooting downwards. The other 3 men downstairs were discussing how to breach the fortress when they suddenly witnessed the lean man collapsing onto the ground. Being night, they were initially oblivious to the danger, and upon seeing their fallen comrade, they rushed over to investigate. When the blonde man shone his flashlight on the lean man, he was horrified to discover the blood-soaked head. Yet, before he could utter a warning, a cold glimmer pierced through his skull. The flashlight slipped from his grasp as terror and disbelief froze in his eyes, and he too fell to the ground. The leader, evidently more alert, quickly extinguished his flashlight and bolted for safety, ignoring the 3rd man entirely. The final man, who had remained silent, had already been crouched low when the lean man fell. Only upon seeing the leader flee did he spring up and dash out, moving with remarkable speed. In just a couple of strides, he overtook the leader and, as he passed, shoved him down. Li Fan, witnessing this scene, chuckled mockingly to himself, murmuring, "When being chased by a tiger, you need not outrun the beast. Only your companions. That is human nature." With that, another glimmer appeared, and the leader's imminent curse was choked in his throat. his eyes filled with malice and hatred as he collapsed less than 2 meters from the courtyard's entrance. In a mere 10 seconds, the silent man sprang from the ground, toppled the leader, and Li Fan dispatched him. When he aimed at the last remaining silent man, he had already exited the courtyard, taking cover against the wall as he sprinted toward the vehicle. Once again, Li Fan was astonished. The silent man remained clearly visible through the targeting device, distinct from the red silhouettes produced by infrared imaging. The wall appeared gray with a clear outline, while the silent man behind it was rendered in color, albeit still a mere human silhouette with clarity unmatched by infrared technology. In the brief moment of Li Fan's distraction, the silent man climbed into the vehicle, started it, and sped away. Instinctively, Li Fan aimed at the silent man within the scope and squeezed the trigger. The bolt shot straight towards the wall as the vehicle was positioned alongside it. Bang! Crash! The first sound was that of metal striking metal, followed closely by the shattering of glass. However, the moving car only veered slightly before regaining its trajectory and accelerating away, watching the vehicle retreat into the distance. Now beyond the effective range of the crossbow, Li Fan shook his head in resignation, abandoning the thought of eliminating the last man. He did not rush outside to assess the situation, instead holding the crossbow aloft and using the targeting device to survey the surroundings, confirming there were no others nearby. He scrutinized the 3 bodies lying in the courtyard, noticing the colorful shades of the 3 figures gradually fading to gray in the scope. He descended from the observation deck to the first floor. After opening the door and stepping outside with the crossbow, he examined the 3 men, ensuring they were lifeless before transporting their bodies into the alternate space, discarding them in a corner. Subsequently, Li Fan located the empty shafts left by the crossbow bolts. Retrieving a military-grade shovel from the alternate space, he dug down several inches to unearth the bolts. Upon seeing the bolts, Li Fan's confidence in this life-saving weapon surged. They were intact, capable of penetrating human skulls and burying themselves several centimeters into the ground, and the last bolt had even pierced through the brick-and-mortar courtyard wall, shattering a car window. This demonstrated that the crossbow's power at close range far exceeded that of existing firearms, with astonishing penetration capabilities. After meticulously erasing all traces of his actions, Li Fan eagerly returned to the fortress, armed with a refined tang knife. He scoured the alternate space for something to test it on, ultimately fixing his gaze on an engine that had not yet been dismantled by the recycling station. Extracting the engine, which was a 64-valve W-type, 16-cylinder unit taken from a Bugatti Veyron, Li Fan raised the tang knife high. Without activating the combat suit's assistance, he swung down with sheer force, producing a sharp, piercing sound as the pristine engine was cleaved in half. The result did not disappoint him, and he felt a surge of exhilaration as he caressed the tang knife, his blood boiling with excitement. Meanwhile, at the Lishui villa, Xie Biao lay naked on his grand bed, his left hand cradling his head while his right held a cigarette. The phone on the bedside table rang. Xie Biao picked it up, and before he could speak, an urgent voice burst forth from the other end. "Brother Biao, something has happened." Xie Biao's brow furrowed immediately. This was the last thing he wanted to hear in recent days. "What has happened?" "3 of the 4 men I sent to the Li Fan fortress tonight have been taken down. Only one has managed to escape, and he is injured, currently at our clinic." Xie Biao's expression darkened like storm clouds upon hearing this, and he asked in a grave tone, "Who fell? Who returned?" "Shenli, Gozi, and Old Bao are down. Only Black Wolf made it back, but he has a crossbow bolt in his back. Old Xiao is attending to him." Xie Biao narrowed his eyes slightly, shock coursing through him. "Bring Black Wolf to me. I will question him myself." He quickly donned his clothes, grabbed his car keys, and left the community, heading straight to his private clinic. The private clinic was established by Xie Biao, specifically for tending to his subordinates who engaged in the dirty work. Located in the Bailin district, it was not far from the Hongleman nightclub. Upon entering the ward, Xie Biao found several of his subordinates waiting. They quickly made way for him. As Black Wolf, lying on the bed, saw Xie Biao, he attempted to rise but winced in pain from his wound. Collapsing back down with a wail, "Brother, you must avenge us." Xie Biao regarded the young man, recalling he was a recent recruit of Zhang Liang, a veteran who had turned to Zhang for help after being left with no options. His exceptional skills had made him Zhang Liang's top enforcer. "What happened? Who attacked?" "That night, we ventured to the fortress, yet Old Bao struggled for an eternity to unlock its gates. Just as we were deliberating our next course of action, a crossbow bolt pierced through Old Bao's head. By the time Li Ge and I comprehended the situation, Mad Dog had also met a similar fate. We fled in haste. But before we could escape, Li Ge was struck down as well. In my frantic retreat, I too was grazed by an arrow. Did anyone witness who was responsible? No one saw anything. It was too dark, and I could not even ascertain from whence the bolt had been fired." Xie Biao, his countenance grim, fixed an unwavering gaze upon Black Wolf and continued his inquiry. "So, You ventured into the fortress, failing to even open its door, only to be ambushed by an unknown assailant, resulting in the demise of 3 of our brothers? Black Wolf, filled with shame, nodded and hesitantly replied, Brother Biao. I suspect it must have been Li Fan. That vantage point could very well be where he loosed his arrows from the watchtower. Sieta Biao was profoundly shaken. It was difficult for him to fathom that Li Fan would dare commit such an act. After years of coexisting in the same community, Li Fan's image as a benevolent figure had become entrenched in his mind. The instances of quarrels with neighbors were exceedingly rare. Yet, recalling Li Fan's peculiar behavior since borrowing money from him, and his attitude toward him today, he could not help but feel a sense of unease. Are you certain that our 3 brothers are dead? A flicker of panic crossed Black Wolf's eyes as he responded. Mad Dog and Old Bao were shot in the head. They are undoubtedly deceased. Li Go was felled to the ground. I did not dare to check, but I fear he too may not have long to live. Sieta Biao scrutinized Black Wolf with suspicion, lit a cigarette, and stood by the window, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The room was engulfed in a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. After a long pause, he turned to Zhou Qiang, who stood behind him, and asked, I recall that there are several female university students from Xi'an University of Technology who borrowed money from us, correct? Zhou Qiang nodded in affirmation, replying, Indeed. There are 12 female students from Xi'an University of Technology who have yet to repay their debts. Contact them immediately and inquire if any of them are acquainted with Li Fan. Have one of them come to the company to see me tomorrow. After issuing his instructions to Zhou Qiang, he turned to Black Wolf, who lay on a hospital bed, and added, Focus on recuperating and refrain from unnecessary movements. It would be prudent to lay low for a while. Subsequently, the other leaders accompanied Sieta Biao as he departed the clinic. Before getting into the car, he summoned Zhang Liang privately. Liang, find a few individuals to keep an eye on Black Wolf. Brother Biao, do you suspect Black Wolf? This fellow has not been entirely honest with us, and there's an air about him that does not belong to our kind. Given the recent troubles we have faced and the police keeping a watchful eye on us, it is better to be safe than sorry. Monitor him closely, especially regarding whom he has been in contact with. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang understood. Sieta Biao harbored suspicions that Black Wolf might be an undercover agent. Brother Biao, should I find an opportunity to eliminate him? Sieta Biao shook his head and replied, I am merely suspicious. Do not act rashly, lest you sow discord among our brethren without cause. Sieta Biao had managed to establish his foothold in Chang'an for so long, not only due to his protective backing, but also through his cautious demeanor and keen intuition. Chapter 35, Lu Ruyan's Repayment. On October 4th, the 5th day of rapidly rising temperatures, the morning sun rose with a sweltering heat of 38 degrees Celsius, while the underground fortress remained a mere 21 degrees. Li Fan reclined on a sofa in the 3rd basement, his left hand clutching a chilled watermelon, his right navigating through Douyin on his phone, and his feet clad in flip-flops swaying back and forth. He awaited the news. If his memory served him correctly, at 9 o'clock this morning, in just an hour, the morning news would announce the official warning of extreme heat. Before the morning news aired, Douyin was already ablaze with a plethora of videos lamenting the weather. One particular video featuring a blogger frying an egg on a car hood had gone viral, racking up over 3 million comments. Blogger, fry me a steak, I want it medium rare. What is this situation? Why is it hotter in autumn than in summer? Has the earth reversed its rotation? Friends, despite this scorching heat, our boss insists we come to work. Those malevolent capitalists. To the friends upstairs, our boss has declared, as long as the earth does not explode, we shall not take a holiday. Observing those who maintained an optimistic outlook, Li Fan could only smirk in resignation, hoping that in a few days they would still retain such a cheerful demeanor. Among the myriad of videos, one with lower viewership caught Li Fan's attention. It featured an elderly scholar, likely in his 50s or 60s, who spoke in the video. This sudden surge in temperature may be a harbinger of calamity, likely linked to the crimson clouds seen a fortnight ago. This could be Earth's self-repair mechanism, with an uncertain duration. Everyone should prepare for the impending heat. Li Fan clicked on the old man's profile and discovered he was Professor Hua Qiliang, an astronomer from Basha University. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. In his previous life, he was the one who likened the crimson clouds to celestial coal, and he was involved in many later astronomical studies. At that time, Li Fan was merely the captain of a survivor squad in the outer city, far removed from such prominent figures, leaving him deprived of vital information. He believed this elderly gentleman must now possess a wealth of knowledge. Yet constrained by platform regulations, he might be hesitant to disclose the truth. With a tentative hope, Li Fan sent the scholar a private message. Hello, Professor. I just watched your video and found your insights compelling. Could you elaborate on the formation of this temperature anomaly? After waiting for an extended period without a reply, an hour slipped by, and the first news segment of the morning broadcasted the heat advisory. According to the National Meteorological Administration, the current heat wave was attributed to an abnormal solar flare-induced solar storm. The high temperatures were expected to persist for approximately 15 days, and the public was advised to remain calm and stock up on water. Such simplistic announcements did little to assuage Li Fan's understanding. He was acutely aware that the authorities sensed the current temperature spike was far from straightforward. This advisory, framed in a reassuring tone, would soon lead to nationwide shutdowns of work and schools. For just that day, the number of heat-stroke-related fatalities had already soared into the tens of thousands, with southern cities bearing the brunt of the crisis. Li Fan set his phone aside and retrieved Australian lobsters and chilled beer from his alternate space, ready to relish the initial phase of the impending apocalypse. In Xie Biao's office, Lu Ruyan sat nervously on the guest sofa, a pile of cash amounting to 100,000 yuan resting on a coffee table. The previous night, Lu Ruyan had received a sudden call from Zhou Qiang, inquiring whether she knew Li Fan. After confirming, Zhou Qiang instructed her to visit Xie Biao's company the following day. Initially, Lu Ruyan had assumed that Xie Biao had discovered her acquisition of 100,000 yuan from Li Fan, prompting her to hastily withdraw the money that very morning. Xie Biao, eyeing the cash on the table with surprise, inquired, "Where did you procure this money?" Lu Ruyan, taken aback by the question, quickly responded, "It was given to me by Li Fan." Xie Biao's lips curled into a peculiar smile as he asked, "Are you quite familiar with Li Fan? Why would he give you money?" "Not too familiar. I assisted him with a matter, and he compensated me for it." "What matter?" Lu Ruyan fell silent, hesitant and unwilling to divulge the truth to Xie Biao. She stammered for considerable time, but could not utter a single word. Xie Biao squinted at her, suddenly breaking into laughter. "I shan't pry into the affairs of you young people. As for the money, take it back. Now, you will perform a task for me, and this debt will be considered settled." Lu Ruyan's spirits were instantly lifted as she gazed at Xie Biao with hopeful eyes, saying, "Master Biao, if you say I can accomplish this, I will exert every effort. I need you to find Li Fan and cultivate a good relationship with him, regardless of the means. Devise a way to infiltrate his stronghold and uncover the secrets concealed within. Ideally, capture some videos and photographs." Upon hearing Xie Biao's task, Lu Ruyan's face instantly paled. If given the choice, she would rather share a bed with Xie Biao, or even with one of his subordinates, than face Li Fan again. The torment Li Fan inflicted upon her was a mental anguish that made her feel as though she were living a fate worse than death. Observing Lu Ruyan's unwilling expression, Xie Biao coldly remarked, "What? Are you reluctant? If you are unwilling, I shall not force you. But this sum of money is insufficient to repay my debts." Lu Ruyan abruptly lifted her head, fear etched across her features. "Master Biao, you promised me 100,000. I will return it to you immediately." "It's too late. 100,000 was due days ago. Is there no interest for the delay?" Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that thankfully, Li Fan had given her an extra 20,000, and she could simply repay Xie Biao in full. "Master Biao, how much do I owe now? In these past few days, the interest on the 100,000 has accumulated to 80,000. Thus, you now owe me 180,000. What? How can it be so high? This is outrageous. I only borrowed 40,000. How can the interest balloon to 180,000? Xie Biao dan da yintelismai, quietly watching as Lu Ruyan shrieked. It was only when she caught sight of his smile and the mocking expressions of the surrounding subordinates that she fell silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Enough of the noise. Will you decide to repay the money, or will you follow my instructions?" Lu Ruyan halted her tears, a flicker of hatred and madness glinting in her eyes. Raising her tear-streaked face, she replied, "I will go to Li Fan." Xie Biao nodded in satisfaction, approached the coffee table, seized the wad of cash, and pressed it into Lu Ruyan's hands, gently wiping her tear stains away as he said, "This task is not insurmountable. Given your beauty, a little initiative will surely earn you an invitation inside. If you succeed in this endeavor, we shall consider ourselves even." Lu Ruyan silently nodded, refraining from speech, aware that she was now firmly ensnared in Xie Biao's grasp. Even if she managed to accomplish this task, he could still leverage the videos to coerce her. Xie Biao instructed his enforcer, Zhang Liang, drive Lu Ruyan to Li Fan's stronghold and ensure she enters. Lu Ruyan, like a puppet on strings, followed Zhang Liang out of the office. Zhou Qiang watched Lu Ruyan leave, his lecherous gaze roving over her form until the office door closed, at which point he reluctantly withdrew his attention and said to Xie Biao, "Cousin, do you think Lu Ruyan can manage this? When we went to sign the contract at Li Fan's house, they seemed rather unfamiliar with each other. Would you casually lend a stranger 10,000? Their relationship is undoubtedly complex. They must have been intimate at least once. This is a perfect opportunity to test their connection. 10,000 for a single night?" Xie Biao shot Zhou Qiang a glance, retorting, "If you weren't my cousin, that girl wouldn't even spare you a glance." Has there been any news on the masked man? Cousin, it's been too hot these past few days. The brothers can't search for long periods. I'll let them rest. Upon hearing this, Sieta Biao kicked in frustration, admonishing, do you not grasp the severity of the situation? Look at Liang and Hao. Do they dare to make excuses for the tasks I assign? You're the only one in this company who lacks ambition. You've been searching for days without a shred of news. If it weren't for your mother asking me to look after you, I would have dismissed you long ago. Zhou Qiang slowly got to his feet, his head bowed in silence. This only fueled Sieta Biao's ire further. Get out there immediately and find someone. I will not tolerate excuses. If you cannot even handle this simple task, I will assign this lucrative side job to someone else. You can quietly serve as a doorman and pass your days. With his head hung low, Zhou Qiang exited the office. Chapter 36. Lu Ruyan, Strip. When Lu Ruyan was delivered to the exterior of Li Fan's stronghold, she gazed at the peculiar structure, her heart filled with trepidation, unsure if she would gain entry. From her preliminary understanding of Li Fan, he was an exceedingly indifferent person. Her connection to Ko Peng was severed, and she had no further ties to Li Fan. Glancing back at Zhang Liang, who sat in the car, she steeled herself and approached the iron gate, knocking with determination. Meanwhile, Li Fan was leisurely enjoying a crab leg dipped in sauce with one hand and holding a chill beer with the other, humming to the music. Suddenly, an alarm blared, and the monitors brightened, revealing the figure outside, leaving him puzzled. What brings Lu Ruyan here? How did she find this place? By conventional reasoning, Lu Ruyan should harbor resentment towards him, especially after the mental torment he inflicted and Ko Peng's physical abuse. She would never so boldly seek him out. This unusual occurrence, combined with the events of the previous night, set off alarm bells in Li Fan's mind. He set down what he was holding and activated the 28 concealed cameras positioned around the stronghold, providing a comprehensive surveillance of the area within a 500-meter radius. Soon, he spotted a black Volkswagen, and in the driver's seat was a familiar face, or rather, a lifelong adversary, Zhang Liang. In a past life, it was Sieta Biao who had driven him from his home, seizing resources from the supermarket. Only through his pleas was he allowed to survive in a warehouse. This man was on Li Fan's kill list, yet he couldn't act against him just yet. In the initial phase of the apocalypse, the military had been deployed to assist local governments in maintaining order, and brazenly taking a life would undoubtedly draw military attention. Should he decide to eliminate someone, it must be done discreetly, leaving no trace behind. After contemplating while smoking a cigarette, Li Fan devised a plan. With a month and a half remaining until the virus outbreak, it would be pointless to eliminate them so early. He wanted them to languish in despair before they met their end. Watching Lu Ruyan, who was nearly exhausted from knocking, a flicker of guilt crossed his eyes as he murmured, Lu Ruyan, don't blame me for targeting you alone. You delivered yourself to my doorstep. Descending to the first floor, he opened the door, his expression devoid of emotion as he inquired, what brings you here? Lu Ruyan, on the verge of collapse from the heat, suddenly found herself falling to the ground, gazing up at Li Fan's handsome face, which sent chills down her spine. Lu Ruyan struggled to find her words, knowing that the tactics effective against ordinary men would be utterly useless against him. Even if she stood before him naked, it would only elicit disdain and revulsion. Seeing her in such a flustered state, Li Fan shook his head in exasperation and said, you possess such beauty and attend a prestigious university. How is it that you cannot escape from Sieta Biao and his ilk? Why have you reduced yourself to this pitiful state? Lu Ruyan staggered to her feet. Li Fan's words echoed her own thoughts, yet she felt trapped with no way back. As she pondered this, tears welled in her eyes, and she began to sob. Come inside. Li Fan gestured for her to enter the stronghold and closed the door behind her. Seated upon the couch on the first floor, I retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a packet of tissues, extending them towards her. Lu Ruyan eagerly accepted the mineral water, consuming it in a most unrefined manner. Slow down. If that's insufficient, I have more, I cautioned. After finishing the water, Lu Ruyan wiped her tears, gazing at Li Fan, momentarily at a loss for words. Li Fan, with a gentle smile, broke the silence. Did Sieta Biao compel you to come here? Startled, Lu Ruyan lifted her head and replied, how did you know? Li Fan shuja nonchalantly. After that night with Ko Peng, you must harbor considerable resentment towards me. You would never seek me out voluntarily. I did not. Lu Ruyan murmured softly, her voice barely audible. You cannot deceive me. Honestly, I hold no animosity towards you. I, Li Fan, am not so lacking in character as to mock a girl with whom I bear no grudge. My actions were solely for the sake of my only good friend. After that night, our paths were meant to diverge, and you could repay Sieta Biao the money, thus severing ties with your past self and becoming a truly good person. Surely, that would not be amiss? Lu Ruyan's eyes brimmed with sorrow as she began to sob. I wish I could, but Sieta Biao refuses to relent. He has inflated the debt to 180,000. Li Fan, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. If Xie Biao were so easily dealt with, there wouldn't be so many university students working at his nightclubs. Though he thought this, his expression betrayed frustration as he said, "Alas, I will transfer you 80,000 as an apology for my behavior that night. Hurry and repay that debt, and cut ties with them. The remaining amount will soon become worthless, hardly suitable even for wiping one's backside." Using it against Lu Ru Yin would be most fitting. Undoubtedly, Li Fan's words filled Lu Ru Yin with warmth. Gazing at his handsome visage, she forced a bitter smile. It's futile. Even if I repay him 180,000, he will still threaten me. He possesses videos that bind me. What did he send you here for? Lu Ru Yin lowered her head, remaining silent. Let me guess. He wants you to scout out my stronghold, does he not? Lu Ru Yin nodded, still voiceless. Lu Ru Yin, I can help you escape this plight, but you must heed my guidance. Lu Ru Yin shook her head vigorously, her expression one of despair. Her tone numb. It is impossible. No one can escape Xie Biao's grasp. Li Fan smilat confidently. That depends on your mindset. If you truly wish to break free from Xie Biao's control, I alone can assist you. In time, I could provide you with 10,000 to start anew in a different city. Of course, if you are unwilling, simply consider my words unspoken, and you may rest before departing. Lu Ru Yin observed Li Fan's serious demeanor, harboring no doubts about his willingness to provide financial aid. Why do you wish to help me? I know you look down on me. Li Fan approached Lu Ru Yin, squatting to meet her gaze, and spoke slowly. What I disdain is the Lu Ru Yin who is toyed with by Xie Biao, yet revels in it. Not the one who fights desperately to break free from his clutches. It is not shameful to stray from the path. Everyone falters at times. What matters is whether you have the courage to return to the right one. Can I still find my way back? Let me ask you. Do you despise Xie Biao? Of course. That scum deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Then follow my lead. I will ensure you witness Xie Biao's demise. Gazing into Li Fan's determined eyes and gentle smile, the despair and numbness in Lu Ru Yan's gaze began to flicker with hope. Li Fan exuded an aura of conviction that made her feel he might indeed possess the means to confront Xie Biao, considering both were hardly virtuous. What must I do? What arrangements has Xie Biao made for you? He instructed me to devise a way to infiltrate your domain, ascertain the situation here, and ideally capture some photographs and videos. Li Fan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said, "Sit for a while. I will call you when it's time to come upstairs." Lu Ru Yin obediently nodded. Upon reaching the second floor, Li Fan retrieved supplies from an alternate dimension, arranging them alongside the shelves outside, then produced a bed, placing it in the center. He called down to Lu Ru Yin, "Come up." When Lu Ru Yin ascended to the second floor, she was taken aback by the abundant provisions, and before she could speak, she saw Li Fan had removed his shirt, revealing an impressive 8-pack and perfectly sculpted chest. Li Fan reclined on the bed, addressing the dazed Lu Ru Yin, "Undress." Lu Ru Yin felt as if thunder rumbled above her head. The person who moments ago appeared so righteous had suddenly transformed into a ravenous creature of lust. Anger, embarrassment, despair, an array of emotions churned within her. Chapter 37. The Nail by Xie Biao's Side. Observing Lu Ru Yan's expression, Li Fan realized he had been misunderstood and, frowning, remarked, "What are you thinking? You aren't intending to send him a video directly, are you? If you do, he will undoubtedly not believe it. That old man is exceedingly suspicious and cautious. We need to stage a performance to convince him that we share a romantic relationship, with you secretly recording a video while I feign slumber." Lu Ru Yin finally grasped Li Fan's intent and promptly removed her outer coat. Just as she was about to shed her last 2 crucial articles of clothing, Li Fan interrupted. "Enough. No need to undress further. Come here." With that, Li Fan lay straight on the bed, extending his arm, indicating Lu Ru Yin should rest her head upon it, then closed his eyes, pretending to sleep. Following Li Fan's instructions, Lu Ru Yin nestled into his embrace, activated her phone's camera, sweeping the lens from her own figure to Li Fan's face, then circling the supplies on the second floor. After filming, Li Fan quickly donned his clothing, while Lu Ru Yin, lost in thought, kept her head bowed. Silently dressing until she suddenly spoke, "Li Fan, had you done anything to me just now, I would have consented." Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, utterly repulsed. Even now, Lu Ru Yin was attempting to be clever. Yet, the act must continue. Approaching Lu Ru Yin, he fastened the last 2 buttons of her blouse, saying, "What a woman holds most dear is not merely that layer of skin, but rather a pure heart. Remember, the one who may remove your clothing is only the one who can don you in a wedding gown." Lu Ru Yan's eyes reddened at his words. Li Fan took Lu Ru Yan's phone and placed it into her bag, then handed the bag back to her. Leading her downstairs, he instructed, "When you return, deliver this video to Xie Biao, and then you ought to return home." If Sieta Biao seeks you out again or has further plans, feel free to message me at any time. Lu Ruyin lifted her head, gazing at Li Fan in confusion. What are your plans for dealing with Sieta Biao? No need to rush. I have a plan in place, and you will know in a few days. Upon your return, if they do not pursue you, do nothing. If they continue to harass you, simply relay their messages to me. After further instructions, Li Fan escorted Lu Ruyin out. As he closed the door, a devilish smile crept across his face. Want to go home? You are indeed my girlfriend. They can easily compel you to return. Descending to the 3rd underground level, I activated all surveillance cameras and observed Lu Ruyin approaching the Volkswagen. Li Fan placed his finger on the server before the monitor, and a dark fluid flowed from the USB port, revealing a new interface on the screen. Just moments ago, while assisting Lu Ruyin in setting up her phone, he had covertly entered an alternate space, where he enlisted Ran Lin's help to implant a monitoring program. Through Lu Ruyin's phone, Li Fan could eavesdrop on all surrounding conversations and activate the phone's camera. Thus, the dialogue between Lu Ruyin and Zhang Liang was transmitted from within the vehicle. Did you capture it? Yes, I got it. Was it really that easy? Did he not notice? It was recorded after he fell asleep. Soon, the sound of engines roared as the 2 Volkswagens departed from the fortress. Li Fan returned to the sofa, picking up the crab legs and beer that remained untouched. Xiaowai, klasmate. I'm here. Play empty city strategy, and then continue the music and dance. All right. Meanwhile, Sieta Biao scrutinized the video on Lu Ruyin's phone, furrowing his brow in contemplation, then lifted his gaze to fixate on her. Did you not claim that you were not very familiar with Li Fan? How is it that you were so quickly entangled with him? I borrowed money from him, and he asked me to be his girlfriend. Sieta Biao scoffed with derision. You seem to be quite valuable. Biao Yi about my IOU and the video. Do not rush. I need to verify the authenticity of this video. Once I ascertain it is legitimate, I shall return it to you. Lu Ruyin felt a surge of anger, but could only remain silent, having anticipated that Sieta Biao would not so readily relinquish her IOU and the video. Then, Biao Yi, I shall take my leave. Upon saying this, Lu Ruyin prepared to depart, but just as she stood, Zhang Liang blocked her path. Biao Yi, what do you mean by this? Lu Ruyin retreated in fear. Sieta Biao lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Lu Ruyin, you cannot leave just yet. The fact that Li Fan so easily allowed you into the fortress indicates that you hold some significance to him. You are of great utility to me. Chong, arrange for her accommodation at the company. Keep a close watch on her. Lu Ruyin could hardly fathom being placed under house arrest by Sieta Biao. She had initially believed that the worst outcome would merely be the loss of her IOU and the video. Observing the fervent gazes of Sieta Biao's underlings in the office made her blood run cold. Biao Yi, I cannot stay here. The dormitory supervisor will conduct a room check tonight. No matter, you will call your instructor shortly and claim that you returned home for the National Day holiday. With that, he waved dismissively at Zhou Qiang. Zhou Qiang understood and promptly dragged the struggling Lu Ruyin out of the office. Inside the office, Zhang Liang turned to Sieta Biao, asking, Biao Ge, what is our next step? When shall we take revenge? There's no hurry. We will act once the storm surrounding Hong Lang Man passes. Then why keep this woman? It remains uncertain whether our 3 brothers were eliminated by Li Fan. If he is indeed the culprit, it confirms my previous intuition. This brat is not as simple as he appears. Keeping Lu Ruyin might prove advantageous. Has He Lang exhibited any unusual behavior yesterday? None. He has merely been recuperating in the hospital. Are you perhaps overthinking it? Although he is somewhat withdrawn, he executes tasks with efficiency, unlike a coward. That is best. I have a nagging feeling that something significant is about to transpire. The atmosphere has been tense lately. We must act with utmost caution. Naturally, Li Fan had overheard the conversation between Lu Ruyin and Sieta Biao in the latter's office. A sly smile of triumph gracing his lips. The intention behind revealing the intimate photographs of the two was to plant a seed of distrust in the ever-suspicious Sieta Biao. Tomorrow, as the nation halts work and students remain at home, the significance of resources will gradually become apparent. This band of reckless miscreants will undoubtedly once again target him, and all he needed to do was patiently await their move. In Sieta Biao's private clinic, He Lang addressed his brother beside him. Xiao Ma, has Biao Ge set a date for revenge? Not yet, Wolf Ge. Given your current injury, it is best that you refrain from concerning yourself with such matters. Focus on your recovery. The revenge will be handled by the brothers. A flicker of urgency crossed He Lang's eyes. Since last night, the brothers from both gangs had ostensibly been caring for him, but in truth, they were keeping him under surveillance. I need to use the restroom, by the way. Where's my bag? Xiao Ma retrieved a handbag from a nearby cabinet, and He Lang took it, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter before heading to the restroom. Once behind the closed door, he swiftly extracted a cigarette from the pack, retrieving a SIM card from within and inserting it into his phone, his fingers flying as he typed. Sieta Biao attempted to infiltrate Li Fan's fortress and was ambushed. resulting in 3 casualties. The assailant is likely Li Fan. This individual is extremely dangerous. Immediate investigation is required. I am injured, under suspicion, and being monitored. Requesting support. After sending the message, he quickly removed the SIM card, stashed it back into the cigarette pack, and deleted the sent messages record. Finally, he lit a cigarette, sitting atop the toilet, recalling the harrowing events of the previous night, still shaken. Having served in the military for many years, he had encountered numerous cold weapons, but had never before witnessed a crossbow with power rivaling that of an anti-material sniper rifle. Chapter 38. Search warrant today. The criminal investigation team was bustling with activity. As noon approached, the outdoor temperature soared to 45 degrees Celsius, rendering it nearly impossible to conduct prolonged investigations outside. Even within the spacious conference room, the strain of 25 high-power air conditioners working at full capacity failed to alleviate the discomfort, leaving the attendees in a state of distress. After a morning of meetings, everyone had settled on the direction for the upcoming investigation, but as noon approached, they found themselves unable to venture outside. What shall we do? The deadline imposed by the higher-ups is fast approaching. Chun Zemin lamented, chain-smoking as he felt the pressure mounting from above, yet he had yet to produce any tangible results. Zhang Chungang, loosening the collar of his short-sleeved shirt, tugged at the fabric in an attempt to find some semblance of relief, and upon hearing Chun Zemin's words, he offered a sympathetic response. Director Chun, do not fret. Given this weather, I am sure those above can understand. We have attempted to go outside, but as you witnessed, within half an hour, 4 individuals collapsed, and 1 was sent for emergency treatment. Chun Zemin was acutely aware of this. Observing the assembly of investigators and officers in the conference room, all appeared drained by the heat, lacking any semblance of vitality. At that moment, Chun Zemin's phone rang, and upon seeing the incoming number, he forced a smile at Zhang Chungang, saying, "Look at that. I was just wondering why today the higher-ups were so considerate, without any calls of pressure. And now here it is." He answered the call. "Director, I am currently." Halfway through his sentence, he was abruptly cut off by the voice on the other end. The previously bemused expression on Chun Zemin's face faded, replaced by an air of seriousness that morphed into sheer shock. "Yes, I understand." With disbelief, he hung up the phone, taking a moment to regain his composure before turning to Zhang Chungang and stating, "I need to discuss something with your bureau chief. Let everyone take a moment to rest." He hastily exited the conference room, and Zhang Chungang watched Chun Zemin's retreating figure, an instinct honed by years as a seasoned investigator warning him that something grave was afoot. Moreover, it is a matter of such gravity that even the chief of the criminal police team is deemed unworthy to be privy to it. Let us all take a day of respite. The heat is sweltering, so please ensure you hydrate sufficiently to avoid heat stroke, he concluded, departing from the conference room and returning to his office, where he promptly retrieved his mobile phone. He had just received a text message from the undercover agent he had placed within the nefarious faction of Sieta Biao several months prior. The criminal police team had long anticipated the eradication of this malignant tumor, but due to the intricate web of Sieta Biao's connections, bolstered by protective umbrellas and the concealment of loyal subordinates, substantial progress had eluded them for years. A few months ago, he had selected an individual from the ranks of transitioning military personnel to infiltrate this underworld. The entire scheme was known only to himself and the chief of the municipal bureau. Upon reading the message, Zhang Chungang could not help but break out in a cold sweat. 3 individuals had perished, yet the police had not a whisper of the incident. He had learned of it through the undercover operative, indicating that Sieta Biao had grown increasingly audacious. But who was this Li Fan? He picked up the landline on his desk and dialed the number. "Huang Wei, please bring Wang Yu to my office." Shortly thereafter, both Huang Wei and Wang Yu arrived simultaneously. "You two have been investigating the fire incident at the Hongleman nightclub. Have you made any progress?" Huang Wei and Wang Yu exchanged a glance, puzzled, as this case had been shelved due to the theft at the logistics park and the cyber attack incident. Now that it had been resurrected by the team, they wondered if new leads had emerged. Huang Wei promptly replied, "Captain Zhang, we halted our investigation upon identifying a suspicious man in a mask. Is there a new lead?" Zhang Chungang nodded solemnly. "According to reliable sources, last night, Sieta Biao attempted to invade a stronghold belonging to someone named Li Fan, resulting in 3 fatalities and 1 injury. It is highly likely that the perpetrator was this Li Fan. Are you familiar with him? And what of this stronghold?" The question struck like a thunderclap, leaving both of them dumbfounded. Wang Yu, astonished, exclaimed, "No way, Li Fan would dare to kill? There must be some mistake." Zhang Chungang turned to her. Confusion etched on his face. "Do you know this Li Fan? Please provide a detailed report." "Yes, Li Fan, age 21, born on November 7, 2003. Currently a third-year student in the Political Science and Law Department at Xianjiaodong University. He has excelled academically, having received scholarships for 3 consecutive years. Abandoned by his parents as a child, he lived in an orphanage until it closed, after which he was adopted by the director and his wife. On September 26, 2021, his adoptive parents died in a car accident, leaving him a substantial inheritance. After listening to Wang Yu's briefing, Zhang Chenggang formed a general understanding of Li Fan. Based on this information, it indeed seemed unlikely that Li Fan could be responsible for the deaths of 3 individuals and the injury of a retired soldier. Yet, the text message was too succinct, leaving room for doubt. What exactly is the stronghold? Do you have any information? Wang Yu nodded and continued. The stronghold is situated 2,000 meters east of the Lishui Villa, at the foot of the Lishui Mountains, and it serves as a media base constructed by Li Fan. He initially intended to use the property as collateral for a loan to start business. When Xie Biao discovered this, he coerced Li Fan into borrowing 80 million yuan from him, which became the funding for the base. Yesterday afternoon, Xie Biao attempted to force his way into Li Fan's stronghold, but was thwarted. They had a confrontation, which I intervened in. Zhang Chenggang looked at Wang Yu, commending her thorough investigation. Excellent work. What is your assessment of Li Fan? Wang Yu, skeptical of Li Fan's involvement in murder, replied, I find this intelligence dubious. Xie Biao surrounds himself with a cadre of criminals. The sheer bravado required for such acts is beyond that of a solitary, vulnerable university student. Zhang Chenggang opened his computer and accessed the internal police database to review Li Fan's dossier while smoking a cigarette. Have you had any contact with Li Fan? Wang Yu nodded, responding, I've interacted with him twice and had conversations, so I have some familiarity with him. Make arrangements to visit his stronghold. I will secure a search warrant for you. Regardless of how commendable his background may appear, one must maintain a skeptical perspective. If a homicide has indeed occurred, the 3 bodies would be impossible to conceal. If not, it indicates that this lead may contain inaccuracies. I will await confirmation before proceeding with targeted investigations. Understood. Zhang Chenggang promptly drafted a search warrant, stamped it, and handed it to Wang Yu. Go obtain the bureau chief's signature. Wait until sunset when the temperature cools down a bit, and take a colleague with you. You may leave now. Huang Wei will stay. Wang Yu accepted the warrant and departed. Any news on the theft at the logistics park? Huang Wei grimaced, reaching for a cigarette from Zhang Chenggang's desk and lighting it up. He casually tucked the cigarette into his pocket and replied, that case is proving more challenging than the hackers investigated by national security. Currently, we have no useful leads. However, Wang Yu's cousin helped analyze the situation and deduced that the middle-aged man we encountered may be in disguise, possibly aged between 20 and 25. Zhang Chenggang winced at Huang Wei's smoking gesture, his voice tinged with bitterness. The chief calls me daily, urging me to expedite the retrieval of the goods. The pressure is mounting. Huang Wei shrugged, feeling quite helpless. Now that Chang'an is under lockdown, a substantial amount of goods must still be within the city. Once the weather cools, provide me with additional personnel to conduct a thorough probe of the major storage facilities in Chang'an. There are no other viable options. That seems to be the only course of action. The 2 men remained in the office, smoking incessantly. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, clutching the signed search warrant, sat in her office, torn by inner conflict. Ultimately, she resolved to visit Li Fan's stronghold that evening with her sister. Chapter 39. Suspension of Work, Production, and Studies. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, the people, having endured a day of relentless heat, finally found respite. The temperature had dropped from a sweltering 46 to 47 degrees to a more bearable 36 degrees, prompting many to flock to the streets, squares, and parks in search of coolness. Wang Yu drove along the road leading to Li Fan's stronghold, her attention somewhat adrift as she observed the passers-by. Sister, do you think Li Fan could be a murderer? Noticing Wang Yu's demeanor, Wang Yin teased, oh, don't fret. I'll help you assess the situation. If he is indeed a murderer, you'll have made a significant contribution. If not, consider it a chance to meet the family. Sister, I'm being serious. And so am I. I shall not entertain you further. Just then, a sharp honk from a vehicle behind them snapped them both to attention, the sound distinctly different from ordinary car horns. Growing up in the military district, both young women immediately recognized it as the horn of a military transport vehicle. Wang Yu swiftly pulled her car to the side. Yielding the road, a convoy of dozens of military transport trucks sped past, each loaded with fully armed soldiers. This sight left both women bewildered, particularly Wang Yu, who understood that such a large-scale troop movement indicated a significant military operation. After contemplating the direction the convoy was heading, she struggled to recall any military installations in that vicinity. Sister, what is happening? Has your national security received any intel? Wang Yin shook her head, her eyes sparkling with insight as her mind raced with thoughts. Yeah, I have an unsettling premonition. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, her expression grave. Indeed, I too have felt a persistent unease these past few days. Just then, Wang Yun's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression remained remarkably composed as she answered the call. I'm still at Chang'an Mansion. My mission is not yet complete. Why? No need for that. I will comply with the organization's directives. If I receive an order to return, I shall follow it. If it pertains to personal matters, I hope you can understand. I cannot leave my post recklessly. What has transpired? All right, I understand. After hanging up, Wang Yun's countenance grew even more serious. Observing her sister's troubled expression, Wang Yu inquired with concern, "Sister, whose call was that? What has happened?" "It was my brother-in-law. He instructed me to return to the capital immediately. He has arranged for a helicopter to retrieve me." "What has occurred?" Wang Yun shook her head, glancing at the pedestrians on the street, her mind racing with countless pieces of information. Yeah, something significant may indeed be unfolding. My brother-in-law mentioned that the station troops in the capital have entered a full state of level 2 combat readiness. Wang Yu was taken aback. The station troops were not easily mobilized. If they had entered a state of readiness, it indicated the gravity of the situation. Even during the pandemic a few years ago, the station troops merely assisted in maintaining order. "Sister, is war imminent?" "It is unlikely, based on the unusual weather patterns we have been experiencing these days. I suspect it is related to a natural disaster." "Are you preparing to return?" Wang Yun smiled gently, replying, having finally ventured out, "I have no intention of returning so soon. Furthermore, the National Security Investigation Department personnel are still executing their duties at Chang'an Mansion. If I return now, what will happen to my position within national security?" As their vehicle continued onward, they remained oblivious to the high-level conference currently unfolding among the upper echelons of the capital's leadership. In the conference hall of the capital's government, 5 prominent leaders of the Xi'an nation occupied the podium, individuals typically seen only on television news. The audience was filled with people, including military personnel clad in uniforms adorned with at least 2 gleaming gold stars. There were also middle-aged scholars in Zhongshan suits, along with several dignified individuals in white shirts. An elderly man seated at the podium addressed the microphone, stating, "Everyone is present. For this emergency meeting, all participants have signed confidentiality agreements. I trust you comprehend the seriousness of the situation. Minister Jiao, please report on the circumstances." A bespectacled man in a white shirt respectfully responded, "Certainly, Prime Minister. Today, our Health and Wellness Commission has received alarming reports from various regional health departments. As of the commencement of this meeting, the total number of heat stroke patients nationwide has surged to 125,267, with 32,176 fatalities and 42,213 individuals in critical care, primarily concentrated in southern cities near the equator. This number continues to rise. The situation is slightly better in the north, but the most severely affected areas are the southern provinces, Fujian, Hainan, Guangxi, and Zhejiang." Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted in uproar. This was poised to be the most severe natural disaster to befall the Xi'an nation in the 21st century. The elder at the podium displayed a grave expression, then turned to another individual and instructed, "Director Liu, please share the findings from your meteorological bureau." Our meteorological bureau, utilizing satellite data, radar, and atmospheric soundings, predicts that this extreme heat will persist for another 7 to 10 days, with temperatures continuing to rise. Peak temperatures could reach between 60 and 70 degrees. A collective gasp filled the conference room. 60 degrees? The highest temperature recorded in Earth's history has yet to reach 60. This was an unprecedented natural disaster. Silence. What kind of commotion is this? A 4-star general's authoritative voice quelled the noise. The Prime Minister continued, "The situation has already unfolded. We must not lose our composure. Professor Chun, you are the expert on this natural disaster. Please enlighten us." At that moment, an elder nearing his 60s stood, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, in recent days, we have collaborated with esteemed professors and academicians from the fields of astronomy and geography to conduct research. This extreme heat is linked to an anomaly with the sun, stemming from the unusual red aurora observed a fortnight ago. A surge of immense energy, the origin of which remains unknown, has caused this solar disturbance. It is anticipated that this energy will be depleted in 8 days. However, the most critical concern is the subsequent chain reaction triggered by this heat wave. The glaciers of the North and South Poles are beginning to melt." As Professor Chun uttered this last statement, his voice trembled, and many in the room struggled to grasp the implications of melting polar ice. He swallowed hard, steeling himself, and continued, "The melting of glaciers signifies a rise in sea levels, leading to the submersion of coastal cities, including the capital, which faces a risk of inundation. Moreover, freshwater resources will dwindle drastically. Should the polar ice caps completely melt, Earth will face another rise in temperature, making survival exceedingly difficult for humanity." The Prime Minister inquired, "To what extent do you project the polar ice caps will melt?" According to estimates by Professor Hua from Bashi University and Professor Zhao from Liaoning University, if the heat persists for 8 days, the polar ice caps could melt by over 60%, resulting in a sea level rise of approximately 40 meters. A profound silence enveloped the room, a deathly stillness among the leaders responsible for governing the nation. Confronted with a calamity beyond human control, they found themselves at a loss. The Prime Minister gradually rose, his expression solemn as he spoke with conviction. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must carry out our responsibilities effectively. I will outline the arrangements. All military districts are to enter a state of combat readiness immediately, coordinating with local administrative departments to ensure public safety and maintain order. The Southeast Military District, your task, is the most critical. Prepare for the evacuation of coastal residents. Starting tomorrow, the entire nation will halt work, production, and schooling. Government departments across provinces and cities must ensure provisions for the populace. Thus, the high-level meeting that would determine the fate of the Xi'an nation came to a close. Chapter 40. The Mind-Testing Device. Within the fortress, Li Fan sat idly watching television when an alert from the surveillance system suddenly blared. Turning his head, he noticed a police car parked beside the courtyard wall on the array of monitors. Two women emerged from the vehicle, both dressed in plain clothes, Wang Yu and an unfamiliar woman. Li Fan focused on the woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Although she possessed an elegant and gentle demeanor, a sense of unease surged within him. This woman exuded an aura of danger. While most individuals would display curiosity upon encountering such an unusual structure, she scrutinized it with a watchful gaze, observing every detail. Particularly upon seeing the lookout tower, she revealed a wary expression, instinctively stepping a few paces closer to the wall. This subconscious action aroused Li Fan's suspicions regarding her identity. She was not exhibiting the typical behavior of an ordinary police officer or civilian woman. Was she a spy? Perhaps for national security? Li Fan swiftly ascended to the second basement, securing the door leading to the third basement. He promptly gathered a considerable amount of supplies and piled them against the door, effectively obscuring it, while distributing some provisions from the second basement to the ground floor. All the materials he retrieved were purchased by himself, sourced from the logistics park, without taking a single item that did not belong to him. Subsequently, he arranged an assortment of fruits, beverages, and snacks on the coffee table of the first floor. Turning on the television, he tuned into the drama he had just been watching. Once he completed these tasks, Li Fan approached the door, rubbed his cheeks, and opened it. "Officer, what brings you here?" Wang Yu furrowed her brow, feigning displeasure. "What's the matter? Am I not welcome?" "Of course, you are welcomed. Warmly welcomed," he replied with enthusiasm. "You have no choice but to be welcomed. Just look at this." Wang Yu extracted an A4 sheet from her bag and unfolded it before Li Fan. Upon seeing the contents of the paper, Li Fan feigned shock, his mind racing with concern. "A search warrant? Why is that?" "Don't worry. As you can see, I'm not in uniform," she reassured him. "As a law enforcement officer from the Political Science and Law Department, the issuance of a search warrant indicates the situation is quite serious. However, I assure you, I have committed no crime." Noticing Li Fan's anxious demeanor, Wang Yu quickly clarified. "We received information about a homicide occurring here last night. We are merely conducting a routine inspection. Just cooperate, and if it's unrelated to you, there is no need to fear." Li Fan hesitated briefly before stepping aside, allowing the two women to enter. The gentle, bespectacled woman maintained a smile throughout, observing him intently. As Li Fan brushed past her, he noticed her body had tensed slightly, a defensive posture. He led the two women through the basement, ascending floor by floor until they reached the observation deck, where all three paused simultaneously. Wang Yu stood on the deck, admiring the view outside. "This place isn't too shabby. You seem to enjoy life. The sofas and tea tables are quite the additions. When I have nothing to do, I like to sit here." Li Fan engaged with Wang Yu while subtly observing the bespectacled woman from the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Wang Yin continuously scanned the shooting ports, seemingly measuring distances and angles. Li Fan's heart raced. This woman was no simple adversary, and his usual tactics would likely fall short. Yet, he reasoned, until concrete evidence emerged, this clever individual would not reveal her hand. If he could just endure the night, everything would be inconsequential. If his memory served him correctly, the entire nation would come to a standstill the next day. Cases like this one were no longer a priority for the police. Moreover, they had yet to find a body, which inhibited any classification of a homicide. With this thought, Li Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Officer, I trust there are no contraband items in my home. All these supplies were purchased with my own money. I told you not to be nervous. I'm merely following procedure. To ease your mind, I even changed into civilian clothes." Li Fan patted his chest and replied, "That's a relief. I thought I might end up in the station. You stayed here last night?" "Indeed, I feel secure here." "Did you hear or see anything unusual last night?" "Nothing at all. As you can see, aside from this observation deck, the lower levels are entirely sealed off. The soundproofing is excellent. If anything were to happen outside, I wouldn't be aware of it." "Did Xie de Biao trouble you again in the afternoon?" "Not all. He must have realized you were protecting me. hence his hesitation. He chuckled. Wang Yu's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully glared at Li Fan. That's good to hear. If it do cause you trouble, remember to call me. Sure, officer. Let us head downstairs. I'll treat you to some fruit. The trio descended to the first floor, where Li Fan retrieved a variety of fruits from the shelves, washed them, and presented them to the two women. The gentle, bespectacled woman continued to survey the room. Sis, what are you looking at? Come enjoy some fruit. Li Fan introduced, this is my sister, Wang Yun. Wang Yun maintained her cheerful demeanor, nodding at Li Fan. I heard from my sister that you're planning to start a media company and engage in online sales. Yes, that is correct. While many in online sales rely on suppliers for stock and shipping, why have you chosen to stockpile goods yourself? Well, I lacked experience. It was only after purchasing the products that I realized stockpiling wasn't necessary for online sales. Upon hearing Li Fan's explanation, a subtle glint of intrigue flashed in Wang Yun's eyes. You may incur significant losses. I noticed you have an abundance of fresh seafood and poultry down in the basement. In this sweltering heat, they won't last long. Li Fan feigned a distressed expression. I've ordered some ice. It should arrive tomorrow, allowing me to store them for a bit longer. Sigh. Hopefully, this infernal weather will come to an end soon. Wang Yun nodded in agreement. It will pass. At that moment, Li Fan suddenly heard Ran Lin's voice in his mind. Li Fan, please be aware. This person harbors hostility towards you. Startled by the warning, he mentally replied, You can detect hostility? Gazing at the gentle smile on Wang Yun's face, he inwardly scoffed. This woman is indeed formidable. Ran Lin's voice echoed again in his mind. Do you recall my previous research on human emotions? Based on your brainwaves and personal magnetic field, I created a small device to help you analyze the emotions of beings within a 15-meter radius. Upon hearing this, Li Fan did not hesitate to enter the alternate space. As there was no time dimension in it, however long he spent in that realm, time outside would remain unchanged. Upon entering, he found Ran Lin in the control room, assembling a workstation filled with various tools, many of which Li Fan had never seen before. You can create things too? Upon noticing Li Fan's arrival, Ran Lin was prepared to showcase the item in her hand, but upon hearing his question, her expression fell. You don't see me as anything more than a decorative piece, do you? I may not be able to create high-tech weaponry, but I can certainly manage some small gadgets. Forget it. I must have been overly sentimental. I'll just throw this away. With that, she prepared to discard an object resembling a watch into the recycling bin. Li Fan dashed forward and grasped Ran Lin's delicate hand. Little Ran, you're the best. Saying this, he casually swiped the crystal watch from her grasp. Examining it closely, he inquired, What is this? How does it work? After waiting in vain for a response, he looked up to find Ran Lin staring blankly at his hand. What is the matter? Oh, it's a simplified version of a mind-testing device, which analyzes biological emotions based on brainwave data. Once you go outside, simply with a watch on your wrist, it will convert the analyzed data into biological signal waves, transmitting directly to your brain through the nerves in your arm. Upon hearing this, Li Fan leapt with excitement, ruffling Ran Lin's hair as he exclaimed, You're truly my treasure. This is fantastic. With this, I can discern who around me is human and who is not. What a remarkable tool. Startled by Li Fan's sudden affectionate gesture, Ran Lin quickly stepped back, her speech faltering. Why you should go now? I need a rest. All right. Thank you for your hard work. Get some rest. Upon concluding his discourse, Li Fan exited the otherworldly space. As his consciousness returned, he nonchalantly reached into his pocket, retrieving a crystalline wristwatch and donning it with aplomb. The Wang sisters, witnessing Li Fan's sudden adornment, were taken aback yet harbored no suspicions. As soon as the watch clasped around his wrist, a fleeting sensation akin to a pinprick coursed through, subsiding almost instantly. When he turned his gaze towards Wang Yun, it seemed as though a data frame materialized in the void before him. Female organism. Brainwave activity level, 218. Brain region development, 89. Hostile emotional disposition towards the subject. Value, 50. These figures did not obstruct his vision and could be dismissed with a mere thought. Glancing at Wang Yun next, the data that emerged left Li Fan momentarily speechless. Chapter 41. Wang Yun versus Li Fan. Female organism. Brainwave activity level, 147. Brain region development, 69. Favorable sentiment towards the subject, value, 50. Li Fan stared blankly at this data frame, rubbed his eyes, and closed the display, only to reopen it and find it unchanged. Favorability? Admiration? This was exceedingly melodramatic. After only 4 encounters, with their dialogue scarcely exceeding 100 words, could it truly stir the heart of a policewoman? What are you staring at? Wang Yu inquired, a hint of embarrassment flaring her cheeks. Oh, it's nothing, merely lost in thought, Li Fan chuckled, hastily shutting off the detection. Conversing with the data while engaging with the individuals felt distinctly voyeuristic. At this juncture, Wang Yun, observing Li Fan with a smile, ventured. Li Fan, my sister tells me you're an exemplary student of the Political and Legal Studies Department. Indeed, I am in that department. But I shy away from the title of exemplary student, he replied modestly. I have a question I wish to pose. What in essence is law? Li Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Conversing with astute individuals proved to be quite taxing. Was she testing him, or was there an ulterior motive? My instructor once remarked that law is a derivative of order, existing solely by virtue of order, he answered. Then, who might exist above the law? Upon hearing this, Li Fan comprehended that this woman harbored doubts about him, yet lacked concrete evidence. She was indeed probing him. Sister, what a peculiar question. No one can transcend the law. We are not in the old society anymore. Wang Yun remained unfazed by Wang Yu's retort, wearing a placid smile as she awaited Li Fan's response. After a brief silence, Li Fan fixed his gaze upon Wang Yun and decisively proclaimed, absolute force. Wang Yun's heart stirred at his unexpected reply. She had anticipated Li Fan to feign ignorance, allowing her to discern whether he was connected to recent events through his micro-expressions or gaze. Yet now, her carefully crafted probing questions lodged in her throat, rendered ineffective by his bold assertion. Those 4 words made Wang Yun's heart race. She sensed that, regardless of his involvement in recent matters, Li Fan was decidedly no ordinary university student. Li Fan regarded Wang Yun with a calm demeanor, inquiring, are you satisfied with my answer? Wang Yun interjected, her voice sharp. Satisfied? Absolute force cannot contend with national power. Your ideology is perilous. Wang Yun cast a resigned glance at her seemingly oblivious sister. You are far too earnest. We are merely engaged in casual conversation. With that, Wang Yun abandoned her intent to further test Li Fan, her curiosity shifting towards the fortress. Would you mind if I wandered about freely? I shall accompany you and provide introductions. Wang Yun waved her hands dismissively, replying casually, no need. Just focus on assisting my sister with her investigation. I shall merely browse. Is that acceptable? Li Fan pondered for a moment, recognizing he could not deter her, especially since she possessed a search warrant. Moreover, he was indifferent. Even if she uncovered some clues, it bore little consequence. After all, their time was limited. He nodded, gesturing for her to proceed. With Wang Yun departing, the ground floor was left with only Li Fan and Wang Yu. A sense of awkwardness enveloped Wang Yu as her heart inexplicably raced, particularly after Wang Yun's last statement, which had been laden with innuendo. Li Fan, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He pondered the true identity of this woman. Turning to Wang Yu, he nonchalantly inquired, Sister Wang Yu, what line of work does your sister pursue? Wang Yu's expression soured slightly as she shook her head. She cannot disclose that to you. Li Fan maintained his pleasant demeanor while internally formulating a hypothesis. If her sister were merely an ordinary police officer or engaged in another common occupation, Wang Yu would certainly not be so tight-lipped. The National Security Department. Li Fan held this conclusion with certainty. Only the National Security Department fell under such confidential categories. Consequently, his interest in the familial backgrounds of these 2 women piqued. 2 young women in their 20s, one a vice captain in the Criminal Investigation Unit and the other in Special Operations for the National Security Department. Surely their backgrounds were anything but mundane. Sister Yu, are you and she full sisters? He asked. No, we are cousins. We grew up together in the same compound and share a close bond. Is that so? Where's your hometown? Your accent does not suggest you are from Chang'an. We are from the capital. Sister Yu, you are remarkable. You are merely 2 years my senior, yet already a vice captain in the criminal police. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's lips curved upward uncontrollably. I transitioned directly from the military to the criminal police. Then why not transfer to the capital? It would be closer to home. At this, Wang Yu's smile faltered. My family arranged a political marriage for me. It's utterly vexing. I will decide my own marriage, and I will not allow anyone to use it as leverage. A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Fan's eyes. He had surmised the identities of these 2 women. A military transition directly to a vice captaincy, coupled with ties to the National Security Department and familial political marriages. These pieces of information coalesced to suggest that both women hailed from influential military and political families. Their conversation meandered through trivial topics, which Li Fan navigated with ease. Shortly thereafter, Wang Yun returned to the first floor, addressing Wang Yu. Yu, it is time for us to return home. Oh, very well. A hint of reluctance flashed in Wang Yu's eyes as she approached Wang Yun, linking arms with her. Li Fan escorted them from the fortress. As the fortress doors closed behind them, Li Fan swiftly secured the doors to the underground levels, entering and activating all exterior surveillance. He observed Wang Yun standing outside the courtyard wall, glancing back towards the watchtower. She then adjusted her position along the wall, reaching out to touch it for a moment before departing in her vehicle. Indeed, individuals from the National Security Department were no ordinary adversaries, even if they were women. Yet, Li Fan felt little concern. Her suspicions remained merely that, suspicions. Without a body, she could not proceed with a homicide investigation, and even if doubts lingered, she lacked irrefutable evidence. Her suspicions would inevitably fade into obscurity after tomorrow's cessation of operations. Inside the car, Wang Yun remained enveloped in silence, her gaze distant, lost in contemplation. Sister, what occupies your thoughts? Wang Yu's voice broke through Wang Yun's musings, her pupils gradually refocusing. You, this Li Fan is quite dangerous. What have you discerned? There is a perforation in the courtyard wall, perfectly aligned with the angle of the watchtower. However, despite my observations, I have yet to deduce what weapon could have caused such a breach. Wang Yu's heart involuntarily tightened as she urgently inquired, Are there any other discoveries? Wang Yun furrowed her delicate brows and shook her head. Observing her sister's expression, Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Is this the reason for your suspicion? Perhaps these are merely remnants left over from the construction of the walls? She continued, They claim there has been a homicide, and 3 lives have been lost. Yet, we have thoroughly examined his fortress. There's not even a trace of blood, let alone a body. 3 corpses cannot simply vanish without a trace. Whether moved or dismembered, even the most meticulous cleanup would leave behind unmistakable evidence. Wang Yun shook her head, her brow still knitted in concern, and remarked, This is precisely what confounds me. Nevertheless, I remain steadfast in my judgment. This young man is far from ordinary. If you truly harbor feelings for him, you must think carefully. One detail Wang Yun withheld from Wang Yu was that Li Fan's fortress was constructed in a manner that aligned perfectly with the characteristics of a secure safe house. Coupled with his stockpiled supplies, this inevitably reminded her of the phone call from her husband. Oh, do refrain from being overly suspicious. You truly are sharp-witted. Wang Yun could only deduce that Li Fan was not an average university student, yet she possessed no concrete evidence to substantiate her suspicions. The 2 sisters had not reached home when they received an urgent notification for a meeting at the municipal bureau, compelling them to turn around and head to the Public Security Bureau. Upon entering the municipal compound, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The courtyard was filled with vehicles from various military and governmental departments. At the forefront stood 3 military jeeps, flanked by armed soldiers. Additionally, there were 4 official cars from the municipal government, along with a multitude of vehicles from different units. Chapter 42. The mobilization for the catastrophe in Chang'an Prefecture. As the sisters arrived at the first-floor conference hall, they were stunned into silence by the sight within. The spacious hall, designed to accommodate 500 individuals, was nearly filled to capacity. Yet, the podium remained conspicuously empty, with only a few seats unoccupied. Surveying the attendees, it was evident that there were armed police, station troops from Chang'an Prefecture, heads of various district police stations, and several individuals in white shirts who appear to be from governmental departments. Notably absent were any grassroots representatives. The attendees were all leaders from various departments. At that moment, Zhang Chenggang was waving to Wang Yu and her sister from a central position. Navigating through the crowd, the sisters approached him and noticed that several division leaders from the criminal police team were present, along with personnel from the National Security Department. Wang Yu, puzzled, inquired, Captain Zhang, what is the situation? Why are there so many people? Zhang Chenggang shook his head in confusion and replied, I have no idea. At that juncture, a station chief made his way through the crowd to Zhang Chenggang's side, urgently asking, Captain Zhang, has something significant occurred? I heard that the station troops in Chang'an Prefecture have entered a state of combat readiness. This individual was Ma Honggang, who had felt anxious upon receiving the meeting notification, initially fearing accountability for the theft at the logistics park. Yet upon arriving at the municipal bureau and witnessing the considerable assembly, he realized that something far more serious had transpired. Leaning against the back of his chair, Zhang Chenggang knitted his brows, his expression grave, and said, I genuinely do not know. Several leaders are currently in a small conference room, with armed police stationed at the entrance. It seems the matter is serious. Did you not notice that those arriving are all from the military, police, governmental, and health departments? The crowd shared his solemnity, and Wang Yu glanced at her cousin, eager to discern if the National Security Department had any pertinent news. Since entering the conference room, Wang Yun had remained silent, finally breaking her silence to ask, Captain Zhang, what about Director Chen? Ever since he received a phone call at noon, he has been in the director's office and has yet to make an appearance. In truth, all present in the conference room felt a sense of unease. Such a large-scale meeting was unprecedented. Consequently, familiar faces clustered together in small groups, buzzing with speculation. Just then, the side door at the front of the conference room swung open, and 2 armed police officers stepped aside to allow a procession of 14 individuals to ascend the podium, each wearing a grave expression. The sight of these distinguished figures, including the mayor of Chang'an Prefecture, the municipal party secretary, and various standing committee members, as well as a major general from the military, rendered the room silent in an instant. The sheer scale and configuration of the assembly left the leaders of the various departments astonished. The mayor of Chang'an Prefecture, an elderly gentleman nearing 60, named Su Qingyun, adjusted the microphone and spoke solemnly. I trust you have discerned the gravity of this meeting. I shall not waste words. We are about to confront a dire weather disaster. According to data provided by the central authorities, today alone, our nation has already seen over 40,000 fatalities due to extreme heat, and this number continues to rise. More critically, for the next 7 days, temperatures are expected to escalate further, with predictions from the National Academy of Sciences indicating peaks exceeding 60 degrees. This is an unprecedented catastrophe. I implore you not to harbor any false hopes. Unlike the previous year's pandemic, where we had lighter disaster zones to provide support, this time, every region will be a heavy disaster zone, and each locality must fend for itself. Many in attendance had already formed their own speculations regarding the natural disaster, including Wang Yu. Upon hearing that over 40,000 lives had been lost and that temperatures were set to rise further, a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. The majority of the attendees were profoundly shocked. Since the dawn of the 21st century, casualties of such magnitude had been virtually unheard of, and this was merely the beginning. The murmurs of discussion buzzed like a swarm of bees, prompting Su Qingyun to call out, "Silence." The clamor gradually subsided. I understand the anxiety that pervades your hearts. However, please remember that everyone present here is an exemplary party member and leader of our nation. We must summon our spirit and resolve to guide the populace through this crisis. Tomorrow morning, the National Supreme Office will issue a nationwide cessation of work and production announcement, and all governing bodies must prepare for a complete reversal of operations. I require each department to temporarily set aside their current tasks and coordinate disaster relief efforts. 7 days. We must endure for 7 days. I do not wish to witness any large-scale unrest. The meeting spanned a full 4 hours, covering everything from public welfare to healthcare and maintaining public order, addressing every detail meticulously. By the time it adjourned, it was already 11 o'clock at night. As Wang Yu and her sister prepared to leave, they were halted by Director Chen. "Xiao Wang," Director Chen called me. He mentioned that arrangements are being made for a flight to take you both back to Shangjing tonight. Please prepare yourselves. Wang Yun's expression darkened. The Chen family was her in-laws, and her husband, Chen Yunxian, was a standout among the third generation of the Chen family, currently serving as the deputy director of the Shangjing Municipal Office. Their marriage had been one of political convenience, devoid of any emotional connection. She had made it clear during their wedding that she did not wish for the Chen family to interfere in her professional affairs, nor did she want to lose her final vestiges of autonomy in her career. Even if they were to return to Shangjing, it would be alongside the investigative department, rather than as pawns of the state, simply to fetch the two of them. Director Chen, what arrangements does the department have for our investigative team? The department has tasked us with assisting in maintaining stability in Chang'an Prefecture. Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback. Logically speaking, the Ministry of State Security should have recalled their personnel to the capital. Why then were they assigned to maintain stability in Chang'an Prefecture? It didn't make sense, surely. Our group here couldn't wield much influence. Director Chen glanced around cautiously and murmured, "This should have been confidential, but there is no need for secrecy with you. The Research Institute has predicted that the glaciers in both the Arctic and Antarctic are melting at an alarming rate. If this continues for another week, the capital could be at risk of flooding. The higher-ups are already contemplating relocating the capital, with Chang'an Prefecture being one of the candidate cities." Wang Yu and her companion were utterly stunned. It seemed that much of the meeting had been withheld from them. Adjusting her golden-rimmed glasses, Wang Yun's eyes sparkled with a subtle intensity. "Director Chen, please convey to Elder Chen that I will comply with the nation's directives. First and foremost, I'm a member of the Ministry of State Security. Only after that am I the granddaughter-in-law of the Chen family. While my colleagues are striving in the field, I cannot simply board a privileged flight and retreat. That would be impossible for me." Wang Yu chimed in promptly. "Indeed, we shall not return. Since the capital is to be relocated, we will wait here for them to come to us, sparing ourselves the hassle of back-and-forth travel." Director Chen's expression turned troubled, uncertain of how to persuade them otherwise. Wang Yun, noticing Chen Zemin's dilemma, added, "Director Chen, simply relay my words faithfully. Elder Chen will not put you in a difficult position." With that said, Director Chen could only shake his head in resignation and replied, "Very well. I will convey your message as you wish, but whether Elder Chen heeds it is beyond my control." Afterward, Director Chen and the two sisters departed from the Municipal Bureau's courtyard. In Wang Yu's vehicle, she asked Sister, "Do you think Elder Chen will send his guards to forcibly take you back?" Wang Yun smiled confidently, shaking her head. "No. Elder Chen is a general forged in the crucible of battle. Upon hearing my words, even if he is stubborn, he must consider the dignity of a general. If his old comrades were to learn of this and attempt to drag me back, it would be a blow to his pride. Sister, how long do you think this calamity will last? Wang Yin's expression grew grave as she sighed softly. I sense that this disaster will not be easily overcome. It is highly likely that it will. Will what? Wang Yin pressed. Will alter the global landscape. Surely not. Wang Yin offered no response. Resting her elbow on the car and propping her chin with her delicate hand, gazing out at the pedestrians cooling off in the breeze. The wind outside tousled the strands of hair that fell across her forehead, revealing the depth of her eyes behind her glasses. Chapter 43. The source of a miserable existence the following morning. Before the sun had even risen, the outdoor temperature had already soared to 46 degrees Celsius, prompting people to instinctively retreat to their air-conditioned homes. At precisely 7 o'clock, all official video accounts, television, news, radio, and community broadcasts simultaneously announced a proclamation. In light of the relentless rise in global temperatures, the State Council hereby directs nationwide cessation of work, production, and schooling. We request that the citizens cooperate with local communities to effectively implement heat prevention and disaster response measures. This announcement ignited the emotions of the populace across the nation. Within 10 minutes, comments on short video platforms had exceeded 10 million. Will wages continue during the work stoppage? I work for a private enterprise. My boss just informed us we need not come to work anymore, and there will be no wages. Damn it. What am I going to do about my mortgage and car loan next month? Finally, no more school. How delightful. Alas, these past years have been so challenging. We just got through the pandemic, and now we face natural disasters. Let the earth perish. They've halted work, but will they lock down the cities? I haven't stocked up on supplies. What will we do for necessities? The last comment resonated deeply, as everyone had experienced the anguish of lockdown during the pandemic and understood the challenges of securing supplies. Communities quickly began to respond. Every night at 11 o'clock, they would provide daily necessities for sale at cost price, albeit in limited quantities. This eased the anxieties of the citizens somewhat. Although they could not venture out during the day, the temperature would drop at night, allowing for some mobility. In his fortress, Li Fan prepared a fragrant bowl of oil-splashed noodles, accompanied by garlic, savoring every bite. As he scrolled through his phone, he admired the blocks of ice surrounding the ventilation shafts on the third underground level, sipping from a chilled bottle of Ice Peak soda. Life was undeniably comfortable. However, at that moment, Li Fan received a group message from the Owners Association of Lishui Courtyard. The community director, a middle-aged woman named Lu, aged 45, divorced and raising a child, had sent a message. Li Fan of room 1501, the state is requisitioning your supermarket supplies. Please come to the supermarket tonight. Right. Our community supplies 1 TB lacking. The supermarket is right at the entrance. Chimed in another resident, Li Gang from room 1102. Little Li, we must rely on your supplies during this disaster. Everyone will be grateful to you, added Wang Ming from room 702. Little Li, we have 5 people in our household. Please ensure we receive ample supplies tonight, pleaded Grandma Zhang from room 201. The One Silent Owners group erupted into activity, each person echoing Director Lu's sentiments, fearing that failing to support her would mean missing out on their share of supplies. Seeing these messages, Li Fan smirked. As expected, the inevitable had arrived. In his previous life, after the official announcement, this woman had promptly set her sights on a supermarket. In reality, the authorities had never instructed communities to seize supplies. For the first few days, all resources were procured and distributed by local governments at cost price, then sold to communities based on their populations with strict limits. In his previous life, Li Fan had fallen for this deceit, opening his supermarket and losing nearly half of his supplies to her. This had attracted the covetous gaze of Xie Biao, who not only monopolized his supermarket, but also forced him out of his apartment building. One could say this woman had ignited the fuse to his tragic existence. Yet, when he found himself in dire straits, neither she nor anyone in Lishui Courtyard had extended a hand of assistance. Recalling these memories, Li Fan's gaze turned cold as he murmured to himself, in my past life, so many supplies were squandered on you wretches. This time, I shall ensure your downfall. He then picked up his phone and sent a message. Hello, Director Lu. According to Chapter 5, Article 32 of the Summer National Civil Code, during extraordinary times, law enforcement agencies are empowered to requisition civilian supplies. When a state requisitions personal belongings, it must issue an official formal document and be executed by the local enforcement agency, with compensation provided based on real-time market prices. Please send me the relevant documents for my review. Tonight, I will tally the numbers, and you can directly transfer the funds to me. I will calculate the cost price for you. After all, we are neighbors, and I do not wish to profit from you. In a small 2-bedroom apartment on the 7th floor of Building 2 in Lishui Courtyard, a plump woman dressed only in a tank top reveled in her shrewd scheme. After receiving a call from the district committee office in the early hours of the previous night, she had begun plotting how to hoard supplies. Having been tempered by the pandemic lockdown, she understood the significance of resources and immediately set her sights on the vulnerable Li Fan. His family's benevolence had marked them as easy prey. Utilizing her small authority, she aimed to rally the residents of the community, securing free supplies for herself. Even when the disaster concluded, Li Fan would be powerless against her, should there be any accountability. Her connections with the area chief and the principle of collective responsibility meant she had nothing to fear regarding the consequences. As I indulged in fantasies of carefree living amidst the calamities of nature, I was abruptly confronted by Li Fan's response. My expression froze, and my fingers danced upon the screen, typing and deleting incessantly, unable to find a chink in Li Fan's armor. Frustration boiled over, prompting me to unleash a torrent of invective. Li Fan, cradling his phone, wore a smile that hinted at his satisfaction in striking where it hurt. Yet he knew it was not quite enough. "Director Liu, are you still there?" he queried. "This disaster appears to be quite severe, as it has compelled the community director to undertake requisition duties. Our community comprises over 10,000 individuals, and according to the national allocation of resources during this exceptional period, each person should receive approximately 50 yuan daily. That amount should have already been transferred to you. Thus, if you could remit 500,000 to me, I could provide an additional 100,000 in supplies tonight to help everyone weather this storm. Director Liu, are you there? Why aren't you responding to my messages?" Following Li Fan's artful persuasion, a majority in the group had begun to believe his words. During the pandemic, resources were indeed distributed by the state, and the precision with which Li Fan articulated the government as directives and the exact figures further solidified their trust in him. Yet, as they observed Director Liu's silence, anxiety began to fester within the group. And Zhang from room 201 chimed in. "Director Liu, why are you not replying? Everyone is waiting." Li Qiujuan from room 402 added. "Director Liu, you wouldn't be thinking of embezzling that money, would you? Let me remind you that money belongs to everyone. So don't entertain any crooked ideas." Zhang Winley from building 4, room 303 implored. "Director Liu, at least respond to put our minds at ease." Li Fan, one hand clutching his phone and the other holding a chilled beverage, was grinning from ear to ear. The darker aspects of human nature had begun to surface on this very first day. There was no need for Li Fan to stoke the flames further. The group was already in an uproar. Director Liu, still typing out a response, was inundated with incoming calls that she could only dismiss repeatedly, switching between hanging up and typing. Ultimately, she resorted to sending a voice message to the group. "I have not received any funds. I have no money here. Li Fan, stop inciting discord. In the face of disaster, we must unite and stand together." Upon hearing Director Liu's irate outburst, Li Fan smiled faintly and began to type leisurely. "But Director Liu, this is merely the first day of halted work and production. According to national regulations, since you have already received instructions to requisition resources, you should have received the funds by now. I repeat, there is nothing. No money has been transferred." Li Fan tossed aside his phone, retrieved a half-sliced watermelon from the fridge, armed himself with a spoon, and returned to the sofa. While enjoying his watermelon, he picked up his phone to reply. "Director Liu, I just spoke with my mentor, Professor Chen Yuanjin, who is one of the most renowned legal scholars in our country. He informed me that the state's requisition of resources is always in a money-first, goods-later arrangement, and during these special circumstances, the efficiency of the finance department is notably high. Your fund should have been credited. Please verify." Chapter 44. Digging a pit for Director Liu. Whose words do the people of Xia country trust most? Those of authoritative figures. The residents of the community were well aware that Li Fan was a distinguished student from Xi'an University of Technology. The professor he mentioned was a widely recognized figure online, thereby solidifying the reality of state subsidies during this calamity. Aunt Wang remarked, "Director Liu, are you preparing to commit a crime? Do you dare to embezzle this disaster relief fund? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Zhang Winley cautioned, "Director Liu, I advise you to reconsider. We are all neighbors, and 1T hold your momentary confusion against you." Jiang Tao from room 601 added, "Director Liu, this isn't right. Don't force us to come looking for you." The atmosphere in the group grew increasingly restless, and the language became more vehement, as if everyone were venting their pent-up frustrations. Li Fan's maneuver had left Director Liu utterly defenseless. Her corpulent figure and mismatched tank top, combined with the rising and falling of her chest in agitation, resembled a furious bulldog. Director Liu seized her phone and dialed Li Fan. Watching the incoming call, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, a mischievous grin crossing his face, as he transitioned into an alternate realm to seek out Ranlin. "Little Ran, can you mimic someone's voice to create a recording through the phone?" Although Ranlin was unaware of Li Fan's intentions, she confidently replied, "Of course, but I need to gather her vocal tone and inflection." "All right, when I receive the call, you can directly intrude into my phone and help me make a recording." Ranlin patted her ample bosom. Noticing Li Fan's peculiar gaze, her complexion flushed a bright crimson, her silver hair shifting from white to pink. This transformation caught Li Fan off guard, and before he could inquire further, a wrench flew through the air. "Get out of here, you ugly pervert!" Realizing the situation was precarious, Li Fan promptly returned to his body, scratching his head in embarrassment. Regaining his composure, he carefully crafted his words, picked up his phone, and allowed a dark fluid to seep from his fingertips into the device. He then connected Director Lu's call. "What do you mean, Li Fan? Spreading baseless rumors in the group? Do you realize that rumor-mongering is punishable by law?" Li Fan activated the speakerphone and placed the device on the coffee table. Reclining comfortably on the sofa with his watermelon, he replied leisurely, "Director Lu, why such fury? Has the money not been deposited yet? Don't be anxious. Perhaps the finance department is just overwhelmed and hasn't processed our community yet. Don't lose your temper. Who told you there are national subsidies? That's not true. How can it not be? I am studying law, and I am quite familiar with the statutes and regulations regarding this matter." Director Lu undertook a significant effort to adjust her tone, taking a while to respond calmly. "Xiao Li, this disaster is an exceptional case. The pressure from above is substantial, and we must find ways to requisition resources ourselves. We have been granted autonomy. Your refusal to cooperate is illegal. Do you understand? You could end up in jail, and Aunt Lu is looking out for you. Don't jeopardize your future over a mere supply." Aware of her predicament, Director Lu realized she could no longer clarify matters with the group, understanding the peril of mob mentality. She was well aware of her own tendency to manipulate public sentiment. People tend to hear only what they want to, rendering the truth insignificant. Now, she had to find a way to acquire supplies from Li Fan's supermarket, distribute them to the community, and only then could she explain and resolve her embarrassing situation. Upon hearing her words, Li Fan surmised that Ran Lin had likely completed her task and decided to drop the pretense. "Lu Yulian, you old hag, what pretense are you putting on with me? You think the government has delegated authority to you? You're just a community director, essentially a minor functionary. Do you possess any enforcement power? You're merely a rat pretending to be a hunter. I'll send you a firecracker, and you can go take a trip to the heavens. You'll be more useful than the Cerberus up there." Hearing Li Fan's insults, Lu Wenlian completely lost her composure and let out a desperate scream. "Ah, Li Fan, you unwanted wild seed. How dare you insult me? Do you know what my relationship is with Director Rin? Just wait. I will ensure he has you arrested." Li Fan slowly sat up, holding the phone to his mouth with a disdainful smile. "Heh, you've truly frightened me, shark arm." He then ended the call and initiated communication with Ran Lin in his mind. "Have you collected everything?" "Yes, all set. What content do you need to edit?" Li Fan lit a cigarette, stroked his chin, and pondered for a moment before breaking into a wicked smile. He conveyed his requirements to Ran Lin through thought alone. In less than a minute, a 1.5-minute phone call recording was completed and stored on Li Fan's phone. After listening to it once, he found no flaws. Opening the community group chat, he sent a message. "Director Lu, I absolutely refuse to be complicit with you. In this time of disaster, how can you prioritize personal gain over the survival of others? I'm truly ashamed of your actions." Instantly, curious members of the group began to inquire about what had transpired, prompting Li Fan to share the recorded conversation. The recording of the call between Li Fan and Director Lu echoed throughout the group. Li Fan: "Hello, Director Lu. Are you ready to transfer the funds to me? My supermarket is low on supplies, but I can distribute them at cost to everyone. Director Liu, Xiaoli. Your parents took good care of me when they were alive, even helping with little Bao. Now that they've passed as an aunt, I will also look after you. The subsidy of 523,400 has already been deposited into my account. You only need to allocate 200,000 worth of supplies at the original price to the residents. Then, you can fabricate some false accounts, and we'll split the remaining 320,000 50-50. Li Fan, how can you do this, Director Lu? Do you not realize this is life-saving money?" Director Lu: "Child, even without government subsidies, they have the means to purchase supplies themselves. Besides, I am providing them with 200,000 worth of resources." Li Fan: "I refuse to comply." Director Lu: "Foolish child, you must understand, this is merely a day's profit. If this disaster lasts for 10 days to half a month, it could amount to millions in income." Li Fan: "You need not say more. I will expose you." Director Lu: "You dare? Director Run is my relative. If you expose me, I will have him arrest you." Li Fan: "A righteous person has nothing to fear from shadows. With so many people in the group, if we unite, we need not fear a heartless community leader like you." The recording lingered in the group for less than 2 minutes, igniting the fury of everyone in the community. If prior to this, Li Fan's mention of national policy subsidies had raised doubts, and even the reference to his teacher, Professor Chun, had elicited skepticism, this recording had decisively convinced the entire community of Li Fan's claims. The flames of anger burned even more fiercely in the sweltering heat. Embracing his phone, Li Fan hummed a tune, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Chapter 45, Xie Biao's Thoughts. At the Li Shui courtyard, Lu Yulian was rendered speechless upon hearing the recording from Li Fan. The clarity of the audio plunged her into a state of despair. She realized she had been outmaneuvered by Li Fan, placed in a precarious position. In a panic, she picked up her phone to offer a feeble defense. Community Director Lu, do not listen to Li Fan's nonsense. This recording is fake, fabricated by him. Director Lu, do you think we should trust you or this undeniable evidence? Director Lu, I advise you once more. There is still time to turn back. Xiao Li has done well. He is indeed a college student, upright and selfless. Lu Yulian, before the temperature drops tonight, I hope you're either prepared with funds or supplies. Otherwise, do not blame us for lacking compassion. ISNT that right, everyone? Yes, tonight, either provide money or supplies. Lu Yulian had lost her previous air of arrogance. Anger, fear, and resentment caused her to tremble incessantly. Suddenly, she remembered her relative, Director Ren Changsheng, and hurriedly sent a voice message in the group. Everyone, please remain calm. After the temperature drops tonight, we will report this to the police and let them handle it. I believe the police will ensure that the slanderer pays the price. Seeing Lu Yulian invoking the police, Li Fan frowned. Police involvement would certainly uncover the lies. Although the police might dismiss such trivial matters for the time being, he did not wish to see Lu Yulian escape so easily. Just as Li Fan was about to respond, another person spoke up in the group ahead of him. Lu Yulian, do you still intend to play tricks? Who does not know that the precinct director is your relative? Can he really serve justice for us? The speaker was Jiang Tao, a solitary man living in Unit 601, a port vendor with a history of domestic violence that had led to his arrest by Director Rin. Although Jiang Tao's words were self-serving, they did not hinder the community's support for him. You are right, Lu Yulian. Do not think you can use your relative to pressure us. Tonight, no one is exempt. We must see either the money or the supplies. The ever-busying Aunt Zhang, known for her gossiping, also chimed in. Listen, everyone. Tonight, we must unite to claim what rightfully belongs to us. Not even a precinct director can deny us a satisfactory explanation. I agree. Me too. Count me in. Before long, the majority of the adults in the community had rallied behind Aunt Zhang's proposal. After some discussion, Jiang Tao and Aunt Zhang took the lead, with the crowd following. Li Fan, holding his phone, silently observed the unfolding situation, a scornful smile creeping across his face. Had Lu Yulian been replaced by Xie Biao, this group would not have dared to utter a word, displaying their cowardice in the face of authority. Li Fan set down his phone and communicated with Ran Lin in his mind. Xiao Ran, you haven't forgotten about taking over the supermarket surveillance, have you? Of course not. When you collected the supermarket supplies, I had already taken over the surveillance permissions. You only need to implant the takeover command into the computer for remote monitoring. Li Fan approached the surveillance server, effortlessly touching the data interface, as black fluid coursed in. Moments latte. The supermarket surveillance system was commandeered by the monitoring server located 3 floors underground. Another screen lit up, revealing an eerily empty supermarket, previously cleared by Li Fan. Xiao Ran, will creating a fake surveillance video require gathering information on individuals' appearances? Yes. What sort of video do you intend to make? Li Fan chuckled and replied, do not rush. The fish have yet to be caught. I will notify you when I need to gather information. At Li Shui courtyard, another individual had been silently watching the group without speaking, Xie Biao. While others contemplated how to reclaim the non-existent subsidies from Lu Yulian, Xie Biao was devising ways to profit from the calamity. 5 years ago, during the pandemic, he had made millions by selling masks for exorbitant prices. Standing by the window, smoking a cigarette, his gaze fixated on the supermarket at the community entrance, he muttered to himself, supplies. If I could figure out how to obtain the supplies from the supermarket and stockpile them, when the government is overwhelmed, I can sell them at a high price, likely earning even more than I did with the masks. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Liang Zi, bring more people to Li Shui courtyard tonight. Have Zhou Qiang bring the loan contract signed by Li Fan. Biao Ge, are you planning to move against that little wild child Li Fan? Do not act hastily. Even if action is necessary, it must be executed with utmost discretion. Tonight, let us seize his supermarket and residence. The supplies contained therein will yield us a swift profit. By the way, bring Lu Ruyin along as well. Understood, Brother Biao. After hanging up the phone, Xie Biao located Li Fan's number and dialed it. Just as Li Fan had finished calibrating the supermarket surveillance system, he noticed the incoming call from Xie Biao. The bait had been taken. Hello? Ah, little Li. It is your uncle Xie. Upon hearing this address, a wave of disdain washed over Li Fan. He replied in a nonchalant tone, oh, it's you. Is there something you need? This placid demeanor ignited a flicker of anger within Xie Biao. It's like this. My uncle's company is in dire need of a substantial sum for operational turnover to procure some supplies. Do you think you could repay the loan now? That is not right. The loan period is 3 months. It hasn't even been a month yet, and you're already demanding payment? Circumstances have changed. In times of disaster, cash in hand is worth more than promises made. Li Fan scoffed lightly, responding with indifference. I have no money. Do as you see fit. Without waiting for Xie Biao's reaction, he abruptly ended the call. Xie Biao was all too aware of his intentions. On this very night in a previous life, Xie Biao had harbored malicious thoughts as he witnessed Li Fan distributing supplies from the supermarket, and had resorted to despicable means to oust him from the building. Left with no choice, Li Fan had gone to the supermarket, believing the ample supplies would suffice for his survival, only to be forcefully evicted by Zhang Liang and his cohorts, who seized the resources. Any attempt on Li Fan's part to reason with them resulted in a brutal beating. Had it not been for Li Fan's humiliating pleas for mercy to Xie Biao, he likely would not have survived that night unscathed. That memory served as Li Fan's first lesson in the apocalypse, a moment forever etched in his mind. In this lifetime, the same scene was unfolding at the same hour, with Xie Biao harboring the same intentions. However, this time, Li Fan provided him with a legitimate pretext, the loan agreement, which would allow him to brazenly claim both properties as his own. Casting aside his phone, Li Fan reclined on the sofa, his expression darkened as he contemplated his next course of action. How could he ensure that Xie Biao and his entourage would truly experience the depths of despair? Chapter 46. The depravity of human nature. Xie Biao stared incredulously at the now disconnected phone, internally condemning Li Fan to death. He pondered that once this calamity had passed and the police had relaxed their pursuit, he would seize the opportunity to make Li Fan vanish completely. After all, with Li Fan's loan agreement in hand, the supermarket and the building were already his for the taking. As night fell, the sweltering daytime heat dissipated with the sun's descent. People began to venture outside, eager to be the first to procure the government-distributed affordable supplies. At Li Shuai Courtyard, Zhang Liang arrived at Xie Biao's residence, accompanied by 17 subordinates and Lu Ruyan. Brother Biao, all the trustworthy brothers are here. Xie Biao nodded, smiling as he replied, Relax, we're merely here to collect a debt, not to engage in a brawl. He then cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Qiang, who was making unwelcome advances towards Lu Ruyan in the corner. Xiangzi, you stay here with Lu Ruyan. There's no point in you coming along, with your mind solely fixated on those base thoughts. This sign made Zhou Chang's face flush with embarrassment, yet he dared not retort. The group followed Xie Biao out of the room and towards Li Fan's supermarket. As they passed Building 3, they noticed it was already teeming with residents of the complex. Though they were vastly outnumbered, the residents, upon seeing Xie Biao and his entourage adorned with tattoos, instinctively stepped aside. They even refrained from making eye contact with him, with a few individuals eagerly greeting him. Master Biao, what are you planning to do? Addressing the crowd, Xie Biao waved Li Fan's loan agreement and stated, Little Li borrowed 80 million from me, since he has no means to repay. I intend to take possession of the mortgaged supermarket and building. With that, he disregarded the residents and proceeded towards the entrance of the complex. However, his announcement stirred a significant commotion among the residents. Originally, Jiang Tao and Aunt Zhang had conspired to confront Li Fan after receiving their funds, intending to rally the community to purchase large quantities of supplies at the lowest possible price. Yet, with Xie Biao suddenly stepping in to take control of the supermarket, their plans were utterly thwarted. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. What do we do now? If Xie Biao takes over the supermarket, we'll have to buy at regular prices. You must be dreaming. Xie Biao clearly intends to hoard supplies and sell them at inflated prices. Securing regular prices would be a stroke of luck. This is utterly shameless. How can he do this? While everyone else is trying to unite and withstand the disaster, he is scheming to profit from our misfortune. Keep your voice down, or you'll be asking for trouble. A few individuals quickly lowered their voices, stealing glances at Xie Biao's crew, relieved to see he had not turned back, allowing them to continue their discussion. I think we should wait for the government-distributed limited supplies. It's all Lu Yulian's fault. If it weren't for her greed, we would have already gone to the supermarket. Exactly. Once we divide the supplies, I doubt Xie Biao would dare to go door to door to rob us. This Lu Yulian has caused us great harm. She must give us an explanation. Yes, let's go find her. Right? We must address this matter collectively. Indeed, how can a mere community director act so shamelessly? The collective ire that the residents dared not direct at Xie Biao was entirely redirected towards the reclusive Lu Yulian. Fueled by indignation, they swarmed to Lu Yulian's door, with the leaders shouting and banging on the door, their voices echoing throughout the corridor. Meanwhile, many others filmed the scene on their phones, posting videos to the owner's group chat and rallying support. Lu Yulian had already sensed the gathering of residents outside as they assembled in the lobby. She hurriedly locked the door, clutching her 9-year-old son and wielding a fruit knife. Trembling in the bedroom, Mommy, Why are they banging on our door? Little Bao, they're all bad people. Don't be afraid. Mommy has already called your uncle. He is a police officer, and the police deal with bad people. Mommy, don't be scared. Little Bao is a brave boy. I will protect you. You're such a good boy. Her son's words acted as a potent tonic, alleviating some of Lu Yulian's fear. Just then, the banging on the door intensified, resembling an impending demolition. The already sweltering weather, combined with the crowd's density, led the individuals at the forefront to grow furious at Lu Yulian's reluctance to open the door. They began kicking it. With a resounding crash, the security door, along with its frame, was completely breached. The crowd surged into the room like a can of spoiled herring. Lu Yulian, where are you? Today, you will provide everyone with an explanation. Lu Yulian, come out. Once inside, they began searching for her while shouting, ultimately discovering Lu Yulian cowering in the corner of the bedroom. Jiang Tao, as the leader of this assembly, charged forward and shouted, Lu Yulian, where's the money? I am devoid of funds. I declared, what Li Fan said is sheer fabrication, and the recording is a forgery. Jiang Tao let out a sinister laugh and turned to the throng behind him, inquiring, do you believe it? No. The crowd responded in unison. Did you hear that? This is the voice of the people. You should hastily distribute the funds. Indeed, echoed another Xiao Lu, it's not that we're criticizing you, but in this dire time, you still think of profiting? Lu Yulian was utterly distraught. She had often wielded the banner of righteousness, swaying public opinion and bullying many in her past. Now, with the roles reversed, she found herself in an excruciating predicament. I will reiterate, there are no subsidies. Your unlawful entry is a crime. I have already contacted the authorities. I advise you to depart at once. Hearing this, some in the crowd began to reconsider, prompting Zhang Dama to signal Jiang Tao discreetly. Understanding, Jiang Tao promptly raised his voice. Director Run is her relative. If we do not secure our rightful subsidies before the police arrive, once they do, we shall have no hope of obtaining anything. Lu Yulian glared at Jiang Tao, resorting to petty defiance. What do you propose? We have no money, and we are but a widow and her child. Jiang Tao's eyes glinted with cunning as he declared, if you fail to provide the subsidies, we shall seize your belongings as compensation. Everyone lend a hand. He strode towards the vanity, where a jewelry box awaited. Upon opening it, he found gold bracelets and necklaces within. Jiang Tao's expression turned avaricious as he began to stuff the jewelry into his pockets, igniting a wave of greed among the others, who began ransacking their homes. Witnessing the theft of her most valuable possessions, Lu Yulian's blood boiled, and disregarding the disparity in physical strength between the genders, she lunged at Jiang Tao to reclaim her jewelry. Spotting Lu Yulian charging at him with a fruit knife in hand, Jiang Tao instinctively grabbed the jewelry box and struck it against her hand, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle. Don't hurt my mother, you villain. Kai Xiao Bao. A sharp sound of metal piercing flesh echoed alongside the child's desperate shout. Jiang Tao felt a sharp pain in his side and, in a fit of rage, kicked Xiao Bao in the chest. With a sickening crack, the child flew backward like a cannonball, crashing against the bedroom wall before collapsing to the floor, lifeless. Xiao Bao. Lu Yulian scrambled to her child's side, cradling him in her arms. She saw blood streaming from his mouth and nose, his breath growing faint. Xiao Bao, where does it hurt? Please don't scare your mother. Look at me, I'm here. Clutching her child, she frantically dialed for emergency assistance, but each attempt was met with a busy signal. Mom, I am a man I will protect. Xiao Bao's voice faded as he succumbed to silence. The crowd, stunned by the unfolding tragedy, dropped their belongings and quietly slipped away. Jiang Tao stood frozen, initially seeking merely to cause Lu Yulian distress, yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Faced with a lifeless child, uncertainty gripped him. His instinct was to flee. Clutching the fruit knife at his waist, he hastily exited the scene, running away from the apartment complex. Chapter 47. The death of Lu Yulian. As Xie Biao arrived at the supermarket entrance, Li Fan spotted him on the surveillance monitor. He quickly communicated with Ran Lin, instructing her to gather details regarding the appearances and mannerisms of those present. The supermarket's entrance featured a standard electric rolling door. Xie Biao ordered his subordinates to break it down, as the property was already his. Upon entering the supermarket and locating the power switch in the dark, the group froze in shock. The 800-square-meter establishment lay desolate. Even the central air conditioning unit had been stripped away. Xie Biao felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing that he had been deceived, a prickling unease creeping over him. Scanning the surroundings, his gaze fell upon a flashing red light from a functioning surveillance camera in the corner, deepening his anxiety. Brother Biao, what do we do now? Asked a subordinate. His face clouded with concern. Xie Biao, his expression darkened, retrieved his phone and dialed Li Fan once more. The action did not escape Li Fan's notice. who promptly answered the call. The two remained silent for a full 2 minutes before Sieta Biao could no longer contain himself, asking, "Did you transport the supermarket supplies?" "Which supermarket supplies?" "The supplies from your supermarket." "Oh, I transported my supermarket supplies. Is there a problem?" "What did you do that?" Li Fan observed the once smiling visage of Sieta Biao morph into one of frantic anger, a sight he relished. "Boss, yeah, you really are quite nosy. Do you stop every passing garbage truck to sample its contents?" Sieta Biao's fury ignited, and he ground his teeth. "You little brat. Who in the entirety of Chang'an would dare to play tricks on me? Sieta Biao, have you swallowed a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Do not let your anger consume you. Rage is detrimental to one's health. What does it taste like to consume bear's heart and leopard's gall? I have never tried it. But I did have Australian lobster for breakfast and plan to enjoy a hot pot for dinner. Have you eaten yet?" This flippant banter incensed Sieta Biao further, and with a swift motion, he smashed his phone to pieces. His subordinates had never witnessed their leader lose composure like this, standing in stunned silence. "Brother Biao, tonight I will take care of that kid," declared Zhang Liang, a loyal underling, the only one daring to speak at that moment. Sieta Biao closed his eyes, cheeks puffed, inhaling deeply as he pressed down on his heaving chest, casting a glance at the 4-meter-high surveillance camera, coldly stating, "Let us return for now." His subordinates dare not protest. And just as they were about to leave the supermarket, several police vehicles with flashing lights entered the complex. Sieta Biao's expression tightened, and he hurriedly led his men back inside, extinguishing the lights. "Brother Biao, did Li Fan call the police?" "I don't think so. They are likely here for those troublemakers in the complex. Let us hide and avoid any encounters with the police. We can return once they leave." After saying this, Sieta Biao found a corner to sit down, lighting a cigarette, the flickering ember casting shadows that reflected the murderous intent in his eyes. Within the complex, as the police cars came to a halt at Building 3, Lu Yulian rushed forward, cradling a child in her arms. Accompanying the officers were armed soldiers and medical personnel. This was the response protocol during a time of calamity, as the hospitals were overwhelmed with heatstroke victims, prompting the government to deploy medical students to assist law enforcement during civil unrest. "Cousin, Xiao Bao has been injured. Hurry, take us to the hospital." "What happened? How was he hurt?" "Wah, it was Jiang Tao who kicked him. There is no time to explain. Just take the child to the hospital." Director Rin quickly summoned the 2 medical personnel accompanying him. "Quick, check on the child." 2 medical personnel received the child from Lu Yulian. Gently laying him on a makeshift stretcher, they retrieved examination tools from their kit, and moments later, one of the medical staff shook his head at Director Rin, stating, "It's futile. The child has already passed away." "Impossible. You're a quack. My little treasure was merely kicked. How could he be dead?" Lu Yulian protested vehemently. The medical staff responded with certainty. That kick fractured the child's rib, which then pierced his heart and lung, leading to his demise. "You may feel the left side of the child's chest." Lu Yulian, in a frenzy, lifted the child from the stretcher, exclaiming, "Impossible. It can't be true. You are a fraud. My little treasure is not dead. I must take him to the hospital." Director Rin stepped forward to support Lu Yulian, soothingly saying, "Xiaolian, the hospital can no longer accept patients. Throughout today, over 10,000 have succumbed to heat stroke in Chang'an Prefecture. The child is indeed gone. You must find strength." "You're talking nonsense. My baby is merely injured. He is not dead." Director Rin endeavored to soften his tone, gently persuading her, "Calm down for a moment. I understand your feelings, but apprehending the perpetrator is of utmost priority. Please tell me what transpired." Yet, Lu Yulian did not respond, cradling the child and repeatedly rubbing her forehead against his. Turning, she walked home, murmuring, "Little treasure, they are the villains. Mother will take you home." Just as Director Rin contemplated following to comfort his cousin, his phone rang again. Upon answering, an urgent voice on the line exclaimed, "Director, there has been a looting incident at Tianhua community, injuring several individuals, 2 of whom are critically hurt. They might not survive. You need to hurry." Rubbing his temples weariedly, Director Rin replied, "We'll be there shortly." Since 7 p.m., his phone had not ceased ringing, with various security incidents unfolding one after another, robberies, thefts, and even patients requiring emergency medical assistance. He could only prioritize dealing with the tumultuous events per the meeting's contingency plan, postponing the lesser offenses of theft and brawls for the moment. Xiao Su, find a female officer to comfort the victims. Once their emotions stabilize, gather the details. Xiaoma, go to Jiang Tao's residence and detain him at the station for questioning later. The 2 officers departed promptly, and Director Rin, leaving 1 patrol car behind, rushed towards Tianhua community with the remaining personnel. Not long after his departure, a sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by a dull thud of something heavy falling from above. Lu Yulian had jumped from her 7th-floor balcony, clutching the lifeless body of her child. Residents of the community leaned over their balconies to witness the scene, many pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, none ventured downstairs to investigate. Some maintained an indifferent attitude, while others harbored guilt, knowing they were complicit in this tragedy. After the police had left, Sieta Biao, accompanied by his underlings, walked past the spot where Lu Yulian had fallen. Observing the mother and child, now a tragic tableau, his heart raced, for while others remained oblivious to the orchestrator of this farce, he was acutely aware. A flicker of unease regarding Li Fan's methods crossed his mind. Chapter 48, The Tragic Lu Ruyan. Within the fortress, Li Fan was communicating with Ran Lin, detailing the surveillance footage he required, asking her to compile a video of Sieta Biao and his associates emptying the supermarket. Within mere minutes, the video was ready. Li Fan reviewed it repeatedly on his computer, ensuring there were no oversights before embedding the footage into the supermarket surveillance hard drive and his phone. Opening the group chat for the property owners, he noted the 99 unread messages with a slight frown, scrolling through all the information. Lu Yulian had committed suicide. The child was dead. His heart felt heavy with regret. This outcome surpassed his expectations. He had initially intended to incite public outrage, dismantling Lu Yulian's adeptness at rallying the masses and guiding public sentiment, and then find an opportunity to eliminate her. Little did he know, the community had expedited this task for her. It seemed he had underestimated the depths of depravity within the community. He had unwittingly orchestrated a death through the mere strokes of his keyboard, reminiscent of the faceless keyboard warriors online, who from miles away could wreak havoc invisibly. He found himself partaking in this dark art, though he lamented the loss of such a good child. However, after 8 years of apocalyptic trials, Li Fan had long discarded notions of right and wrong, adhering solely to the principle of survival of the fittest. To him, the definition of right was simply that which benefited him, while anything that posed a threat was deemed wrong, no rationale to discuss. He had initially contemplated sharing the video in the owners group to shift blame for the supermarket shortages on his Sieta Biao, but decided it was not yet the opportune moment. They still had a lifeline. The state provided limited supplies. He resolved to wait until the state could no longer sustain its support and began to curtail provisions, allowing them to experience hunger before revealing the footage. He did not expect them to confront Sieta Biao boldly during times of relative comfort. Meanwhile, Sieta Biao returned home, burdened by anger and unease. Upon entering, he found Zhou Qiang disheveled and Lu Ruyan with red-rimmed eyes adjusting her dress, further fueling his fury. "What are you doing? Go get me a glass of water." Zhou Qiang, not daring to retort, hurried into the kitchen to fetch a glass. Sieta Biao took the glass, disregarding Zhou Qiang, and turned to Lu Ruyan, inquiring, "When you last visited Li Fan's fortress, did you only capture footage of one-floor supplies? Have you been to any other levels?" Lu Ruyan shook her head. "What exactly is your relationship with Li Fan? Think carefully before you respond. I have no interest in playing games." Seeing Sieta Biao's face darken, Lu Ruyan felt an inexplicable satisfaction, quickly overshadowed by the murderous intent in his gaze. "I have no connection with him, truly. He merely paid me to spend the night with his good friend." Sieta Biao scrutinized her skeptically, clearly dubious of her words. "You were at Li Fan's fortress for less than an hour and managed to end up his bed? Did you get paid for that too?" "No." Lu Ruyan quickly shook her head. "You slept with him without compensation? Still unwilling to speak the truth? Are you and Li Fan in a romantic relationship or not?" Lu Ruyan was at a loss, unsure how to explain to Sieta Biao that the photos taken in bed were merely to convince him of the video's authenticity. She had not anticipated that moment would entrap her in such a dilemma. Noticing her silence, Sieta Biao's fury ignited anew. The humiliation he endured at Li Fan's hands today was unprecedented in the past decade. Rising, he approached Lu Ruyan and extended his hand. "Give me your phone." Lu Ruyan obediently handed over her device, and Sieta Biao dialed Li Fan's number, which connected swiftly. "Kid, Lu Ruyan is with me now. Do you have anything to say?" Boss, yeah. You wouldn't be attempting to use a woman to blackmail me, would you?" That's rather pathetic." Sieta Biao was taken aback by the manner in which he was addressed. The turbulent emotions that had only just subsided began to simmer beneath the surface. "I am aware of the unique relationship you share with Lu Ruyan. Here is your opportunity. I will exchange Lu Ruyan for supplies. 5 million worth." With that, he pressed his phone to Lu Ruyan's lips, forcefully tugging at her hair, eliciting a pained groan from her. "Did you hear that? You have 30 seconds to deliberate." Li Fan's voice turned icy. "Sieta Biao, is it not beneath your dignity to unleash your wrath upon a young girl?" At last, Sieta Biao discerned a sense of accomplishment in Li Fan's tone. "Consider this carefully. She is currently surrounded by my numerous subordinates." Unbeknownst to him, Li Fan was leisurely seated with a chilled beer in hand, enjoying a comedic performance by Wan Di Gang, while the hot pot on the table bubbled, filling the room with its delectable aroma. Li Fan, indulging in his favorite beef tripe, immersed it in the boiling broth, an art that required precisely 15 seconds of careful cooking. Before Li Fan could begin his countdown, Biao's voice suddenly resonated from the phone resting on the table in speaker mode. 15 seconds left. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Time's up. Have you made your decision? Li Fan raised his chopsticks, glancing at the perfectly cooked tripe before dipping it into a prepared sauce enriched with sesame paste, garlic, and coriander, eagerly savoring the first bite. Delightful. Delightful. What do you mean by that? Li Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing the deliciousness of the dish had caused him to lose track of the timer. Quickly regaining his composure, he retorted with feigned fury, I truly wish to obliterate you, Xiao old dog. Should you lay a finger on her, you shall undoubtedly regret it. All right, kid, just you wait, Xiao Biao replied, clutching the phone in one hand while continuing to grip Lu Ruyan's hair as he retreated into the bedroom. Soon, the room echoed with her anguished cries. It hurts. Not there, Her piercing wails persisted for nearly an hour. When the bedroom door finally swung open, Xiao Biao emerged, gesturing to his subordinates. Aside from Zhou Qiang, who sat silently in the corner, engrossed in his phone, the rest hurriedly rushed into the bedroom. It was not until after 4 hours that tranquility returned to the room, with everyone sprawled out in various positions throughout Xiao Biao's home. Lu Ruyan, who had been unconscious for an extended period, slowly opened her eyes, laboriously maneuvering past 2 sleeping men with tattooed arms. Dragging her weary body, she descended from the bed and entered the bathroom. Standing beneath the shower, droplets cascaded onto her skin, marred by bruises and bite marks. Tears mingled with the water, streaming down her face, her eyes devoid of life, filled instead with hatred, despair, and regret. Gazing into the mirror above the sink, thoughts of suicide flooded her mind countless times, yet she lacked the courage to follow through. After weeping for a long while, she finally emerged from the bathroom, only to encounter Zhou Qiang waiting at the door. With a self-deprecating smile, she loosened the knot of her bath towel, revealing her scar-riddled body. What is the matter? Wasn't there a place for you just now? How do you wish to play this? Zhou Qiang bent down to retrieve the towel from the floor, fastening it around Lu Ruyan's waist before turning to leave. Uttering a single statement, go sleep in the nanny's room. I prepared some medicine for you. Rest well. As Lu Ruyan watched Zhou Qiang's retreating figure, memories of witnessing Xiao Biao reprimanding him on numerous occasions flooded her mind. A glimmer of determination sparked within her. She could not afford to perish. If death was inevitable, she would take a few down with her. Perhaps Zhou Qiang could serve as an excellent point of leverage. Chapter 49. The situation grows dire. Having thoroughly enjoyed a sumptuous hot pot meal, Li Fan ascended to the observation deck, settling onto the sofa with a cup of tea, admiring the city that remained illuminated even in the early hours of the morning. In a moment of boredom, he pulled out his phone to scroll through short videos, noticing a stark contrast from the previous day's optimistic posts about the heatwave. Now, the content was predominantly filled with negativity, complaints about delayed ambulances, insufficient supply distributions, and grievances regarding employers withholding wages during the natural disaster. However, Li Fan paid little heed to these, instead seeking out several provincial official accounts for the latest announcements. Chang'an Prefecture, 62, 135 fatalities due to heat stroke. Shanghai, 98, 375 fatalities. Qintsong, 31, 890 fatalities. Jinju, 11, 282 fatalities. Baolin, 26, 544 fatalities. After perusing several municipal accounts, he noted the varying death tolls. Major cities had populations in the hundreds of thousands, and fatalities were around 70 to 80,000, while smaller cities fared slightly better, hovering around 10,000. Yet, as of now, the national official accounts had yet to release a comprehensive statistic. In a past life, he had been relegated to a warehouse, living in fear of depleting his phone's battery, hearing only snippets of the grim reality from others in the community. In this life, he realized that during the initial days of the apocalypse, the death toll had spiraled out of control. Just then, the voice of Ran Lin echoed in his mind. Li Fan, are you still awake? You must adapt to the routine of sleeping during the day and being awake at night. Why? He inquired. Because during the day, no one can venture outside, and thus, there is no need for vigilance. The darkness only begins at night. Look at those vehicles flashing their sirens, tirelessly traversing the city, attempting to prop up the buildings on the verge of collapse. Yet all of it is in vain, merely postponing the inevitable. Ran Lin's tone carried a sense of defeat. I can't see any of it, but you can utilize my eyes to observe the outside world, can't you? Yes. But are you not afraid that I might harm you? Li Fan had pondered this possibility since their first encounter, yet he had since grown indifferent. If Ran Lin truly wished to harm him, a mere ruse would suffice. There would be no need for her to orchestrate his rebirth. Although her memories were fragmented, and she remained uncertain of whether Corona posed a threat to Earth as civilization, she was at least a trustworthy ally for the time being. However, It was evident that Ran Lin harbored doubts about this trust, leaving Li Fan feeling somewhat helpless. Never mind. Before he could finish his thought, a faint burning sensation surged in his right eye once more, transforming it into a deep azure reminiscent of the cosmos. Li Fan, I have a question. What question? I have reviewed your records. 5 years ago, you also experienced a viral catastrophe, yet that time was not nearly as dire as the present. Li Fan lita cigaretta. Inhaling deeply before slowly explaining, it's different. Firstly, the number of fatalities is staggering. Just from the data I casually gathered, the death toll has already surpassed 400,000, mostly among the elderly, the weak, and those with pre-existing conditions. However, this represents a tremendous upheaval for the civil order of a peaceful era. Is it truly that chaotic simply due to the overwhelming number of deaths? Ran Lin asked incredulously. Li Fan shook his head with a smile, raising his teacup. Not solely that. In the past, during the pandemic lockdowns, only a few heavily affected areas were quarantined, while lightly affected zones experienced only brief restrictions. Throughout the lockdown, many supply industries remained operational, ensuring that essential goods continued to flow to the populace. Lightly affected regions could even extend support to heavily impacted areas in terms of medical aid and resource distribution 24 hours a day without interruption. However, at present, each city is compelled to be self-sufficient, with medical and essential supplies needing to be produced, transported, and distributed within the span of 10 hours from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. Smaller cities, with their modest populations, can barely manage this task. Yet, for sprawling metropolises with populations exceeding 10 million, it is an arduous endeavor. Chaos is an inevitable outcome. Yanlin retreated to the alternate dimension and remarked, Li Fan, please locate Nuka at the earliest opportunity. I require further memories. This is not solely for the purpose of reuniting with my kin, but also for you to comprehend the true nature of this catastrophe. Li Fan set down his teacup and reclined on the sofa. It matters not, at this moment. I am indifferent to the origins of this disaster. Nevertheless, I shall endeavor to gather information regarding Nuka. Subsequently, Yanlin fell into a contemplative silence. At 5 a.m, in the conference room of the Chang'an Municipal Bureau, the director sat at the head of the table, listening to video reports from various districts. With a worn expression and a hoarse voice, he stated, Comrades, the situation is more dire than anticipated. Since last night, at 7 p.m., the number of reported incidents has reached the total of the past 7 to 8 months. There have been over 1,000 homicides. Captains of the criminal investigation team, please share your thoughts. Chief Zhang Qingyang was the first to speak. Everyone is aware of the current predicament, so I shall be forthright with my proposal. In times of chaos, strict measures must be enforced. We should consider assigning a member from the prosecutor's office to each inspection team to apprehend, adjudicate, and execute sentences on site. Only through such actions can we instill a sense of reverence in the populace. Otherwise, public sentiment may veer off course. His words were heavy and pragmatic, yet no one dared to assume the repercussions of such a plan. The director hesitated to endorse Zhang's suggestion and instead turned to the military representative beside him. Colonel Meng, what is your opinion? Do not inquire of me. We will act in accordance with wartime management regulations. Our mandate is to assist you in maintaining stability. Should we encounter rioters, we shall adhere to our own protocols. As for handling the offenders, that is your concern, and I am afraid I cannot assist. Scanning the room, no one dared to revisit Zhang's proposal, not even the members of the National Security Department, who remained silent. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the director sighed in resignation and shook his head. Captain Zhang's proposal lacks feasibility. However, I shall forward this suggestion upwards. For now, let us continue with the procedures established last night. Raising his wrist to check the time, he noted it was already 6:30 a.m. Let's adjourn. Everyone should return home promptly to avoid being trapped here as temperatures rise after 6. Please take care to guard against heat stroke. The attendees quickly rose and departed the municipal building. Wang Yu, feeling utterly fatigued, drove homeward, while Wang Yun sat in the passenger seat, appearing deeply preoccupied. Sister, what are you lost in thought about? Exhausted, are we? Wang Yun shook her head, gazing at Wang Yu. Yeah. Do you still believe your younger brother is merely an ordinary university student? Wang Yu froze at her words, puzzled as to why her sister was again bringing up Li Fan. Why do you doubt him once more? Love blinds us to reason, does it not? Consider the underground fortress, the supplies, and the timing. Upon hearing this, a strange sensation began to develop within Wang Yu. As a criminal investigator, she possessed at least some analytical acumen. Yet, she had never suspected Li Fan until now, and with Wang Yun's prompting, everything fell into place. Are you suggesting that Li Fan was aware of the impending calamity all along? That the media base was a facade, and stockpiling supplies to evade the disaster was his true intent? Not foolish indeed. I had my doubts when I visited his fortress, I suspected he was not merely starting a business. However, at that time, I did not connect it to the impending disaster. Only just now, considering the current circumstances, does it seem that all his preparations were aimed at weathering this calamity. Wang Yu felt a chill run down her spine. She could scarcely fathom how an ordinary university student could possess such audacity, risking everything on this disastrous venture. Thoughts of whether Li Fan might seek to profit from this national crisis filled her with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. Chapter 50. Preparing to assault the fortress. Wang Yun, observing the dejected expression on Wang Yu's face, offered a faint smile. What troubles you? Have you discovered that the perfect image you held is not as flawless as you imagined? There is some disappointment. If he truly aims to profit from national misfortune, I shall personally take him into custody. Wang Yun rolled down the car window, and a wave of heat rushed in, causing her eyes to squint beneath her glasses. Do not be too disheartened. Perhaps he never intended to exploit the disaster for profit. How can that be? The supplies he procured were delivered in dozens of trucks. In such sweltering weather, if not processed promptly, many supplies will spoil. You underestimate this young man. Ever since that day, he emerged from the fortress. I have checked his records through the police system. Do you realize that his fortress was constructed with military-grade concrete? Moreover, the architectural style and performance are characteristic of defensive fortifications. His series of preparations indicate a long-term strategy for resisting adversaries. Long-term resistance? Why? Haven't you witnessed it for yourself tonight? Have many lives not been lost due to the scarcity of supplies? This is only the first day. Wang Yun recalled what Chun Zemin had told her about coastal cities potentially sinking, and how the capital might also be affected. She felt that the current sweltering heat was merely an appetizer for the impending catastrophe. Yeah, how long do you believe this disaster will last? Do they not predict around 8 days? I doubt it will conclude so swiftly. This world is on the brink of transformation. The two women returned home, each consumed by their own thoughts. After showering, Wang Yu entered her room to find Wang Yun poring over files at the computer. Leaning closer, she discovered that Wang Yun was examining Li Fan's bank transaction records and calculating his purchasing list on paper. Half an hour later, 2 A4 sheets were filled with notes, leaving Wang Yu astonished at the quantity of supplies listed. Sister, all of this was purchased by Li Fan? Wang Yun nodded, her expression grave. This is merely a rough estimate. The actual amount is likely even greater. Yet this quantity differs from what we observed that day. What we saw was probably only half of your calculations. A glimmer of insight flickered in Wang Yun's eyes as she slowly articulated. Thus, we have been deceived. That fortress is undoubtedly more extensive than the few layers we witnessed. There must be additional underground space. Are you suggesting there are 3 subterranean levels? Could the 3 individuals who were killed be real? A wave of panic washed over Wang Yu. She feared that Li Fan might indeed be involved in murder. Wang Yun chuckled. It is still uncertain. These are merely my deductions. Wang Yu, bewildered, shook her head and murmured, "It appears I must pay another visit." Wang Yun gently patted Wang Yu's head and said, "Now is not the time to investigate the deaths of a few low-level thugs. We will likely be busier tonight. Let us set this aside for now. Who knows what the future holds?" Conflicting emotions swirled within Wang Yu. The tender stirrings of youth mingling with the uncertainty of loss and gain. The following day, as the sun barely broke the horizon, temperatures soared to 48 degrees. With the air conditioning struggling to maintain a mere 30 degrees indoors. At the Lishui Villa, in the home of Sieta Biao, over 20 individuals resided, with all air conditioners set to their lowest, keeping the interior at around 36 or 37 degrees. This group comprised Sieta Biao's most elite and loyal subordinates, among whom several whispered conspiratorially to Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang felt a twinge of displeasure as he surveyed the room filled with his comrades. Rising from his seat, he approached Sieta Biao and whispered, "Brother Biao, the provisions you've prepared are running low. We can only afford one more meal." Several brothers have expressed their desire to return home, not wanting to burden you further. Sieta Biao, cradling a bottle of mineral water, took a hearty swig before reclining on the sofa, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ruyen, who sat not far away. His eyes narrowed slightly, a habitual gesture of contemplation. Zhang Liang immediately fell silent, awaiting Sieta Biao's directive. After a prolonged moment, a decisive glint flickered in Sieta Biao's eyes, as if he had reached a resolution. He turned to Zhang Liang and said, "Inform the brothers that returning home merely adds to their family's burdens. Tonight, we will retrieve supplies." "Tonight? Where shall we procure these supplies?" Zhang Liang inquired. "First, summon Hailang. Then we shall make a trip to Li Fan's fortress. This time, we must be fully prepared." Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. They all knew that Li Fan's fortress was brimming with abundant resources, and being underground, it was likely cooler than this basement garage. "Brother Biao, you finally seem inclined to take action," he exclaimed. If we can breach the fortress and seize control, we can enjoy the spoils in comfort. Xie Biao smiled knowingly and called out to Lu Ruyin in the corner, Lu Ruyin, you will accompany us tonight. Lu Ruyin merely nodded numbly, her expression devoid of emotion. Zhang Liang glanced at Lu Ruyin beside Xie Biao, unconsciously licking his lips as if savoring the thrilling events of the previous night. Brother, are you planning to use her to unlock the fortress door? Yes. Bringing her along is crucial. She holds the key to that door. Once it is opened, Li Fan will be like a lamb for slaughter. Go and reassure the brothers. Filled with exhilaration, Zhang Liang set off to calm the others, subsequently calling to instruct Hailang to arrive at Li Shui's villa that evening. At noon, deep within the fortress's underground third level, several blocks of ice were positioned in front of the ventilation shafts. A gentle mist wafted in with the breeze. Li Fan, fast asleep on the sofa, was covered with a blanket, shivering slightly. Achoo! Alo snaza starla Li Fanawaka. And he instinctively tightened his grip on the blanket while sniffing. Damn it, I've used too many ice blocks. I hope I don't catch a cold. He checked the thermometer and found the indoor temperature had plummeted to 11 degrees Celsius, prompting him to rise and stash away half of the ice blocks. In reality, the fortress was equipped with central air conditioning, but its effectiveness was rather limited. Since the advent of the alternate space, the abundant ice blocks originally intended for preserving meat had become useless, repurposed by Li Fan to lower the temperature. To his surprise, the results were immediate, though maintaining a stable temperature proved challenging. Seeing the outdoor thermometer register 52 degrees, Li Fan could hardly fathom how long a person could endure such heat outside. He moved to the kitchen and prepared a pot of seafood porridge before heading to the surveillance station to review the footage from his slumber. When he checked Lu Ruyan's phone footage, he overheard Xie Biao plotting an assault on his fortress that very night. Instantly, exhilaration surged through him. He had initially expected Xie Biao to wait a few more days, taking advantage of the chaos as conditions worsened. He hadn't anticipated such an immediate reaction. Pacing back and forth in the room, his mind raced until he halted, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes as a plan formed. Xie Biao, I hope you bring all your lackeys. I shall serve them a boiling pot. After lunch, Li Fan entered the alternate space and crafted several items in the materials laboratory. Then, emerging from the alternate space, he busied himself on the ground floor. Chapter 51. Old men are cunning, old horses are sleek. As the clock struck 7 p.m., Hailang braved the sweltering heat to arrive at Li Shui's villa. Inside Xie Biao's home, excitement bubbled among the group, for Zhang Liang had informed them that not only was Li Fan's fortress cool, but it also contained a wealth of supplies. Should they conquer the fortress, they could enjoy a comfortable existence during the calamity and sell the surplus provisions at high prices, with Brother Biao promising each person a generous reward. Zhang Liang led Hailang to Xie Biao. Brother Biao, Hailang has arrived. Upon seeing Hailang, Xie Biao inquired with concern, Are your injuries healing? Thank you for your concern. Brother Biao, I feel much better as long as I avoid any strenuous activity. Tonight, we seek vengeance for our fallen brothers. You will accompany me. Understood, but Brother Biao, won't such a blatant approach attract the police? Xie Biao chuckled as he picked up his phone, dialed the emergency number, and set it to speaker for all to hear. The busy signal echoed through the room. See, the police are currently swamped. They are too occupied with distributing supplies to concern themselves with a rootless wildling. Upon hearing Xie Biao's words, the group grew more eager, clamoring to set off immediately. What are we waiting for? Brother, let's go. We shall avenge Li Gu and the others. Once inside the fortress, I want that little brat to regret ever being born. Xie Biao scanned the group of younger brothers and frowned, asking, Where is Lu Ruyan? A voice from the back, belonging to Zhou Qiang, responded, She's in the restroom. Tell her to hurry. In the restroom, Lu Ruyan clutched her phone, her fingers flying across the screen as she sent a text. Xie Biao is coming to trouble you tonight. A swift reply arrived. Understood. Remember, once the door is opened, do not enter, or you shall bear the consequences. Upon reading the message, a fleeting, deranged smile crossed her otherwise expressionless face. Hearing Zhou Chang's urging from outside, she deleted the text and stepped out to face Xie Biao. Whether or not Li Fan opens the door tonight depends on you. If you can unlock it, you need only serve me well afterward. Once the calamity ends, we shall part ways. Xie Biao regarded Lu Ruyan's impassive face and shifted his tone, speaking ominously. However, if you fail to unlock Li Fan's door, you will belong to us brothers from now on. I trust you would prefer to avoid another experience like last night. Upon hearing the latter part of Xie Biao's statement, boundless hatred flickered in Lu Ruyan's eyes as she numbly nodded. I understand. After receiving Lu Ruyan's response, Xie Biao rose from the sofa. He retreated to his bedroom, opened the safe, and retrieved an M1911, checking the magazine before stowing it in his bag. He then gathered 20 men and 5 or 6 vehicles, setting off in a grand procession towards Li Fan's fortress. As the convoy halted outside the fortress walls, Li Fan had already been waiting on the second floor for quite some time, observing through the surveillance feed. He noted that Xie Biao and his crew were not rushing toward the fortress, but instead huddled closely against the outer wall, mistakenly believing themselves concealed. Little did they know, every move they made was under Li Fan's vigilant observation. Everyone remained silent and stealthily approached the fortress from either side, he instructed. At his command, the group crept quietly towards the fortress, hiding alongside the doors. Xie Biao then pushed Lu Ruyan forward, whispering, "Go knock on the door." Lu Ruyan's heart raced. She was uncertain of Li Fan's preparations, but one thing was certain. Tonight, there would be bloodshed. Remembering Li Fan's instructions, she approached the entrance and raised her hand to knock forcefully. The heavy titanium alloy door, no matter how one knocks, yields no sound from within. Li Fan observed through the mobile surveillance camera as Lu Ruyan rapped on the door. He picked up a remote control from the nearby table and pressed a button, causing the titanium alloy door to open with a soft hiss. Upon witnessing the effortless opening of the door, Xie Biao furrowed his brow and gestured to his underlings. "Brothers, charge in." At his command, Zhang Liang led the charge, his gang of brothers vociferously pushing open the titanium alloy door and rushing inside. The moment the door swung open, Lu Ruyan stepped aside, refraining from entering the stronghold. Meanwhile, Xie Biao cautiously lingered outside, peering in, accompanied by He Lang and Zhou Qiang, who also did not rush in. As Li Fan pressed the button to open the door, he switched the surveillance feed to the first floor, watching as those who rushed in were predominantly foes from a past life. A smile involuntarily spread across his face, but before he could fully savor the moment, he noticed the conspicuous absence of Xie Biao in the crowd. Hastily, he switched the feed back to the exterior, only to find Xie Biao still lurking by the door. Peering inside, anxiety crept into Li Fan's heart. "What the hell are you waiting for? Get inside already. Are you laying eggs out there?" Yet, despite his anticipation, Xie Biao remained outside. After witnessing his underlings enter without any sign of conflict, Xie Biao called out, "Liangzi, have you found that wild spawn?" Zhang Liang's voice echoed from within. "Biao Ge, I haven't seen Li Fan on the first floor, and the doors leading to the basement and upper floors won't budge. How can they not open? Didn't you bring a breaching tool?" "It's no use. We don't know what material this door is made of. The breaching tool we brought has already broken, and the door shows no signs of damage." "What else on the first floor?" "Nothing at all." Upon hearing this, Xie Biao's expression shifted, and he stepped back repeatedly. He glanced up, alert, towards the lookout tower, seizing Lu Ruyan by the neck and shielding himself with her. He produced a handgun from his bag, concealing it behind Lu Ruyan, and shouted loudly into the stronghold, "We've been tricked. Come out." Witnessing this scene on the surveillance, Li Fan let out a resigned sigh. "Ah, truly, the old are crafty, the seasoned slippery. This old fox is more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox." He pressed another button on the remote control and, armed with a crossbow, dashed towards the lookout tower. At the moment Li Fan pressed the button, the door on the first floor slammed shut with a resounding thud, accompanied by the sound of the lock engaging. Outside, Xie Biao noticed the door locking and felt a chill run down his spine. He retreated while still holding Lu Ruyan in front of him, his gaze fixed on the lookout tower. As Xie Biao neared the car, Li Fan arrived at the lookout tower, observing Xie Biao preparing to exit the courtyard. With Lu Ruyan still in his grasp, without hesitation, he raised the crossbow and targeted the small portion of Xie Biao's exposed head through the shooting aperture, disregarding the potential harm to Lu Ruyan. Just then, Xie Biao noticed Li Fan's aim and instinctively raised his concealed arm behind Lu Ruyan. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, causing Xie Biao's head to jolt, and the crossbow lost its aim, grazing Lu Ruyan's hair and piercing through Xie Biao's ear. Clutching his ear, Xie Biao dashed to the car, slammed the door shut, ignited the engine, and sped away like a bat out of hell. Zhou Qiang dragged Lu Ruyan and He Lang towards another vehicle. Faced with this outcome, Li Fan could only helplessly lower his crossbow, watching the 2 cars vanish into the distance. A sense of dissatisfaction gnawed at him. After investing 5 or 6 hours and expending so many resources, he had only captured a handful of inconsequential minions. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, grateful that he had not turned against Xie Biao before the fortress was completed. Otherwise, a bullet from Xie Biao could be a real threat. While his clothing could withstand bullets, his head had no protection. If it were to be struck, it would indeed be the end. Checking the bulletproof glass for any marks, he felt considerably reassured. He turned and descended from the lookout tower to the second floor, entering a room. Crouching down, he lifted a metal plate from the floor, revealing a 2-square-meter glass panel that allowed a direct view of the first floor. Observing 17 tattooed men flailing about like ants on a hot stove, repeatedly striking 3 doors, he couldn't help but smile. Heh, tonight promises to be entertaining. Chapter 52, An Unforgettable Evening. Upon hearing Xie Biao instruct them to retreat, Zhang Liang realized they had been deceived. Leading his underlings, they barely reached the titanium alloy door when it automatically closed. Additionally, the door required a mechanical code to unlock from within. A group of them surrounded the door, hammering and knocking, but the door bore no marks whatsoever. Suddenly, faint gunfire echoed from outside, heightening the urgency among the group, prompting them to strike the door with renewed vigor. They were acutely aware that Li Fan had previously eliminated 3 of their brothers. Although they had yet to see him, the uncertainty of waiting was the most terrifying aspect. Liang, what should we do? We can't break through. Zhang Liang surveyed the 100-square-meter room, realizing it was a living room. Apart from a door leading to the staircase upstairs and another to the basement, there were 3 doors leading to the bedrooms. He quickly addressed his underlings, "Don't panic. 2 of you stay and continue trying to breach the door, while the rest head to those 3 bedroom doors and give them a try." At his command, aside from the 2 who were still attempting to break down the main door, the remainder divided into 3 groups, each launching an assault on one of the bedroom doors. Li Fan stood above them, watching as they engaged in futile efforts, remaining unperturbed. Extracting a recliner and a coffee table from an alternate space, he set out chilled watermelon and lit a cigarette, relishing the spectacle of their desperate struggle. Mentally addressing Ran Lin, he instructed Xiao Ran, "Begin collecting their appearance and movement data. Are you going to create surveillance footage?" "Yes, I will inform you of the contents once I'm finished." "Is it really necessary?" Li Fan nodded with a smile, a spark of wisdom glimmering in his eyes. "Absolutely necessary. Just think, if you were Xie Biao, with your most trusted brothers trapped, what would you do?" After a moment of silence, Ran Lin replied, he would either gather more men for a rescue or completely abandon this group. There is also a possibility he might come to negotiate with you. Li Fan shook his head, analyzing, gathering more men is impossible. His most loyal and courageous underlings are right here. The rest are merely a motley crew gathered by self-interest. Abandoning this group is equally implausible. It's not out of virtue, but rather the realization that if he forsakes them, his standing in Chang'an will be irrevocably damaged. In their line of work, loyalty is paramount. Negotiation is out of the question. He knows I want to kill him. Negotiating would mean capitulating. So what will he do? Li Fan smirka coldly. If his underhanded tactics fail, he will resort to more legitimate means. Let's not forget, he has a formidable shield in Chang'an. Though I do not know who it is, but to have preserved such a dark influence for over a decade, one can presume their rank is not insignificant. Ran Lin suddenly understood, asking, "You're collecting their data and creating surveillance footage to deal with his protector?" Cunningly, it is not yet the opportune moment to confront the official front. Thus we must resort to subtle stratagems to preserve our dignity. The physical and athletic data of the 17 individuals has been meticulously gathered. Is vocal input necessary? Li Fan pondered for a brief moment before responding. Certainly, it is essential. Then you must ensure that each of them articulates their thoughts. There is no rush. Let the bullets fly a while longer. Do you comprehend what kind of fear is the most desolate? The voice of Ran Lin, laced with pride, interjected. "I know this. It's the fear of the unknown. Just like a bowstring drawn taut, the anticipation before the arrow is released is the most terrifying, for one cannot foresee its trajectory. Indeed, let them expend their mental and physical strength before I indulge in my amusement." A glint of murderous intent flickered in Li Fan's eyes as he smiled faintly, silently observing a group of individuals grappling with despair. Reflecting on his past life, he recalled that had he not humbly beseeched Xie Biao, this Zhang Liang and his few lackeys would have long since met their demise. An hour passed, and Zhang Liang along with his cohorts were drenched in sweat, parched and fatigued. "Brother Liang, none of these doors will budge. What shall we do? Are we to be trapped here indefinitely?" Zhang Liang surveyed his exhausted comrades, each one visibly drained and swallowing hard, clearly at the brink of dehydration. "Do not panic. Li Fan has yet to appear, which indicates he lacks the confidence to confront us directly. We could always negotiate terms with him." Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, the anxious expressions of the group softened somewhat. Although Li Fan had slain 3 of their brothers, they had not witnessed it firsthand, and thus still regarded Li Fan as a manageable university student. Observing the group huddled together in a moment of respite, their panic gradually subsided. Li Fan discarded the watermelon rind and picked up a microphone from the computer desk in the room, tapping it to test its functionality. "Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to the 17 esteemed guests in my fortress. I am here, please look up." As he spoke, Li Fan stood on the glass, gesturing to the crowd below. His voice emanated from the sound system mounted on the first-floor ceiling. Zhang Liang and his companions looked up to see Li Fan perched on a sheet of glass, greeting them with a mocking demeanor. Fury ignited within them as they leapt up, cursing vehemently. "Damn you, you bastard! If you have the guts, come down here I'll make you regret being born. Another shouted, "Get down here, you coward. Hiding like this is no feat." In that moment, they unleashed their pent-up fear, a natural reaction of the strong feeling threatened by the weak. In their minds, Li Fan was merely an orphan without support, someone who should cower before them. Yet tonight, as scene instilled a sense of dread towards Li Fan instead. How could these habitual bullies accept such emotions? Only through curses and insults could they feebly reclaim a semblance of their dignity. Li Fan smiled faintly, quietly observing their vitriol. He leisurely drew out a crossbow, opening a shooting aperture from the corner of the glass, and casually aimed at one of them, pulling the trigger. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth like a meteor, piercing through the right eye of the loudest blond man, taking with it an eyeball and a spray of red and white. The blond man had barely registered the danger before his remaining eye was filled with regret and terror as he fell back, lifeless. The surrounding individuals promptly scattered. The previously boisterous room now plunged into an eerie silence. Especially the few who had shouted the loudest, their eyes darted away from Li Fan, bodies trembling slightly, as they instinctively sought refuge behind those nearby. Meanwhile, others deliberately distanced themselves from the most vocal, inadvertently spotlighting them. Li Fan retracted the crossbow, maintaining a serene smile reminiscent of a dragon king, and once more grasped the microphone, clearing his throat. Ahem. Allow me to reiterate my opening remarks. Welcome to the 16 friends in my fortress. I hope tonight will be an unforgettable experience. Music commenced. Li Fan selected a tune on his phone, addressing the microphone. The vast horizon is my love. He quickly apologized. My apologies, wrong track. After a few more taps on his phone, unforgettable tonight, unforgettable tonight. Zhang Liang glared fiercely at Li Fan, his cheeks puffed with anger, teeth nearly grinding to dust. He understood that Li Fan was mocking them. However, he could not fathom why. Having met Li Fan only once before while most of his lackeys were encountering him for the first time, he felt that this was a meticulously planned revenge. They must endure despair, fear, and humiliation. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, he recognized that they were the fish, while Li Fan wielded the knife. Li Fan could indiscriminately slay them, while they were powerless to retaliate, akin to a group of condemned prisoners bound hand and foot, waiting for the bullet destined for them. In observing Li Fan, he saw not a trace of panic in him from the act of killing. That composure and indifference instilled in him an illusion of facing a professional assassin. Was this truly an ordinary university student? An orphan bereft of parents and support? Regardless, he must initiate a dialogue with Li Fan. Zhang Liang called out, "Li Fan, let us discuss. We harbor no deep-seated enmity. There is no need for this." "Sure. Listen to the music, such exquisite melodies. You must truly immerse yourselves." Li Fan interrupted Zhang Liang, placing a finger to his lips. Minutes later, as the music concluded, Li Fan seized the microphone. "Such delightful music. Why is there no applause?" The crowd looked at Li Fan, perceiving him as somewhat juvenile and a bit unhinged. Too terrified to utter a sound, fearing he might shoot them again. "Your spirits seem low. The enthusiasm has yet to ignite. As I mentioned, tonight must be an indelible experience for you all. Allow me to assist in stirring your blood and igniting your passions." With that, Li Fan picked up the remote for the door and pressed another red button. From the edges of the first-floor ceiling, black tubes erupted every few meters. With a muffled thud, the tubes unleashed fiery jets. These were the flame-spitting outlets Li Fan had specifically installed at noon, not to incinerate them, but to torment them. There was no particular reason, only a desire to provide a perfect reckoning for the days he had been treated like a dog in his past life. As the flames erupted, the group hastily gathered in the central safe zone, though they avoided being burned alive in this confined space. The already stifling heat quickly escalated to a terrifying level. Li Fan's smile broadened, his eyes alight with madness. At that moment, he heard Ran Lin's anxious concern echoing in his mind. "Li Fan, are you all right?" "I me perfectly fine. I feel splendid," he replied, though his tone grew somber. "Yet, I sense something unfamiliar in my current state." The madness in Li Fan's eyes gradually receded, his voice melancholic as he gazed at the suffering of those below. "Ran Lin, do you know how utterly demeaning it is to kneel and beg? Do you comprehend the taste of porridge tainted with urine? Do you comprehend the sensation of being reduced to a mere seat, crawling on the ground for 2 lengthy hours, merely to demand a bottle of water that inherently belonged to you? Are you aware of the excruciating pain of being beaten to the brink of death due to a failed escape? That profound sense of despair, humiliation, and the feeling of being at the mercy of others, treated as a source of entertainment in their apocalyptic amusement. This is etched into my very soul." Ran Lin remained silent for an extended period, during which Li Fan could sense the simmering fury within her. Was it them? Indeed, it was they who imparted upon me this lesson on the depravity of human nature, a lesson that is forever ingrained in my memory. You must be enduring great hardship, are you not? Li Fan, lost in recollection, eventually snapped back to the present and replied with a smile. I suppose it's not too bad. In my previous life, I encountered some individuals who helped heal me. Observing the crowd below, all collapsed on the ground due to the oppressive heat and lack of oxygen. Li Fan finally shut off the flame. Have they completed the data collection? Yes, aside from the voices of 4 individuals, we gathered everything else, came the response. Li Fan nodded, stating, that will suffice. As he spoke, he retrieved a crossbow, methodically loading it with bolts while relaying the necessary surveillance details to Ran Lin. Drawing back the shooting aperture, he called out names one by one. With each arrow, he dispatched a scum of society. Zhang Liang and his companions were utterly exhausted, unable to resist, forced to watch helplessly as their underlings fell one after another to the deadly bolts. Those who had yet to take their turn, witnessing their companions being pierced, exhausted their last reserves of strength to plead for mercy. Please don't kill me. I have a wife and children. I beg you. I don't want to die. Let me do anything for you. I was coerced into coming here by him, by that Zhang. Others resorted to curses. Li Fan, may you meet a wretched end. Bastard, your retribution will come. Li Fan, indifferent to the pleas and curses below, maintained a serene demeanor. His crossbow bolts found their mark without fail. Once a quiver was emptied, he promptly reloaded. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Liang shouted, Li Fan, don't kill us. Let us talk. Li Fan turned to him with indifference and inquired, talk? About what? We harbor no deep-seated hatred. If you kill us all at once, you will bear the weight of a murderer's guilt. Oh, and then what? He continued, his hands still busy loading bolts. We can help you dispose of the bodies, ensuring the police remain oblivious. We can testify that you released us. The others simply vanished. It won't implicate you. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's suggestion, a sardonic smile crept across Li Fan's face, and he completed the loading of the bolts. Continuing his assault, he remarked, Zhang Liang, you've taken many lives. Haven to you? Please, spare me the pretense of being a benevolent soul, a paragon of virtue who never harms others. Among those you've killed, were there not individuals who pleaded for mercy? Surely there were, yet you still killed them. Why was that? Zhang Liang realized that Li Fan had no intention of sparing any of them. The bolts continued to fly, and as the last of his underlings met a gruesome fate, despair shattered Zhang Liang's mental defenses, and he screamed in agony, why? Why? We've only met twice. Why must you annihilate us all? Are you insane? Damn you. Li Fan, observing Zhang Liang's frantic demeanor, felt a surge of amusement, which erupted into laughter. Cackling madly, he addressed Zhang Liang. Why? Ha ha ha. Simply because I delight in it. With a swift motion, an arrow pierced through Zhang Liang's throat. This was intentional, allowing his brain to remain active as he experienced the slow ebbing of his life. Zhang Liang clutched his throat, blood spewing forth with his labored breaths. His face contorted in fear, and the agony of suffocation distorted his features into an even more grotesque visage. In less than 10 minutes, the first floor fell silent. Gazing at the carnage strewn across the ground, Li Fan exhaled a deep sigh, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders, his pent-up grievances finally released. And a smile of liberation graced his face. He activated the ventilation system on the first floor and placed several ice blocks inside, unwilling to face the oppressive heat while cleaning up the aftermath. Approaching the computer desk, he picked up a chilled slice of watermelon, activating the tablet beside him to connect to Lu Ruyan's surveillance feed. Chapter 54. Xie Biao's plan when Xie Biao returned to the Lishui villa. Old Xiao from the clinic, accompanied by several underlings, had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing Xie Biao clutching his ears, blood trickling from his fingers and staining half his face, they rushed over in astonishment. Big brother, what happened? Who hurt you? Xie Biao's expression was as dark as a storm cloud, his eyes betraying a glimmer of fear. Zhou Qiang, standing behind him, stepped forward to open the door, instructing old Xiao, brother Xiao, no questions now. Let us get inside and treat the injuries. Only then did the crowd escort Xie Biao into the house, while Hailang and Lu Ruyan lingered at the rear, each with their own thoughts. After a round of treatment, Xie Biao, sporting a bandage around his head and missing a substantial portion of his ear, sat on the living room sofa. The 7 or 8 individuals who had come with old Xiao were those previously involved in Zhou Chang's loan business, standing in fearful silence against the wall. Xie Biao surveyed the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Lu Ruyan. Was it you who betrayed us? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's heart raced with panic, and she immediately defended herself. It wasn't Team Me. I don't know why Li Fan ambushed us in advance. Xie Biao narrowed his eyes, emanating a chilling aura akin to a tiger poised to strike. Lu Ruyan recoiled, shaking her head repeatedly, her words tumbling over each other in frantic explanation. It was Team Me, I swear. Standing nearby, Zhou Qiang approached Xie Biao cautiously, suggesting, "Uncle, I believe it's unlikely Lu Ruyin is the culprit." At the moment, Li Fan shot that arrow without regard for her life. If it weren't for the few shots you fired that caused his arrow to veer off course, he might have intended to kill both you and Lu Ruyin. Hearing Zhou Qiang's words, Xie Biao paused, his suspicion towards Lu Ruyin gradually dissipating. At that moment, he too sensed that Li Fan indeed hadn't considered Lu Ruyin as fate. If she were truly in collusion with Li Fan to orchestrate their demise, she wouldn't have shot that arrow without hesitation. He then turned his attention to Hai Lang, his voice low and serious. "Why didn't you go in at that time?" Hai Lang's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly explained, "Big brother, my injuries aren't suited for strenuous activity. Old Xiao knows this. I feared I would hinder my brothers if I went inside." Old Xiao chimed in to support his claim, "Big brother, Hai Lang's injuries truly don't allow for vigorous movement." The arrow entered from his back, and had it penetrated just 2 centimeters further, it would have reached his heart. Upon hearing Old Xiao's explanation, Xie Biao's suspicions regarding Hai Lang and Li Fan's collusion diminished. He had once doubted whether Hai Lang and Li Fan were staging a ruse against him. But given Old Xiao's comments, it seemed Li Fan had nearly killed Hai Lang as well. No one would stage such a ruse with their life at stake. Xie Biao lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa, his head resting against the back as he gazed blankly at the ceiling. Was that young rascal Li Fan truly endowed with foresight, anticipating that he would take action against him, thus meticulously preparing a pit for him to fall into? Lao Xiao glanced back and forth at the four who had fled, cautiously inquiring, "Eldest brother, what exactly transpired? What about Liangzi and the others?" Yet, Xie Biao seemed oblivious, offering no response. Meanwhile, Zhou Qiang quietly recounted the events that had unfolded earlier. After absorbing the night's occurrences, Lao Xiao was left in a state of uncertainty. "Are you suggesting that Liangzi and the brothers have been captured by Li Fan?" Zhou Qiang nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, we are unaware of what transpired inside the room. Li Fan was poised to eliminate us from his lookout, and we had no means of counterattack, so we could only retreat and devise a plan." As if coming back to his senses, Xie Biao sighed. "Liangzi and the others are likely in grave danger." The others were struck with astonishment. "Lao Xiao Pomtri Intazet. That cannot be. Liangzi and his band number over a dozen. They are seasoned brothers. Surely they can handle a mere university student?" Xie Biao shook his head, asserting, "Since Li Fan employed the strategy of a feigned retreat and a trap for the unwary, he must have been well prepared. Do you truly believe he lacks means to deal with Liangzi and his crew? But he wouldn't kill them all, would he? Perhaps he has taken Zhang Liang and the others hostage as leverage, aiming to negotiate with us," Lao Xiao proposed. This notion struck a nerve with Xie Biao, who pointed to his injured ear, exclaiming, "Lao Xiao, do you call this a negotiation?" Faced with Xie Biao's fierce countenance, Lao Xiao was rendered speechless. At that moment, Black Wolf's eyes glinted as he addressed Xie Biao. "Eldest brother, regardless of Liang Ji's fate, we must attempt a rescue. Should we not gather the brothers and give it a try? I will lead the charge and be the first to rush in." Xie Biao surveyed the assembled individuals, his heart heavy with sorrow. Zhang Liang's team represented his most loyal and formidable enforcers, managing 3 nightclubs for him with ruthless efficiency. The remaining men he could rally were nothing but timid weaklings, a gaggle of useless rabble. With them in tow, he feared Li Fan's arrows would send them fleeing faster than himself. "Forget it. Let us not incur further casualties," he concluded. "Does this mean we will abandon Liang Ge and the others?" Black Wolf's statement ignited the flames of urgency within Xie Biao. Initially, he had contemplated yielding, shaken by the recent arrow's impact. However, confronted with the gazes of those present, he recognized the necessity of demonstrating resolve. It seemed he would have to unveil his final trump card, his protector within the law. A considerable portion of his illicit profits, 40%, was funneled to that individual. "Rest assured, Liangzi has been my brother for 7 or 8 years, and I will certainly not abandon them. If the underhanded approach fails, I shall resort to legitimate means. I refuse to believe that orphan dares to oppose the might of the state." Upon hearing this, Black Wolf's eyes sparkled with delight. He had succeeded in his intention to corner Xie Biao into leveraging his connections. One of the objectives of his undercover assignment was to ascertain the identity of Xie Biao's protector. Lao Xiao then suggested, "Should we not contact Li Fan first, to gauge his stance? If we can resolve this peacefully and rescue Liangzi and the others, that would be ideal. Once they return, we could deliberate further." Lao Xiao still held the belief that it was improbable for Li Fan to execute all those individuals at once. He was Xie Biao's personal physician, having never participated in any killings within the gang, and thus lacked a profound understanding of violence. "Do you still believe Liangzi and the others are alive?" Xie Biao took a moment to compose himself before responding, "We have underestimated this orphan. From our 2 recent encounters, It is evident that he is not the benign yet cowardly figure I once perceived. He is decisive in his actions and meticulous in his planning. I suspect that fortress and the stockpiled supplies were prepared for this impending disaster. Surely not. Could he have foreseen the calamity? Xie Biao let out a cold laugh. Do not forget, he is a student at Xi'an University of Technology. His information network must be far superior to that of the average person. I have every reason to believe he was forewarned about the disaster, and thus constructed that fortress and stockpiled supplies. All that nonsense about online sales is utterly ridiculous. Zhou Qiang appeared puzzled, asking, "Cousin, considering the sheer volume of supplies he has acquired, combined with the inventory from his supermarket, is it not excessive? Stockpiling such quantities would be wasteful, wouldn't it?" Xie Biao cast a disdainful glance at his cousin, retorting, "We can conceive of stockpiling supplies to profit from a disaster. Do you think he cannot?" At this pronouncement, the others suddenly grasped the implications. If he had received advance warning of the impending disaster, he would undoubtedly consider how to stockpile resources and capitalize on the situation. Xie Biao glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. "Enough, everyone go rest. I will reach out to that individual. It seems there will be no time tonight to rescue Zhang Liang and the others. Get some good rest. Tomorrow night, we shall accompany the police to rescue Zhang Liang. Let's hope they are still alive." With that, he picked up his phone and returned to his bedroom, locking the door behind him. The others departed from Xie Biao's residence. Black Wolf, observing the closed bedroom door, felt a flicker of excitement, but hesitated before leaving as well. Zhou Qiang gazed longingly at Lu Ruyin, hoping for a response to his earlier assistance. Yet, Lu Ruyin seemed oblivious to Zhou Qiang's fervent gaze. Casually entered a bedroom, locked the door, and began tapping away on her phone. Zhou Qiang cast a resentful glance at the closed door, wary of provoking Xie Biao's ire by causing a ruckus, and begrudgingly retreated to his own room. Chapter 55. Xie Biao's protector at the office building of the Chang'an Municipal Bureau, Zhang Cheng, just finished handling a violent clash resulting from looting supplies when his phone rang. Upon seeing the number, his expression instantly hardened. The owner of this number was Black Wolf, an undercover operative he had placed within Xie Biao's ranks. He would only call directly under exceptional circumstances. Closing the office door behind him, he answered the call, and Black Wolf's voice came through. "Boss, can your fishball noodles be delivered?" Zhang Cheng's expression relaxed slightly as he replied, "We still have noodles, but we're out of fish balls. Is that acceptable?" "Captain, I have important information to report." Although the primary objective now was to maintain stability, Zhang Cheng was unwilling to let Xie Biao slip through his fingers after pursuing him for so long. Even if there was no time to address Xie Biao's matters now, he was determined to gather all evidence, and once the disaster passed, he would be the first to eradicate this malignant tumor. "You see, I'm alone here. Tonight." Xie Biao took his crew from the nightclub to Li Fan's fortress, intending to exact revenge and seize the fortress. However, it seems Li Fan had set a trap, imprisoning Zhang Liang and his group inside the fortress. Their current fate is unknown. This revelation sent a jolt through Zhang Cheng, the veteran detective. Again? This Li Fan, who exactly is he? Do you have any intel on your end? After the information you provided last time, I dispatched personnel to search his stronghold, but we found nothing. The data gathered here indicates that Li Fan is merely an ordinary university student. However, Li Fan is far from being an ordinary student. During our last encounter, we intended only to probe his stronghold, yet he dared to take lethal action, exhibiting a psychological resilience that is not characteristic of a typical university student. Moreover, I witnessed 3 individuals perish before my very eyes. How can we find nothing? Zhang Qinggong's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he lit a cigarette, pondering deeply. "Are you certain it was Li Fan who detained Zhang Liang and his associates?" "Yes. I accompanied them and saw with my own eyes as Zhang Liang entered the stronghold with 17 henchmen, only for the gates to be sealed thereafter. Shortly thereafter, Li Fan appeared atop the stronghold's watchtower and opened fire on Xie Biao. Had it not been for Xie Biao's retaliatory gunfire, which disrupted his aim, he would likely be a corpse by now." "What? Are you saying that Li Fan not only imprisoned Zhang Liang's gang, but also intended to eliminate Xie Biao? What is Xie Biao's current situation? That fellow still possesses a firearm?" I was equally astonished that he had a gun. Nevertheless, Xie Biao must be greatly frightened, as that arrow nearly pierced his skull. By the way, Li Fan wields a crossbow of terrifying power, capable of penetrating walls and shattering stone. When Black Wolf spoke of Li Fan's crossbow, his tone was laced with lingering trepidation, as if that weapon instilled more fear in him than Xie Biao's handgun. Zhang Chenggang, however, paid little heed to Li Fan's crossbow. His concern lay with Xie Biao's next course of action, prompting him to inquire, "What will Xie Biao do next?" Black Wolf responded with palpable excitement, "Captain Zhang, this is the most critical matter I wish to report to you. Xie Biao is preparing to employ the umbrella to act against Li Fan." Upon hearing this, Zhang Chenggang leaped to his feet, exclaiming, "Really? That's splendid news. After 7 long years of exhausting every avenue to uncover this scoundrel, we finally have a breakthrough. This menace is of utmost importance. Once the umbrella is dismantled, Biao will have nowhere to flee. Captain Zhang, what should I do next? Continue your surveillance. Your safety is paramount. The police system is currently stretched thin and cannot spare additional forces to assist you. If you sense any suspicion from Biao, withdraw immediately. Captain Zhang, rest assured, I am determined to carry out this task to the very end. The 2 men ended the call and deleted their call logs. Zhang Chenggang extinguished his cigarette and made his way toward the office of the city bureau chief. Chief Meng, he had been overwhelmed in recent days. Just yesterday alone, there were nearly 1,000 homicides reported across the city, not to mention the countless incidents of fighting, malicious injury, theft, and robbery, which numbered in the thousands. This was only from the alerts the reception center managed to process. Countless more calls went unanswered. In a single day, the crime rate had surged exponentially, and today's data had yet to be compiled, suggesting an even graver situation. Yet, the higher-ups continued to emphasize that maintaining stability was the primary task, focusing their efforts on suppressing large-scale unrest. Just after hanging up from a call with the municipal committee, Zhang Chenggang knocked and entered, unable to suppress a sigh. Sigh. What new calamity awaits us? I'm beginning to develop immunity to bad news. Chief Ming, I bring good news. Good news? Is that even possible? Indeed, our undercover agent within Biao's gang has relayed information indicating that Biao has had a confrontation with a university student, resulting in the detention of 17 of his subordinates, their fates unknown. Biao is preparing to utilize the umbrella for a rescue operation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered across Chief Ming's otherwise morose visage. This was indeed a piece of encouraging news. Please elaborate on the details. Zhang Chenggang proceeded to recount the entire conflict between Biao and Li Fan in meticulous detail. After listening intently, Chief Ming lightly tapped his fingers on the table, inquiring, "Have you uncovered any issues regarding this Li Fan?" "No, we have not." "Then let us set him aside for now. Since Black Wolf indicated that the umbrella is set to mobilize, we shall wait for this insider to reveal himself." Chief Ming glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 4:30 in the morning. Rubbing his temples, he spoke with a heavy, resigned tone. "Sigh. Let us proceed to the conference room and assess just how dire the situation has become." Upon entering the conference room, they found the team leaders from various divisions, personnel from a national security agency, and representatives from the military already awaiting their arrival. Once seated, Chief Ming gestured for the meeting to commence, saying, "Deputy Liu, please provide an overview of the situation as reported by the precincts." Liu Changqing, the first deputy chief of the Chang'an City Bureau, was known for his unwavering commitment and impartiality. Although he had a wife who relied on medication to sustain her life, he would rather seek loans from others than compromise his integrity on any case. Upon receiving the chief's directive, Deputy Liu opened his notebook and stated, "Today's situation is even more severe than last night. To begin with, the reception center has doubled its personnel, yet we still cannot ensure the smooth operation of the reporting lines. From 7 o'clock yesterday morning until now, we have received 69,725 emergency calls, including 413 related to homicides, of which 800 have been verified. The remaining cases cannot be investigated due to a lack of personnel. Regarding cases of malicious injury, brawls, theft, and robbery, we have implemented the temporary policy established in our last meeting, prioritizing initial case registration while deferring further action. In total, we have recorded 48,932 cases." Upon hearing Deputy Liu's report, Chief Ming's face turned ashen. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the actual circumstances exceeded all expectations. The atmosphere in Chang'an was beginning to resemble that of a bygone era. This was merely the second day, with 5 days remaining. He could scarcely fathom how long it would take to rectify these gaping holes once the natural disaster subsided. Chapter 56, Cleaning the Battlefield. In the conference room, the faces of those present reflected nothing but exhaustion and resignation. This situation was beyond the capacity of a single city bureau's police force to contain. Fortunately, the garrison stationed in Chang'an was providing assistance. Otherwise, the situation would be even more dire. Observing the despondent expressions around him, Chief Ming declared, "We have 5 days remaining. I do not expect everyone to completely halt the progression of events, but I do urge you to do your utmost. The directive from above remains to maintain overall stability, prioritizing the handling of large-scale conflicts and unrest, followed by particularly severe cases involving multiple fatalities. All remaining cases are to be filed and deferred for future processing." The gathered officials had no alternative but to comply with these orders. At that moment, Deputy Liu suddenly spoke up, "Chief Ming, I have encountered a unique situation that necessitates the allocation of additional police resources." Chief Ming looked at Deputy Liu, puzzled, and asked, What could possibly require us to divert police resources at a time like this? While compiling the data, I noticed a report from the North City Precinct regarding a case that I believe warrants our attention. Upon hearing the words North City District, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Director Meng's eyes as he briefly exchanged glances with Zhang Chenggang before inquiring, "What is the situation?" Deputy Director Liu maintained his customary stoic demeanor, responding in a businesslike manner. A homicide case has been reported from the North City District, where 17 individuals have been detained by a man named Li Fan, and it is highly probable that they have been murdered. Before Meng could react, Wang Yu abruptly rose from her seat, her expression a mixture of disbelief and concern, asking Li Fan, "Is he the one from the North City District? The Li Fan of Li Shui Biyuan?" Her indiscreet behavior during such a formal meeting drew the attention of the others present. Liu's usually impassive face revealed a moment of surprise, a flicker of unease in his eyes as he nodded and said, "If you are referring to the university student who established a media base 2,000 meters from Li Shui Biyuan, then it is indeed he. That seems implausible. How could he commit murder? Especially 17 people. Surely there must be some misunderstanding." Director Meng, aware of Wang Yu's background, regarded her with a slight frown as she appeared somewhat uncomposed. Huang Wei, noticing the tension, quickly admonished, "Wang Yu, mind your position." Wang Yin discreetly tugged at Wang Yu's sleeve beneath the table, offering her a gentle smile and a slight shake of her head. It was only then that Wang Yu regained her composure, quickly apologizing, "I am sorry. I lost my composure." Observing Wang Yu's rein in emotions, Meng's furrowed brow eased, and he turned to Deputy Liu, a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes, asking, "What is your perspective on this case, Deputy Liu?" "I believe we should deploy some officers to investigate. The death of 17 individuals surpasses the scope of a typical homicide," Liu replied. Zhang Qinggang's eyes flitted to Deputy Liu. His head bowed slowly as feelings of disappointment, complexity, and disbelief churned within him. Deputy Liu had been his mentor when he joined the police force, a figure he revered as almost divine. Liu Changqing, like him, lacked a powerful background, his medals of merit earned through blood, sweat, and the resolution of numerous cases. A detective without formidable connections rising to the position of deputy chief was akin to a rural child gaining admission to a prestigious university, a rarity among hundreds of thousands. Zhang Chenggang had always regarded Liu Changqing as his goal, idol, and faith. However, now that faith was crumbling. He could not fathom why his upright and incorruptible mentor, who had always been a paragon of justice, would become a protector of a crime lord. His thoughts spiraled, recalling past events. Captain Zhang. Director Meng's call pulled Zhang Chenggang back to the present. Aware of the eyes upon him in the conference room, he promptly replied, "Here, select a few individuals to accompany Deputy Liu and personally investigate this matter to ascertain the truth." Meng instructed gravely, the implications of his tone unmistakable. Zhang Chenggang understood that Meng was subtly assigning him the task of covertly investigating his mentor during the case inquiry. Understood. Meng clearly had no desire to continue the meeting, recognizing that the prevailing situation was beyond resolution through mere discussion. Moreover, the issue surrounding Liu Changqing weighed heavily on his mood. He glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 o'clock. It's about to get heated. Everyone should head home and rest well. The investigations can commence tonight. Meeting adjourned. As everyone gathered their belongings and departed the conference room, Director Meng's gaze lingered on Liu Changqing's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. Zhang Chenggang wandered distractedly to the garage, but before he could enter his vehicle, a voice called out to him. "Captain Zhang, wait." He turned to find the Wang sisters approaching. "What is it?" "Captain Zhang, I would like to accompany you tonight to investigate the Li Fan case in the North City District." Zhang Chenggang scrutinized Wang Yu, sensing an unusual connection between her and Li Fan based on her earlier behavior in the conference room. "What is your relationship with Li Fan?" "We have no relationship. I was merely involved in a previous case that involved him, and I had several encounters with him. He does not strike me as someone capable of such brutality. Can you ensure that during the investigation, you maintain your identity, position, and principles?" Wang Yu stood tall, her legs together, speaking resolutely. "Captain Zhang, please rest assured. I'm solely pursuing the truth. If he is indeed a murderer, I will personally apprehend him." Wang Yun maintained her graceful demeanor, interjecting with a smile, "Captain, I will accompany you both tonight." Zhang Chenggang recognized he had no authority over the national security personnel. Looking at the sisters, he nodded, "Very well. You two may join the investigation team tonight." With that, Zhang Chenggang drove away. Meanwhile, within the fortress, Li Fan was meticulously scanning the surroundings from the watchtower, checking with his crossbow to ensure no threats lurked nearby. Upon reaching the door that led from the second floor to the first, he was met with a strong waft of the metallic scent of blood. Li Fan felt no discomfort. Rather, he noted the extensive bloodstains, which would prove challenging to clean. He stowed away the corpses and their accompanying weapons in an alternate space, fetched hot water, and mixed various cleaning agents before pouring them onto the ground. He then retrieved several sweeping robots from the alternate space, casting them onto the floor without a second thought. Subsequently, Li Fan opened the door to the first floor and cautiously stepped outside, retrieving a stray crossbow bolt and cleaning the blood left by Xie Biao in the courtyard. After several thorough inspections, he returned to the first floor. Over half an hour passed, and the environment of the first floor was restored to its previous state. The only concern troubling Li Fan was the marks left by the crossbow bolts on the ground. Despite the latest model of military-grade concrete on the 3 floors, which could withstand a targeted explosion equivalent to 300 kilograms of TNT, his bolts still left somewhat discernible impressions after piercing through bodies. Gazing at the marks for a moment, his tightly furrowed brow relaxed. He self-deprecatingly mused, "How overly cautious I am. What if someone sees these? Even if the police arrive, they won't even find the bodies. How could they possibly conclude the case based on mere impressions?" Moreover, he still had contingency plans to eliminate suspicion and facilitate the reasonable disappearance of resources. He then retrieved the original furniture and appliances of the first floor from the alternate space to restore the area, liberally spraying air freshener throughout. Having completed these tasks, he glanced at the time. It was already 6:15 a.m. As he had anticipated, even if Xie Biao contacted his protector, it would likely be tonight at the earliest. Returning to the underground 3rd floor, he reclined on a spacious sofa, snacking and watching a show, allowing his mind to fully unwind, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 57. The crisis of the fortress on the 3rd day of halted operations. Over 20 days had passed since the sky turned crimson. The sun's anomalous energy release had reached its zenith, and by noon, temperatures soared to around 58 degrees, a result of Chang'an Prefecture's location north of the Qinling Mountains. In the southern cities, temperatures had already climbed to approximately 64 degrees. The medical system was utterly incapacitated, leaving the elderly, infirm, and those with poor health without timely treatment, forced to watch helplessly as they succumbed to the heat. Within the secure room beneath the Chang'an Prefecture government office, a group of municipal leaders sat solemnly gathered around a table. Mayor Su gazed at the encrypted documents transmitted from the central government, letting out a deep sigh as he passed the files to the secretary of the municipal committee. After a thorough review by everyone present, the mayor finally spoke. "Prepare yourselves. Mayor, this is untenable. If power rationing is enforced, the death toll will surely rise," one individual protested. "Indeed, Mayor, our medical system is already overwhelmed. Should power rationing occur, the number of heatstroke patients will surge exponentially. Mayor, perhaps you could negotiate with the higher authorities. Chang'an has a population of over 14 million. If power rationing is implemented, unrest is inevitable, and it is likely we will lose control of the situation." The mayor rapped his fingers on the table, his voice stern as he interjected, "Enough. Do you think I am unaware of what you say? Does the nation remain oblivious? The rising sea levels have necessitated the shutdown of the 4 coastal nuclear power plants. This is an unavoidable outcome. Is it appropriate to lament to the higher-ups now?" The secretary of the municipal committee rose, pressing his hands down to calm the agitated assembly. "All right, everyone needs to remain composed. Our situation in Chang'an is significantly better than that of southern cities. At the very least, the overall stability is maintained, and the government retains its control over local affairs. Our primary task now is to address the issues of summer heat relief and resource management post-rationing. Power rationing does not equate to a complete halt. We can manage by having 1 air conditioner per household, or even by sharing among a few families. As for the resource issue, I have discussed this with the mayor. Since the efficiency of resource transportation is lagging, we must requisition supplies from the entire city, supermarkets, grain depots, logistics hubs, with appropriate compensation. The finance department must prepare accordingly. After the meeting concluded, various departments received directives regarding power rationing and resource requisition. Simultaneously, official short video accounts and television news broadcasts aired the developments. At that moment, Li Fan lay comfortably in the coolness of the underground level 3, peacefully dozing, when the incessant ringing of his phone interrupted his slumber. Groggily, he picked up the device and realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Upon answering, an unfamiliar female voice came through the receiver. "Hello, is this Mr. Li Fan? Who is this?" he inquired. "I am Hu Qiuyun, the newly appointed director of the Li Shui community. Are you available to speak?" Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Li Fan replied, "Yes, go ahead, I'm listening." The government is currently facing a resource shortage and is requisitioning supplies from supermarkets across the city. The finance department will purchase the goods at standard prices. Would you be able to come by your supermarket this evening so we can verify the inventory? Caught off guard by the new community director's words, Li Fan paused to check his phone's calendar, suddenly recalling that such requisitions had indeed occurred in his past life. However, back then, The supermarket had not been under his control. Xie Biao had leveraged certain connections to prevent any confiscation of his supplies. In this life, without Xie Biao obtaining the supermarket's resources, he had not commenced selling them at inflated prices. The residents still believed the supplies remained within the supermarket. With a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, Li Fan promptly responded, "Certainly, I will come by this evening. You needn't worry about standard prices. I wish to contribute to the nation, so cost price will suffice, as they would otherwise remain idle." Hu Qiuyun was elated upon hearing this. She was aware of the tragic fate of the previous director, Lu Yulian, who had committed suicide. While it seemed unrelated to Li Fan, she understood that he was the true mastermind behind the incident. Thus, she felt a sense of trepidation towards him, expecting to face challenges. She was pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of this interaction. "Thank you for your understanding and support. I will wait for you at the supermarket entrance at 9 p.m. All right, Li Fan agreed before ending the call. He retrieved the surveillance footage he had prepared days prior of Xie Biao visiting the supermarket, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The blame for the missing supplies had been set in motion long before Xie Biao's visit. Originally, he had planned to release the video in the owner's group amidst the resource shortage to incite animosity towards Xie Biao. However, with the emergence of the new director and the implementation of the city government's requisition plan, Li Fan decided to alter the video's intended use. In addition to this pre-prepared footage, he also had another video crafted by Ran Lin earlier that morning. If the reinforcements Xie Biao had summoned arrived that night, both videos could be utilized effectively. Xie Biao would have no choice but to shoulder the blame for the missing resources, while Li Fan could seamlessly rationalize their disappearance. Nonetheless, he would need to perform convincingly that evening. Standing before a mirror, he adjusted his emotions and practiced his delivery. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck 8, Li Fan had already watched several tragic films since 6 o'clock, including Camel Xianzi, The Bicycle Thief, and The Shawshank Redemption. With his heart heavy with sorrow, he found it easy to summon tears with just a slight emotional investment. He activated the surveillance both inside and outside the stronghold, observing the situation while awaiting Xie Biao's arrival with his reinforcements. At 8:15 p.m., a convoy comprising 2 police vehicles, 1 military truck, and 2 private cars came to a halt outside the stronghold. Li Fan's eyes brightened, the sorrowful emotions slightly dissipating as he quickly closed his eyes. Striving to envision himself as the beleaguered Xiangzi, his eyes growing moist and reddened. Outside the stronghold, a peculiar assembly of police officers, soldiers, and Xie Biao emerged from their vehicles. Leading the group was Deputy Director Lu Chongqing, flanked by Zhang Chenggang and the Wang sisters, while Xie Biao and his cronies, He Lung, Lu Ruoyan, and Chang Zhou, brought up the rear, the latter's face adorned with sycophantic smiles. A squad of armed soldiers disembarked from the military vehicle, fully equipped and ready for action. Lu Chongqing surveyed the peculiar structure before him, his brows furrowing slightly as he inquired, "Is this the residence of that Li Fan you mentioned?" Xie Biao nodded vigorously in response. "Yes, Deputy Director Lu. On the surface, Li Fan appears to be just a university student, but in reality, he is a ruthless individual. He has imprisoned my 17 employees inside, and their fates remain unknown. I have been unable to contact them." Lu Chongqing cast a disdainful glance at Xie Biao, his eyes betraying his contempt as he asked, "Why did your employees venture into his home?" With a respectful smile on his face, Xie Biao's thoughts were dismissive. "Li Fan borrowed 80 million from me. My employees were merely there to collect the interest. Who could have known Li Fan would be so heartless? Enough. Your matters have no bearing on tonight's investigation. Once we resolve this situation, we have numerous other tasks awaiting us." Lu Chongqing interrupted, eager to extract the individuals inside and depart. Following the meeting earlier that day, he sensed an unsettling shift in the gaze of Director Meng and his apprentice, which filled him with inexplicable dread. Turning to the military and police personnel, he commanded, "Stay alert. Should the opposition display any weaponry or resistance, you are authorized to use lethal force. Send someone to knock on the door." Wang Yu, her eyes smoldering with anger, retorted, "I shall knock, but let it be known what our attire signifies." With a look of disdain, she shot a glance between Lu Chongqing and Xie Biao before stepping toward the titanium alloy door. Chapter 58, A Hefty Blame to Bear. Wang Yu stood before the grand entrance, her hand knocking on the imposing door, her heart filled with trepidation. She feared that Li Fan might indeed emerge as Xie Biao had described, brandishing a crossbow. If that were to occur, what would she do? Although the deceased were not without guilt, the law shows no mercy. Just as Wang Yu's anxious thoughts spiraled, the titanium alloy door swung open. Li Fan Amarja, tears streaming down his face, and upon seeing Wang Yu and the armed police behind her, he spoke in a voice choked with emotion. "You have finally arrived. Comrades of the police, you must seek justice for me." As he spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably. This scene left everyone at the fortress door in stunned silence. The military police who had initially intended to subdue Li Fan with force now frozen in place. A significant question arose in the minds of the onlookers. Could this tearful young man truly be the heartless murderer they had been led to believe? Faced with the ominous barrels of guns, Li Fan remained unperturbed, having rehearsed his lines thoroughly throughout the afternoon. At that moment, he feigned a sudden realization that Xie Biao was among the crowd, immediately adopting a demeanor of cowardice, retreating to the side of Wang Yu. As if in fear of Xie Biao, silence engulfed the scene, a stillness akin to death. Eventually, Wang Yu broke the tension, inquiring, "What is the matter? Speak slowly." Li Fan opened his mouth, casting a furtive glance at Xie Biao, appearing aggrieved and unable to voice his concerns, which directed everyone's attention towards Xie Biao. The latter, taken aback by Li Fan's maneuver, felt his mind momentarily short-circuit under the scrutiny of the crowd. He reddened with indignation and snapped, "Li Fan, do not feign innocence before the police. I ask you, where are Zhang Liang and the others?" Upon hearing Xie Biao's voice, Li Fan involuntarily shuddered, quickly retreating behind Wang Yu. This display only served to further infuriate Xie Biao, deepening the crowd's confusion. Throughout this ordeal, only two individuals maintained their composure, Zhang Qinggang and Wang Yun, who stood apart from the crowd, arms crossed and a serene smile on her face. Zhang Qinggang cast a glance at the enigmatic Black Wolf on the periphery, his eyes questioning, while Black Wolf, bewildered, shook his head slightly. Wang Yun remained silent, quietly observing every move Li Fan made. "Li Fan, stop acting for the police." "Did you?" Xie Biao began, but Wang Yu coldly interrupted, her eyes blazing with fury. "Silence, Xie Biao. You are merely a complainant. You have no right to question him here." At that moment, Lu Chongqing approached Li Fan, his piercing gaze fixed upon him as he asked, "Are you Li Fan?" Meanwhile, Li Fan activated his emotional analyzer, gauging the sentiments of those present. Apart from a few skeptics, the remainder of the armed police viewed Li Fan with goodwill, with several even exhibiting sympathy levels reaching 100. The moment felt ripe. It was time to play his cards. "I'm asking you a question. Please respond." Lu Chongqing's voice grew firmer as he noted Li Fan's distracted gaze. Wang Yu gently patted Li Fan's arm in a gesture of reassurance, softly urging, "Do not fear. This is Deputy Director Lu of the Chang'an Public Security Bureau. Answer his questions truthfully." Gratefully, Li Fan nodded towards Wang Yu and replied to Lu Chongqing, "I am indeed Li Fan. 17 individuals entered your fortress last night, correct?" "Yes. They were his employees." Xie Biao interjected immediately. "No, they were not thugs. They were employees." Wang Yu scowled at him, admonishing, "Be silent. If you interrupt again, I will have you taken back to the station for obstructing justice." Lu Chongqing cast a sidelong glance at Xie Biao before continuing, "And where are those individuals?" Li Fan hesitated, recalling the tragic life of Xiangzi, tears welling up once more as he choked out, "They left after taking everything." "They left after taking everything? What'd they steal from you?" He pressed. "They summoned dozens of large trucks and took away all the supplies I had purchased for my online broadcasting," Li Fan lamented. The fury etched on Xie Biao's face twisted into a grimace as he opened his mouth to retort, only to be met with Wang Yu's steely gaze. Her hand resting on her handcuffs, unwaveringly fixated on him. He appeared as though he were choking, unable to swallow or spit out his words, his face flushed with frustration. Lu Chongqing scrutinized Li Fan before continuing, "However, someone has reported that you are guilty of illegal detention and..." Without waiting for Lu Chongqing to finish, Li Fan erupted, "That's nonsense. They are nothing but a band of robbers. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and check." Lu Chongqing nodded to the heavily armed soldiers behind him, and two soldiers promptly flanked Li Fan on either side. "Then lead us inside to take a look." Li Fan, unperturbed by the soldiers, noted their lack of hostility during the emotional analysis. Upon entering the fortress, what had once been a bustling first and second floor filled with supplies was now utterly barren, leaving only empty rooms in their wake. Not a soul remained, not even a single rat. The group searched thoroughly, even combing through the previously overlooked third and fourth underground levels, discovering nothing but a few pieces of furniture and some computers. Returning to the first floor, the emotional readings of the crowd shifted once again. Lu Chongqing turned to Xie Biao, inquiring, "Are you certain your employees came here and were detained by Li Fan?" Finally permitted to speak, Xie Biao unleashed a torrent of words that had been pent up within him. "He is lying. Last night, I witnessed my employees being held here with my own eyes. I have witnesses." He gestured towards Zhou Qiang, Lu Ruyan, and Black Wolf, pointing at them as he declared, "These three also saw it happen." They all nodded in agreement, affirming, "Yes, we saw Zhang Liang and his men enter the fortress, and then the door was locked." Liu Shanqing regarda Li Fan, questioning, "Do you have any evidence to prove that those individuals left your fortress?" Li Fan nodded, turning to activate the monitor behind him. locating a pre-recorded surveillance video and playing it for the assembled crowd. The video began with outdoor footage, showing Xie Biao surrounded by subordinates outside Li Fan's door. While Lu Rian knocked. Once the door opened, Zhang Liang and his gang, armed with knives and breaching tools, violently intruded. Witnessing this, anger surged within the crowd directed at Xie Biao. Li Fan paid no mind to their expressions as he switched to the indoor surveillance footage, revealing a trembling Li Fan being held captive by a group of men with weapons. The audio began to play. Xiaoma, go close and lock the door. Brother Liang, what are you doing? Brother Biao hasn't entered yet. Zhang Liang smirked disdainfully, addressing his subordinates. Brothers, do you want to make money? Of course. They chorused. Then listen to me. Xiaoma, lock the door. Haozi, take the crossbow to the lookout. Do you understand what to do? Don't worry, Brother Liang. Since I've chosen to rebel against Xie Biao, I'm prepared to eliminate him. Haozi brandished the crossbow, turning to ascend the stairs. Zhang Liang approached Li Fan, saying, Kid, I heard you hoarded supplies worth tens of millions. What do you intend to do? What do you want from me? Of course, we are here to procure supplies. This batch of resources will henceforth be under the Zhang surname. You cannot act in this manner. This is my entire fortune. You are forcing me to take out loans. And now you aim to seize my supplies. This is illegal. Zhang Liang raised his foot and kicked Li Fan in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall. The law means nothing. In North City, we are the law. Dan, when will the truck you arrange arrive? Soon. I just received word that it will be here within half an hour at the latest. Excellent, brothers, with this batch of supplies. We can relocate and sell them at a high price over the next few days, effortlessly raking in billions. By then, who would still want to serve as a subordinate to Xie Biao? From now on, we shall enjoy the good life together, sharing both fortunes and hardships. Chapter 59. Xie Biao, are you waiting for the New Year's Eve dinner? The subsequent scenes depicted Zhang Liang brainwashing his subordinates, fantasizing about establishing their own faction, growing stronger, and achieving new heights. The surveillance footage yet again displayed Haozi's figure, hurrying toward Zhang Liang, exclaiming, Brother Liang, I missed a shot. I didn't kill Xie Biao. And he escaped in his car. What? He got away? Yes, this guy is too cunning. We must swiftly relocate the supplies. Otherwise, if Xie Biao makes a comeback, we will be at a disadvantage. Dan, urge the convoy once more. You all go downstairs and move all the supplies to the first floor. When the truck arrives, we will load it directly. Upon hearing this, everyone sprang into action. Haozi pointed at the wall where Li Fan was clutching his stomach and asked, Brother Liang, what about him? A cold glint flashed in Zhang Liang's eyes as he gestured to Haozi with emotion across his throat. Haozi smirked ominously, turning to raise his crossbow, only to see Li Fan dart into a bedroom like a startled rabbit, locking the door behind him. Haozi rushed to the door, but found it impossible to open. Zhang Liang hesitated slightly before telling Haozi, Forget him, he's just a worthless waste. Go move the supplies. The surveillance video continued for over 20 minutes, showcasing Zhang Liang and his men frantically moving items outside until they had emptied the fortress of its resources. The video concluded there. As they finished watching, a profound silence enveloped the room. One could hear a pin drop. All the military police glared furiously at Xie Biao, feeling exploited by a criminal organization. Zhang Chun regarded the Black Wolf with a skeptical gaze, his initial reaction being that the Black Wolf had betrayed them, while the Black Wolf appeared utterly bewildered, repeatedly patting his forehead in disbelief. The authenticity of the surveillance footage was indisputable. Its logic was coherent, and the movements, dialogues, and even micro-expressions of the characters were strikingly realistic and natural. In this world, no technology exists that can fabricate an entire segment of video from thin air. Even the 3D virtual imaging systems of the Eagle Country require individuals to wear equipment and move under the camera's gaze, followed by substantial manpower and resources for post-production synthesis. Thus, the veracity of this video was beyond reproach. However, the Black Wolf began to doubt himself, questioning whether he had indeed misjudged the situation, wondering if Zhang Liang and his cohort had truly betrayed them, and if he had mistaken Haozi on the lookout for Li Fan. Lu Rian appeared equally perplexed. Having been taken hostage by Xie Biao, her fear had rendered her unable to discern who was on the lookout due to the poor lighting. Everyone's eyes shifted towards Xie Biao. Lu Changqing, wearing an expression of fury, approached Xie Biao, his gaze chillingly menacing. Is this what you meant when you said Li Fan had detained your employees and may have killed them all? Director Lu, I'm certain it was Li Fan. Look at my ear, he shot me. Xie Biao pleaded. You must believe me. Such feeble justifications appeared pale and powerless in the face of the video evidence, only provoking further ire. Xie Biao felt that events had spiraled beyond his control. He adamantly refused to believe that Zhang Liang would lead a revolt. Thus, he pointed at Li Fan and bellowed, It was you. You orchestrated this, didn't you? This video is fake. He fabricated it. Before Li Fan could respond, Wang Yu stepped protectively in front of him, her expression frostily resolute. Internally, she felt both joy and sorrow for the young man who had endured so much injustice and was now being falsely accused. Had it not been for the surveillance footage, he would likely have faced police questioning. Sita Biao, I advise you not to act rashly. We're the people's police, not your lackeys. After viewing the video, the soldiers unconsciously lowered their weapons, coldly scrutinizing Sita Biao and his companions. Li Fan, hidden behind Wang Yu, struggled to suppress a smile, realizing how painfully difficult it was to hold back laughter. Lu Changqing coldly regarded Sita Biao and inquired, Are you aware that Zhang Liang is the true mastermind behind this entire incident? If you knew this and still called the police to summon us here, that constitutes a false report, which is subject to administrative penalties. Upon hearing Lu Changqing's words, the criminal investigators frowned in unison. Even a fool could understand that Lu Changqing was attempting to extricate Sita Biao from blame. However, no one dared to interject, while Wang Yu could no longer hold her tongue, exclaiming, Deputy Director Lu, this is not merely a false report. He stormed into someone else's home with armed subordinates, threatened and robbed, and nearly shot the victim. Is a mere false report sufficient to resolve this? Lu Changqing, wary of Wang Yu's background, refrained from leveraging his official position against her, instead merely glancing at Sita Biao with a slight blink. Sita Biao, not being foolish, grasped Lu Changqing's hint. Despite his simmering anger, he had no choice but to concede. Otherwise, he would be the one facing dire consequences, though his heart brimmed with resentment and wariness toward Li Fan. Deputy Lu, I truly had no idea Zhang Liang and his crew were so deranged. I was puzzled as to why they arrived armed just to collect interest. Now I understand. They were preparing to commit robbery and murder, likely fearing that Li Fan and I would report them, hence the murderous intent toward us. Thankfully, we both survived, and I am fortunate for that. Yet, we have caused trouble for the police, and young Li here, Uncle Li is also a victim. Seeing Lu Changqing seemingly shielding Sita Biao, Wang Yu's anger intensified, and just as she prepared to confront him, her arm was pulled back by Wang Yun. Leaning closer to Wang Yu, she whispered, Fool, don't act impulsively. Even if you accuse Sita Biao of provoking trouble and making false reports, it won't hold him accountable. Furthermore, with limited police resources, we can't even apprehend all the murderers, let alone deal with someone deserving of mere administrative punishment. But he led a group to invade a private residence with the intent to kill. He didn't even enter through that door, and it wasn't he who acted. Before Wang Yu could finish, Wang Yun interrupted. Enough with the buts. Can't you see that Lu Changqing is the very shield you are seeking? Wang Yu's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? How can this be possible? In the Chang'an police community, who did not know Lu Changqing's reputation for integrity, impartiality, and unwavering dedication, one must not judge by appearances. Your division chief must already be aware of something. Do not involve yourself. The remaining matters are for the Discipline Inspection Commission and Director Meng to handle. Li Fan, standing behind Wang Yu, listened to the sisters' exchange, casting a glance at Lu Changqing and Sita Biao, his eyes glinting with coldness as he comprehended the situation. Lu Changqing sternly reprimanded Sita Biao, who bowed his head in contrition, profusely apologizing, while the onlookers merely observed with cold indifference. Then Lu Changqing turned his gaze to Li Fan, his tone softening as he said, I sincerely apologize, young comrade. It is our failure to uphold our duties. Li Fan wore a grimace, shaking his head as he spoke. It's nothing serious. These are trifles. What matters is whether I can retrieve my supplies. Rest assured, I will deploy the police force to assist you in recovering your assets, Lu Changqing assured him. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yun stepped forward, declaring, Deputy Director Lu, allow my sister and me to take charge of the investigation into the stolen supplies. Wang Yu, upon hearing this, felt a surge of confusion. She questioned why her sister would take on such a task. Yet, thinking of Li Fan, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Lu Changqing nodded in agreement, responding, Very well, this case is entrusted to both of you. Ensure you retrieve that batch of supplies. Yes, we guarantee the mission will be accomplished, they replied. Ignoring Sita Biao and his trio, Lu Changqing waved to the remaining military and police personnel, announcing, Fall back, quickly head to the clock tower. The police communication just informed us of unrest due to requisitioning supplies. Assistance is required. With that, he led the remaining military and police away from the fortress, leaving behind Li Fan, the Wang sisters, and the 4 from Sita Biao's group. Wang Yu remained protectively in front of Li Fan, her face cold as she taunted. Sita Biao, are you planning to stay here and wait for the New Year's feast? Sita Biao had lost the courage and means to confront Li Fan. Engaging in underhanded dealings had resulted in significant losses. Playing it straight not only left him duped but also exposed his own cards. Ever since Li Fan borrowed money from him, he sensed that Li Fan was no longer the naive simpleton he once was, but rather a cunning serpent. more treacherous than himself. Li Fan met Xie Biao's gaze, and this time he discerned the fear in Xie Biao's eyes, while Xie Biao detected mockery in Li Fan's. Withdrawing his gaze, Xie Biao seethed, addressing the three behind him. Let us go. Fear, anger, and unease swirled within Xie Biao. He resolved to lie low for now. Lacking the assurance of a decisive blow, he would refrain from making a move against Li Fan. After watching Xie Biao and his companions depart, Wang Yu turned to Li Fan, her tone laced with reproach. Why didn't you call me the moment this incident occurred? Li Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, recalled his original plan. The script had not accounted for the sisters' involvement. Their appearance was entirely unexpected. Moreover, with Wang Yun possessing an extraordinary ability for observation and analysis, it was even less likely he would rely on them to execute his plan. At that moment, Li Fan's phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his eyes flickered. He decided to incorporate the Wang sisters into this second act and promptly answer the call in their presence. Hello, Mr. Li. How much longer until you arrive? The city government representative and the finance department staff are already at the community gate. Oh, I was just handling some matters. I will be there shortly. However, Director Hu, I may need to reserve some supplies for personal use. How much do you intend to keep? Not much, just enough for myself for about 7 or 8 days. All right, we will wait for you. After ending the call, Li Fan addressed the two sisters. Sister Yu, I need to stop by my supermarket. The community director is bringing finance department personnel to requisition supplies from my store. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu glanced at Wang Yun and remarked, Sister, let us accompany him. We need to investigate Zhang Liang and the whereabouts of the supplies anyway. Wang Yun then withdrew her watchful gaze, looking at her sister with a smile. That sounds good. I have some questions to ask your little brother along the way. Wang Yu's face flushed slightly, but she quickly masked it, turning to Li Fan. Let us go. We'll take you there. The trio departed the fortress, driving towards Li Shuibian. Inside the car, Wang Yu was at the wheel, Wang Yun in the passenger seat, while Li Fan sat alone in the back. Li Fan, did you know Zhang Liang before? Li Fan furrowed his brow slightly. Uncertain if Wang Yun had noticed anything in the fortress, he chose to respond cautiously. I know him. Who in the North City doesn't he know that Zhang Liang is one of Xie Biao's most ruthless enforcers? Do you think Zhang Liang truly betrayed Xie Biao? Not sure. Where do you think he would take the supplies? I have no idea. Who designed your fortress? Li Fan pondered briefly, preparing to shift the blame onto the designer from Su Jiayin's company. A designer from my father's friend's company helped me with the design. Oh, your father's friend? Su Jiayin, the president of Shuda Real Estate? Oh, I recall. He has developed 2 projects in Beijing. But why would his designer create such an unusual building for you? Sister, we are investigating the whereabouts of the supplies. Why do you keep asking such bizarre questions as if you were interrogating a criminal? Wang Yu directly interrupted Wang Yun's questioning, which made Li Fan feel a tinge of gratitude. However, Wang Yun appeared helpless. She understood that her sister was already deeply infatuated. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the community entrance. As Li Fan stepped out of the car, a woman in her late 30s approached, accompanied by 2 individuals in white shirts, smiling warmly. Mr. Li, I am Hu Qiuyun. I sincerely appreciate your support for our work. These 2 are representatives from the city government and the finance department. Once the natural disaster concludes, I will commend you to the municipal authorities. Hu Qiuyun's enthusiasm stemmed from the task assigned to communities to collect supplies from local supermarkets and convenience stores. Each community was to appoint a government representative and a finance department official to facilitate compensation and reassurance. However, she had already visited 2 small stores and faced rejection, nearly resulting in conflict. Her community director had a dedicated communication group, which revealed that the requisitioning efforts across communities were fraught with difficulties, with reports of 2 supermarkets experiencing violent clashes, resulting in fatalities. Li Fan's cooperation significantly altered her perception of him. She felt that Lu Yulian's demise was self-inflicted. There's no need for gratitude. This is what a good citizen ought to do. Come, let us hurry. Those supplies will likely keep you busy all night. As he spoke, Li Fan strode ahead, with the group following closely behind toward the supermarket. When they were just a few meters from the supermarket entrance, Li Fan reached into his pocket for the keys, but his body froze as he prepared to unlock the door. Noticing his unusual behavior, the others approached him, casting their gazes toward the supermarket entrance. Hu Qiuyun's heart sank upon seeing the damaged lock. Mr. Li, hurry, go inside and check. At her urging, Li Fan rushed forward, pulling up the rolling shutter door, and the group followed him into the darkened interior. With a loud snap, Li Fan activated all the lights, only for a stark emptiness to greet their eyes instead of the anticipated abundance of supplies. What happened to my things? Where have they gone? The moment of testing his acting skills had arrived. Li Fan resembled a forsaken little boy, wandering anxiously through the supermarket in search of something. His portrayal of despair, anger, resentment, and confusion was nothing short of masterful. At that juncture, Wang Yun's voice echoed. Does your supermarket have surveillance? This was precisely the phrase Li Fan had been anticipating. Upon hearing Wang Yun's reminder, he dashed towards the surveillance room in the office area, followed closely by the others. In the surveillance room, Li Fan sat before the computer, bringing up the pre-prepared footage as he feigned a meticulous review of the recordings day by day. The onlookers were riveted to the monitor. A few days prior, the supermarket supplies had remained intact until the first night of the suspension, when the surveillance footage revealed an alarming incident. The supermarket's entrance was violently breached, and Xie Biao, accompanied by a group of 20 or so individuals, stormed in. Initially, they wreaked havoc, but Xie Biao soon intervened. After several hours, his group began to cart away the goods, akin to a marauding band, leaving nothing behind, not even the shelves. Upon witnessing this scene, Hu Qiuyun appeared utterly defeated and lamented. What can we do? Once the goods fall into Xie Biao's hands, it's akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog. There's no return. This malignant tumor of Chang'an Prefecture seems to be everywhere. Wang Yu was incensed by Xie Biao's actions. The two government representatives and the financial officer expressed their disappointment and proposed, what should we do now? Should we call the police? Indeed, let us report it, they concurred. Wang Yu presented her credentials to Hu Qiuyun and the others, stating, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. I shall take charge. You may wish to explore other supermarkets. There may still be leads to uncover. Hu Qiuyun nodded, leading the two away from the supermarket. Wang Yun felt a peculiar unease, sensing that the fortress had been breached and the supermarket plundered by a guiding hand. I will investigate further, she declared. In the surveillance room, Li Fan remained seated before the monitor, allowing his mind a momentary respite. Acting was indeed exhausting. However, with the two supplies having been deftly eliminated, he would henceforth appear as an inconsequential, ordinary individual in the eyes of others. Survival was the name of the game. Just as Li Fan's thoughts relaxed and drifted, a pair of delicate arms enveloped him from behind, drawing him into a soft, fragrant embrace. The sudden sensation of two supple forms cradling his head caused his recently unwound mind to short-circuit. Chapter 61. The Complicated Wang Yun. Li Fan had always been a person of intellect devoid of emotional acumen. Otherwise, he would not have remained a virgin after 21 years, coupled with 8 years of apocalypse. Being enveloped by soft curves was a novel experience for him. His body tensed, blood surged through his veins, and the faint, refined scent wafted through his nostrils, assaulting his senses. Wang Yu's thoughts were simple. She had noticed Li Fan's immobility before the monitor and felt a pang of sympathy. Concerned that he might struggle to cope with the continuous setbacks if both supplies were stolen, she wished to offer him comfort, yet found herself unable to articulate her intentions before her body acted on its own. It wasn't until she felt Li Fan's heavy breathing and the warmth of his exhalations that she recognized the impulsiveness of her actions, causing her to freeze in place. Her cheeks flushed crimson. At this moment, releasing him was as awkward as continuing to embrace him. The room was so silent that even a pin drop would be audible, and they could hear each other's heartbeats. They remained in that peculiar position, neither daring to move. I just want to check, oh my goodness. Did I come at the wrong time? Wang Yun's abrupt entrance startled Wang Yu, who resembled a frightened rabbit as she released Li Fan and retreated to Wang Yun's side. Attempting to feign nonchalance, she stammered, do not misunderstand. I saw he was quite upset and wanted to console him with a simple hug. It's nothing more than that. Wang Yun, however, could hardly be swayed by her sister's words, and with a knowing smile at Wang Yu's flushed ears, she opted not to delve deeper into that topic. Instead addressing the two, I just surveyed the scene. From the moment Xie Biao and his crew began moving the goods to when they finished. It took a total of 5 hours. Thus, their vehicles would have likely departed around 5:30 in the morning. There are only 2 routes in front of the supermarket. One leads to the city center and the other to the Bailin district. So between 5:30 and 6 o'clock, which is a mere 30 minutes, you two are more familiar with Chang'an Prefecture than I am. Where do you deduce Xie Biao might have hidden the supplies? Discussing the case seemed to calm Wang Yu's emotions as she responded. Xie Biao possesses 6 establishments in Chang'an Prefecture, 3 of which are nightclubs. One is located in Bailin district, which suffered a fire and casualties recently and is currently shut down. The other 2 are in the city center, alongside a small loan company not far from Bailin district. There are also 2 sand and gravel plants located on the outskirts, which would take over 2 hours to reach by car. After hearing Wang Yu's account, Wang Yu nodded and analyzed, thus considering distance and time. The 3 nightclubs and the small loan company are the most probable locations. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu immediately raised her fist in determination, exclaiming, let's go capture Xie Biao with the surveillance footage and make him reveal the whereabouts of the supplies. However, Li Fan was not inclined towards having Xie Biao apprehended by the police at this moment. He sensed that Wang Yun was overly invested in the matter of his lost supplies. Was a national security officer truly so concerned about a theft simply to assist him in recovering his goods? observing Wang Yu's fervent demeanor. A glint of cunning flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "Please hand me your phone. I'll copy the surveillance footage onto it." As he accepted the phone Wang Yu offered, connecting it to the computer, he caught a glimpse of Wang Yun, activating his mental defenses as feelings of animosity and vigilance surged within him. Li Fan's gaze momentarily dropped, his pupils slightly dilating before refocusing, the entire process occurring in an instant. Once the video was copied, he returned the phone to Wang Yu. "Let's go find Biao," he stated. Wang Yu took the lead, guiding the two out of the supermarket in search of Biao's residence. The trio knocked at Biao's door for a prolonged period. Yet there was no response from within. Li Fan's heart sank as he thought, "This is bad. That scoundrel Biao may have gone into hiding." At such a time, revealing their trump card could backfire, and given Biao's cunning nature, it was highly likely he would lie low. The worst-case scenario materialized. A lurking Biao, much like a wolf, could pounce from anywhere at any moment. Especially after learning he was armed, Li Fan felt a surge of anxiety. Fearing that Biao might take a shot at him from the shadows, such a fate would be dire indeed. With this troubling thought in mind, Li Fan spoke up. "Sister Yu, please take me home. I'm weary and wish to rest." Wang Yu regarded Li Fan's troubled expression and offered reassurance. "Very well, I will take you home. Do not worry about the supplies. I will certainly help you retrieve them." As Li Fan gazed at the earnest and innocent policewoman, a twinge of guilt washed over him. Meanwhile, Wang Yun's brow furrowed slightly as she keenly observed Li Fan's every move. Upon delivering Li Fan back to the fortress, Wang Yu reiterated her advice to him, urging him to contact her immediately should he encounter any difficulties. After closing the fortress door, Li Fan exhaled a long sigh of relief. The taut strings of his mind finally experienced a complete release. All that remained was for him to hunker down and savor the joys of life. With no comprehensive protection in place, Li Fan was resolute in his decision not to step outside the fortress again. Upon reaching the third underground level, he powered on his computer, his fingers fluidly interfacing with the data port. Shortly thereafter, a new surveillance interface materialized on a highway leading to the Memorial Forest District. Wang Yu was driving, her mood seemingly buoyant, a subtle smile gracing her face. Yeah, do you genuinely harbor feelings for Li Fan? Sister, why do you ask such a thing?" Wang Yun observed her younger sister's bashful demeanor, realizing that this was the first time her sibling had developed affections for someone, particularly for a boy who made her feel quite uneasy. At a loss for how to counsel her, she pressed on, "Have you never doubted him?" "Doubt him about what?" Wang Yun pondered briefly before articulating. "Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Had those two video clips not surfaced today, what would the outcome for Li Fan have been? He would undoubtedly have been wrongfully accused and subsequently embroiled in trouble. Do you not find the timing of these videos rather suspicious?" Wang Yu gradually reduced her speed, pulling over to the roadside, her expression turning grave as she faced Wang Yun. "Sister, I recognize your intelligence, but surely you can discern right from wrong." Biao had entrenched himself in Chang'an for nearly 8 years, with none of his subordinates being untainted. Countless individuals had suffered due to his machinations, and the number of families shattered by him was incalculable. Li Fan was merely an ordinary university student. Yes, he had certain ambiguities surrounding him, but do you truly believe that a parentless orphan, devoid of cunning, could survive under the predatory gaze of Biao? Should it not be a source of shame for us, clad in police uniforms, that a distinguished scholar must live in such trepidation? Wang Yun fixed her gaze on Wang Yu, her tone serious. "Calm yourself. Let us discuss matters objectively. Have you not questioned the authenticity of the two video clips?" Wang Yu took a moment to steady her emotions before responding. "I have questioned it, yet the likelihood of their authenticity is quite high. Do you truly believe he fabricated these videos himself?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yun fell silent, grappling with the very conundrum that had long eluded her, yet she persisted. "Assuming these two videos are indeed forgeries, then Zhang Liang and his 17 associates, along with the 3 individuals that Zhang Chun had just received intel about, must have been slain by Li Fan. Moreover, the greatest beneficiary of such actions would be him, as he could conceal all resources and vanish from everyone's sight." Living in peace, Wang Yu remained steadfast in her belief that Li Fan was innocent, countering, "How could these two videos possibly be fake? Do not forget he is merely a university student. Even your national security agency would likely struggle to conjure such advanced technological means to fabricate such authentic surveillance footage." Wang Yun raised a hand, halting Wang Yu's further protestations. "Wait, high technology, fake videos, hackers." A flurry of keywords collided in her mind, and her eyes sparkled with realization as she turned to Wang Yu. "Yeah, we must urgently locate Biao. I have crucial matters to confirm with him." Wang Yu, perplexed by her sister's sudden urgency regarding Biao, complied and continued driving. Wang Yun picked up her phone and dialed Chen Zemin directly, stating Director Chun. How many PD-0121 type injection syringes have we brought? I need to request one. Chapter 62. The Black Wolf, exposed Li Fan sat before the computer, listening to the conversation between the sisters unfold in the new surveillance footage. His heart sank with frustration. It seemed that no matter how much he yearned for tranquility, the winds of turmoil would not cease. How could this astute woman possess such a vivid imagination? While he had been in the supermarket assisting Wang Yun copying the video, he had noticed Wang Yun's metrics not only remained stable, but increased, prompting him to keep a close ear on her. To his astonishment, he overheard Wang Yun's deductions, and as he listened, his anxiety grew. With just a hint of suspicion, she had woven all the information together, inching closer to the truth. Although he was uncertain why Wang Yun sought Siedebiao, the injection syringe was not meant for a mere thief of resources. Even if Siedebiao was the underground kingpin of North City, he was hardly worthy of national security's attention regarding such a device. Thus, one explanation emerged. Wang Yun had begun to suspect that she was the hacker responsible for compromising global networks. Seeking validation from Siedebiao regarding whether he had indeed emptied the supermarket, should she confirm that he had not, then his own ability to fabricate data would inevitably be exposed, coupled with the fact that he was one of the 987 individuals captured on the internet cafe surveillance. Wang Yun would undoubtedly cement her belief that he was the hacker in question. Alas, this was quite the predicament. At that moment, Li Fan even found himself wishing for the Tano virus to erupt sooner, plunging society into chaos, rendering communications ineffective. If she were to discover that he was indeed the hacker, what of it? He could simply flee in his apocalyptic fortress vehicle, the Unicat Terracross 59, and go wherever he pleased, free from the constraints of cautious deliberation that currently consumed his mental faculties. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed in resignation. Extracting a new phone from the alternate dimension, he installed a new SIM card and had Ran Lin assist him in downloading a voice modulation software. He then dialed a number, and upon connection, Siedebiao's voice echoed through the receiver. "Hello, who is this? Do not concern yourself with who I am. Tell me where you are right now." After a long silence, Siedebiao cautiously inquired, "Are you friend or foe? Are you at the small loan company in the Memorial Forest District, or at the Red Romance nightclub? Who are you and what do you want?" Li Fan felt exasperated. He had failed to eliminate Siedebiao and now had to concoct a plan to ensure he evaded Wang Yun's grasp. It was more disheartening than biting into an apple only to find half a worm. Here is some advice. You should make a hasty escape. The police have dispatched personnel to apprehend you. Siedebiao's laughter resonated through the line. "Ha! Why should I trust you? I've been navigating Chang'an for so many years. What storms have I not weathered? If the police could catch me, they would have done so long ago. What do you think? That Lu Changqing can protect you from harm? He himself is merely a clay Buddha crossing the river." Upon hearing Li Fan's words, Siedebiao shuddered, his tone turning grave. "Why are you helping me? Who are you? I do not wish to assist you. However, if you are captured, I will not fare any better. You must flee and hide. Remember my phone number. If you find yourself in dire straits, contact me, and I will come to your aid." Without waiting for Siedebiao's response, he abruptly ended the call. At this juncture, he could neither afford nor desire to take the risk of eliminating Siedebiao. The latter was armed, and confronting him posed significant dangers. Should Siedebiao possess any other means of self-preservation, failing to eliminate him thoroughly could easily leave national security with more leverage against him. He had done what needed to be done. If the outcome was unsatisfactory, he could always make a hasty retreat. Casting aside the phone, he rummaged through the alternate dimension for a variety of ingredients, preparing to indulge in a sumptuous meal. After performing for an entire evening, it was time to properly reward himself. At the small loan company in the Memorial Forest District, Siedebiao sat in his office chair, lost in thought with his phone in hand. The recent phone call had instilled in him a profound sense of crisis. Now, he regretted having employed Lu Changqing as his trump card for survival. Looking up at the three individuals who had returned with him, he commanded, "We must leave immediately. Let's go and lay low for a while." The three individuals seated on the sofa were momentarily taken aback by the words spoken. Zhou Qiang inquired, "Cousin, what's transpired?" "No time for idle chatter. Just follow me," came the brusque reply. At this juncture, a flicker of doubt crossed Hailang's eyes. Could it be that the police were moving against Siedebiao? Yet, he had not received any orders regarding such an operation. Realizing the urgency of conveying the news of Siedebiao's impending escape, he swiftly remarked, "Elder brother, wait a moment. I need to retrieve some anti-inflammatory medication." Siedebiao waved him off, and as Hailang turned to exit, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Hailang reached the restroom and had just extracted the SIM card from a cigarette pack, preparing to insert it into his phone when bang, the restroom door was violently kicked open. Hailang stared in shock at Siedebiao, who stood at the threshold, gun in hand, a chill running through him. Bang! Bang! Two gunshots erupted, painting the air with blood as Hailang crumpled to the ground. Xie Biao remained at the door, too apathetic to approach for a closer inspection, sneering. I've long suspected you of being an undercover agent. How dare you play tricks in my presence? He then turned to Lu Ruyin and the other individual, extending his hand. The two immediately surrendered their phones to Xie Biao, falling silent as they trailed behind him, the trio hastily departing the microcredit company. Zhou Qiang was at the wheel, while Xie Biao, after making a phone call from the backseat, instructed Zhou Qiang to head towards the Western Suburban Industrial Park. Less than 20 minutes after Xie Biao had left the microcredit company, the Wang sisters arrived at the same location. Given the late hour, the company was devoid of personnel, and the sisters scoured the office area but found nothing of significance. Just as they were about to leave, Wang Yun caught a whiff of something unsettling. Wait, there's a scent of blood. The sisters instinctively drew their sidearms and cautiously followed the trail of the metallic aroma. Upon opening the restroom door, they immediately spotted a man collapsed before the sink. Wang Yun recognized him as one of the 4 survivors from outside the fortress. They had seen him just hours earlier. Wang Yu reached out to check for signs of life, turning to Wang Yun to declare, he is still breathing. This revelation posed a dilemma for the sisters. With the current state of the medical system in disarray, even if they transported him to a hospital, there would likely be no available doctors to attend to him. Wang Yun noticed a phone and a SIM card lying beside the man, and an idea sparked within her. She picked up the SIM card and inserted it into the phone, powering it on just in time to receive a text message. Hello? Would you like your fishball noodles in a large or small portion? Upon reading this, Wang Yun instantly realized that this individual's identity was far from ordinary. The message was clearly a coded communication. It was 4 a.m, and all restaurants were closed. Who would be sending inquiries about fishball noodles at such an hour? Observing the phone number, she promptly dialed it back and was soon connected. Hello, would you like your fishball noodles in a large or small portion? Recognizing the familiar voice on the other end, Wang Yun immediately identified it as Zhang Chengyang's voice. This revelation clarified the man's identity. Captain Zhang, it's me, Wang Yun from the National Security Department. How did you come to possess Hailang's number? Zhang Chengyang questioned sharply, confirming her suspicions. She explained, Xie Biao is implicated in a hacking case. I came to apprehend him, but upon my arrival at his microcredit company, I found your man covered in blood, lying in the restroom. It appears he has sustained gunshot wounds. The sound of objects crashing could be heard on the other end, as Zhang Chengyang exclaimed in frustration. That damned Xie Biao, he is completely out of control. He must have been tipped off by Hailang. What is his condition? It's not looking good, Wang Yun replied. Please, assist in transporting him to the Second People's Hospital. I will coordinate with the hospital staff to ensure he is saved. Rest assured, I will expedite his transport to the hospital, Zhang Chengyang affirmed before hanging up. The sisters swiftly placed Hailang in the back seat of their vehicle and sped towards the Second People's Hospital. By the time they arrived, 2 doctors were already waiting at the emergency entrance. The sisters assisted the doctors in lifting Hailang onto a stretcher. But just as they were about to wheel him into the operating room, Hailang regained some consciousness and clutched Wang Yu tightly, mumbling incoherently. Wang Yu leaned closer, straining to hear his words, her brow furrowing slightly. Even as Hailang was pushed into the operating room, her expression remained troubled. What's wrong, Iya? What did he say? Her sister inquired. Wang Yu replied, I couldn't catch it all, but it seemed he mentioned Xie Biao receiving a phone call and preparing to flee. Upon hearing this, Wang Yun sighed. Alas, we are a step too late. Xie Biao has surely gone into hiding. This comrade tried to relay crucial information, but was discovered and silenced by Xie Biao. Xie Biao, that scoundrel, I will ensure you face justice. Wang Yun was unperturbed by Xie Biao's crimes. Her mind was preoccupied with another question. Who had made that fateful call to Xie Biao? They possessed video evidence of him stealing supplies from the supermarket, which had prompted their impromptu attempt to capture him. Only 3 people were privy to this information, making it highly probable that the call had been made by Li Fan. Logically, Li Fan should have been eager for them to apprehend Xie Biao. This unusual behavior only served to bolster her suspicions. Wang Yun's eyes gleamed with determination. The only thing lacking was concrete evidence, and Xie Biao was pivotal to achieving that. Yeah, let us go find Xie Biao. Once we locate him, everything will come to light. Wang Yun did not intend to disclose her thoughts to her sister, sensing that Wang Yu's feelings for Li Fan had transcended mere affection. Wang Yu, unaware of her sister's true intentions, assumed that Wang Yun simply wished to capture Xie Biao. All right, let us check out Xie Biao as potential hiding spots. However, sister, we need to return to the precinct for a meeting. It's already 5 a.m. Wang Yun glanced at her phone and, feeling a sense of resignation, nodded in agreement. The 2 sisters departed the hospital and drove towards the precinct. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fortress, Li Fan indulged in exquisite cuisine while eavesdropping on the phones of Lu Ruyan and Wang Yu. From Wang Yu's phone, he gleaned two favorable pieces of news. Xie Biao had successfully escaped, temporarily alleviating the risk of evidence being obtained by Wang Yun, and the man he had previously shot, who had survived, turned out to be an undercover police officer. From Lu Ruyan's phone, he learned that Xie Biao had inexplicably contacted someone and was headed towards the Western Suburban Industrial Park, after which all communication ceased. Li Fan was intimately familiar with that location. It was from a logistics center of the Western Suburban Industrial Park that he had acquired billions worth of supplies for his own clandestine operations. Yet, who was the individual assisting Xie Biao in evading capture? His current predicament offered no respite. He was pursued relentlessly by the astute and tenacious agent of the National Security Department, while also contending with a vengeful gang leader armed to the teeth. Among the individuals Xie Biao had brought to the supermarket that night, only he remained alive. Li Fan's mind churned with thoughts of how to extricate himself from this predicament, but no satisfactory solution emerged, even after finishing his meal. Clearly, the most straightforward course of action was to locate and eliminate Xie Biao. Then, the question of whether the supermarket's supplies had been completely removed would die with him. Li Fan reclined on the sofa, his consciousness drifting into an alternate realm. Upon entering the control room, he observed Ran Lin busily engaged in various experiments within the workshop he had crafted. Instantly intrigued, he recalled that the last time Ran Lin had casually created a small object, it had proven to be remarkably practical. "Little Ran, what are you working on?" he inquired. Ran Lin lifted her delicate face, casting a mysterious smile at Li Fan as she replied, "I can't tell you just yet. It will be a surprise when it's done." "A surprise? This is yet another concept you picked up from Douyin? Isn't it?" "Indeed. Douyin suggests that one should frequently prepare surprises for important people in their lives, like the first cup of milk tea in winter, a handbag in summer, or a bouquet of coin roses on Valentine's Day." "Stop right there. You've been led astray by Douyin. We don't need all this fluff between us. Let us speak plainly." Noticing the gradual fading of Ran Lin's smile and the downing of her lips, Li Fan quickly altered his demeanor, adopting a more conciliatory grin. Actually, I am quite eager for the surprise you are preparing." "Who cares?" Ran Lin retorted, rolling her eyes at Li Fan before resuming her experiments. "By the way, could you assist me in creating a protective headgear? What are the specifications?" "Naturally, the stronger the defense, the better. In that case, why not just toss a motorcycle helmet into the materials lab?" Li Fan slapped his forehead, realizing the simplicity of the solution. He hurried off to the supplies area to fetch a helmet. "Come back. What is it? Are you in a hurry?" Li Fan pondered for a moment, aware that he only knew that Xie Biao was in the Western Suburbs Industrial Park, but not his precise location, which might require another couple of days of surveillance to ascertain. He replied, "It's not that urgent. I can manage it within 2 days." Upon hearing this, Ran Lin said, "Then go ahead with your tasks. I'll take care of the helmet. My experiment is nearly finished, and I can incorporate it into your design." Li Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly asked, "What is it?" "I've already mentioned it will be a surprise. If I tell you beforehand, it ceases to be a surprise. Now, off you go. I will notify you once it's ready." With a resigned shrug, Li Fan remarked, "All right, you win. I finally understand the anticipation for surprises that girls express on Douyin." Having said that, Li Fan exited the alternate realm, glancing at the time. It was around 7 a.m. Initially intending to sleep, his phone suddenly buzzed with an official announcement. Due to the suspension of operations at the 4 coastal nuclear power plants, a power shortage has arisen. The State Council has decided to implement nationwide power rationing effective immediately. We urge residents to conserve electricity and refrain from wasting this precious resource. United we stand, with collective determination, to weather these challenging times. Li Fan was not particularly surprised by the announcement. In his previous life, power rationing had also occurred on this very day. However, unbeknownst to the government, this round of rationing would plunge for cities into utter chaos, stripping the local authorities of their governance. If memory served him right, those cities were Hu City, Shun City, Jin City, and Yu City. The governments of these 4 cities opted for a hands-off approach, allowing the chaos to escalate beyond control. Murder, arson, robbery, brawling, and kidnapping became the prevailing themes in these urban areas. Local authorities delineated safe zones, dispatching military forces only when armed groups posed a threat. Li Fan accessed Douyin and located the official account of the National Health Commission, discovering that the reporting of death toll statistics had ceased the previous day. The data from 2 days prior indicated that the death toll had already surpassed 2 million. It was no wonder they had stopped publicizing the figures. Today's numbers likely reached tens of millions. If such statistics were to be disclosed, the already tenuous situation would spiral further into turmoil. Chapter 64. Li Shui Villa Garage. Li Fan found the official account of the Chang'an government, noting that the latest video had been posted just minutes ago. The content urged citizens to conserve electricity, advising each household to operate only one air conditioner. if the voltage failed to support the air conditioning units. Residents were encouraged to collaborate. 3 households could share a single air conditioner for cooling. For those residing in underground complexes with 2 or 3 levels, they were advised to seek refuge in the underground garage for relief from the heat. Li Fan smiled slightly, muttering to himself, "There will be some entertainment to observe in the coming days." The methods employed by the Chang'an government had previously sparked a fair amount of disorder in his past life. While scrolling through personal videos on Douyin, the homeowners group for Li Shui Villa once again buzzed with activity over the power rationing issue. Initially, the newly appointed community director, Hu Qiuyun, announced in the group, "You should have received the text message regarding power rationing, which will hinder the proper functioning of air conditioners. Therefore, each household should limit themselves to just 1 air conditioner." Aunt Zhang chimed in, "How can this be? Our household has 5 members. How can we all squeeze into 1 room to rest?" Zhangli responded, "My air conditioner is currently running without any issues. It's all just alarmist talk. All 4 of mine are operational as well. Do we have to heed the community's directives? Nonsense. I'm running them all, and it's set to 16 degrees. The group dismissed the community director's announcement, with some even posting photographs of their air conditioners running at full blast. Li Fan observed the antics of the homeowners with disdain. It was now 7 a.m., and within a few hours, the temperature would reach its peak for the day, projected to soar above 60 degrees by noon. At that point, the power supply would be utterly insufficient, leading to intermittent outages. Even if the power returned, it would struggle to support so many air conditioners simultaneously. Putting down his phone, Li Fan descended to the 4th underground level, activating 3 generators and switching the power system to the fortress's independent supply. Returning to the 3rd underground level, he placed several ice blocks near the ventilation ducts and then settled into the expansive sofa for a nap. In Li Shui Villa, the residents, aided by their air conditioners, drifted into slumber. People had largely adapted to a routine of sleeping during the day and engaging in activities at night. At precisely 11 a.m., the entire Chang'an district suddenly experienced a blackout, halting the operation of air conditioners and causing indoor temperatures to rise rapidly. Aunt Zhang, whose real name was Zhang Guilan, was 58 years old and notorious within the community for her meddlesome nature, being particularly sharp-tongued and skilled at spreading gossip. Her household comprised 5 individuals: her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and a 5-year-old grandson, the latter known throughout the neighborhood as a notorious troublemaker. When the family awoke, disoriented by the heat, they quickly realized the power had gone out. "Grandma, it's so hot." "Mom, the power is out." Aunt Zhang picked up her phone and opened the homeowners group, only to discover that the entire community was affected by the outage. With a glint of determination in her eyes, she exclaimed, "Quick, we live on the 2nd floor. Let us rush to the underground garage and secure a spot. Son, grab the cooling mats and a kitchen knife." Upon hearing this, her son and daughter-in-law sprang into action, and the family hurried down to the 3rd underground level. As they arrived, only a handful of people were present, given their residence on the 2nd floor. Aunt Zhang sought out the most well-ventilated area and spread out several cooling mats, claiming the space as if they were landowners, shooing away anyone who approached. Not long after they settled in, a steady stream of residents began to pour out from the safety corridor. In less than 20 minutes, the underground level 3 became a bustling crowd, with temperatures soaring from the initial 30 degrees to approximately 40. Amidst the slowly gathering throng, various conflicts began to arise. Although bloodshed had yet to occur, shoving and tugging were incessant. Li Fan remained oblivious to the occurrences at Li Shui Bun, as he lay on the sofa of underground level 3, wrapped in a blanket, deep in slumber. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone jolted him awake. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the woman he wished to avoid discussing, Yuan Ruoxue. Ever since he realized that his reincarnation was no mere dream, he found it increasingly difficult to face her. Li Yuhang's words had proven unreliable. It was impossible to dismiss the slightest doubt in his heart. Would Yuan Ruoxue, as the lead figure in that mission, truly be ignorant of everything? The instant suspicion took root, a fracture had already formed. Disregarding the incessant ringing, he tossed the phone aside and rose to the monitoring computer, activating the surveillance on Lu Ruyan and Wang Yu's mobile devices. After replaying the historical surveillance audio, he gleaned no useful information, leaving the monitoring on. After 4 or 5 rings, the phone finally fell silent. Li Fan picked it up, opened WeChat, and was met with the lively chatter in the community group. "Director, who? When did the power go out? Has your community received any notice? Everyone, who brought water? Sell me a bottle. I'll pay 50 yuan. Is there a doctor in the community? My father has heat stroke. We need help. Is there anyone who can help me carry my mother down from the 9th floor? She is paralyzed. I'll pay 500 yuan. To those upstairs, don't go. The indoor temperature is at least 50 degrees now. Your mother is probably cooked. Your mother is cooked. Your whole family is cooked. How dare you curse at me when I'm just trying to help? Where are you? Let us settle this. Li Fan, nestled on the sofa with his phone, chuckled at the absurdity of the group dynamics. Suddenly, an idea flickered in his mind, a way to make this performance even more captivating. He swiftly composed a message and sent it to the group. Everyone, the power is out. Why aren't you all getting into your cars and turning on the air conditioning? Are you afraid of wasting fuel? This message instantly awakened the car owners, who hurriedly gathered their families to locate their vehicles, igniting their engines and switching on the air conditioning. In an instant, all the cars in both the second and third levels of the underground garage roared to life. This action, however, exacerbated the already oppressive 40-degree heat within the garage. Yet, the relieved homeowners, now enjoying the coolness of their vehicles, paid little heed to the rising temperatures, boasting in the group about how refreshing it was inside their cars, showering Li Fan with praise. What a clever university student. We were all so dazed by the heat that we didn't think of such a simple solution. Thanks, Li. My daughter is about to suffer from heat stroke. If only I had known, I wouldn't have gone home. I'd just spent the remaining days in my car. The air conditioning here is far superior to that at home. I agree. I'll bring down some supplies tonight and just stay in my car for the next few days. I just got a new car, and the cooling effect is outstanding. Actually, I was already using my car's air conditioning. I meant to remind you, but you beat me to it. Upon reading this, Li Fan smirked sarcastically. This person truly understood the implications of numerous vehicles starting up and running air conditioning. Watching the smug car owners post in the group, he couldn't help but smile wickedly. The show was just beginning. Chapter 65, The Metal Dragonfly. Li Fan's joyous demeanor did not go unnoticed by Ran Lin, who was busy in another realm. Curiously, she inquired, Li Fan, what has happened to make you so cheerful? Ah, I'm simply enjoying a splendid performance, he replied. Ran Lin set aside her tasks, intrigued. What performance? Let me see. Just check the homeowners group on my phone. Li Fan's phone had long been synchronized with the network established by Ran Lin, allowing her to access the information at any moment. However, after perusing the group's messages, she failed to grasp the nature of the performance and asked, There's nothing noteworthy here, is there? Isn't it's just you reminding everyone they could sit in their cars and enjoy the air conditioning? Ah, you still need to learn a famous saying from our ancestors. Li Fan chuckled. There's a saying that goes, do not worry about scarcity, but about inequality. Do not worry about poverty, but about instability. What does that mean? Li Fan patiently explained. It means not to fret over a lack of resources, but to be concerned about the fair distribution of what is available, and not to fear poverty, but to be wary of social unrest. I still don't understand how this relates to them. Li Fan organized his thoughts and elucidated. Lishui is a mid-range community, comprising 16 buildings with 24 households. The parking space ratio is only 1, yet not every household owns a vehicle. Less than 50% of the families in the entire community have cars. Those fortunate enough to enjoy the coolness of their car air conditioning overlook a grave issue. When cars are started, especially with the air conditioning running, the heat generated is formidable. In the relatively enclosed space of the underground garage, if over 500 cars were to start simultaneously, it would be akin to tossing 500 red-hot steel balls into a basin of clear water. The result would be a garage transformed into a boiling cauldron. I estimate that in just a few minutes, the temperature will approach 50 degrees. Just imagine the plight of those without cars who are still seeking refuge from the heat down there. Realization dawned on Ran Lin. Isn't that just going to cause chaos? You instigated this? Li Fan shook his head. There have always been clever individuals quietly working in the background without making a fuss. I merely added fuel to the fire. Just wait, within half an hour, there will undoubtedly be a grand spectacle to witness. How will they react? It will be absolutely thrilling. At this point, Li Fan paused, his tone tinged with regret as he continued. It's a pity I can't witness the scene directly. Do you wish to see the live footage? Ran Lin inquired. Of course. Upon hearing this, Ran Lin's voice took on a mysterious tone as she giggled. Wait a moment. I'll get you something special. With that, she fell silent. 4 to 5 minutes later, her voice resonated in Li Fan's mind once more. I've been working on some remarkable items, one of which will allow you to view the happenings in the underground garage of Lishui. In response, Li Fan summoned the 3 elongated objects held by Ran Lin with his mind. They were 3 metal dragonflies, their wings elegantly folded, yet remarkably lightweight, defying the very essence of metal. Gleaming in a silvery gray hue and roughly the size of a cigarette, they were intricately detailed, resembling real dragonflies to an astonishing degree. The dragonflies' eyes sparkled like frosted crystals, and their delicate wings glimmered with clarity. Li Fan tugged at one, noting its impressive resilience. What are these? What purpose do they serve? Ran Lin spoke with a hint of pride. These are little gadgets I created based on the concept of drones from your world, utilizing the limited materials from your space. Equipped with an astonishing 18 7 million high-definition pixel camera, this remarkable device possesses the ability to visualize biological magnetic fields. Consequently, it can capture images at an extreme distance of 800 meters while maintaining impeccable pixel integrity, alongside its capabilities for data collection and replication. Its maximum flight range extends to an impressive 10,000 meters, with a peak speed of 160 meters per second and a remarkable endurance of 120 hours. The device employs biological magnetic chain rays for the transmission of commands and data, a technology that remains unknown on Earth. Upon hearing Ramlin's introduction, Li Fan was filled with exhilaration. With this device, he could command a radius of 10,000 meters from the comfort of his home. "Is this the surprise you prepare for me?" he inquired eagerly. With a hint of playfulness in her tone, Ramlin proudly replied, "This is merely a small accessory within the surprise. Did you not wish to see real-time footage? I brought this out for you in advance. But do remember to return it once you're done." At these words, Li Fan's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. He was eager to discover what Ramlin was creating. If such a small accessory was so impressive, he could only imagine the marvel of the complete device. Yet, before he could voice his question, Ramlin interrupted, "Don't ask. I want to tell you." Li Fan shrugged in resignation, glancing at the 3 metallic dragonflies in his hands. "All right then, what is this device called? How do I activate and control it? As for the name, I haven't decided yet, so you can name it. Regarding control, just wear this," she said, handing him a pair of glasses that resembled tactical eyewear used by special forces. With a mere thought, the glasses materialized from another dimension, and upon wearing them, the arms rested comfortably on his ears. A faint sensation akin to tiny pinpricks behind his ears reminded him of when he first donned a mind-testing device. To his delight, Li Fan discovered a 3D projection materializing before him, showcasing the status and energy data of the 3 dragonflies, alongside a diminutive 3D projection of Ramlin. "Oh, so you can project this into reality through the glasses?" he exclaimed. The mini Ramlin pouted slightly and replied, "This is merely a projection facilitated through the glasses. I can only connect with the wearer and cannot communicate with the outside world. Moreover, only you, the wearer, can see these 3D projections. Others cannot perceive what you see." "Well, cheer up. You will eventually be able to experience the world," Li Fan consoled, playfully tapping the mini Ramlin's head, though he could not physically reach it. Should anyone else be present, they might think Li Fan had lost his mind, donning peculiar glasses and conversing with thin air. "Now, please explain how to operate this," he urged. The mini Ramlin gazed at him incredulously, stating, "You haven't forgotten how to use the mind-testing device, have you? Are you implying I need to control its flight with my thoughts?" he asked. "Not quite. You merely need to convey your requirements and destination through your thoughts. It will autonomously plan the route and discern useful information." Li Fan was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it indicated the drone's intelligence system was advanced enough not to require real-time control. With a mere thought, the 3 dragonflies responded, unfurling their wings and hovering before him. Straining to listen, he barely caught a faint vibration of air. The dragonflies emitted no sound during flight. Upon activating the camera, the glasses instantly projected 3 expansive monitoring images with delightful clarity. Li Fan then commanded the 3 dragonflies to proceed to the underground garage of the Lishui Villa for surveillance. Before he could take position at the lookout to create a shooting aperture, the 3 dragonflies had already entered the ventilation shaft. Chapter 66, Garage Mayhem. The underground ventilation shaft was concealed, with a small opening of merely 20 centimeters in diameter, extending several meters long, with some areas featuring intentional bends and a ventilation fan positioned midway. Watching the dragonflies autonomously venture into the shaft, Li Fan quickly focused on the projection screen, his heart racing. These devices were likely crafted from newly refined materials, and if they would be damaged by the fan, it would be a considerable loss. In the first-person view of the monitoring projection, the dragonflies zipped through the shaft at a remarkably agile speed, momentarily pausing 2 meters before the fan. Before Li Fan could shut off the fan, the monitoring image flickered, and the dragonflies zipped past the still-spinning blades with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the eye. Only when they emerged above ground did Li Fan finally breathe a sigh of relief. In the underground garage of the Lishui Villa, those without vehicles observed as the car owners climbed into their respective vehicles, creating ample space. Initially, they felt quite pleased, but as time passed, the noxious fumes and rising heat from the vehicles caused the temperature in the garage to soar, leading to growing discontent. A young couple with a child approached a Chang'an GS8 and knocked on the driver's window, addressing the middle-aged man behind the wheel. "Brother Liu, I'm Zhang from Unit 401. We met at the property office before." The man, visibly impatient, replied, "Make it quick. The air conditioning is escaping." "Well, I noticed there's still room in your car. Could we join you to cool off?" The middle-aged man hadn't yet responded when a woman in the back seat sharply refused. "No way. My child is sleeping in the back. There's no space for you. Close the window now. We've just lost a bit of cool air. The man shrugged, wearing an expression of helplessness as he closed the window. The young couple, faces downcast, turned away with their child. The middle-aged man gave a thumbs up to the woman behind him, saying, "Honey, you're amazing." That's the fourth group of neighbors today. I felt quite guilty refusing them. The woman scoffed, "A bunch of poor folks who can't even afford a car. Yet they want to hitch a ride. They deserve to suffer in the heat." Not far away, a tall, exquisitely featured girl stood beside the driver's side of a Toyota Land Cruiser, addressing the middle-aged, greasy man inside. "Uncle Wu, could I please join you in your car for a bit? It's just so hot." The greasy man observed the neighbor with undisguised lust in his eyes. He was aware that the girl, Wu Qingqing, had just graduated from university and was currently unemployed, making money through borderline live streaming. Having been single for quite some time and frequenting many nightlife venues, he had yet to encounter anyone who could compare to her. Seeing the pleading look on her face, he smirked and said, "Sure, but I heard you study ballet. How about showing Uncle a few difficult moves in the car?" The girl's face flushed slightly. She wasn't naive enough to miss the underlying implications in his words. However, parched and feeling the cool breeze wafting from the driver's window, she hesitated briefly before opening the back door and climbing inside. Moments later, the Toyota Land Cruiser was seen performing ballet. This scene played out repeatedly before the many vehicles in the garage, yet only a few managed to successfully climb aboard. Gradually, this group of individuals without vehicles congregated, forming a multitude of small factions. Aunt Zhang, the instigator of discord, initially reveled in the pride of securing the prime position for her family. Little did she realize that this once advantageous spot had now transformed into the most fervent gathering place. Observing the throngs of people converging, she stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "This crowd exhibits a shocking lack of civic responsibility. They sit comfortably in their vehicles, basking in the air conditioning, releasing all their heat into the surroundings. Just look at the state of the garage now. Can anyone even stay here anymore? Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. The garage is a communal area. Why should they be allowed to act with such disregard?" Originally, everyone had been quietly enduring the heat within the garage, managing to hold on until the electricity returned. Now, thanks to their antics, it had become unbearable. "But where can we go?" One person lamented. "My father is on the verge of heat stroke. Does anyone have any Huoxiang Jingxi water? I'll pay for it." As Aunt Zhang observed the growing agitation among the residents, her eyes darted about, and she shouted, "Neighbors, if this continues, we shall perish from the heat. These selfish car owners only care about their own comfort, rendering the garage a stifling sauna. We must unite and drive them out." Her words resonated instantly with everyone present. "Yes, we must expel them. Shut off the engines and let the temperature drop. Otherwise, the elderly and children will surely suffer." "I concur. Let us band together and oust them." At that moment, a young man in his 20s, brimming with youthful vigor, stepped forward, raising his fist and declaring, "Neighbors, follow me. We shall fight for our survival." This young man, known as Zhang Jianfeng, was a well-known figure in the community, a fervent enthusiast of the anime world who often cosplayed as Naruto Uzumaki, proudly displaying his passion at various conventions. With a leader in place, followers quickly amassed, demonstrating the power of collective action. In a short span, a crowd of 70 to 80 individuals rallied behind Zhang Jianfeng, marching with fervor towards the nearest vehicles. Meanwhile, another cluster of vehicle-less residents gathered nearby. "Damn it, those car owners are living in luxury." A shirtless man spat, his gaze fixed menacingly on a nearby black SUV. Inside, a family of 3 lounged comfortably. The man donned sunglasses, reclining in his seat, while the woman fiddled with her phone, and a child in the back savored an ice cream cone. "Why do they get to enjoy air conditioning while we are forced to endure this sauna?" echoed another gaunt man, his t-shirt drenched in sweat, clinging to his back. "Hey, could you at least crack a window so we can cool off a bit?" The shirtless man suddenly raised his voice, directing his appeal at the SUV. The occupants appeared oblivious, remaining indifferent to his pleas. The shirtless man's expression darkened as he strode over, pounding on the car window. "Hey, are you listening? Open the window." At last, the man inside the vehicle removed his sunglasses, casting a cold glance at him as the window slid down just enough to reveal a narrow gap. "What is it? You have air conditioning while we're sweltering. Can't you let us in for a moment?" The shirtless man's tone dripped with blatant provocation. "This car is mine. Why should I let you in?" The man inside retorted without hesitation. "Just because you have a car, you think you're superior?" The shirtless man slammed his fist against the window, the glass resonating with a dull thud. The child inside screamed in terror, prompting the woman to clutch him tightly, her face paling. The man in the vehicle scowled, abruptly flinging open the door and seizing the shirtless man by the collar. "Are you looking for trouble? Come on, let us fight." The shirtless man, undaunted, retaliated with a punch that landed squarely on the other man's face. The impact ignited an explosive atmosphere in the underground garage. Observing this altercation, other vehicle-less residents found their courage swelling and began to lash out at nearby cars. The car owners, spread thinly, were quickly overwhelmed and, in desperation, some resorted to driving their vehicles into the crowd. This reckless action escalated the situation dramatically, plunging the scene into chaos. "Let us smash their cars. Let's see how they act then," someone shouted, and soon the windshields of several vehicles shattered into fragments. "Stop! Please stop!" A woman emerged from a Land Rover, shrieking in an attempt to quell the turmoil, but her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of shouts and curses. Amidst the bedlam, some individuals seized the opportunity to harass the frightened women. Get away!" A woman in a short skirt found herself cornered by a brutish man, his hands roaming over her body, a lewd grin plastered on his face. "Let her go!" A young man charged in, delivering a punch to the predator's face. The two engaged in a struggle, intensifying the surrounding chaos. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gasoline, and the ground was littered with shards of glass and broken car parts. What had once been a refuge from the sweltering heat had now devolved into a veritable hell on earth.